Chapter 77, Phase 80, Niflheim Siege, Tides Turning. A/N. Happy New Year everyone, I hope you are all doing well. Alrighty then, buckle up for the final part of the Niflheim Siege. And I assure you, there will be action in this phase more than the previous two. So, I hope you enjoy it. Phase 80, Niflheim Siege, Turning Tides. October 22, 73 CE. Immediately west of Asgard, 1215 hours. Neo had just forced a Federation suit back away from him before it was taken by others around him. He got a slight respite after that, which he used to take stock of the assault. Omni's assault had been going for a few hours by this point since it had been initiated this morning. And in that time which the battle had been going on, minimal progress had been made. Omni hadn't made landfall yet, though they had made it closer than others who had come before them. However, that progress hadn't come without a cost being paid in blood. The fleet had taken losses, more than Neo wanted to count. Not to say the Federation hadn't taken losses on their end. Yet, it hadn't dampened their drive to fight and stop Omni from making it closer to Asgard. From Neo's perspective, as things were going, neither Omni nor the Federation showed any sign of giving even a meter to the other without it being hard fought and paid for. The first group of forces dropping from orbit had issues before they had begun descending down toward the base an hour and a half ago. The second group was setting up to do the same in the next 15 minutes or so. However, since the first group had been shot at by the Federation's orbital cannons, Neo expected the second group would be too. That the Federation had designed and constructed working ground-to-orbit cannons was impressive. But the two cannons had thrown those in charge and running Omni's operation for a loop. It hadn't changed the plans for the drop forces to descend to Asgard, even if Neo would have done so. Neo was left to wonder if ZAFT would have any more success getting through the Federation's counter for orbital drops than Omni was. He doubted it, but now wasn't the time to think about ZAFT and whether they would have better chances against Asgard. The Federation's resistance and their ground-to-orbit cannons weren't the only setbacks Omni was facing in their assault. Enemy defense forces were also contributing to the difficulty. Omni had planned for Asgard's defense forces, but the Federation had been ready as they always seemed to be. The Federation's current two mass-production aircraft model mobile suits had shown in the hours of the battle they were not to be taken lightly. Both models had arsenals that were effective against Gundams, more so than what ZAFT's mass-production machines had. They all had beam rifles which came in two types, one that had slower firing rate but had more power behind it. The other rifle was more a rapid-fire weapon but had less power, seeming to be the trade-off. And the beam rifle seemed to be more proficient than anything that ZAFT employed with their ZAKUs. Then, around half of the enemies Neo had seen and encountered had a type of beam saber to work with for close-ranged combat. The other half of Federation suits had some sort of vibrating blade from what he could guess. At least, should the sound that cut out the audio channels that Neo had observed and been told about was anything to go by. The arsenals alone made the enemy machines tough opponents to face and fight for any Gundam pilot, Neo included. And to top off the issues with the Federation's mass-production models, they all appeared to have some variation of phase shift armor to use for their defense. The other general problem Omni faced in their assault was the length of it. The longer this battle went on, the harder it would become to continue it from Omni's end. If there was one thing Neo could say about the Federation, it was their fighting style served them well. They focused on enduring rather than the chance at a quick victory over those who went against them. Because of that, they won fights far more often since they weren't focused on winning as Omni and ZAFT were. They took less risks and played to their strengths, which made overcoming them much harder and work involved. And because of that mentality, the assault had been planned to be efficient and as quick as possible. Omni's leadership overall still seemed to not understand the Federation's mentality was one of the keys to their success. Omni's assault would end either when supply lines dried up for Omni, or Asgard fell. And with the direction things were going, Neo's confidence wasn't in Omni getting to Asgard before the supply lines failed. If they made landfall on Asgard, there was a slim chance for Omni to make more progress. But the Federation's tactics were set to counter much chance of Omni accomplishing that anytime soon. It may be above Neo's position and pay grade to question or state the point, but he could see Omni's chances were plummeting. However, it was times like this Neo wished some of Omni's leaders would listen to some of those who worked down in the trenches. Most Omni soldiers would have said attacking Asgard was a lost cause, and Omni was being forced to see why it was. But the top brass was taking instructions from those who didn't have or heed common sense from what Neo was seeing. The more detailed parts of the assault weren't a great deal better for Omni than the general issues. The trio which Neo was responsible for were still in the fight as they had been from the beginning. Yet, they had come up against obstacles from the Federation just like the rest of Omni's mobile suits. With the lack of making landfall so far, Stella was still stuck using ships as platforms to shoot at enemies from. She had tried to move forward using other means, normally in the form of jumping onto debris for a path forward. But each time she'd made attempts, Federation forces would swoop in and focus attacks on her. When Federation forces focused in on the Gaia, it was pushed back to Omni vessels before they let up in their assault. Stella's grumbling had made it clear to Neo that she was frustrated at the lack of progress she could make. That wasn't to say that Stella wasn't helping Omni in the battle. She was having more success at taking down enemies than the boys were overall. Neo could sympathize with the girl with the stress she was under to perform and do more in the assault. But as the Gaia specialized in land combat, there was little which could be done until landfall could be made. On Sting's end, he was on the front lines with others working to make a way forward for the fleet. At first, Sting had been doing more than okay against enemy mass production models. But it hadn't taken long for Federation defending forces to adapt and start focusing on him when he was spotted. Neo had expected the Federation to divert resources to deal with Gundam types when they appeared. It was a logical and tactically sound thing to do for any of the factions, and the Federation had certainly delivered. If that was all that Sting was facing, Neo felt the kid would manage against enemy forces okay. However, that hadn't been the only thing which Sting had been dealing with. Sting had also reported to Neo the blue and white ZAFT Gundam was fighting with the Federation forces. Neo had been able to confirm the point shortly after Sting had reported the point, seeing the ZAFT Gundam himself. The appearance of the ZAFT Gundam confused Neo as it didn't fit the circumstances. There had been no sign of the persistent ZAFT vessel which the blue and white Gundam had been with around Asgard. There was no reason for any ZAFT vessel to be anywhere near Asgard, let alone one of their Gundams. Thus, Neo couldn't begin to guess how the ZAFT Gundam had ended up around Asgard. But it didn't matter in the end, for it was still on the enemy side. Neo had also sighted the red Gundam that he'd encounter around Armory 1 going around the battlefield. He'd known the red Gundam would pop back up in his path at some point. Yet, this battle would be as horrible a time as any for it to happen. The red Gundam hadn't been the only familiar sight. Neo had also caught glimpses of the Federation frigate from Armory 1 too. And in this battle, it showed it had the ability to work underwater as well as on Earth. While Sting and Stella had been having difficulties shortly after the battle began, it was not as bad as what Owl was dealing with. Owl's situation seemed to have the worst of the issues and blockades to work through out of the three. Owl had stated he would cause chaos among the enemy fleet before going out. He'd been working under the water mostly but did come to the surface sometimes with the Abyss's advantages. From the cursing that Neo had been hearing from the blue-haired teen, things had been going badly on his end. Between the curses and Sting translating for Owl, Neo had put together a rough picture of what Owl had been going against. That picture made Neo suspect the Federation had likely created aquatic mass production mobile suits to use, and those were working in this battle. And yet, by what Neo had been hearing, there was a Gundam type leading the Federation's forces under the water. Gundam vs. Gundam came more down to piloting skill than the power of the Gundams from Neo's experience. And Neo didn't expect the Federation to assign green pilots to Gundam types they had. So, with Owl facing a Gundam and other enemy machines against him alone, he was being kept from advancing. The curses made it hard for Neo to be sure what was factual and what were snarling excuses. Overall, Neo had to applaud the efforts of the trio. They were working under not just circumstances which they hadn't been trained for, but also against rather harsh odds. They were doing okay and better than the average Windham and Dagger pilots. And they were helping against the non-Gundams the Federation used for the bulk of their defending forces. However, every time they or others had to go and resupply, there was a lull. The Federation took advantage of that lull by shoving Omni back from any gain they had made. That was the main reason Omni hadn't made much progress toward Asgard itself. Thus, the battle wasn't moving in the desired or even a somewhat good direction for Omni. And Neo didn't see much of a way to change that standing for the fleet with how the Federation was fighting. They had positioned themselves perfectly to dig in and not be moved by their attackers. They staggered their resupply in such a way that their strength never wavered. This had quickly become a fight of endurance rather than an assault to take a base. And historically, the Federation was better than any of the other factions at such fights. In the hours the battle had been going, Neo had taken care to avoid the red Gundam. He also hadn't been close to the ZAFT Gundam for long enough to have the chance to fight it. However, Neo wasn't one to jump into a fight without thinking. Plus, he was wary about fighting a Gundam type one-on-one. That was a foolish idea to act on. Neo wouldn't lie that he would like another go at the red Gundam. The two previous encounters hadn't gone well for Neo. The enemy Gundam had embarrassed him since the Gundam had made a fool of him in different ways. The enemy Gundam had proven it was dangerous and could take advantage of underestimation. His Windham was not a fair match to a Gundam with a good pilot, let alone for one that had an expert. Yes, Neo had come to understand the Red Federation Gundam was very likely piloted by an expert even if they didn't act like one was expected to. And yet, such an enemy couldn't be left alone to their own devices. So, Neo began making his way toward the Red Gundam, who was a distance away fighting a group of Windhams currently. Meanwhile, Shin found himself in a position he didn't like and didn't see a way out of currently. The battle had been going on for hours so far and there were no signs of it coming close to an end yet. The fighting had moved into an uncomfortable routine Shin had noticed and was kind of sickened by, to tell the truth. Omni was being beyond persistent with this assault they were forcing onto Asgard and its defending forces. They were willing to sacrifice their own forces to keep this going for however long they could insist for it. Shin had quickly stopped counting how many Windams and daggers he'd taken down since the start of the battle. Truthfully, he had no desire to know any more just how many lives he'd taken while helping in Asgard's defense. Shin had been aware enlisting in ZAFT meant he would probably put blood on his hands at some point. But he wanted to do what those who had defended Orb and his family had done during the war. However, Shin had never imagined he would soak his hands in blood like he was when he'd just wanted to help those who had been nice and kind to him and his family. The other thing which Shin had stopped counting was the times he'd to go back to the hangar to resupply the Impulse's battery. It was one of the few things which he could have done to keep in this battle for however long it would go on. The issue for Shin which he knew he wouldn't be able to ignore for all that much longer was the Impulse's equipment. Without the Minerva around, Shin had no way to replenish equipment that was damaged or lost. It was for that reason Shin had been fighting smartly and making every action he took count. However, even doing that had only helped so much and it wasn't going to last for much longer. He'd lost one of his beam sabers at the end of the first hour while he had been dancing with 3 Windam. Shin had been trying to rely more on his beam weapons and not his limited non-beam weapons which had ammo or stock limitations. But even so, alerts had told Shin his CIWS guns were low on ammunition by this point. Then within the last hour, the Chaos had appeared and engaged Shin along with 2 of his allies who had been with him at the time. Shin had taken the appearance of one of the stolen Gundams as all 3 were around the battle somewhere. And that the Alliance would use the 3 stolen Gundams they had for the assault said how much they were likely investing into this. The fight with the Chaos had been a hard one for Shin even with allies helping him. And while the Chaos had been forced back after a bit with the teamwork of Shin and his allies it hadn't been without a cost. The Chaos had managed to get behind the Impulse at one point and had sliced off one of the lower maneuvering fins. That had cut down on the Impulse finer and tighter movements the suit could make. The Chaos had cut off the other lower fin just before it was forced back. And then, during that fight, while he had been using his shield to block the Chaos's attacks, alarms had alerted him the shield was doing more poorly than Shin had thought. The main structure was strained to a dangerous degree, and there were parts close to failing. It left Shin with a serious conundrum which he would need to find a solution for, the sooner, the better. He had missing equipment or worrisomely damaged parts that were causing him to have difficulty keeping in the fight. All he had left was a beam saber, his beam rifle, the CIWS for a brief period while the remaining ammo lasted, and the anti-armor knives. Shin needed options to work with if he lost any of those offensive options. His shield was at the brink of failure overall with the abuse it had been taking through the battle. There was the possibility that Shin could use Federation equipment in place of what the Impulse normally used. However, he didn't know how compatible Federation equipment was with ZAFT mobile suits. But that seemed to be the best available option that Shin could work with as things stood. He'd asked those in the hangar he resupplied in if they could help him with any kind of equipment replacement. The answer hadn't been the best but wasn't the one he'd exactly feared he would receive. Those in the hangar had informed Shin that due to his CIWS guns using a different caliber than Federation mass production models tended to use, they couldn't resupply them effectively. Replacing the beam sabers was still a question as Federation beam sabers used a slightly different dock than ZAFT did. Shin had also been told the hangar would try to get a physical shield to the hangar by the time he came back for his next resupply, but they couldn't guarantee that. And the beam rifle was in the same position as the sabers, so the Impulse's equipment was still in doubt and in question for what would happen. But the question would need an answer likely within the next hour or less by what Shin would estimate. The battle kept dragging on for close to 20 minutes more when there was another shift for Shin. The Chaos reappeared again, and Shin could quickly tell it was clearly gunning for him as it approached him directly. This time Shin had 5 from the squad he was with there to help him instead of the 2 he'd worked with the last encounter. Shin felt he would need the extra help this time as he was running out of offensive options to work with. The Chaos was a tad simpler to deal with in this encounter than the last with more allies. It still took teamwork to force the Chaos to back off somewhat, but it was managed. However, Shin did lose his remaining beam saber to the Chaos in this round with it. The Chaos wasn't as far as Shin would like after being shoved back, but it was being kept busy by others. It gave Shin a moment to breathe and take stock of his immediate circumstances. When he looked down, he saw his power was at 27%. It meant he would need to go and resupply rather soon before the battery reached a problematic point. Hopefully, there would be a shield he could use and other options that Shin could try with the Impulse and keep in the fight. Tyler was a short distance from where the Impulse had been fighting around after it and others had pushed back the green enemy Gundam. He'd seen that one a few times during the fight, along with the black and blue one. The 3 had been causing more trouble than the daggers and Windams. The blue one was going against the underwater team and wasn't having success against them. The black machine had been on the Omni vessels from what Tyler had seen. It had tried at times to jump from debris and ships to move forward but was halted and forced back. That made Tyler think the black one didn't have some sort of flight system built in and so couldn't fly under its own power. Even if the black one was limited to not flying, that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. Tyler had danced with the green one already once around an hour and a half ago if he recalled correctly. The pilot's style of fighting had once again confirmed to Tyler they were part of the Alliance's horrible project that turned kids into super soldiers. The teen wasn't the same as the Galliana trio Tyler had met but had some very similar qualities. It had gone against the impulse after Tyler had fought against it, though Shin had managed against it. However, Tyler did notice the green enemy Gundam had taken an interest in Shin with appearing to be seeking him out. It had tried to get to the impulse a couple of times which it hadn't managed to reach the kid. Tyler was about to ask Shin what his status was and if he needed help but was interrupted before he could. The interruption came in the form of Tyler overhearing Shin talking with his allies around him. From what Tyler listened to, Shin was at the point he would need resupply the impulse's battery rather soon. The kid had been going back to the hangar which the impulse had been stored in originally by what Tyler understood. However, if Tyler had caught the chatter going about correctly, the Minerva had arrived in range of Asgard recently. Granted, Tyler had prodded those from the ship in the hopes that something would be started to help Shin. Yet, Tyler hadn't honestly expected the ship to come to Asgard itself to potentially pick up the kid. Tyler was certainly not complaining about the Minerva being around as it would help the Shin in a way those at Asgard couldn't. But it sounded like Shin hadn't been told or discovered the Minerva was around. Tyler took a moment to look at his sensor display so he could hopefully find where the Minerva was so he could direct Shin there. And it only took a short moment for Tyler to see the Minerva was among the southern defense wing of Asgard's defense forces. In fact, the ship wasn't that far from where Shin and Tyler were currently. Shin could get there in around 5 minutes or less if he didn't get caught up in the fighting. Once he had the information, Tyler connected a channel to the impulse since it was on Federation COMM frequencies from the beginning of Omni's assault. Shin, Tyler began, I couldn't help but overhear you plan to go and resupply. Yet, before you go back toward Asgard, the chatter I heard says the Minerva recently arrived around Asgard. From what I can see, it is currently helping the southern defense lines to the south of our current position. I believe they can resupply you more effectively and quicker than those at Asgard. Thus, it is in your best interest to head south and get to the Minerva. Tyler turned to gaze at the green enemy Gundam a short distance away fighting allies at the moment. With its interest in Shin, Tyler didn't think it would leave him alone as Shin headed to the Minerva. So, Tyler intended to get and keep its attention on the Aurora so it wouldn't focus on the impulse. And Tyler was one of those kinds of individuals that could yank another's attention to be on him and keep it. Rest assured, I will keep the green Gundam busy and away from you while you go resupply. They won't have the time to seek you out, I'll make sure of that by making sure their attention stays on me. That will be so until I feel like letting them run away from me, I promise that. Shin blinked at the information Commander McGregor was giving him. The Minerva was supposed to be at Gibraltar the last he'd heard from others, Commander McGregor specifically. The information had made sense to Shin with what he knew. After descent through the atmosphere, it was logical that the Minerva would head to Gibraltar being the closest ZAFT base. The glance that Shin had gotten of the Minerva while in the upper atmosphere, it would likely come down around the Mediterranean Sea. Gibraltar would be the closest main ZAFT base in that sea for any ZAFT forces to go to. Shin expected that after this battle was over, he would get a transport via the Federation to go to Gibraltar. He planned to ask why Gibraltar had told the Federation they wouldn't help Shin when he could. As Shin recalled, there was supposed to be some operation soon which would likely have the Minerva involved with them at Gibraltar. But that made its presence around Asgard all the more confusing to Shin. Commander McGregor had mentioned he would try and get movement from Gibraltar. Yet, the Minerva coming was the last thing Shin had ever expected to have happen with whatever Commander McGregor had done. It being here would solve his standing resupply and equipment issues he was dealing with in the best way Shin could think of. Shin could really use fresh equipment with this fight having no end in sight. He would see it through to the end whatever that would be. Those he'd fought alongside had helped Shin commit to seeing this through to having Omni falling back and retreating. Shin turned and began heading in the direction that Commander McGregor had indicated. 3 of his allies followed behind him to cover Shin as needed from Omni attacking forces. Once Shin was heading in direction the Minerva, Tyler focused back on the green enemy Gundam. It had been harassing Shin off and on during the battle and Tyler wasn't going to let that stand without consequences being delivered. They had also been killing Federation forces and looking to be doing with relish from what he'd seen. Tyler had resupplied for the second time around 30 minutes ago, so he was good for a while even fighting another Gundam. Tyler had the motivation to make the enemy Gundam's pilot live help for a period and he fully intended to. With that in mind, Tyler began closing the distance between the Chaos and himself with his stealth system up and active. Along the way, Tyler had a thought which rapidly became tempting to look into. He knew the Alliance's super soldiers had attitude quirks which affected them, and it was a general issue with them. From what Tyler had seen, one could hit a trigger and set any of them off if one could find the right button to push. And Tyler was definitely one of those kinds of people that was an expert button pusher when put to it. He would throw off the enemy Gundam pilot so much they wouldn't think about the impulse for a while and focus on the Aurora. Tyler had glanced over the specs of ZAFT's stolen Gundams since the encounter around Lagrange 4. From glancing them over and the bouts he'd had with them, each of the 3 machines had their faults which could be exploited. For the green one, there were a few things that could be used against it that Tyler had seen. The Dragoon pods it had could be used on Earth but could only swivel somewhat and not detach as they could in space. In its suit mode, it could fly without needing assistance from extra equipment and had a fair arsenal. However, its most powerful weapon could only be employed in the armor mode. And if ZAFT circuitry and wiring was around the same as it had been at the end of the Alliance plant war, the firing controls could be superseded by a simple energy surge close to the weapon. Thus, in theory, if Tyler used the Aurora's new charge cable and sent a surge to the multi-phase beam cannon, it would fire on his command rather than the pilot's. Tyler would test that theory shortly and hope to mess with and scare the crap out of the teen pilot in the process. Tyler moved the Aurora to be above the chaos and shifted into his suit mode before starting the dive at his target. Meanwhile, the Minerva had moved into its position between two Dolph's classes per Asgard High Command's orders. It started using its Assault Cannon and its Tristan beam cannons against the nearest Omni ships. Bert was calling out the incoming estimations of Omni's strength, which Talia and Arthur were slightly surprised at hearing. The number of ships alone said Omni was serious about this attempt to take Asgard from the Federation. They were throwing between what ZAFT had estimated would be a third to half of their seaborne forces at the Federation base. If they were willing to risk that much of their forces against a target which would be hard-pressed to fall to them, then it raised several questions. Talia imagined if this same fleet were to go against Gibraltar or even Carpentaria, the ZAFT bases would be in a hard place to oust them. This fleet could have a decent chance to take either of the main ZAFT bases on Earth. That only enforced the question as to why the Alliance wasn't going against those bases instead of Asgard. It would have been a more effective use of forces and done a serious blow to ZAFT in the process. And yet, the Alliance was using their military to attack the Federation. It made little to no tactical sense for the Alliance to do this. While the Alliance wasn't known for making tactical sound decisions more than half the time, they weren't known for making obviously reckless ones often either. Talia knew there was no solid answer for why the Alliance was doing something so clearly stupid. It was just as likely they were using this as a kind of revenge on the Federation for them stepping in and foiling the attempted nuclear attack on the plants as anything else. And at this time, the answer, whatever it could be, didn't affect the ongoing fight. The Minerva's presence was quickly noticed by Omni, and it came under assault just as the Federation defending forces were. Ayla and Luna Maria were quickly made busy keeping Wyndams and daggers at bay and a distance from the ship. Omni forces didn't make it easy on either woman with the required interception they made them do. Matt and Ray had gone toward the front lines where Federation and Omni mobile suits were clashing. Matt told Ray to try and keep in a moderate distance from the Minerva. Doing that would allow them to jump back in should Ayla and Luna need assistance. Yet, the plan didn't last long as enemy machines drew their attention and started drawing them away from the Minerva. All of that put the Minerva in the position of having to be more of the defensive than on the attack. The Minerva CIWS were swiveling almost constantly to intercept incoming fire as the assault continued. And there was little time to think ahead for those on the Minerva, just the time to react to attacks. 10 minutes had flown by after the Minerva reached the front lines with little change for the ZAFT vessel. The Valkyrie cannons began firing at another Omni group in orbit above Asgard. The bolts stood out against the sky as they zoomed upward. Ayla had caught the bolts and watched them for a moment as they surged upward. It took a moment for her to understand the bolts were from some sort of ground-to-orbit cannon. That the Federation had taken the theory, designed and made it practical was impressive. However, such could be used just as effectively to dispatch and neutralize ZAFT drop forces if Ayla were to guess. And while it was better that the Federation had such technology rather than the Alliance, it was still a tad worrisome it now existed. It also showed the Federation's response and counters were quick and precise, which was expected of them. It was as Ayla was shooting at a Wyndham keeping it from getting too close to the Minerva when something caught her attention. For something to catch Ayla's attention with the battle going on all around her was of note. After forcing the Wyndham she'd been facing back, Ayla glanced to her right to see what in her peripheral vision had stuck out enough to register to her. There was smoke and explosions as there was all over the battlefield, so that wouldn't have caught her attention. But a moment after she scanned the view, something did stand out from the rest. Ayla had to blink for a moment to make sure she wasn't seeing things she hoped and wanted to be there. However, as she kept staring, the impulse didn't vanish from the view Ayla was getting. It was still in the air a distance away from the Minerva in the fight. The likelihood of the impulse appearing around where the Minerva was had been low with all that was going on around the battle. And yet, by what Ayla was seeing, the impulse was on approach to the ship currently. It had others with it, Federation machines if Ayla was seeing correctly, and those were fine in her view. What was concerning and problematic to Ayla was the impulse and its allies were still under attack by Omni forces as they were heading toward the Minerva. Should Shin have been fighting since Omni's assault began whenever that was, it was probably in a strained position by this point. The Federation would have figured out a way to charge the impulse's battery quickly after the fighting had started, Ayla had no doubt about that. However, without the Minerva, the impulse couldn't replace any equipment it may have lost during the battle thus far. The only other option Shin would have been to use Federation equipment. The issue with that was the potential incompatibility of Federation equipment with ZAFT technology the Impulse had. That Shin was still in the fight with however long it had been going on was notable. While Ayla had noticed Shin was capable of fighting, this battle would require smart fighting instead of simple tactics to defeat enemies. Ayla had seen Shin could fight smart to conserve supplies, yet that only went so far for so long. Heck, Ayla would applaud Shin for doing as well as he was under the conditions he'd been working under. Any pilot would have extreme difficulty managing as Shin clearly had in a battle Omni was giving Asgard's defense forces. It was yet another good mark in Shin's favor. However, the point was the Impulse had been spotted and so those from the Minerva could give Shin assistance. Ayla got on a channel with the bridge. "Captain, I have eyes on the Impulse," Ayla stated clearly. "It's at Blue 26 Bravo 13. It looks to be with some Federation mobile suits coming our way at the moment." Ayla switched over to the frontline pair. "Matt, Ray, I need one of you to move over to Blue 26 Bravo 13 and assist the Impulse the best you can. I think Shin is trying to get to the Minerva, probably for resupply." Matt would love nothing more than to be able to go over to help the Impulse as Ayla had asked. The kid being spotted was some of the first great news he'd heard in a solid week beyond Ayla's continuing recovering health. However, he had two Wyndhams pressing him keeping his attention loosely. If it were just the Wyndhams, Matt would do as Ayla requested. But the Wyndhams weren't that hard to deal with even if they worked together. The Abyss had popped up out of the water and had been shooting his way while the Wyndhams fought him. With the Abyss attacking him with the Wyndhams, Matt couldn't pull away for the moment. And the other problem with the Abyss being here implied it was almost a guaranteed that the other two stolen Gundams were around somewhere too. "I would if I could, Ayla," Matt said before having to block the Abyss's M68 dual cannons projectiles with his shield. "But I'm fighting two enemy suits along with the Abyss trying to use me for target practice from the water's surface. So, I can't pull away to help the Impulse until that changes in some way. Please tell the ship the three stolen Gundams are around here somewhere and to keep an eye for them." Ayla hadn't been able to see the Osiris from where she was on the Minerva, so didn't know of Matt's situation. She was worried for him, though she had faith Matt would manage against the Wyndhams and the Abyss for the time being. Yet, as Matt had said, if the Abyss was with Omni's assaulting force, it was almost a guarantee that the other two stolen Gundams were in this battle too. That the Alliance willingly sent their stolen Gundams here said how invested they were in their assault. Such was concerning, but there wasn't the time to think of the point further. So, Ayla focused on Ray. "Ray, are you able to move and help the Impulse?" Ray was using his tomahawk to slice through a dagger which he'd been fighting when Ayla had been asking for help for the Impulse. And now that Ray had just freed himself up, he was more than willing to go and assist Shin. "Just freed up, ma'am," Ray replied, moving to the coordinates you specified now. Back with Shin, his group had been making decent progress toward the Minerva. He had gotten the ship in his sights a little while ago, giving him hope to turn his situation around for the better. But as he had, Omni forces had suddenly appeared and worked to slow him and his allies down. Shin had shot at the two Wyndhams that had been aiming for him and scored a hit on one. However, the other managed to shoot the Impulse's beam rifle, forcing Shin to drop it before it exploded. That left Shin with the CIWS guns for as long as the remaining ammo would last and the folding razor anti-armor knives. So, Shin let the Wyndham get closer to him so he could use one of the folding razors. The Wyndham drew its beam saber and raised it to strike the Impulse. Shin had the right hip compartment open, and the folding razor knife popped out to draw ready position. He grabbed it before unfolding the knife as he evaded the downward slash of the enemy saber. Shin then thrust the knife into the underside of the Wyndham's shoulder joint and buried the blade into the structure. The Wyndham's right arm went limp, saying Shin's thrust had been true and hit primary circuits and structure to disable the arm. Shin had the Impulse swing around to be behind the Wyndham before he pulled and held the trigger for the CIWS guns. The rounds peppered the Wyndham's flight system and was doing damage to it. However, after a couple of seconds, the CIWS stopped putting out projectiles. An alarm began going off and Shin saw that the CIWS ammunition had been completely spent. All he had was the other anti-armor knife and that would unlikely be able to finish the Wyndham. "Damn, out of ammo already," Shin cursed to himself. Asuka came over the group channel Shin had been on. "Catch." Shin looked upward and saw one of his allies dropping their vibrating blade toward him. He caught the weapon and pushed the trigger down, which expanded the blade and started it vibrating. Shin swung the blade horizontally and the blade cut through the Wyndham with close to the ease that a beam saber would. Shin stored the blade on the Impulse's back hip skirt as it would be his real offensive option until he got to the Minerva. Shin's group was able to resume going toward the Minerva again less than a minute later. He lowered his altitude to be closer to the water to try and avoid enemy encounters better for the time being. It would unlikely save Shin for all enemy attacks, but it should cut them down somewhat and he would take that. Shin was running out of options, both offensive and defensive, to work with in this fight. His allies matched their altitude to the Impulses, which got them out of the main area the explosions and smoke was. The Minerva was getting closer when the proximity alarm began blaring, which got Shin to snap his gaze to the right. He saw one of Omni's smaller ships aiming their main guns at him and tracking his travel path. Shin brought the impulse to a halt and twisted around to face the ship. The Omni vessel fired, giving Shin just enough time to shift his shield in front of the impulse to defend himself. The shells slammed into the impulse's shield hard, forcing the impulse back a short distance, shaking Shin in the cockpit. Shin swore he saw pieces of something flying past his side displays right after the shot landed. And an alarm confirmed to Shin the shield hadn't taken the Omni shells well. He looked down and found the shield had been partly shattered from blocking the incoming fire, which explained some of the fragments he'd seen. The lower third of the shield was gone, broken off by one of the shells hitting it. The rest of the shield was warping and had cracks intermittently. With the shield compromised to a worrisome degree, Shin was extremely concerned about the shield being able to block another shot like the one he'd just taken. As Shin returned his gaze forward, he found the same vessel was still aiming at him. Shin was sure enough that the impulse's shield wouldn't take another shot without shattering further and more. The cracks and warping would cause the shattering to be worse from the next shot and could potentially breach the shield completely. However, before it fired off more shells at him, the turret was shot by a beam and was taken out of commission. Shin glanced in the direction the beam had come from and saw Rei's white Zaku Phantom heading toward his group riding a ghoul. He was glad to see a friend he'd not been around for 2 weeks or more now. And with Rei's help, Shin hoped the impulse could get to the Minerva quicker and with less trouble. Shin needed help the Minerva could give, or he would have to try and use Federation equipment instead with how things were. Rei had reached the general area that Ayla had specified and spotted the impulse. Its condition was bad to say the least, and that was being nice. It appeared to have lost most of its weapons and its shield was looking to be in horrible shape. Rei noticed one of the Omni ships was aiming at the impulse with its main turret. And before Rei could do anything, the ship fired upon the impulse. The shells shattered the impulse's shield and broke down its structure, leaving cracks and warping to the shield's main structure. Rei had moved and shot the turret the Omni vessel to prevent it shooting at the impulse a second time. After the impulse was out of immediate danger, Rei moved his Phantom to fly with the 3 Federation machines with Shin. Rei joined the others who were protecting Shin while he closed the distance toward the Minerva. While the impulse got closer to the Minerva, especially once it dropped to be close to the water, some on the ship began getting the real view of the impulse's current condition. Ayla was horrified to see the impulse in its damaged condition. The Force Silhouette backpack was missing both lower maneuvering fins. From what Ayla could see, it appeared that both of them looked to have been sliced off. The 2 beam sabers that came with the Force Silhouette were missing from the storage holsters. The shield had lost a third of its structure, had pieces missing, and looked to have cracks and warping in what remained. Honestly, it appeared to be barely holding together with the punishment it had endured. The beam rifle was nowhere to be found. Ayla could only guess it had been destroyed during the fighting at some point. There were other signs of wear and damage over the impulse, though mostly on the upper half and the backpack. For Shin to have kept fighting while the impulse had sunk to its current condition was nothing short of impressive. And Ayla made a mental note to herself to tell Shin he had done beyond any expectation which any could have of him. Ayla was brought out of her thoughts when Marin reached out to her. "What is it, Marin?" Alia asked. Marin had been trying everything she could think of the moment the impulse had been located to link a communication channel to it. Yet, nothing she'd attempted hadn't been successful. She'd gone through every standard ZAFT comm channel and the impulse had responded to none of those. Marin had even tried the ZAFT non-standard channels, which were normally reserved for emergencies and had consequences if used for anything else. The only other thing Marin had been able to think of which could work was the impulse's direct comm channel. However, that was normally only known by the pilot and a select few others. And Marin hadn't had the chance to memorize the impulse's code yet, even though she had been meaning to do that. "Ayla, I've been trying to reach the impulse, but haven't had any luck," Marin began. "I've run out of ideas other than the impulse's direct comm code. Yet, I can't remember what it is and haven't memorized it. Can you give it to me so I can try that to reach Shin?" Ayla could hear the desperation in Marin's voice. She would applaud Marin for trying so hard to establish communications with Shin. With the battle going on, it couldn't be easy to reach a specific mobile suit, Ayla would imagine. She assumed the reason that Marin hadn't been able to get a hold of the impulse with standard ZAFT channels was the machine wasn't using them. With the impulse fighting alongside the Federation, Ayla figured he was probably on encrypted Federation channels. That made logical sense as he was working with Federation forces, and he would be communicating with him. The Federation Admiral had said Shin had volunteered to fight, and Ayla felt with an acceptance, he would be treated as any Federation soldier in this. "I would bet that the impulse is likely using Federation comm channels were I to guess," Ayla returned. "I'll send you the comm code, but I ask you don't pass it around. Direct comm codes are supposed to be for emergencies only." Marin received the encrypted message from Ayla and put in the comm code, hoping it would get Shin to respond. Shin fended off a dagger from a group that had come at his before using the vibrating blade he had been lent to slice through the enemy machine. A beeping shifted his attention and Shin found he had an incoming communication from outside the group channel he'd been on. The weird thing was it used the Impulse's confidential comm code which wasn't given out to just anyone. Shin had the call connect. Impulse, do you copy? Marin's voice was saying, this is the Minerva, please respond. The girl's voice had clear strained tones in it, even Shin couldn't miss that. Then Shin realized with the Impulse being on the squadron group channel, the Minerva wouldn't be able to use the normal means to reach him right now. His ID stick had switched the Impulse's communications equipment over to using Federation encryption at the start of the battle. Shin hadn't considered changing that as he hadn't expected the Minerva to appear during the assault. And he'd been busy with enemy forces when he'd found out the Minerva had arrived. So, he hadn't had the chance to switch the Impulse to be off encrypted Federation comm frequencies. Shin switched the radio so he could reply to Marin, I read you Marin. Words could not express how relieved Marin was to hear Shin's voice. It had been around 2 weeks since Shin had been separated from the Minerva. There had been no information given about Shin to the general crew until they had woken up and go on duty today. Many had been worried about him since he had been lost in the upper atmosphere, Marin among them. When Ayla had said she had spotted the Impulse, hope that Shin would be okay had risen. Thus, hearing his voice lifted a weight off Marin's shoulders as he was alive. Marin also knew her older sister Luna would be even more relieved Shin was alive. Luna wouldn't admit it yet, but she liked Shin more than a friend, Marin had seen that. Marin twisted in her seat, Captain, I have gotten a channel connected to the Impulse, she stated. Do you want me to put it on the bridge speaker? Talia turned to glance at Marin with what she had said. The girl had proven she was more than adept at her station. Marin was one of those rare finds for ship station operators that were amazing at their jobs but tended to go unnoticed. The girl had a drive and determination that Talia could certainly appreciate. Getting a channel to the Impulse in the mess going on outside was to be applauded as it couldn't have been easy. Yes, Marin, Talia replied, put it on the bridge speaker. Marin transferred her call to the bridge speaker system. Impulse, what is your status? Talia questioned. Arthur put the live images of the Impulse as it was approaching the ship on the forward display for all on the bridge to see. Some gasped while others just stared in horror at the mobile suit with the damage it had taken was visible for all of them to see. It was clear the Impulse had taken a beating while fighting alongside the Federation in Asgard's defense. Shin felt a little relief to hear Captain Gladys even if it was just asking him what his status was. All he'd been told had been the Minerva had descended and arrived at Gibraltar, but nothing beyond that. He'd been worried about friends and comrades while he'd been around Asgard. Shin was still committed to seeing this assault to its conclusion even with the Minerva here. If all he could get was resupply and fresh equipment, he would thank Captain Gladys and keep going as he had since mid-morning. I've certainly been in better standing, Captain, Shin answered honestly. He didn't want to say how desperate he was, so he could show he was up to any kind of challenge that came his way. But in this instance, it was difficult to not say he was at the end of his rope of options. He either had to get fresh equipment from the Minerva or go to the Federation and ask them for equipment to work with and hope it would be compatible enough with the Impulse. I am in need of a serious resupply, Shin continued. The Impulse's battery is low to put it mildly. I'm just about out of offensive options to work with and my shield is at the brink of complete failure. Marin had been working on getting any readings for the Impulse since she had transferred the call to the bridge speakers. All the jammer interference and radio chatter were making it difficult for her to sync her console up to get status on the Impulse. As Shin was iterating his situation, Marin finally got data on the Impulse. It took effort to hold in the gasp in horror at the data coming in about the Impulse. The battery was below 20%, currently at 19% and falling steadily. Should the power level fall to 15 or less, the Impulse's phase shift armor would shut down to conserve energy by default, making it more vulnerable. Its arsenal was just about gone from what it was supposed to have at its disposal. The beam rifle and sabers were missing with no hint as to what had happened to them. The Force Silhouette pack was operating below 50% efficiency. The majority of the two larger maneuvering fins had been severed. Because of that, the Silhouette backpack was drawing more energy than normal to keep the Impulse in the air. The shield was in serious danger of being breached from what readings Marin was getting. That Shin had been fighting against Omni with the Impulse in this type of state was frightening. He isn't exaggerating, Captain, Marin remarked in a worried tone, the Impulse is not doing good at all from what I'm getting from it. Talia knew the Impulse's power issue could be solved simply enough. The Deuterion beam energy transfer system could use its beam to refill the Impulse's battery. It was one of the innovations that the Minerva had to work with the second stage Gundams. It provided an advantage of resupplying power without needing them to come into the ship's hangar. The system had been tested during one of Ayla's test flights and had proven to work well. But it had never been employed in the field for its intended purpose during active combat. So, this would be the first field test of the Deuterion system and how efficient and effective it could really be. The lack of equipment could be changed with flyers being sent out and Shin switching out the damaged parts. But again, that came with its difficulties during an active combat situation. Shin, Talia started, bring the Impulse closer to the ship. We will use the Deuterion beam to resupply the battery. Shin had been told about the Minerva's deuterion system which the Minerva was testing for ZAFT. He had understood the general principles the system used, and what it could do in theory. Shin had also watched the test that had been done at Armory 1 during one of Ayla's test flights. She had explained how the process worked and Shin believed he could do what Ayla had iterated. And it would save on resupply time for the impulse if the deuterion beam was used. If flyers could be loaded and sent out, then Shin could get fresh equipment to work with going forward. It was ideal except there was one point which came to Shin's mind that made the idea somewhat risky. While the deuterion beam was going, the impulse had less ability to do anything to defend itself. If there had been one thing Shin had picked up on during this assault, it was Omni was more than willing to take any opportunity to get the upper hand. They hadn't given any of Asgard's defending forces time to do much besides fight them. Those with him who were his allies would have to defend him while the impulse recharged. And Shin had confidence they would do just that for him. But if the chaos or one of the other two happened to pop up while he was resupplying, that was where the real risk came up in Shin's mind. Once the deuterion beam connected to the impulse, Shin would be committed until the beam shut off. However, going into the Minerva's hangar to do the resupply would take longer and time was of the essence. Nevertheless, even with the risks, Shin decided to go with the deuterion beam option for resupply to get it over with. Understood, Captain, Shin replied. Marin switched the call back to her console. You will need to be under 400 meters to be in effective range of the deuterion beam, Marin instructed. And you will need to remain facing the beam's emitter while it is transferring energy to the impulse. Shin figured the range of the deuterion beam wouldn't be a long distance. But there were the flyers which could be set to launch while he resupplied so they could be ready to send out when it was done. Got it, Marin, Shin returned. Have a chest flyer and a force silhouette flyer on the catapult ready to send out. The impulse kept closing the distance so Shin could get it into range for the deuterion beam. As the impulse was getting closer, Marin did as Shin had asked. She switched over to the channel she used as mobile suit controller to the hangar. All personnel, stand by for launching impulse flyers, Marin announced. A chest flyer and silhouette flyer will be sent to the catapult. Opening silhouette hangar 1, preparing to load silhouette flyer, stand by. Inside the central elevator system, a chest flyer was moved to link to the lift. The mentioned storage hangar split horizontally open, and a force silhouette flyer was loaded to the elevator. Once the two platforms were linked to the lift, the airtight shutters began rose up to enclose the elevator. Platform setup complete, central catapult online, opening airtight shutters, Marin stated over the speaker system. Emergency crews, stand by at launching positions. Raising central catapult to launch position. The chest flyer rose into launching position on the catapult before Marin saw the impulse was now in the outer range for the deuterion beam. Captain, the impulse is now in range for use of the deuterion beam. Talia knew using the deuterion beam during active combat would be risky, but it would be the quickest means to resupply power to the impulse. However, the closer it was the faster the beam would do its job, so the outer range wasn't ideal. With Marin loading flyers to send out to the impulse after recharge, the machine would be freshly equipped. Thus, Talia nodded. Tell the impulse to come to 200 meters, she ordered. Once it is at that distance, activate the deuterion's tracking system to lock in on the impulse's receiver. Shin acknowledged the order from Marin about the distance he was to be before the deuterion beam was used. When he was at 200 meters, Shin brought the impulse to a stop and faced the deuterion emitter on the port side of the Minerva. Minerva, Shin stated, I'm in position and ready for deuterion beam. Talia looked to Marin, activate tracking system and lock in the impulse's receiver. Marin did as she was told and had the deuterion's tracking system work on acquiring the impulse as the deuterion system's target. It was a moment later that Marin's console said the tracking systems had locked onto the impulse's deuterion receiver. Captain, the deuterion's tracking system has locked in the impulse, Marin announced. Ready for deuterion beam to fire and begin energy transfer. Talia's gaze shifted to Arthur, fire deuterion beam. The deuterion beam fired from the Minerva and connected with the receiver in the impulse's head. Shin watched as his battery's level began climbing at a steady rate. At the speed it was going, the impulse would be recharged in a little over a minute. While that was going on, Tyler was diving toward the chaos. He could see that the enemy Gundam had glanced toward the impulse which was by the Minerva. The impulse had a beam hitting it, likely recharging its battery somehow. Tyler figured while Shin was recharging, he wouldn't be able to do much to defend himself. He would make sure the chaos was too distracted by him to even think about the impulse. The enemy pilot was about to enter a horrible experience that they wouldn't soon forget. Tyler rammed/crashed into the chaos, sending it flying down toward the water. He followed the enemy Gundam intending to use it to distract others, as many as he could get away with. It was also an opportunity for Tyler to test the ZAFT Gundams and if ZAFT had changed their designs notably. Sting had been fighting the Federation forces, trying to work his way back to the enemy ZAFT Gundam. He wanted to take down the pest once and for all after the effort he'd put into the task. The trio had failed to defeat the machine with the multiple chances they'd had. It became a standing embarrassment for them the longer it took to take the enemy unit down. And from what Sting had seen in the last clash, his opponent was running out of options to work with to fight. If Sting could get to it before it got equipment to replace what it had lost, Sting felt he could take it down. That became an issue when Sting saw the enemy Gundam closing in on the ship it had been with before now. What the ZAFT ship was doing here wasn't Sting's problem, but its ability to resupply the blue and white Gundam was a serious problem. Sting had intended to go for his opponent once he finished with the Federation machines. He'd been on his way when something had crashed into him and sent him flying downward. Sting had to work to regain control of the chaos and get it out of the tumbling spiral he'd been knocked into. He was forced to shift the chaos into its armor mode, which had better flying capabilities, to regain control. Sting pulled back hard on his control sticks and made the chaos pull out of the forced dive before he hit the water. Once out of the dive, Sting glanced at his sensor readings to find who it was that had sent him tumbling toward the water. But there was no sign of any nearby that could have shoved the chaos into the spiral he'd just gotten out of. Then the next moment, Sting was rocked as something hit the chaos. When he glanced up, he found the red Gundam from before on top of the chaos. The enemy machine had been nicknamed the Red Meddler by Owl, Stella, and him. Tyler had gotten the Aurora to land right on top of the chaos just behind where the flight array was, with the pod fins easily in reach. He grabbed the weapon pods and gave them a test swivel to see if using them would be enough to steer. Tyler was pleased to see the weapon pods did get the desired result and were a means to steer the chaos. He intended to use the chaos as a vehicle and its weapon against Omni as he pleased. The chaos did try rolling to dislodge the Aurora, yet Tyler wasn't moved. This enemy pilot would have to do so much more to have a chance to get him off. After the rolls, Tyler used one of the Aurora's hands to push the sensor and camera bank down to make the multi-phase beam cannon usable. There were sparks as Tyler pushed the camera bank down, which he took to mean it was stuck where it was. That worked in his favor, as then the pilot couldn't hide the cannon while Tyler used it. Tyler had the new recharge cable which the Aurora now had and connected it to the chaos. He found his cable had connected to circuits which just happened to control the firing mechanism for the multi-phase cannon. That worked out great for Tyler, as it gave him exactly what he had wanted, which was a means to potentially fire off the chaos's cannon as he liked. To test his theory, Tyler sent a surge through the cable to the circuits, and a moment later the multi-phase cannon fired. A smile came to Tyler's face as his plan would now work as he envisioned, and it would be such fun. He would toy with his opponent before doing something to send them into something to mess with them. The kid was in for an unforgettable ride which they wouldn't be able to get out of their mind anytime soon. Sting hadn't liked the Red Meddler on the chaos's back, but his rolls hadn't gotten his opponent off at all. And that wasn't the only issue, the Red Meddler also could use the weapon pods to force the chaos to go the way it directed. In other words, the Red Meddler had complete control of where the chaos would fly, and there was little that Sting could do about it right now. That was bad enough, but the Red Meddler did more than just use the chaos as a personal flying machine. It forced the camera and sensor back down to reveal the Calidus Kai multi-phase beam cannon. Sting had a mere moment to wonder what his opponent was doing before his forward display showed the cannon was initiating a firing sequence. Sting blinked as the beam fired without any input from him, since that shouldn't happen or be possible. And yet, his multi-phase cannon had gone off without him pulling the trigger, which Sting couldn't wrap his head around. Tyler directed the chaos to head toward the area the Minerva was in. From what Tyler had last heard, the blue enemy Gundam was around there after evading the Aqua team for a bit. He didn't doubt that team would get to the abyss and pull it back to them. However, Tyler didn't know what Omni had going underwater specifically that the Aqua team had to deal with, so he wasn't going to blame them for losing one enemy for a bit. And as Tyler glanced forward and spotted the blue Gundam ahead fighting a gold Gundam and Federation machines, there was a clear line Tyler could fire down without allies in the way to hit accidentally. It was as if fate was begging Tyler to teach the misbehaving teen a much-needed lesson. Tyler wasn't going to deny fate's clear request. Thus, Tyler had the chaos point its cannon at its ally before he had the cannon fire. Sting had been trying to see what he could do to stop and remove the Red Meddler. However, he hadn't come up with anything which would likely work against his opponent. Yet, as Sting looked forward, he saw the abyss had come into his crosshairs for his multi-phase cannon. Sting got on the radio as quickly as he could. "Owl!" Sting exclaimed as Owl's face appeared on one of the comm screens. "Move, get out of the way." Owl's face frowned with anger. "What are you talking about?" Owl snapped. "I'm busy with the gold enemy. Buzz off and mind your own business." Sting glanced down at his forward display and found the cannon had just charged and was in the process of firing. "A beam is coming your way," Sting stated. "Evade." Owl would have snapped back at Sting, but an alarm blared, and when he looked up, he saw a beam zooming at him. He threw his controls to the right and managed to avoid the beam. When Owl looked in the direction the beam had come from, he found the chaos there with something red on it. Owl was angry that Sting had fired in his direction. Trios were to avoid friendly fire the best they could. That annoying point had been drilled into Owl by those at the lab to the point he couldn't feint not knowing it. "What the hell, man," Owl snarled. What are you doing attacking me, damn it? Sting hadn't pulled or even touched the trigger for his multi-phase beam cannon. The red meddler had somehow made the cannon fire without any input from him. I didn't, I swear, Sting insisted, the red meddler is on me and somehow is able to fire my multi-phase cannon without me doing anything. Owl looked again and saw the red Gundam which they had nicknamed the red meddler riding the chaos. He didn't know whether to quite believe Sting saying the meddler could somehow fire off Sting's cannon. Yet the red meddler had shown it could do weird things that weren't normal for others to do. At the same time, Matt had just finished off the Gundam he'd been fighting when a beam zoomed through the edge of his vision. When Matt glanced down, he saw the abyss forced to evade the said beam. Matt's gaze shifted back to where the beam had come from and paused, seeing the chaos flying over the water. The chaos was in its armor mode, but the strangest thing was that a red Gundam type was on its back. Matt swore he'd seen the red machine before but couldn't place where he would have seen it. The chaos's multi-phase beam cannon was out and seemed to be what had been used against the abyss. However, that made little sense as the chaos and abyss were supposed to be allies. The red Gundam brought out 2 cannons and appeared to keep the chaos going towards the abyss. Tyler had brought out the Aurora's plasma cannons intending to use them with the next attack. He already had seen the signal of the Y-142 Leviathan heading for the abyss. Tyler intended to set the abyss up to be captured by the Leviathan and dragged back down underwater. The chaos was closing the distance between it and the abyss as Tyler waited for the right time to pull the trigger. The abyss faced the chaos again and Tyler had the chaos fire its cannon, and a second later he fired his plasma cannons. Tyler watched as his target avoided the shots sent their way as he expected. Yet the point wasn't to hit the abyss, it was to force them down toward the water so the Leviathan could drag it under. Owl had to have the abyss lean back and drop closer to the water to avoid the shot from the chaos. The other 2 beams had forced Owl to not move to either side or take potential damage. He wasn't happy the red meddler was messing his and others mellow as they seemed to do every time they popped up. Owl fully intended to make the red meddler pay for their actions and get payback on them. Then he could focus back on the gold Gundam, take it down and get back to work. However, Owl barely caught something going on below him before something hit the abyss. Owl was processing what was going on as a chain wrapped around the abyss. He got a glimpse of what looked like an arrow or anchor hook over his left arm. Then the abyss jerked downward toward the water. Owl realized the pests he'd fought against underwater had caught up with him. Owl shouted curses as the abyss was pulled downward and used his thrusters to fight the pull. He wasn't going to let the pests pull him back down underwater so they could gang up on him and force him back into the environment they could beat him. Owl continued to curse as he fought against the chain wrapped around the abyss pulling downward. He managed to stop the abyss from dipping into the water, but it was much closer than Owl wanted to be. Owl knew the closer to the water he came, the more likely the pests would pull him under the surface. And it was the abyss's thrusters that was keeping Owl above water. But he knew the thrusters wouldn't be able to keep him above the water forever. Yet, the chain had trapped the abyss's arms so Owl couldn't free himself immediately. The choice was made for Owl when 2 of the pests popped out of the water on either side of the abyss. They used their chain weapons to wrap around the abyss's legs before they dived below the water again. The drag force increased on Owl as the 2 other chains added to the first. Owl cursed harder as he found his suit's thrusters were overcome and the abyss began sinking into the water. Tyler smirked as the abyss was dragged down underwater by the Leviathan and 2 allies. The disturbed teen had fallen for the trick Tyler had set up for them. That had one of the ZAFT Gundams busy for a time thanks to the Aqua team. That left 2 of Omni's stolen Gundams to deal with and get out of the assault. Tyler had control of the green one and the final one was stuck on Omni ships the last Tyler had seen. So, Tyler had the recharge cable retract before he stomped down on the chaos and sent it into the water. He didn't expect the enemy Gundams to stay underwater for long before coming back up. And when that machine resurfaced, Tyler had no doubt they would be gunning for him as intended. Tyler was still attracting attention of the green Gundam so it wouldn't seek out the impulse. So, he shifted the Aurora into its flight mode after sending his opponent into the water before swinging around in a tight arc. Matt was trying to take in what he'd just witnessed as it was so beyond expectations that it didn't seem like it was real. The Red Federation Gundam had just been using the chaos like a ghoul of sorts and made it look easy. Then it had been able to have the multi-phase cannon go off on command somehow. Those 2 points were definitely odd, and Matt would say such should be looked into to find whatever flaw had been exploited to get the cannon to go off without the pilot pulling the trigger. The Federation Gundam also had fought the Abyss using its own weapons and the Chaos's cannon and forced them into some type of trap. The Abyss had been caught by something and had started fighting from being dragged under the water after evading the attacks. 2 other machines had popped out of the water and had added to the force which was dragging the Abyss down. In the end, the Federation Gundam whipped the 2 better than any from the Minerva had before. They had used methods that were not just unorthodox but bordered on almost crazy and ridiculous. If Matt hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would question whoever told him about what he'd seen. Matt looked back to where the Impulse was charging with the Deuterion beam. Ray and Federation suits were keeping Gundams from getting to the Impulse. To be honest, Matt was still impressed that Shin had been managing to hold his own alongside the Federation up till the Minerva had arrived. It couldn't have been easy for the kid, especially with the Impulse unable to switch out or replace equipment. Matt would challenge any to go through what Shin had and do anywhere near as well as him in his situation. And if him making it back to the Minerva after being separated and fighting against Omni didn't endorse him for being a Gundam pilot, Matt would question what else could. Shin had shown talent and potential before, he'd displayed even more in the last 2 weeks. The National Defense Committee would have to have something against the kid to not see the potential in him as a Gundam pilot after this. The Impulse's battery reached full after around a minute for Shin. It had been far quicker than the 10 minutes than those in the Asgard hangar had been able to do. Not that Shin blamed those that had been resupplying the Impulse, they had been doing the best they could with what they had. His allies had kept Omni forces off him while the Impulse had recharged, to which he was grateful. Yet now that the Impulse's battery was full, Shin just needed to switch out equipment and be ready to get back into the fight. Omni needed to be ousted from Asgard, Shin firmly believed it was necessary, more so now than earlier in the assault. If Omni had any kind of victory, whether real or something they cooked up, terrible things would follow. They would use what happened here to push for further conflict which could become a war. Thus, Shin wanted to see this through to the end and do what he could to help stop the Alliance from plunging humanity into darkness. The moment the deuterion beam was cut off, Shin had the Impulse move to line up with the launch path of the flyers. Minerva, Shin said, send out the flyers. Do it one after the other as quickly as you can. Marin hesitated at Shin's request. It wasn't him telling her to launch the flyers that had her pausing. It was the second part which had Marin hesitating since there was a standard launching speed for the Impulse flyers. Shin was telling her to disregard the standard and send out the flyers faster. Marin glanced at the captain in hopes she would give her an answer to whether she should do as Shin says or not. She told the captain of what Shin was asking her to do. Talia was a tad surprised Shin was wanting flyers sent out quicker than the standard speeds. Shin had done beyond any expectation of him thus far and had done just fine with what he had to work with. It sounded like Shin was aware of what he was doing and was in control of himself and not doing reckless things. Thus, Talia told Marin to do what Shin said and give whatever he needed. Marin nodded and put in the command to open the catapult to start sending out the flyers. Shin came into the launching path when the catapult opened, and the track lit up to show it was activated. The chest flyer shot out from the catapult focusing Shin's attention to what he needed to do. Shin had the force silhouette eject from the hardpoint and it fell to the ocean below. A second after the backpack was free, Shin had the chest section disconnect and follow the silhouette's path toward the water. Keeping the Impulse in the air became more difficult with just the legs left, but Shin managed it. He lined up to connect to the chest flyer when his sensors told him the silhouette flyer had launched out. The docking with the chest flyer was rougher than normal, but Shin didn't mind that. He quickly locked the chest flyer, and the cockpit updated his controls to include the chest section. Shin then pulled back hard on his controls to have the Impulse suddenly climb and orient it to have its hardpoint facing the path of the silhouette flyer. The silhouette flyer detached its Dragoon flyer and had the silhouette have just enough time to activate its docking laser. Shin didn't need the laser as the silhouette was in line with the hardpoint. It did bang when it connected with the hardpoint before Shin locked the backpack on. Shin now had all the offensive options he'd started with at the start of the battle and a fresh shield to work with. Shin spotted the chaos coming out of the water and quickly seeking out Commander McGregor's Gundam. The commander's machine was in its armor form and was coming out of a tight arc to face the chaos. Shin headed for the two Gundams fighting intending to assist Commander McGregor and send the chaos running. Tyler came out of his arc facing the chaos who had come out of the water by that point. He shifted the Aurora out of its flight mode without changing his speed. That put Tyler under increased G-force, but Tyler was more than up to handle such things. He planned to fight up close and personal now for as long as the Green Gundam pilot could take the punishment. The Chaos aimed its beam rifle at the Aurora and began firing bolts in Tyler's direction. The Aurora weaved out of the path of the bolts, doing barrel rolls and other acrobatics. Tyler could see the pilot was letting their emotions get the better of them and be an unintended influence. Because of that, the teen was not in control as they had been somewhat before. They were making small mistakes which they hadn't been before. Sting was getting more frustrated as the Red Meddler was evading his attack, and making it look irritatingly easy. The enemy machine had been humiliating Sting for the last 5 minutes or more and Sting hadn't been able to turn that around. Not only had the Red Meddler used him to attack Owl with the Chaos's multi-phase beam cannon, but there had also been more to the point. The Abyss had been forced into an enemy trap which got the Abyss pulled under the water by an enemy team. Then they had sent him into the water further embarrassing Sting, adding insult to injury. Thus, Sting wanted payback on the Red Meddler for the humiliation it had forced down his throat. However, Sting was forced to lower his rifle and raise his shield as the Meddler got right up in front of him. Tyler had the Aurora use its right hand in the form of a fist and slammed it into the Chaos's shield hard. Sting was caught off guard slightly that the Red Meddler had not used any of its weapons, but its fist to punch his shield. He'd never had an opponent not use a weapon against him during a fight. But it didn't end there. Sting's opponent whipped around to get behind the Chaos a second after punching the shield. Sting was jerked forward as the Aurora kicked the back of the Chaos as hard if not harder than it had punched. Tyler kept up his fisticuffs assault on the Chaos, not giving the teen the chance to effectively counter. It was to throw off the teen as those from the project were easily distracted by completely unexpected actions. And the last thing most pilots would expect in a mobile suit fight was a fisticuff-type attack strategy being used against them. Shin had begun his dive toward the Aurora and Chaos after he'd been re-equipped. However, as he got closer, he was taken aback at seeing Commander McGregor not using weapons against the Chaos, but his suit's hands and legs as a martial artist would. Employing that kind of fighting style with a mobile suit was unheard of as far as Shin knew of. And while Commander McGregor had come off as the kind of person who didn't go by the book or the normal expectation, Shin hadn't thought it could be to this extent. Yet, Shin witnessed the Chaos manage to get a beam saber out and swing it at the Aurora. He zoomed downward drawing his own saber and slashed at the Chaos. Sting had managed to get a beam saber out and swung it at the Red Meddler to get it to back off from him. He needed space to counter his opponent and the Meddler hadn't been giving him that space at all with its actions. And the saber swing did get his opponent to back up somewhat and give Sting a little breathing room for the moment. However, an alarm snapped Sting's attention to his right and saw the blue and white ZAFT Gundam coming down at him. Sting had just enough time to shift his shield to block the enemy's beam saber slashing down at him. He had the Chaos back away from the ZAFT machine, but the Red Meddler swooped in and sliced with its own beam saber. While Sting caught the saber with his shield, the force of the swing was pushing the Chaos back slowly. Sting pushed his throttle forward to counter the force, which worked momentarily. Yet, Sting knew his position had gone south and was getting worse by the second. He was now facing two Gundams at the same time, which put him at a disadvantage. Fighting against the Red Meddler one-on-one was difficult enough to begin with. It seemed to have more power than the Chaos did even with a full battery. Sting assumed that as the Red Meddler appeared not to have to resupply as often as he and the others of his trio did. The previous encounter had shown that even if Sting had Owl and Stella helping him, they would be in for a hard fight. And now the ZAFT Gundam was teaming up with the Red Meddler, which added difficulty and complexity to the fight which Sting didn't need. His chances of getting away from this fight without paying a harsh price was plummeting, and Sting knew it. Tyler could see his opponent was using their thrusters to attempt to stand against the Aurora. He would applaud the effort, as it was admirable for them to do that with what had already happened in the skirmish between them. However, the ZAFT Gundam's thrusting power was not a match for the Aurora's, not by a long shot. And Tyler would prove that to the teen pilot and hopefully scare them enough for them to go away and leave Shin alone for a time. So, Tyler pushed his throttles forward to their first stops. The Aurora's thrusters output increased to what it would have a top cruising speed under supersonic speeds. That got the Chaos to resume being pushed back and downward slowly but surely. Sting could feel the increased shaking of the cockpit as the Chaos fought against the enemy's pushing force. They had begun pushing harder, which told Sting the Chaos would lose out in the end with the pushing match. The Red Meddler had more thrusting power than the Chaos could put out for an extended period of time. And he was getting closer and closer to the ocean's surface the longer Sting fought. He didn't want to go under, as those Owl was going against would then gang up on him too. Sting glanced down at his displays and found his battery power was sinking to a worrisome level. He needed to resupply, and that was enough of a reason to cut his losses and give up for the moment on getting payback with the Red Meddler. He'd lost against the Red Meddler in this instance, and there was no way to deny that. So, Sting had the Chaos roll away from the Aurora and retreated back toward the Omni fleet so he could resupply. Tyler let the Chaos run away after getting out from under, pushing him down to the water. He didn't think that would be the last he'd see of the green enemy Gundam during Omni's assault on Asgard. But that should give Shin some time not having to deal with at least two of the stolen ZAFT Gundams. Tyler considered that a small victory for the time it would last. And Tyler would applaud Shin jumping in against an enemy. The kid certainly had the drive to follow through on something he started. Tyler turned toward the Impulse. "Good to see you managed to resupply and change out your equipment, Shin," Tyler remarked. "You certainly seem to need the opportunity to do that if you could get it. And it was a pleasure to make sure it was uninterrupted by the enemy Gundams, I assure you." Shin was grateful that Commander McGregor had kept the Chaos busy while he'd been resupplying and equipping the Impulse. Not only that, but the commander had also thrown off the Abyss as well, distracting it from assaulting the Minerva. "Thank you for the help, sir," Shin replied. He would see the battle through to its conclusion. There was nothing that would dissuade him from doing so. "I'll use the opportunity to make a difference on this battlefield." Tyler didn't doubt that Shin would make a difference no matter how small it may be in this fight. So, Tyler said no more, merely headed to a different area of the field as the Impulse rejoined the squadron it had been working with. There were still no signs that the assault was close to an end yet from what Tyler could see. Omni was still surging forward, trying to push toward Asgard itself. Being halted hadn't dampened Omni's efforts if Tyler were to give his opinion. There had been a second try at dropping forces in if the orbital cannons going off was anything to go by. But Tyler heard nothing to the effect that Omni's drop forces had gotten to the ground any more than the first group had. This fight had already been going on for more than 3 hours and would likely continue for hours more. Tyler had feared this would be a long day, but not this bad when he'd heard about Omni coming. Tyler was going along taking down Omni machines as he went, almost bored with the routine which had quickly resumed. He wanted something to break the boredom which had quickly come on after taking on the 2 enemy Gundams. One couldn't really call Tyler fighting the Windams dancing since it almost felt like he was being a bully with the difference in skills and experience. That didn't mean Tyler was unwilling to do what he was, but it just didn't have much satisfaction. It was fulfilling duty and even that was a loose way of looking at the idea to Tyler. And yet, Tyler didn't see much of a chance of the routine changing. There weren't many Windam pilots which could fight Tyler and make him have to draw on his skills. At the same time, Neo had just gotten back out to the field after resupplying still looking got the Red Gundam. Neo had tried to fight the Red Gundam several times over the last hour. But each time he'd begun his approach, Federation forces would attack him and stop his pursuit. Neo had got glimpses of Sting fighting the ZAFT Gundam during the hour of pursuit. He applauded Sting for working to take down the ZAFT Gundam. The enemy unit had been a challenge and a danger since it had been first spotted inside Armory 1. The sooner it was defeated and preferably destroyed, the better for Omni and the Alliance. And without its carrier around, the chances of being successful at taking it down rose as it couldn't replenish equipment. Nevertheless, from what Neo had heard with the chatter of the trio, things had taken a non-nice turn. While Sting had made an attempt against the ZAFT Gundam, the enemy and its allies had pushed the chaos back. And when Sting had tried again, the Red Meddler, which was the Red Federation Gundam, had appeared and jerked Sting's attention to it instead. Owl had mentioned the annoying ZAFT ship had appeared and that he would be the one to take it down. Neo had made his way toward where Owl had been and saw the teen had been right. The vessel that had chased the Gertie Lu had appeared in this battle. What the Minerva was doing around Asgard, Neo could only guess. It wanted to get the blue and white Gundam back. The issue was that the ship was a powerful one, and it gave the opportunity to resupply the blue and white Gundam. Omni hadn't gotten as close as they had to taking down a ZAFT Gundam as they had during the assault. The blue and white Gundam had been running low on offensive equipment by what Sting had said. That put it at a disadvantage, which made the chance to destroy it better. If to be proven right, the enemy Gundam had reached the ZAFT ship and gotten resupplied and switched out for fresh equipment. That had been frustrating enough, but the Red Gundam had stepped in and made things worse. Neo had seen the pilot of the Federation Gundam could use unorthodox methods to achieve results. And they had proven they had a knack for the idea again in this battle a few times, and in this instance, had done something that both concerned and impressed Neo. First, they had used a similar trick of riding the chaos that Neo had experienced with his armor. However, they had then proceeded to use the chaos's multi-phase beam cannon. How they could have fired it, thereby superseding Sting, was beyond Neo's ability to explain. Granted, it was impressive they had found such a flaw and then exploited it. The enemy Gundam had used the chaos against the Abyss along with its own cannons. And with that action, they had led Owl unknowingly into a trap which had the Abyss dragged beneath the water. Sting had shortly followed when the Red Gundam had stomped the chaos into the water. Neo wouldn't deny the two had been cleanly whipped by their opponent. Nor did he fault them for their responses, as their opponent had been anything but average or predictable. Neo had followed the Red Gundam as it left the area where the ZAFT ship was. He would leave the new enemy ship to the fleet and others. Neo would focus on hampering the work of the enemy Gundam the best he could. It was too dangerous to leave alone and not do something to slow it down. And as he approached, it seemed that Neo would catch the enemy Gundam by surprise. It was fighting a Windam and had its back to Neo, which he wouldn't say no to. It was a rare thing to take a Gundam type unaware, but it was one of the more effective ways to fight them and overcome their advantage. Neo would love nothing more than to take the red machine down for the embarrassments it had put him through. Tyler sliced a Windam in half when an alarm went off for something coming from behind. He whipped to the right and saw a beam saber going through where he'd been. The view Tyler got was of a Windam, but it was sporting different colors than the vast majority. It was purple and green rather than the white and blue others were. Tyler blocked the next saber swing with her shield, figuring the custom colors meant he was facing a special group leader or the Alliance equivalent of a licensed pilot. Perhaps, whoever this was might actually draw Tyler out of his boredom even if briefly. Thus, Tyler drew one of his own beam sabers and deflected the next attack done against him. However, when the Windam took out its beam rifle and was using it in tandem with its saber, Tyler began to study his opponent more. Most Omni pilots wouldn't use a close-range and non-close-ranged weapon at the same time. And if they did, their performance ranged from bad to abysmal. Yet, the pilot Tyler was going against was doing decently. After a little over 10 seconds, Tyler started to recognize the general fighting style he was dealing with. At the revelation, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Well, Tyler mused, isn't this an unexpected coincidence? Who would have thought Tin Can Pilot would pop up around here of all places? And face off against me, who has whipped them thrice before now. Man, someone has to have something against them if they keep pitting us against each other. But hey, I'm not going to complain about toying with Tin Can Pilot with this opportunity. Neo was shoved back as he had been getting closer to this opponent. The use of his beam rifle and saber had gained him some distance but not enough to get a good strike. The bolts had been either missing or hitting and dispersing on the enemy's shield so far. Yet, as Neo surged forward again shooting his rifle, his enemy's shield changed, seeming to expand. His bolts suddenly changed from hitting and dispersing to changing direction a split second before hitting the shield. After seeing two incidents, it appeared to be much like the recordings of the Alliance's Geschmeidig Panzer Neo had seen. It wouldn't be shocking if the Federation had developed general deflection technology to an annoyingly credible standard by this point. It could explain why the bombing attempts Omni had managed to do hadn't done anything. Neo had thought the bombing craft had just been intercepted before being able to drop their payload. But maybe there had been more to the failure than he'd thought there was. Nevertheless, a beeping inside Neo's cockpit drew his attention out of his thoughts. Upon looking down to find a message on the main system display, an all too familiar irritation came to Neo. The enemy Gundam pilot had taunted him before beating him, and apparently, they had no intention to change that behavior. The message was as follows. My oh my, our paths cross once again Tinkin pilot. How funny or perhaps for you irritating it must be for us to keep bumping into one another. I have to question if someone has a grudge or the like against you for this to keep happening. I say that because your chances against me haven't increased or really changed from our previous encounters. Thus far, you've only proven to me that while you have more tailored options with a mobile suit, it doesn't help you against me. And yet, unlike most of you in Omni and the Earth Alliance, I ain't so stingy to thumb my nose at you and refuse an opportunity. With how generous I can be, I give you the privilege of an attempt to best me. However, with what you've shown me, your chances of doing that said besting are slim to none and really closer to none. So, I doubt I have anything to worry about from you any more than I did the last few times. But don't let me giving you the statistical truth stop you from trying and likely failing spectacularly. By all means, dance with me the best you can and help me come out of my boredom briefly, ya Tinkin pilot. The message was exactly along the same lines as those that had come before. It was meant to set off Neo and make him mad, likely to blind him into making reckless mistakes. The enemy Gundam pilot was insulting him in multiple ways as they had before. The shots were a tad more pointed than before, but not too different in what they aimed for. Yet, Neo wouldn't give this crazy enemy pilot the satisfaction of getting a rise out of him. Not only was that the aim of Neo's opponent, but they clearly felt enjoyment from the poor reactions they drew out, and they used it to their advantage. Neo wouldn't be caught off guard as he had been before. For all their prodding and insulting, Neo had seen the enemy pilot was skilled. It was an expectation a Gundam pilot would be above average, but this one was a level or more above that. Neo knew if he was to have any chance of doing anything effective against the enemy Gundam, he would have to fight extremely smartly. The Gundam pilot had shown themselves to be dangerous if underestimated, so Neo would not make that mistake. He couldn't be emotional and would need to be clearly focused on the goal rather than the steps to get to it. Anything less than that and Neo would likely be whipped as he had been before by this guy. So, Neo calmed himself, clearing his mind of distractions from the battle going on around him. The insults being hurled at him were nothing more than words. This enemy could only be beaten by fighting hard and taking opportunities when they popped up to get in an effective attack. The fight or rather dance between the Purple Windom and Aurora began with the two exchanging simple attacks. The flow of the fight shifted from one range to another from 1 second to another. It would shift at one moment to close quarters with beam sabers and shield bashing. Then the next the two facing each other at a distance using projectile and beam weapons. Neo used his beam sabers when close and had matched his opponent with shield bashing when the Aurora started doing so. When at a distance, Neo switched to his beam rifle and Werger missile and Mk1323 rocket pods against the Aurora. The projectiles didn't do visible damage to Neo's opponent other than the sight of sparks due to their phase shift armor. However, even if the shots wouldn't do visible damage, they would drain the Gundam's power levels and Neo would take that for the moment. On Tyler's end, he matched the Purple Windom at the varying ranges their fight would change to. He considered combining his beam sabers into the dual Corsic but decided against that. It would take more time to combine and then separate the sabers than the advantage it could give Tyler. At the non-close ranges, Tyler relied on his beam rifle and shield. He did use his plasma cannons every once in a while, but Tyler didn't see a reason to use them against the Windom. His shield's deflection system was quite effective when employed. That was so since Tyler would deflect beams in the direction the Windom would move in. That in turn required Tinkin pilot to have to evade the deflected beams. Nevertheless, there was something about this fight which was nagging Tyler which he couldn't dismiss. The Tinkin pilot's fighting style stuck out not just because it was different than the average Omni pilot, there was more to it than that. But Tyler couldn't exactly put his finger on what about the fighting style was nagging at him so. It seemed kind of familiar, like Tyler had seen something like it before. And Tyler didn't tend to remember specific fighting styles unless they were used by certain individuals, or it was extremely unusual. However, Tyler for the life of him couldn't place where he'd seen anything like the style the Tinkin pilot used. Still, Tyler's intuition wouldn't allow the oddity to be waved off as something which wasn't somehow important, little as it may be. It kind of annoyed Tyler that the point nagged at him since he couldn't figure out why. On the other hand, Neo was doing his best to stay in the fight against the Red Gundam, which was no small task. He was drawing on every skill and tactic he knew or had in his box of tricks to stay in the fight and not fall behind. Neo had come to the conclusion that the Federation pilot he was going against was more than good before this encounter. However, he was forced to reassess his conclusion about the enemy pilot. They were far more than good, they were at least an expert and perhaps beyond even that. In fact, Neo was confident that his opponent could give any Sword a real run for their money in a fight if not beat them. Within minutes, Neo couldn't say how long he would be able to keep up in this fight, let alone stay in it. He was close to going all out currently, and that was putting a great deal of pressure on him. Time seemed to rush by for Neo with how involved he was in the fight while it was steady for Tyler. Tyler would admit that Tin Can Pilot wasn't half bad in a fight, and that was a type of compliment. Against other Federation pilots, his opponent would have a better chance to win a fight than other Omni pilots. Granted, Tyler was not an average or close to ordinary pilot compared to others. He was quite the opposite really, being a top/ace pilot within the Federation. But Tyler would acknowledge when another showed notable skills and used them against him. That fed the nagging feeling Tyler kept having, but he didn't pay that much attention with the fight going on. However, Tyler was slowly but surely pushing his opponent toward the end with them on the losing side. It was within a little over 5 minutes that Tyler saw an opportunity to finish this fight, and he took it. Neo saw the shield bash coming at him but spotted it a little too late to avoid the strike. He was knocked back by the shield slamming into the torso of his Gundam. Neo was flying back for a moment before he regained control of his suit and stabilized his flight into a hover. Yet, a single glance at this sensor display told Neo he was in an extremely bad position. His Gundam was exposed and in a clear firing line for his opponent. And there was little reason for the enemy Gundam not to take the perfect shot which Neo's position provided. Neo had been beaten cleanly, and he couldn't deny that by the Federation Gundam pilot. At the same time, Stella was still jumping from ship to ship, shooting at the planes which were attacking those Neo and her trio had come with. She had been frustrated being bounded or chained to the ships. Sting and Owl had been able to go out, Sting in the air and Owl in the water, leaving her behind. That hadn't stopped Stella from firing at the Federation's defending forces while on the Omni vessels. However, the enemies would focus on her when she tried to make her way forward and gain traction. Thus, she had been unable to advance forward and make progress in this fight. She had been doing her best, so Neo would praise her efforts. Maybe if she shot down enough enemy machines or took down an extremely strong enemy, Neo would say how impressed he was of her. Stella would make Neo proud of her by the end of this fight. Nonetheless, Stella was brought out of her concentrated mindset to earn praise from Neo at an unexpected sight. She spotted Neo's Gundam over a Spengler-class carrier looking to be in a fight with someone else. As Stella studied Neo's attacker for a moment and found it was none other than the Red Meddler. She hated the Red Meddler as it had embarrassed her badly before with Sting and especially Owl not letting her live it down. Stella would love nothing more than to get payback against the Red Meddler. She began making her way closer to the pair so she could take on the Red Meddler. But as Stella was getting closer, she saw Neo get knocked back from the Red Meddler. What infuriated her was the Red Meddler had the gall to point its rifle at Neo. She wouldn't let the Red Meddler do anything to hurt Neo and get away with it. Stella took a leap off the closest ship and used her thrusters to surge upward toward the two. Neo glanced back at the Aurora, which was bringing its beam rifle to point directly at him. Time seemed to slow down to a slow-motion crawl for Neo as he watched the rifle come into prime firing position. Neo wouldn't have the time to shift his shield to block before his opponent could pull the trigger and the bolt reach him. His opponent had bested him once again, and this time the results wouldn't be nice to him by providing another day to fight. However, as Neo was accepting his fate, a blur came from his left heading toward the enemy Gundam. The blur crashed into the Federation Gundam and dragged them down toward the Spengler class directly below. It was a moment later Neo recognized the blur was the Gaia. Simply put, Stella had just saved him from potential death by his Gundam being destroyed. Tyler had intended to shoot Tin Can Pilot in a non-vital area since he didn't want to kill the guy. Tin Can Pilot was annoying, but not disgusting enough to deserve to die in Tyler's opinion. The guy may be scum for what he and others did at the Milo's outpost, but something in Tyler told him the guy wasn't a lost cause. However, before Tyler could disable the purple Gundam, something had shot toward him. Tyler hadn't had the time to react more than to start to move out of the way. But the blur or whatever it had been had slammed into the Aurora and dragged it downward. Tyler had quickly began having the Aurora struggle against whatever was dragging him down toward the Spengler-class carrier. He managed to kick the weight dragging him down off but still had to land it on the deck of the Omni vessel. Tyler came down hard to the ship deck, buckling the metal somewhat. Tyler looked forward and found the black enemy Gundam facing him at the other end of the vessel's launch deck. He'd seen the enemy Gundam before during the battle off and on. It had tried to move forward but was quickly countered and pushed back by Asgard defending forces. Mostly, it had been stuck on Omni vessels shooting at Tyler's allies while jumping from ship to ship. Tyler was kind of impressed the teen pilot had managed to get to where he and Tinkin pilot had been dancing. Then for them to get to that height without flight equipment was kind of neat, as it would have been somewhat difficult. Yet, it was clear the Black Gundam pilot wanted to have a go at Tyler for one reason or another. In previous encounters, the Black Gundam had been the more naive reckless of the three Gundams. So, Tyler wasn't too concerned with the enemy pilot he was about to face off with. Stella had gotten a hold of the Red Meddler and dragged them down toward the Spengler class, thereby saving Neo. The Red Meddler had managed to break Stella's hold on it, yet she had pulled it down enough to get it away from Neo. She oriented the Gaia to land on the Spengler after she used her thrusters to soften the landing. The Red Meddler hit the ship's deck harder than Stella had, causing the deck to bow downward somewhat. Stella fully intended to make the enemy pilot pay for attacking Neo and potentially trying to kill him. She also wanted payback for the embarrassment the Red Meddler had caused her. Sting had already lost against the Red Meddler twice in this fight alone. Owl had been beaten by them as well and pulled back under the water by other enemies. Stella wouldn't be beaten as easily as the other members of her trio. The Red Meddler wouldn't have the element of surprise to work with nor catch her off guard as they had before. Tyler had decided to let his new opponent have the first move in this fight. There were no other Omni suits on the ship's deck, and none seemed to be moving to help the Black Gundam that Tyler could see. Not that he blamed Omni's forces for not helping their Gundams. The pilots could be as dangerous to them as to their enemies, those from the project had proven that. The Black Gundam's pilot was the one Tyler knew the least about. They were the only female and had aggressive tendencies, but that was the extent of what Tyler had gleaned about them. So, Tyler would gauge them by how they fought and the general style they chose to employ. With that in mind, Tyler shifted his shield to be in front of him and drew a beam saber but didn't ignite it. He wouldn't attack for the moment, just defend and counter as needed to observe the girl's fighting style. Stella took out a beam saber before she surged forward toward the Red Meddler. She would slice them up good and make them suffer before she finished them for the embarrassment and trying to hurt Neo. Stella charged the Aurora, bringing her saber down at it, but her opponent used their shield to block her swing. She expected the Red Meddler to counter her, but to her slight surprise they only shoved her back a bit. They had what appeared to be a beam saber hilt in their right hand, but it hadn't been ignited. That confused Stella as her opponent wasn't fighting back against her, merely seemed to be defending against her. Such made no sense to Stella as none had done that before nor had any at the lab stated enemies would do that. That wouldn't stop her from doing what she could to defeat the Red Meddler, but it threw her off a bit. The Gaia pressed forward, to which Tyler used his shield to block, and after the first two strikes he ignited his saber using it to parry blows. The fighting style was aggressive, but the pilot seemed to be kind of confused. Tyler's opponent did change things up a bit when they jumped back and used their high-energy beam cannons. He evaded the first two shots and dispersed the third on his shield, but still didn't move forward to attack the Gaia. Tyler could have whipped his opponent without a great deal of problems, but he was curious about the trio Tinkin pilot had been using. They seemed different than those from the enhanced human project Tyler had met thus far. The differences were subtle but still there, and it had him wonder what could have changed with the project for that to be the case. They were aggressive and prone to violent tendencies like the others. However, there seemed to be a modicum of control which hadn't been present in those who had come before. After a few minutes, Tyler made the decision to capture this machine so he might talk with the pilot. It wouldn't be easy, but if he used common ZAFT design flaws, it would be quite feasible. As far as Tyler understood, ZAFT hadn't improved one of the standing flaws their mobile suits tended to have. The joints, like with the arms and legs, weren't made with taking a serious physical beating in mind. ZAFT seemed to think that the joints wouldn't be targeted as much as other parts of their mobile suits. He didn't see a reason that thought would be any different with ZAFT's Gundams. Tyler could exploit that short-sightedness and disable the Gaia's arms from being used. From there, Tyler would shake the Gundam's cockpit around to get things moving in the desired direction. Phase shift armor, as good of a defense as it was, could be circumvented through an opponent using attacks that delivered impact rather than piercing armor. That may do some minor injuries to the pilot, but it wouldn't do serious ones that could kill them. So, Tyler moved forward toward the Gaia to employ his plan. Stella had been trying all sorts of things to take down the Red Meddler. She had gone through the majority of the Gaia's arsenal and had no luck. Her opponent had blocked, parried, or dodged all of her attacks. They had been doing that for minutes and making it appear frustratingly easy. Stella had made sure the frustration she felt wouldn't get the better of her. Owl always let his emotions sway him, and that made him more reckless than he normally was. Stella wouldn't do the same as him. She would be better than he was during a fight. She would prove she could do something that Owl and even Sting hadn't managed to do. Neo would definitely praise her after she took down the Red Meddler. That thought was solidified as the Red Gundam surged forward toward Stella. Tyler weaved from side to side as he closed the distance between him and his opponent to dodge the beam sent his way. The girl's fighting style wasn't bad, with it being aggressive and didn't give much of an opportunity to counter. However, it didn't do well against those like Tyler who could predict its flow well enough to deal with. The girl had just been put up against a bad matchup even when she hadn't been aware of it. Tyler could almost feel sorry for her if she wasn't causing trouble with Omni. He got up close to which Gaia drew one of its beam sabers, raising it up in preparation for a downward strike. Tyler twisted to the left and sent the Aurora's left hand in the fist and slammed into the Gaia's right elbow joint. Tyler jumped back as the Gaia swung its beam saber horizontal sweep. However, Tyler noticed the movement of the elbow joint was sluggish, meaning his blow had done what he'd intended. If Tyler could hit the Gaia's elbow and shoulder joints a few times, then his opponent's arms would be essentially disabled. Stella had missed with the vertical swing on the red meddler and the following horizontal sweep was no different. Her opponent had gotten a blow in on her right arm which had been a punch and that was odd. But the blow hadn't seemed to do anything to the Gaia, so Stella ignored the action. And yet, the odd attack didn't make sense for the red meddler. They didn't waste strikes and attacks against those it fought that Stella had seen. It was a nagging feeling that wouldn't leave her alone as she kept trying to slash the red meddler into pieces. Her opponent kept punching the Gaia and seemed to be focusing on the arm and shoulder joints for some reason. It was as the red meddler leapt back that Stella was reaching for her beam rifle that she realized what her opponent had been doing. Stella had the Gaia reach for its beam rifle that an alarm began going off and when she glanced down, she saw what the red meddler had been doing. The Gaia's right arm wasn't responding properly anymore. The arm joint had been damaged enough to be stuck and not move right. Stella tried the left arm and found it was in the same problematic position. Her opponent had disabled both the Gaia's arms with its odd blow without her even suspecting their action's intention. And with her arms not working, beam sabers, the rifle, and the shield weren't usable in this fight. Even if she could shift the Gaia into its armor mode, the issue would be much the same. The next thing Stella registered, the cockpit shook, catching her off guard. She looked up and found her cameras were being blocked by what appeared to be a hand. Tyler had noticed his opponent had begun understanding their suit's arms were disabled. So, Tyler had shot forward and grabbed the Gaia's head and lifted the suit by its head. Tyler then started punching the Gaia's torso over and over. The blows should be whipping around the pilot and drive them toward losing consciousness. This was the best method that Tyler could come up with to capture the Black Gundam. The pilot had to be unable to control the machine and them being unconscious was ideal. Thus, Tyler continued to strike the Gaia's torso to shake and rattle around the pilot to knock them out. Stella was being whipped around as the hits kept coming. The cameras remained covered for the most part which had her realize her opponent had the Gaia by the head. She tried struggling as she could when she had her hands on the controls. But her hands kept slipping off the controls as she was whipped around with each impact. Her seat's restraint belts were keeping her from flying around the cockpit, but each impact had the belts cutting into her pilot suit. Stella tried to keep calm, but that attempt quickly failed as fear and panic washed over her. She still did all she could to struggle in her opponent's grip, but nothing changed. Each hit made it harder for Stella to concentrate properly. The jerking up and down of her head was causing increasing pain, fear, and panic she was feeling. Tyler kept slamming punch after punch against the Gaia. His opponent did struggle in the Aurora's hold, but Tyler kept his firm hold on the Black Gundam's head. It was clear that the female teen was panicking and was desperately trying to get out of what she was in. Tyler would do what he could to help the girl later on, God only knew what she'd been through. That was the kindness he could provide, but that would come after the battle. And the quicker Tyler got this bout done, the better for the girl it would be. Thus far, there had been none interrupting the fight between the two Gundams, and it was better it wrapped up that way. The girl was being used by the Alliance whether she knew that or not, and she unlikely did if the enhanced human project was as Tyler had been told. If she could be freed of that and away from those who had been controlling her, she could have a chance at a better life. Tyler was about to send another blow into the opposing Gundam but he stopped for a moment at seeing its arms and legs had gone limp. Tyler studied his opponent and saw no response from them. He shook the Gaia by its head for a moment before stopping and found there was no counter-response to his action. Tyler took that as the pilot was out cold, which had been his goal in this fight. Tyler let go of the Gaia before he flipped it around and hugged it to the Aurora. He then leapt off the Spengler and pointed the Gaia downward and activated his stealth system to hide the two of them. Tyler intended to take the Black Gundam back to the Normandy. The soldiers on the ship could make sure the girl didn't cause issues. Plus, Dr. Noel could help the girl with her knowing about the cursed project that had changed the girl to how she was. The Aurora with the Gaia hit the water and dived under it and escaped the battle temporarily. Tyler headed in the direction the Normandy was in so he could drop off the Black Gundam. He did see the skirmish going on with the blue enemy Gundam was having with the Aqua team. The Leviathan and the machines based on it were swarming the blue Gundam. The teen piloting the enemy Gundam wasn't doing so well, likely letting their emotions get the better of them. Tyler could only shake his head at seeing the blue Gundam struggling against those fighting it. What the Alliance had done to the teens they used as soldiers was horrifying as well as ridiculous. That was why Tyler would hope for the kids and teens to go through whatever the treatment was that helped them get the chance back to choose a normal life where they made their own decisions. It took a few minutes, but Tyler approached his ship and contacted the Normandy. "Hey Lisa, I have a favor to ask," Tyler opened. He knew that what he wanted was potentially dangerous to the Normandy and its crew should the girl become violent. so, it would be a smart idea to have some soldiers on hand to handle things should it be necessary. I'm sending a Gundam-type mobile suit down the catapult to be taken into the hangar. Have Marks get a few down there before Valion opens up the Gundam I'm sending him. The machine was a ZAFT Gundam before Phantom Pain stole. I'm sure the pilot is from an alliance project which isn't to be taken lightly. Lisa knew Tyler would sometimes do things that were risky and questionable. Yet, he normally had good reason and could reason why the risk was worth taking. She didn't doubt Tyler had a reason for this even if he hadn't said it. And that was more so with the mention of an alliance project being mentioned. She assumed it was the one he'd talked about before when the alliance turned kids into nasty soldiers. Evidence said the alliance hadn't stopped the idea as of yet, just didn't admit to it nor let the public see it. For such an individual to come onto the Normandy was concerning for the crew. Are you sure about this, Tyler? Lisa asked. I know you have reasons why you do risky things, but this would put the crew in potential danger. I need a reason to work with to agree with this. Tyler didn't blame Lisa for asking for a reason for his intended action. If their positions were reversed, he would be doing the exact same thing. Tyler was putting a lot of faith in Dr. Knoll and her experience with the candidates from the Enhanced Human Project. The woman had appeared to know how to handle them when Tyler had been on the mission to the Siberia hellhole the Alliance had created. He hoped and was fairly sure Knoll knew the triggers and tricks that worked with such candidates. While I admit the pilot in the enemy Gundam can be dangerous, I think the information they could provide is too valuable to not attempt to get, Tyler stated. Drive, Knoll knows how to deal with those like this teen and I'm putting faith in her to make sure they don't respond violently right away. She should also be unconscious at this point and the girl can be moved and restrained while in that state. Marks and his team will be able to handle things should they race in an unwanted direction. Lisa was still a tad hesitant about what Tyler wanted to be taken onto the Normandy. But his reasoning was logical, and he had thought this idea out to a degree. At least he had a plan and a contingency ready for things to be dealt with and that was something Lisa could get behind. He also already seemed to know the enemy pilot was a female so he had some inkling about what they could do. Very well, Lisa replied. She then ordered the linear catapult to be lowered so the suit the Aurora had could be sent down it and slowed. Lisa faced forward seeing the Aurora on approach. Will you be coming in too? Tyler hadn't intended to come into the Normandy's hangar originally. But he glanced over the Aurora's status readouts and saw it wouldn't be a terrible idea for him to resupply given the chance. His battery was above half, but with the assault still going strong, it was wise not to refuse a chance to top off. Yes, I think a resupply wouldn't be a bad thing for me to do with the assault going as it is, Tyler returned. Omni isn't giving up their foolishness yet and it doesn't look like they will in the next hour or two. So, better to top off while I can before heading back out, I supposed. Tyler tossed the Gaia forward and it sailed right into the catapult and was slowed down by the repulsors. The Black Gundam hit the magnetic plate and stuck to it before it was taken into the airlock. Tyler waited his turn which would be signaled by the magnetic plate being lowered again to receiving position. At the same time, Chief Valion was barking orders to his mechanics around the hangar. The vice captain had said there was an enemy Gundam type coming into the hangar. It would be stored in the spare dock until some of the soldiers got to the hangar. Valion didn't want any of his people put at unnecessary risk if he didn't have to put them in harm's way. When the airlock opened and the black suit rose into the hangar, Valion directed his mechanics to move it to the unassigned dock. One of his boys shouted that the Aurora was also going to be coming into the hangar. In response, Valion ordered the airlock closed and the second magnetic plate lowered to receive the captain's machine. Tyler spotted the plate come back down to the receiving position. So, he oriented the Aurora and came down the catapult. The Aurora hit the plate and linked to it before Tyler signaled the hangar. He was secure and ready to come in. Tyler rose into the airlock where the water was drained before the upper door was opened and the Aurora rose into the hangar. As Tyler glanced around, he saw the Black Gundam was being locked into the dock next to where the Aurora was stored when he wasn't using it. The Aurora was moved to its dock where mechanics quickly hooked it into cables and began the resupply process. Tyler had his pilot seat rise and exited the cockpit. He didn't see a reason to sit around while the resupply process was going on. He might get a glimpse of the female pilot if he was lucky. A moment after Tyler had exited his cockpit the entrance to the hangar opened and Marks and half of his team entered. Tyler was glad his suggestion of security had been taken seriously. The three Galliana girls had proven they were strong and capable of doing harm if they weren't taken seriously and so, Tyler just expected that with all like them. Tyler nodded at Marks and gestured at the Black Gundam. Marks inclined his head in understanding and had his men surround the mobile suit. Once soldiers were positioned around the torso, Valion had two of his mechanics get to work on opening the cockpit. Tyler moved to be by the soldiers and waited to see the individual inside the Black Gundam. It was a minute later, the Gaia's cockpit hatch opened after a hiss of the locks retracting. The mechanics drew back in case the one inside would lash out. Two soldiers moved forward slowly and pointed their weapons into the cockpit. They found a girl appearing to be limp against the pilot's seat restraints. One called to Marks and told him what they had found. Marks told them to extract the pilot and bring them out of the Gundam. Tyler watched as the girl was brought out of the Gundam, whose color was starting to fade as the phase shift shut off. The girl was in an Omni pilot suit that was pink while black is the secondary color. Tyler could see nothing of the girl's face, so couldn't get much about her with what he was seeing thus far. The door to the hangar opened again, revealing Dr. Knoll and two of her assistants coming in with her. The woman came directly over, beckoning her assistants to bring the stretcher they had with them. Tyler observed as the girl was put on the stretcher, still curious about the girl. When the girl's helmet was removed, Tyler spotted golden blonde hair. A long look at the face reminded him of the girl from the Siberian hellhole that had been leading the other kids. However, the girl was taken away by Dr. Knoll before Tyler could get more of a look. Marks and his team followed the doctor, which Tyler would thank them for later. Tyler turned back to the Aurora, watching the mechanics doing the resupply on his Gundam. Once the Aurora's resupply was completed, Tyler headed back out to the battlefield. Omni's assault was still going strong and there were no signs of it close to ending yet. Meanwhile, the Minerva was still working with the southern defense wing of Asgard's defense forces. It had been a solid hour since the ship had arrived and joined with the defense of Asgard. The mobile suit pilots took turns to resupply when the need came up, staggering the process so only one was off the field at a time. Luna Maria would switch Ray for the Ghoul while the ZAKU Phantom would go in for resupply. Matt would pull back when Ayla had to go in for resupply and she would take charge while Matt went in. Talia was glancing over the tactical display as the assault kept going, holding in the tired and irritated sigh. Omni wasn't letting up with their attacks at all against Asgard, not even a hint of them weakening. For every enemy suit that fell, another seemed to take its place quickly enough. The enemy vessels didn't seem to lessen in number, much like mobile suits, when one fell another moved forward to take its position. However, for all of Omni's efforts, they hadn't managed to make landfall on the island Asgard occupied. It wasn't for the lack of trying from what Talia could see. Over the last hour, Omni had been trying various ways to advance forward to make landfall, but all of those had failed thus far. The Federation defending forces had been holding Omni's assault at bay through their attempts. Talia could see the tactical value which Omni had been working toward with being able to make landfall. Assaulting the Federation base from a distance had never worked before. And helping in Asgard's defense showed Talia why that was likely the case. First, the Federation's mobile suits had more of an advantage in aerial battles than the other factions. Their machines had flight systems built in. They had weapons that appeared to be effective against the laminated armor which Omni machines employed. Federation technology likely played a part in that advantage were Talia to guess. And yet, Omni either didn't seem to comprehend the advantage the Federation had, or they refused to acknowledge it. Second, Asgard had defenses along the shorelines which could bombard at a distance. Seeing that from the defending end was an eye-opening experience to Talia. Whatever kind of guns the Federation had to use, they were accurate and did harsh damage to their targets. If there was any need for an example of Federation having superiority with their defenses, this battle was a great one. At the end of the first hour the Minerva had begun participating in Asgard's defense. There had been an incredible yet concerning sight. Heavy beam bolts had been seen zooming upward from deep with Asgard. The sight suggested the Federation had come up with some kind of orbital cannons. Orbital striking weapons was an idea that the Alliance and Omni had been working feverishly to create without success. And yet, the Federation as they always seemed had invented and made practical technology which others had desired to use. With those points against Omni, it wasn't a surprise that they were pushing hard for a land battle rather than an aerial fight. It would at least make the Federation's shoreline guns less effective than at range. Plus, Omni wanted to disable the Federation's ground-to-orbit cannons which had been hampering Omni's landing forces. Talia couldn't exactly blame Omni for wanting to take out the Federation's countermeasure to drops from orbit. She would bet those cannons would be just as problematic to a ZAFT attempt against Asgard were that ever to happen. The Federation's military had always had superiority over the other factions with their technological advantage. However, Federation tactics and mentality were different than Omni's and even ZAFT's, which gave them victory far more often than not. Talia had known the Federation had gone about things differently than others, but this assault really drove their mentality and tactics home. Not just that, but how effective those tactics were when it came to fighting against a force trying to overwhelm them. It made a point which had been brought up by some more evident to Talia. The Federation's focus when in battle wasn't on winning over an enemy as Omni did and ZAFT used to be. Yet, nor was it just protecting the homeland as ZAFT did now since Gilbert had taken charge of the Supreme Council. When it came to the Federation, they focused on enduring the storms any sent their way. It wasn't just their focus, it was the key to Federation's strength and undefeatability from what Talia was seeing. Because of that, the Federation showed coming out on top wasn't important or necessary for them as it was for others. Instead, the Federation was more about surviving and focusing on priorities like their citizens and territories. That was part of the foundation the Federation was built and stood upon. And Talia wondered if that fountain the Federation had built itself on could be shaken by anyone. It was something she could respect looking at it after taking a step back and not letting any kind of politics cloud judgment. The Federation was founded on what was a noble ideal which was hard to stick to with the world of today radicals attempting to rip such down. The Minerva had been performing well in Talia's opinion for the last hour. The assault may not be ZAFT business, but the Minerva had ended out in their current position while retrieving the Impulse. The Impulse had been located and was now working with Federation forces since resupplying. Talia knew there had been the option to take the Impulse and leave when the mobile suit had appeared. However, Talia doubted that Shin would have agreed with that idea with how the Impulse had been fighting alongside the Federation. He'd likely been working with the Federation's defending forces since the battle had started from the implication from him volunteering. And from what Talia had seen, Shin was determined to see this battle through to the end. She could respect that in another, especially with one of her pilots, for it was a valuable quality. Nevertheless, Talia was still left to wonder how long Omni's assault would last. They had left no doubt they were committed to this attack of theirs. She could only imagine it would keep going with Omni could manage to keep it up. And with the size of the Alliance's fleet, it would be a while before Omni would have to be forced to consider pulling back due to resupply. If one took into account the Alliance's normal and expected stubbornness, they wouldn't give up and slink away by choice. They would drag this out as long as they could, apparently regardless of how many losses they took as the price. It left the question, if a war came to the human race again as it was starting to look like, just how bad the Alliance intended to make it. Omni did manage to gain some during the next 2 hours, which was mid-afternoon local time. But those gains were hard-earned with the losses that were taken in exchange. Nor had the gains gotten Omni to Asgard's island as they had been aiming and hoping for. The fleet was still under the barrage of the Federation's defensive guns. The mobile suit forces had been trying their hardest to push Federation defending forces back and make a path for the fleet. However, while they'd had minor success, it hadn't been as effective as was hoped. Then the 3 attempted orbital drops hadn't gotten forces inside the enemy base. And those that had made it through the enemy's counterattack, had been taken down by enemy defending forces within the base. Thus, the Federation had been holding their positions much to Omni's ire and frustration throughout the fight since its beginning. Nevertheless, the Omni fleet wasn't willing to give up after coming as far as they had. This assault was to punish the Federation for sticking their nose in things that weren't their business. If the fleet retreated too quickly without doing something, it would make the Alliance look even weaker than they already did. The failure against the plants had already done serious damage to the Alliance's position. If it was said Omni retreated with their tail between their legs from assaulting Asgard, it would make things worse. So, even with the losses the fleet had taken thus far, they couldn't just turn and run away. The Alliance was counting on them to help make the standing of it be made better. The sacrifices which would being made would be honored when the war was won. The Alliance would end up being the dominant faction after the coming war. The current Alliance leadership had promised the faction would come out on top regardless of what it took. The assault dragged on through the afternoon without letting up in the slightest. The Omni fleet kept pushing against Asgard's defending forces. Asgard High Command was redirecting defending forces as needed to keep Omni from making landfall. If they made it to the island, the ground battle was expected to be even harsher than the sea/aerial fight was. The defensive guns were wearing Omni's fleet down slowly but surely. If Omni reached the island, they could potentially disable the shoreline guns and the enemy fleet could make gains. The goal was to keep Omni from reaching the island as they were more manageable in the long run. It had become clear after the first hour of this assault that Omni wouldn't take denial until they couldn't refuse. Their fleet would have to be worn down enough they couldn't effectively continue the fight. As the sun was starting to touch the horizon, those in charge of Omni's fleet had to make the decision they had been avoiding. The assault had been maintained as long as possible while the slimmest chance existed. Yet, it had come to the point that things had turned in a way that Omni couldn't effectively counter. Should the fleet keep going, they would be wiped out, likely within the next hour or two. More than half of the mobile suit force had been destroyed by the Federation's defenders. And the Federation hadn't taken the same number of losses as Omni had during this assault. As much as it pained those leading the fleet, the Federation had endured against the assault and there was no real way to deny it. The time had come to pull back what remained of the Omni fleet and come up with different plans. Thus, retreat signals were launched to tell the fleet to retreat from the assault. The retreat signals from the Omni fleet were spotted by Asgard's defending forces and reported to Asgard High Command. The assault had lasted for a little over 8 hours in total from beginning to end. The enemy fleet had thrown much of what they had brought against Asgard and lost more than half of it. They had gotten closer than any had wanted them to, but Omni hadn't made landfall. Enemy drop forces had come likely to compromise Asgard defenses during the battle intermittently. Yet, they had been halted and dispatched when they had come from above. Asgard's defenses had not been compromised as the enemy assault had attempted doing. And in the end, Asgard's defense forces had held the line and stopped Omni's assault from taking the base. While the results were what Asgard had been aiming for, they had come at a cost. Many of Asgard's defending forces had given their lives to stop Omni's assault. The presence of Gundam types had caused complications and that had cost lives. All the pilots and ship crews in Asgard's defending forces had volunteered to fight to protect Asgard. They had known the possibility of not making it through to the end of the battle. However, the losses still hurt for those around Asgard even if they had been for the defense of the base. The assault made it clear that the alliance wouldn't be nice going forward. The Federation would be watching them closely to see what they may do in the near future. War was obviously looming ahead, the assault implied that. Yet, the Federation would not yield nor fold to the alliance in the coming conflict. A/N. And that is the end of the Niflheim siege itself. I'll pick up with the aftermath of it in the next phase. Now, there is stuff to highlight and point out in this phase. I would like to first say that I apologize for the length of these ending notes. I just try to point things out which I believe are of interest and/or need some further clarification. So, I hope you readers appreciate the work on these notes, for it takes time to write them. Starting with the first scene with Neo, there is a bit to unpack. So, Neo is giving us Omni's side of the battle. I know that those who are aware of canon know Neo or who he used to be had a bit of a tactical mind. I wanted to show that is still there even if he isn't the man who he once was. Neo Roanoke is not evil, as much as he can come off that way, at his core he has good within and is redeemable. I make that clear for, spoiler alert, when he will become much better than he is now. I am aware that some don't like that I have Neo Roanoke like canon does, but he does serve a purpose in my story. I'll leave it at that for the moment and move on to the next point. Neo's view of the assault does have some points of interest which I want to highlight, 3 specifically. We knew before the assault started the Federation wouldn't let Omni take Asgard. Because of that the fight wouldn't be easy in the least. I'm not saying the Federation are undefeatable as it is implied sometimes. The Federation's tactics have a different focus which is enduring rather than winning like Omni does. Neo does point out something rather obvious for you reader, which is an example of the Federation's technological advantage. Understand, ground-to-orbit cannons didn't exist in the cosmic era even in my story until this point. As mentioned and implied, the Alliance has been trying to create the idea to counter ZAFT but haven't managed to do that. There were also implications later in the phase that the Federation could use the same cannons against ZAFT with their landing forces. The second is Neo's view upon the Federation's mobile suits. Now remember, the Federation doesn't talk about what their military uses for what they do. Thus, this is the first real look Omni is getting of the Federation's mobile suit technology. I'm not saying that the transformation capabilities the Federation uses, which is their advantage still. ZAFT's second stage series is an example of an attempt to copy the Federation's transformation capability. However, back to Neo's observations of Federation's mobile suits. Neo mentioned it seems the Federation's beam rifle model appear to be more powerful than those that ZAFT uses with their ZAKUs. That is inference that the Federation's beam weapon tech is better than the other two factions. He also notes the vibrating blade which is used by the Federation. That is my counter to laminated armor which is used. It is more effective against such than beams. I based the idea off of the sonic blade, plasma sword, which is in Gundam 00 used by the AEU-09 enact. The last point which Neo goes over is what had been going on with the extended trio. I did go off the general area of advantages which each stolen suit has, but I want to focus on the trio more. Stella is doing what she can, but the Gaia doesn't have its own flight system or a means to travel across the water. And the Federation focuses on Gundams when they pop up, which in Stella's case means she can't advance. Sting had similar problems mostly due to the Federation's teamwork tactics. And the other thing is whenever the Chaos has to go into resupply, the Federation works to reverse any gain which Sting might have gotten. While those two have it rough, I would say Owl had it the worst. The other two may get focused upon when the Federation noticed them. Owl on the other hand, he has to go against a Gundam and new limited production models. The Leviathan Gundam has a better pilot than Owl is, so in the end, he has to run away from it and those with it. And Owl doesn't escape those underwater for long, thanks to Tyler, but I'll get to that later. Owl was supposed to disable or figure out a way past the Federation's underwater defenses. His failure shows something which isn't exactly mentioned. Extendeds aren't perfect, each of them have their own set of quirks, some of which are more noticeable than others. Owl is the perfect example of this, his aggressive tendencies get him into trouble off and on. The subject of quirks with extendeds will come up later on, so keep this in mind. Let me shift to the next scene which we follow Shin. Remember that Shin has been in this battle since the beginning, which was around 9:45 or so local time. He was fighting without a means to switch out or resupply equipment at all. I would ask if any pilot could do as good or better as Shin. I use this as an example of the difference between the Shin in my story and canon. If canon Shin would be in the position of my Shin, I would doubt he would have lasted the whole fight. Also, my Shin doesn't kill as readily as canon's does, which is another notable difference. This does go back to a difference in a specific event for Shin, which is the evacuation from Orb. In canon, Shin lost his family and that started him down the road which anger and hatred influence him. In my story, Shin's family survived and is alive, so he never sought revenge, instead, wishing to show the same kindness as he received and agreeing with the beliefs of the Federation. Now by the time we get back to Shin, since his situation wasn't the best, he is running low on options to work with in the battle. Shin has been thinking ahead and throwing potential ideas he might be able to use. The issue which I imply but don't state outright is Federation equipment doesn't necessarily work with ZAFT machines. Of course, physical stuff like shields and self-contained weapons would, as they don't have to be compatible to work, but anything that depends on something specific like power or caliber has no guarantee. I make this point to establish the factions may use similar weapon types, but the construction and design can vary enough to not work outside the said faction that built it. The example of this is the Impulse was able to use the vibrating blade the Federation uses. The equipment problem doesn't stop Shin fighting, of course, but he does try to think ahead to try and improve his situation. I wanted to show that quality as canon Shin doesn't really have that much if at all. The battle hasn't been easy for Shin, as you readers may imagine. Not only has he had to fight smartly, but with the Impulse being a Gundam, he is popular with enemy forces. That popularity and what it brings does include, in Shin's case, dancing with the chaos. Thankfully for Shin, he does have help with the squadron he was assigned to work with. That point is key to why Shin managed in the assault up to when the Minerva is around and he reached the ship. I also do want to point out the improvisation Shin was forced to do, which was in the form of using the anti-armor knife and CIWS guns. While most would say the weapons such as those are not really worth the space they take or are not offensive weapons, Shin's use proves that wrong. The last thing with Shin's scene I want to highlight is what happened with the Impulse's shield. Shields with anti-beam coating came with the Alliance's G project, but they have their limitations. That is implied more than stated, but I wanted to show that while they can take a beating, they aren't indestructible. The next scene I want to discuss is, as some of you may have guessed, the Aurora whipping the Chaos and Abyss. Now, I'm not saying Tyler's skills don't make the outcome of the fight fairly obvious. However, Tyler is an opponent that is extremely hard to go against, and that's before taking into account his unorthodox methods he does use sometimes. One had to almost feel sorry for those that Tyler whips his opponents and they be unable to do much if anything about it. Yet, Tyler also does prep work which not everyone does, so he earns the advantage that he normally gets. Back to the point, I felt in this phase why not let Tyler not just whip the trio, even if somewhat separately, but toy with them too. For whom else would think to use flaws which the designers didn't think much about but our guy Tyler, I ask you? Those from the Enhanced Human Project, while trained to fight coordinators, they were never prepared to go against someone like Tyler. I would question if there is an effective way to prepare to fight Tyler. So, Sting, while his attempts to get the Aurora off are to be applauded, they wouldn't be enough. Out of the trio though, Sting is the most, I would say, aware that the Red Meddler isn't like anything he, Owl, and Stella were trained to deal with. Nevertheless, I would like to take a moment to explain something about the Enhanced Human Project. There is a reason which the candidates were placed into trios, whether boosted man or extended. While Mina's people skills are horrid, she does understand that humans do better when working together to accomplish tasks. In the earlier days of the project, she had experiments done to see what the ideal number for a group would be, which ended out being 3. The other thing about the trios is the rules which they are to follow. Every trio is instructed they are to look out and help one another. This is done in the form of the trio either succeeds together or they fail together, there is no middle ground. Thus, if one member of a trio fails or pulls the other two down, they all fail. And as mentioned before, if a trio fails for whatever reason, they are punished. That established trios managing themselves to an extent so they could avoid punishment. Let me point this back to the phase in relation to what Sting does for Owl. Should Owl fall or die, then Sting and Stella would be punished for not trying to prevent it. Remember, the candidates don't fear those from the Alliance as much as they are afraid of the punishment system Dr. Moss put in place, which the Alliance still uses to a degree. Shifting to Owl and what happens to him, he does avoid the shots which come his way from the Chaos and the Aurora. However, Tyler set him up to get caught by the Federation's group working underwater. The Leviathan, which you readers should remember from the latter part of the Alliance plant war, was around Asgard at the time. And its rocket anchor has a chain which is better than the cable other similar devices used. I thought this was a good show of a weapon which the Leviathan had which didn't get screen time before. Plus, I think it is funny that Owl fights against being pulled back into the water. The Abyss should be better under the water, and it is against ZAFT aquatic machines. However, that advantage isn't present when it comes to the newer aquatic mass production models employed during the assault. Those are based on the Leviathan and the Cancer that Tesway constructed. I would mention that Owl's cursing is more due to him not dominating the underwater environment as the Abyss is supposed to. I would like to move on to the fight and then capture of Stella, which Tyler does. I know there is more that happens between that, but I want to focus on other things. Now, for those who may not have read the original, I don't think the candidates from the Enhanced Human Project are evil. They had no say in their situation and what they were forced into. I state that because I think most of them can be redeemable. That is why Tyler doesn't kill Stella or the other boys outright, they are not entirely at fault for what they do. So, Tyler captures the Gaia after Stella is knocked unconscious and takes it to the Normandy. What comes from that will come more in the next phase, but I wanted to say that I don't have Stella killed in this situation. In the coming phases, you readers will see I have a plan for those like Stella, and it will be much better than what canon does. The final part of this phase I want to highlight is the last scene with the Minerva. Before this, the Minerva hadn't been in a long battle such as the Alliance's assault ends out being. There is a difference in long battles and non-long battles. The tactics which go into a long battle are far different than one where the point is to win against an enemy force. One has to plan in resupplies and fighting with long-term goals in mind and not short-term victories. This instance shows one of the reasons why I have Matt with the Minerva where I didn't in the original version. He helps Ayla not stretch herself too far and get through hard situations when they come up. That isn't the only reason, but it's the one I wanted to point out for the moment. Turning to Talia, this is her first real experience in battles like the Alliance's assault. Sieges are not like what most battles in the Alliance Plant War, though there were a few, like ZAFT's taking of Victoria. Yet, I wanted to show Talia does have an understanding of tactics which not all ZAFT captains do. Talia can see what the Federation is working to do with the Alliance and the value of avoiding a ground battle on Asgard's island. She does make observations which ZAFT wasn't aware of before the assault. Remember, ZAFT and the Alliance have attacked Asgard before, but none have gotten very close to the base before having to turn away. She also notes that Federation mass production models have changed and improved in ways ZAFT didn't know about. Talia, I would say, shows the general reaction which ZAFT would have to the ground-to-orbit cannons Asgard has. It gives a view as to why Omni wants a ground battle rather than one over the ocean. They would get past the shoreline guns and a chance to disable the ground-to-orbit cannons. It is yet another example of the Federation's superiority over the other two factions in tactics and technology. The point is often underestimated by the Alliance and even ZAFT. The Federation doesn't focus on winning as much as they do enduring. It is one of the biggest differences between the Federation and the other factions. They don't want to be dominate over others. They just want to survive and prosper the best possible, unlike the Alliance or ZAFT later on. This is also the first instance which someone outside the Federation question if the Federation's foundation they stand upon can be shaken. In conclusion, I know this phase was a long one, but it had a lot of stuff to cover, and I did go into detail with some scenes. But this ends the Niflheim siege of the Alliance against Asgard. The next phase will be on the aftermath of the siege and moving forward. I assure you readers, you will be surprised to some degree with what is up next. It isn't like the original version that I promise. Yet, as always, please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of this phase and / or the store as a whole thus far. I do read the reviews even if I don't reply to them. The next phase is on track so far, so hopefully will be done in around 2 weeks. It is titled, Coming Full Circle. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 78, Phase 81, Coming Full Circle. A/N. Okay, this is the aftermath of the Niflheim siege. Admittedly, this phase ended up being longer than I imagined it would be when writing it. But let me get my normal disclosure I do about every 5 phases out of the way. I do not own anything in the Gundam universe as much as I would love to, I just don't. Nor do I own any of the stuff I borrow from other universes used in my story. All I take credit for is my musings and original characters. With that out of the way, please enjoy the phase. Phase 81, Coming Full Circle. October 22, 73 CE. Around Asgard, 1700 hours. The sun was halfway through setting as ships were coming into docks at Asgard Island. The Alliance's drawn-out assault on the base had taken its toll on its defenders, which varied but was felt by all. The Omni fleet had made the harshest attempt against Asgard thus far out of those who had attacked it previously. The two-pronged attack they had tried had been thwarted by the Valkyrie cannons and Asgard's defense forces. The barrier shields had prevented major damage to Asgard itself. The Alliance had attempted bombardments intermittently during their assault which had failed because of the barrier shields. However, the ending result were as expected from the efforts put forth with Asgard withstanding Omni's assault and attempt to take the base for themselves. Sacrifices had been made to achieve Asgard's defense and maintaining Federation control. Those lives given for Asgard's defense would be honored for the sacrifice they had made for the Federation. The recovery process which began that followed the battle would be done in stages by Asgard with its high command overseeing them. The vessels that had suffered enough damage that they couldn't return to docking facilities on their own were located and marked. Pilots that had been forced to eject from their machines were still in need of recovery and weren't ignored. Those tasks were handed out to be done by the remaining defense forces in the shifts which were quickly set up by Asgard High Command. The repairs which would be required to get Asgard back up to full strength were already in the planning phase by those in charge of Asgard. There was much work to do for the recovery from Omni's assault and the list was growing as damage reports kept coming in. And proficient and efficient execution of the needed tasks was the priority so Asgard to be brought back to full operational status as quickly as possible. On the Minerva, Talia was just trying to process the whole event that had been Omni assaulting the Federation's Asgard base. That Omni had even instigated the assault in the first place brought up several questions with no immediate answers. The gamble the Alliance had made attacking Asgard was an extremely risky one by what Talia had seen and could figure. She couldn't be sure if there had been other factors which had played into the Alliance's decision. Talia wanted to assume there was other information that went into the Alliance's military decision, but that wasn't a guarantee with them anymore. However, regardless of what had gone into the operation, the Alliance's gamble of taking Asgard failed in the end. Omni had lost forces as a result of their gamble, and even they would have a hard time denying that. Talia felt there would be consequences for the Alliance's gamble beyond the obvious ones. The Alliance would have to rebuild the forces they lost in the assault, of course. That would be done as fast as possible, Talia wouldn't doubt, so the Alliance could move forward in their campaign to whatever its goal it was. That was one of the few obvious things the Alliance would do in response to the failed attack. The Federation's response were ones that Talia could only guess at. They would be swift and anything but beneficial to the Alliance and their standing. The Federation wouldn't just wave off what Omni's fleet had attempted doing. That wasn't how the Federation was. They had made it clear and were consistent when responding to those who attacked them. The Alliances had essentially declared war on the Federation, even if they hadn't done it officially as they had with ZAFT. There would likely be sanctions of some kind, what type Talia couldn't guess right now. The Federation would no doubt tighten their borders, and specific groups of Alliance personnel wouldn't be allowed within them. But beyond that, Talia couldn't imagine the potential responses the Federation would have. Talia was just as sure ZAFT wouldn't take what the Alliance attempted to do to Asgard lightly. It showed that the Alliance was more ambitious and aggressive than Intel had predicted they would. The ambitiousness had been hinted at, which ZAFT had been planning counters for as far as Talia had heard. The aggressiveness was more than concerning and would have to be added to the counter plans. The upcoming Spear of Twilight operation was one of the counters ZAFT had come up with. However, Talia felt the operation's timetables would be accelerated with the attack on Asgard. It was a sign that war was looming in humanity's near future and would come sooner than any had wanted or predicted. So, much had been done to try and avert such a conflict, but all of that was coming to naught. It made Talia wonder if the human race may just be doomed to fight amongst itself until either its destruction or something momentous changed. Yet, with the operation likely moving forward, that would require the Minerva to get back to Gibraltar as quickly as it could. That would be difficult, as the Minerva had taken some damage during the assault. Some of that damage would need to be repaired before the ship headed out from the area. The good thing going for the Minerva was Asgard had given permission for the ship to dock at the base. Talia had been assured there would be assistance provided with the repairs possible before the Minerva would head out in the morning. The permission alone was completely unexpected, since the Minerva was a ZAFT vessel. Never had a ZAFT vessel been allowed to dock at Federation military complexes, let alone the Federation's headquarters on Earth that Talia knew of. And though this was off the record with ZAFT, it still was a first that none within the organization had thought would occur. No ZAFT ship had gotten within close enough range to see much of Asgard in detail till the Minerva. ZAFT subs would only get to the base's outer detection perimeter before the Federation would have them move along. With that in mind, it was something to see as the Minerva sailing toward the dock it had been directed to by Asgard's command center. Seeing the base closer than any ZAFT intel had ever gotten was a sight to behold for the crew of the Minerva. The shoreline guns and other defenses made the clear impression of why those who had tried to assault the base before had zero success. There were enough turrets and other types of guns of varying power and caliber to pound an approaching force heavily before the enemy force could get into close range of the island. The numerous airfields and hangars that could be seen from the Minerva strongly suggested the many mobile suits the base could support and deploy. The base was truly a stronghold and fortress for the Federation to operate from on Earth, as its nickname implied. It was also obvious why the Alliance hadn't attacked the Euros coalition from the west. Asgard was as much a defense as it was a deterrent against the Alliance trying anything from the Atlantic Federation's direction. The Minerva came to a halt when the dry dock was directly in front of the ship. It then began backing into the flooded dry dock slowly. Arthur could only wonder how things had come to the current circumstances, and the Minerva backed into the dry dock. The Minerva, a ZAFT vessel, was coming into a dock at the Federation's Earth-based headquarters. That fact had always been seen as an impossibility to those in ZAFT and on the National Defense Committee. While the Federation was normally polite to the other factions, they never allowed outsiders directly into their military complexes. It was seen as a Federation policy, since the Alliance and ZAFT ships were always redirected to common ports regulated and watched over by the Federation. Arthur was still trying to wrap his head around the Minerva doing what it was, even if it was off the books right now. "We have to be the first ZAFT vessel that has gotten this close to Asgard, ma'am," he remarked. "I've never heard of any vessel docking at a Federation military facility like we are doing." Talia believed the Federation was making a one-time exception for the Minerva docking at Asgard. With how the Minerva had helped in Asgard's defense, she felt this was their way to show gratitude for them stepping in. That was the most logical explanation that Talia could come up with for the Federation, making an exception for the Minerva. What Arthur said about ZAFT vessels was the truth. ZAFT ships didn't dock at Federation military facilities. That was thought to be the Federation's policy, since they were consistent with it. Thus, Talia felt the Minerva's current circumstances would be an extremely rare one-off rather than the start of something new. And as the Minerva was off the books, nothing they saw would be recorded in ZAFT records. So, in the end, their docking at Asgard didn't matter and wouldn't be talked about, amazing as it was. While the Minerva is likely the first non-Federation vessel to dock at Asgard, Talia began. We are off the books, so this event won't be in historical records. Arthur knew what Talia was saying about being off the books was true. But surely, the Minerva docking at Asgard would be made an exception and written down with it being the first. But ma'am, Arthur started, with the Minerva being the first ZAFT ship to do this, surely there will be an exception made. Arthur's point would have merit, Talia would admit, if not for the point of an explanation being required to explain why the Minerva was around Asgard to begin with. The Minerva going to retrieve the Impulse was off the books and wouldn't be talked about officially. Because of that, there wouldn't be a viable explanation stated for why the Minerva had been around Asgard. Thus, official records would omit the incredible fact of the Minerva docking at Asgard in order not to have to give the explanation it wouldn't admit to. No, Arthur, Talia stated firmly. There will be no exception made in this. It would require admitting what the Minerva was doing off the books, and the National Defense Committee won't do that. So, it will never be recorded that the Minerva docked at Asgard. Talia paused for a moment, thinking ahead about what the Minerva needed to have done. Finish up the damage reports so we can give a copy to the Federation. They offered to help with repairs, and I see no reason to refuse their offer. It will speed along the needed work, and we could use such so we can get back to Gibraltar in a timely manner. Arthur didn't want to admit the captain was right with ZAFT not recording the Minerva docking at Asgard. But her logic was sound. The National Defense Committee wouldn't talk about off-the-books stuff unless it was beyond absolutely necessary. And no one would believe any on the Minerva should they mention the Minerva had docked at Asgard. Not that Arthur blamed any who would deny the fact, as the Federation just didn't allow outsiders in their military facilities. The captain was right that it was best to focus on more immediate things like getting the Minerva into better shape than she was. He almost had the damage reports done, they just needed to be finalized before he could make copies. I'm almost done with the damage report, ma'am, Arthur replied. If the Federation is willing to help with the repair work, it would make it easier to get back to Gibraltar in a reasonable amount of time. Arthur knew he was putting a nice spin on what the work the Minerva needed done to get back to 100% operational status. The Minerva had taken a beating during the long assault, Arthur wouldn't deny that. The assault needed some work as it had become sluggish after taking 2 attacks and was intermittently responding to commands. One of the Tristan cannons was out of commission until repaired properly. Some of the missile launchers had been hit during the fighting, which needed serious work to fix. One of the sensor arrays had taken a direct hit and would need major work to be back to working status. The left linear catapult had been damaged and so couldn't be used to send out mobile suits right now. It still could open to receive suits and remove equipment, but that was all, and that was done manually from the hangar. The Minerva's engines had been attacked as well during the assault. Overall, the ship's output was just under 50% of the Engine's overall potential power. There was also outer hull damage which should be seen to as well before the Minerva headed out from Asgard. The ship's suits would need work before they were up to going out and doing serious work from what Chief Avies had mentioned. However, that could be done along the way to Gibraltar if needed, so they weren't an immediate priority. All in all, there was a list of jobs needing to be done for the Minerva to get back to full operational status. While the Minerva's 2 officers were talking, Marin had been talking with Ayla, who was down in the hangar. According to Ayla, the Impulse hadn't returned to the Minerva as had been expected and hoped after the fighting. Marin had noticed the point and had been worried about Shin not coming back to the Minerva after the battle. She'd asked Bert if he could locate the Impulse, but he'd not had much more luck than her. Ayla was saying she intended to go out and find Shin but wanted the captain to be informed about it. She planned to take the Osiris for her search, and from what Marin had seen, the suit was ready for such. The Osiris had taken a beating as all the Minerva's machines had. However, as long as it didn't have to fight, the Osiris would be able to perform well enough for the task. So, Marin turned to face Captain Gladys. Captain, she began, Ayla is requesting permission to take the Osiris and go looking for the Impulse. Talia turned to Marin at her announcement. Talia had heard something to the effect that the Impulse hadn't returned to the Minerva yet. She'd assumed Shin had been with whatever Federation squadron he'd worked with. Talia imagined Shin would make his way back to the ship before it headed out in the morning. So, she hadn't been all that worried about the Impulse not coming back directly to the Minerva. However, if Ayla was willing to go out and find the Impulse, Talia didn't have an issue with it. The Minerva's pilots were helping the crew as they could. But there wasn't a great deal the pilots were able to do as they didn't have the needed skills for the repairs. So, if any were available for a search, it was the Minerva's pilots right now. Permission granted, Marin, Talia returned. See to the Osiris's launch and keep in touch with it. But tell her that she is to focus on looking for the Impulse and not glancing over the base. Marin nodded and turned back to her station and got back with Ayla. Ayla had waited while Marin had delivered her request to Talia. Ayla had planned to go out whether she took the Osiris or went out on foot to search for Shin. He had been a guest of the Federation for the last 2 weeks and Ayla was grateful to the Federation for looking after him for that time. But many on the Minerva had been concerned and worried about Shin while he'd been separated from the ship. It would be Shin returning to the Minerva which would help those who were worried. Ayla, as the team lead, was responsible to an extent for the Minerva's pilots. Thus, she would make sure Shin made it back to the Minerva along with the Impulse. When Marin came back and told her she had permission to take the Osiris and search for the Impulse, Ayla was ready to go. Matt would keep an eye on the other two teen pilots while Ayla was out. Marin moved the suit to the right catapult as it was working while the other wasn't. Ayla headed out from the Minerva and shifted the Osiris into its flight mode. At the same time, Shin was coming down to land at one of the airfields Asgard had. He was still with the Thor squadron he'd been working with since the beginning of the battle. The members of the squadron had become comrades, watching Shin's back while he watched theirs during the assault. No member of the squad had been lost, which was lucky for the Thor squadron. Other squadrons, from what Shin had heard, hadn't been so lucky to have not lost members. The Federation had paid a price for defending Asgard from Omni's assault. Shin understood that a fight like the one he'd been in wasn't clear and really couldn't be by the end. But that didn't make the losses any easier to handle and process, and Shin could sympathize. And yet, the Federation's efforts were worth it in the end, even with the losses they had suffered. Had the Alliance succeeded in taking Asgard from the Federation, then the coming war would be worse than it already was setting up to be. Shin landed the Impulse and exited the cockpit and used the zipline to reach the ground. What surprised him was the applause and cheers he was getting by the time he touched the ground. He'd just been fighting the best he could, staying alive and doing the same to help others do that too. Shin didn't think he'd done much out of the ordinary that should be recognized. And yet, he was receiving what Shin felt was a hero's welcome. He expected that Gundam pilots would get this kind of reception sometimes. However, Shin wasn't a Gundam pilot really, just a backup pilot. Sure, Commander McGregor said Shin should be and was a Gundam pilot, but Shin didn't see himself that way. Before Shin could say anything about him not deserving the welcome the squadron was giving him, he was pulled into the group of pilots. He was told from all directions his efforts had been amazing. Others said that Shin had made a real difference for the squad and its performance during the battle. Some even thanked him for the times Shin had saved them from Omni suits attacked them. Shin was clapped on the shoulder by one person after the other as he was praised by the squad. He didn't know how to exactly react to all the praise, as he felt he'd only done the best he could, nothing special. As Shin was being congratulated, the Osiris had been flying over the base. Ayla had thought to record what she was seeing below for a brief moment. However, Marin had said Talia had been specific in saying not to scan the base. Ayla agreed with the idea since the Federation was being nice by allowing the Minerva docking at the base when it didn't have to. The only reason there was even the thought was ZAFT higher UPS would be more than happy if such was done. Yet, to acknowledge the Federation's nice gesture to the Minerva, Ayla wouldn't record anything. Her goal was to find the Impulse, everything else was secondary and didn't need to be seen to anyway. Ayla had headed toward the nearest airfields to the western shoreline. Those made the most sense for Federation mobile suit squadrons would come to land it. With Shin likely being with the Federation squadron he'd been working with, he would probably be with them when they landed. She didn't see anything that could potentially fit the Impulse's description as she passed by the first few runways. Ayla turned to make a northeastern angled pass over the airfields which were north of those she'd already overflown. The Impulse would stick out from the mass production models the Federation used currently on Earth. Gundam types had the tendency to stand out from other mobile suits, even limited production and custom variation machines. So, it should be visible from the air, which was why she was doing a flyby scan instead of searching from the ground. And it was a few minutes later that Ayla caught a glimpse which had her circle back for a second look. As she circled the airfield below her, she spotted the Impulse in a group of Federation suits. Now that she had located the Impulse, Ayla began descending down toward the ground. Shin was still being praised when there was noise from above which had him glance upward. He saw something descending, and a moment later Shin realized what he was seeing was the Osiris. Shin couldn't say who was in the cockpit right now, but he was kind of surprised that someone had come out looking for him. He'd intended to go and find the Minerva after saying farewell to those he'd found alongside. Shin wanted to thank the Thor squadron for their help and letting him work with them during the battle. Those in the squad had become comrades during the assault to Shin. He didn't want to just leave them without saying anything to them after the fighting ended. It didn't seem proper to just leave like nothing had gone on between them. Yet apparently, Captain Gladys had sent someone to look for him when he hadn't returned directly after the battle. While that would help Shin in finding out where the Minerva was, which he appreciated, it also implied he couldn't do that himself. Shin couldn't stop himself from wondering about a few things, several of which had come to his mind while separate from the Minerva. Shin had felt he was competent and trustworthy enough to not be supervised all too often after being assigned to the Minerva. Someone coming to search for him could imply that he was not seen as competent enough to get back to the Minerva by himself in a timely manner. He'd been doing just fine on his own while apart from the ship, and he would hope that would say something about his competence. For a brief moment, Shin was annoyed with someone coming out to look for him. However, then he had the thought of those who had been worried about him while he'd been away. Those at Gibraltar and others may have stated Shin and the Impulse weren't their issue. Yet, Shin didn't believe for a moment there weren't those on the Minerva who would have been worried about him while he'd been gone. His friends Ray and Luna were some of the first that had come to mind of those who would be fretting about him. Thus, it was more likely that enough on the Minerva were worried enough or had been loud enough to get someone to go looking for him. Ayla landed the Osiris a short distance from the mobile suit group that the Impulse had been in. She exited the cockpit and descended down via the zipline to the ground. When she glanced over to where the group in pilot suits, she caught glimpses of the color red that ZAFT red pilot suits had. Ayla began making her way over to the group, not able to help herself but look up at the Federation mass production models she was passing. They had a form which looked to be based on an old Earth-based jet craft used in the AD calendar. However, the pieces of the machine's arsenal that Ayla could see were anything but old. They looked to have beam rifles and sabers to work with. And there were the odd blades with some that had cut through Omni-Windams with relative ease. It was the closest glance that Ayla had of Federation mobile suits she'd gotten during her service in ZAFT. Ayla closed the distance between where she landed the Osiris and the group of pilots. When she reached the edge of the group, she found Shin was in the middle of it. He was being patted on the back, clapped on the shoulder and other gestures of congratulations being done to him. The things Ayla was picking up was the Federation pilots were saying how much they had appreciated what he'd done on the field. Not that Ayla didn't think Shin deserved praise for his efforts during Omni's assault. Shin had shown he put forth serious effort when out on the field, which Ayla appreciated. But hearing of instances of Shin saving others had Ayla feeling pride that Shin was going out of his way to help others. It was a good quality for an individual to have that was trying to make a difference. Shin was trying to downplay the efforts he'd put forth by saying the other squad members had saved him from Omni attacks. He stopped as the squadron leader walked up to Shin. Shin could tell the man was the leader as he had a different marking on the right shoulder area of his pilot suit. The rest around Shin went quiet as the squad leader came up to him. Shin followed his instincts and saluted the man. "Asuka," the squad leader started, "you did an excellent job out there. Your efforts helped all of the squad make it back alive and in one piece." Shin was having trouble with forming words to respond to the praise he was receiving. This had not really happened while he'd been enlisted in ZAFT. "Thank you, sir," Shin replied, "but I was just doing what I could to help, that's all." Ayla stepped forward trying to make her way through the group of pilots. The squad leader noticed the woman in a red ZAFT uniform coming into the squad. It was likely the woman was here to pick up the kid and get him back to the ZAFT vessel he was assigned to. "But it looks like you have someone here to get you back to the ship you're with." Shin turned in the direction that the squad leader had glanced in and found Ayla was there. While Shin had seen the Osiris, he hadn't thought Ayla would be the one in the cockpit sent to look for him. She had been still in the infirmary when Shin had been on the Minerva last. Truthfully, Shin would have guessed either Ray or Mr. Dems would be chosen to find him and guide the Impulse back to the Minerva. He respected Ayla for her skills and attitude with which she led a mobile suit team. He nodded to Ayla but couldn't think of what to say to her with all that had happened in the last 2 weeks and today. With what Commander McGregor said about Gibraltar not willing to help him to get back to the Minerva. It hadn't sat right that Gibraltar wasn't going to help Shin and it had frustrated him for a bit. Ayla bowed to the squadron leader. "You have my thanks for keeping an eye on Shin," she greeted. "Our ship's crew and I have been worried about him while he was away from the ship." The squad leader glanced back at Shin for a moment, wondering if ZAFT truly understood how good a soldier they had in Asuka. As far as the squad leader had seen, Asuka would become a Gundam pilot which stories told of. "Well, ZAFT certainly is lucky to have Asuka," the squad leader remarked. "This squad would have lost a number if not for Asuka's actions during Omni's assault. The young man will go far with the talent and skills he has for piloting a mobile suit." Ayla was a little taken aback at the Federation team lead saying that Shin had made a real difference. It was akin to a high compliment being given to Shin. Ayla couldn't help but wonder if the plant's National Defense Committee would perhaps listen to such were Talia assigned Shin to one of the Minerva's Gundams. It was the response of the National Defense Committee which essentially had Shin not a primary Gundam pilot in Ayla's opinion. But for the Federation to notice of Shin's talent and skill was an independent recommendation. That should get the National Defense Committee to reassess Shin's abilities and then consider him for piloting a Gundam. Ayla bowed again to the squad leader. "I would agree that ZAFT is lucky to have him," she replied. "Even if we need to be reminded of that from time to time." Ayla had told Shin that he was a good pilot before, and he'd appreciated it when she had said that kind of thing. Shin was one to be modest when receiving praise for his efforts. His parents had always taught Shin to do the best he could to help others, not for personal gain or to be recognized, but because it was the right thing to do. Due to that, Shin didn't seek the spotlight that others wanted for recognition. Honestly, Shin had no real interest in people telling stories about him or what he did. He didn't see himself becoming some kind of war hero that people looked toward to save humanity from the dangers it faced. Ayla signaled Shin to board the Impulse so they could return to the Minerva. Shin nodded in understanding and bid farewell to those who had been his teammates during the Alliance's assault. He then boarded the Impulse and took the air and followed the Osiris. Shin was left to his thoughts as he was flying back to the Minerva with Ayla. He really did want to get back to the Minerva and the friends he had there. However, Shin believed he had been making potential friends on the Normandy. Then there were those from the Thor squadron who Shin had come to see as comrades. He had come to care to a degree for those people he'd met while he had been separated from the Minerva. So, a part of him was hesitant to leave Asgard and the people he'd gotten to know. And that part of him was in conflict with the other part which wanted to reunite with his friend on the Minerva. Shin was brought out of his thoughts when the sight of the Minerva came to be in front of him. The ship looked to have taken somewhat a beating from the assault from what Shin could see. The Minerva was in a dry dock, and it appeared that Federation personnel were working on repairs. Shin was grateful the Federation was helping the Minerva, but he would have expected them to do so under the current circumstances. The Federation helped out those who were in need as much as they could, it was part of the foundational principles. It may give him the time to rest and sleep as he really could use those. Shin had been pushing off and ignoring the exhaustion which the battle had dropped onto his shoulders. Meanwhile, Tyler had taken some time to refresh himself after working with Lisa to take stock of the Normandy's condition after the assault. His mother had told him several times there would be days he would wish he could avoid or not go through. Tyler knew it was unwise to doubt his mother's wisdom. It had been proven right far more often than not, and this piece of wisdom was no different to how right she was. The current day which was heading for a close was certainly one of the kind of days Ellen had been describing. The tension had been high at the start of the day with Omni itching to attack for close to a week. And the assault they had brought had been the harshest to date even with its failure. The Alliance's justification for their attack on Asgard from what Tyler had heard was ridiculous to put it mildly. The statement that Tyler had been told was the Federation had committed crimes and was interfering with needed business and variations of that. It was less than what could be used for a bad joke if Tyler was to give his opinion. The truth of the matter was simple, and Tyler felt that made the Alliance's action all the more foolish and otter. The Alliance had been working in the background and keeping their actions from the general public. Thus, the attack on the plants and then Asgard were a complete 180 from that mentality. Before they'd had plausible deniability, but any chance of that had been thrown away. A child could see the fragile reasoning and poke holes in it for it collapse entirely. The first response to the Federation's interference had been the proposal of their World Security Organization treaty. The garbage document, which was how Tyler had heard it referred to by several, had been refused by all the Federation member nations. The attack on Asgard had been in response to the refusal to the Alliance's attempt to rope the Federation into their schemes. The assault was officially being called the Niflheim Siege by Federation High Command had been a bold move for the Alliance. The size of the fleet alone made Tyler scratch his head on whom it could be calling the shots from the shadows when it came to the Alliance. From what Tyler had heard, there were still no definitive answers as to their backers that Salas agents could find yet. But whoever they were, Tyler figured that the meddling with their attempted nuclear strike and then turning down the proposal had really ticked them off. And while the Alliance had proven they overreacted more often than not, this was a more extreme case in Tyler's opinion. Then, there had been some interesting information learned from Omni's assault which they may not have wanted to reveal to the Federation and ZAFT. The Alliance had shown they had working atmospheric entry capsules that appeared more efficient than ZAFT's by a margin. The anti-orbital cannons had countered Omni's attempt to drop in forces from orbit to give themselves an advantage. As Tyler understood it, the cannons were built and designed to deter ZAFT landing forces originally. There had been a chance that ZAFT might try something at some future point. Nonetheless, in the end, the cannons performed as intended by eliminating more than half the drop forces before they could be deployed. Thus, Tyler was of the opinion that it didn't really matter who got to help test the orbital cannon. They had fulfilled their purpose in Asgard's defense and that's what counted. It would also prove the cannon's effective use and therefore, needed employment for the Federation's military complexes. Although the sun had set by this point, Tyler had seen Asgard before the light had faded fully. The base had taken damage from the assault which was expected, though it was more than Tyler would have thought Omni would manage. The western shoreline and some of the structures close to that area had taken a beating. Repairs were already underway, the priority being on the fixed defense so they could be operational as soon as possible. Tyler had heard from some of the officers around Asgard High Command that repairs would take close to 2 days for everything to be done. With the losses Omni took, they would unlikely come back in less than 2 days. And the Normandy would be hopefully leaving Asgard before that became a potential issue that needed to be addressed. Tyler knew it was no secret the Alliance had hated the Federation building the Asgard base where they had. They had made their displeasure of the Federation having Asgard and the symbol it was to the other two factions clear. The Alliance had made it known they believed Asgard should have been theirs to use and control. Tyler knew they felt the same about the Federation member nations. Yet, the argument was the same in the end, which the Alliance lost each and every time. However, even when their arguments fell flat, it hadn't stopped the Alliance from using their justification of entitled ownership for harassing the Federation. And from what Tyler was seeing, the Alliance wouldn't allow the Federation to stay on the sidelines and accept neutrality as an answer in this conflict. But the Alliance's actions both present and future weren't of immediate concern of Tyler's, for it wasn't in his job description to handle that. The outside response to the assault on Asgard was already in motion from the rumors going around. Federation borders were in the process of being locked down, especially those which were shared with the Alliance. That was expected to be in place along with new regulation within less than 24 hours. Tyler wouldn't at all be surprised if there would also be a ban of Omni forces along with Alliance governmental personnel. It was more shocking such hadn't been established already before the assault in Tyler's mind. Yet, there were also rumors that ZAFT had an operation in the works to drop forces on Earth too. Were that true, Tyler was concerned it would prod the Alliance into a more aggressive stance than they were already in. And the Alliance's action had already put them at war with both other factions. The brewing conflict was on a path to become worse rapidly and turn into a full-blown war. The assault had taken its toll on the Normandy by the rough damage report Lisa had shown him. The ship had taken some damage even when it had spent more than half the battle underwater. The damage wasn't horrible, according to what Lisa had told Tyler. The repairs would take a few hours, which would be handled by those around Asgard. Resupply would be much the same as the repairs, they would take a few hours to be finished. So, for the Normandy the needed work would be straightforward and simple overall. But the same couldn't be said for the mobile suits and the other issues the Normandy had on its plate currently. The mobile suits would need work before deployment from what Chief Valion said. His mechanics were already working on that and by his current estimates, it would be 3 days for the needed repairs. The other problem that Tyler had to deal with was one of the Normandy's pilots had been injured during the battle. It had been Miss Lily Thavali from what Luke had told Tyler. Apparently, her machine had taken damage which had transferred into the cockpit enough to do her harm in the form of shrapnel. Dr. Knoll said she was going to be kept busy with other things so she wouldn't be able to do much other than patch her up. Miss Thavali needed more medical work than that, so would be at Asgard for medical attention and recovery. That put the Normandy one pilot down which didn't sit well with Tyler. The Normandy had been popular in a bad way with Alliance vessels during its service thus far. Tyler wanted her to be at her best as soon as she could for whatever may come next. Then there was the other standing problem that Tyler had brought to the Normandy from Omni's assault. The encounter with ZAFT's stolen Gundams during the assault had been unexpected as had been crossing paths with Tinkin Pilot. Tyler wouldn't deny he had enjoyed taunting Tinkin Pilot and toying with them. But the nagging feeling he'd gotten during that encounter had kept coming back to him. Their skills and fighting style had seemed hauntingly familiar and yet Tyler couldn't explain why. His memory tended to be rather reliable with identifying familiarities and the like. But then before Tyler could finish the Tinkin Pilot off, the Black Gundam had stepped in. That fight had been different, but Tyler had managed to disable the pilot and brought them back. However, with Miss Thavali being around Asgard did solve the space issue which would have come up with the Gaia in the hangar. Extracting the pilot had been simple enough, even with the extra security that was on hand with the cockpit opening. The girl had been taken to the Normandy's infirmary by Dr. Knoll and her assistants. Tyler intended to go down and check on how the girl was doing when he got the chance. He hoped Dr. Knoll was taking the proper precautions, and he figured the woman would know how to handle the girl. Tyler hadn't forgotten Lisa's worry and he shared it especially with what he suspected about the Normandy's guest. He hoped the girl could give valuable information about the Alliance and what they could be doing that the public wasn't aware of currently. At least that was Tyler's logic in bringing the Black Gundam back to the Normandy. And since he was the one that brought the issue to the ship, Tyler felt it was only right he be involved in its handling. Tyler did want to make sure Shin was okay after the assault. The kid had fought alongside the Asgard's defense forces since the beginning of Omni's attack. He assumed that Shin had made his way back to the Minerva when the fight was officially declared over. And after making sure Shin was okay, Tyler would like to have a word with Captain Gladys. Tyler wanted to corroborate what Shin had said as fact or not. He didn't see that conversation going nicely or being very comfortable for the woman that was the captain of the Minerva. But first Tyler needed to handle the Normandy's guest before he could look into what Shin was doing. Priorities had to be seen to in order which the Normandy's situation had to be handled by him before other things. So, once Tyler had gotten out of the shower and back into his uniform, he went and checked in with those on the bridge. He found that repairs and resupply were on track to be completed by 0600 the next morning. That was good as the Normandy would need to deliver the girl they had brought on board to Shangri-La. There the girl would get whatever treatment those like her got so they could be around the general public without being a violent threat. The sooner the girl got there, the better things would be for her in the long run. Tyler still hoped to get some information out of the girl along the way. However, if there wasn't anything pertinent she could say, it wasn't her fault. The Alliance lost one of their special soldiers which was more damaging to them, which was a good thing. Along the way to the infirmary, Tyler did come across Commander Marks. Tyler chatted with the man and gave him the general facts that he suspected of the Normandy's guest. Marks listened to Tyler had to say about the girl who had been extracted from the enemy Gundam's cockpit. The girl had looked normal enough to Marks, but with what the captain said that apparently the case. Thus far, Captain McGregor's information had been right on the money. Marks hadn't seen any reason that was going to change, so he took what the captain said as true unless proven wrong. What the captain described with the girl, it made Marx concerned about the Alliance's special soldiers. It wasn't the enhanced strength, speed, or advanced training that worried Marx, it was the erratic violent tendencies that the captain mentioned. So, when Captain McGregor suggested those under Marx's command keep an eye on the girl while she was on the ship was quite reasonable. Marx assured the captain he would have his men watch the girl while she was in the infirmary and when she got out. Should she act up, they would step in and get things under control. If that meant the girl ended up being put in a brig cell, then that's what would happen. Tyler continued along his way to the infirmary after talking with Marx. He hoped that the soldiers wouldn't need to step in and restrain the girl. But Tyler had seen what the Alliance's special soldiers could do when they lashed out. The Galliana girls had proven to Tyler those from the Alliance's project were to be taken seriously. Not that Tyler didn't feel sorry for the kids the Alliance made into their special soldiers, for he did. He didn't blame them for the violent tendencies they all seemed to have, that was the Alliance's doing. It was why the treatment that some were doing for them was so important. The kids had suffered because of what the Alliance had done to them even if through others. They deserved a chance at a normal life more than the average human being. When he entered the corridor with the infirmary in it, Tyler spotted 2 of Marx's men stationed on either side of the infirmary door. Tyler appreciated that Marx took what he said seriously and acted on his suggestions quickly. He'd found it tended to pay off when one prepared more often than not. Tyler approached the infirmary, nodding at the 2 soldiers and assigned to remain on their guard. Then he walked past them and entered the infirmary and came to a halt at the scene playing out in front of him. The girl who had been taken out of the Black Gundam's cockpit was currently restrained. She was held to one of the examination tables by 3 heavy straps, one across her forehead, another over her middle, and the last holding her knees. All the straps were taut and didn't let the girl sit up or get off the table. The center strap also looked to have pieces to trap her wrists. Nevertheless, even with her restrained, that didn't stop the girl from struggling against the straps that bound her. As the girl thrashed against the straps, Tyler looked her over in more detail than he'd gotten in the hangar. And the more than Tyler studied the female, the more he was reminded of the female teen from the Siberian hellhole he'd been around. The resemblance between the 2 was quite striking. If Tyler were to guess, the 2 could very well be sisters and if not, definitely related in some way. His gaze paused on her violet eyes which were wide with fear as she struggled against her bonds. The girl was panicking and the frenzy of it would keep it going until something was able to remove the frenzy. He hadn't missed the girl shouting what he registered as gibberish mostly. There were words among the gibberish that Tyler picked out. Those words included names if Tyler were to guess, like, Tanya, Neo, Owl, and Sting. The only name which Tyler had heard was Tanya, which belonged to the female teen who had been among the kids Tyler and others saved from the Siberian hellhole. The other 3 names weren't familiar to Tyler, nor had he seen anything from the information network. Yet, with the girl in the condition she was, getting information from her would be rather difficult. She didn't look in a state to be reasonable and until that changed, the situation would be a fragile one. Tyler watched Dr. Knoll delegating to her staff to do work on the girl. From what he was hearing, they were working to calm the teen down, which Tyler hoped was successful. Maya had been working on the girl which had been dropped into the lap of her staff and her with the enemy machine being brought onto the Normandy. It hadn't taken Maya long to recognize the girl as she'd seen her before. The girl's name was Stella Lausir as Maya recalled. She was Tanya's sister who she would talk about while Alliance personnel hadn't been around at the Tartarus lab. Stella was also a member of the other top-performing extended trio besides Tanya's own. Her appearance was odd as her trio would be the best one without Tanya's trio to use. The first issue she and her assistants encountered was the girl had a minor concussion and other bruising. Clearly the girl had been bounced around before arriving on the Normandy which wasn't in her favor. Maya couldn't help feeling sorry for the girl with her current position and plight. The straps had been a precaution in case her condition was poor, and she lashed out. When Stella had woken up, she had gone into a panic, struggling against the straps that had been put in place. It had been obvious to Maya from how Stella was acting she needed the maintenance extendeds normally got on a regular basis. Unfortunately, the Normandy didn't have the usual means to provide the needed maintenance. There was an alternative method, but it was temporary and wasn't as effective in the long run. The Normandy did have drugs which had been used in the Enhanced Human Project. They were for emergencies only such as encountering a candidate from the project and that did happen. Maya would love not to use the drugs which the candidates had been forcibly given. Most of them had harmful effects which caused other issues given a little time. Then there had been the select few concoctions put into the candidates which had been vile in multiple ways. Unfortunately, it was the vile drugs which did the more efficient stabilizing agent than the less nasty serums. And the major reason that Maya wanted to avoid the nastier concoctions was the long-term effects they had which were waved off by others. They were dangerously addictive and did irreversible harm if taken regularly. It was why the candidates were given an estimated use time when on them with using those drugs. However, Maya had to consider them an option should nothing else work on stabilizing Stella. It was as Stella began screeching gibberish and names that Maya had one of her assistants bring the first group of drugs that could potentially help Stella. Among the names, her sister Tanya's came up the most. The other members of her trio were called out as well as a name Maya didn't recognize. None of the drugs in the first group had even made a dent in the girl's issues due to lack of maintenance when tried. The second group had done very little compared to the first. That left the third, which had the drugs which Maya had been trying to avoid using. It had been for Stella's benefit that Maya had been trying to get by with other things. But as her condition was getting worse, it was becoming clear Stella needed the cursed concoctions that the project used to get her stable for even a period of time. And so, Maya loaded a vial with the standard dose of millionah serotonin before turning back to the examination table. It was seconds after the injection that Stella froze up for a moment and the struggling stopped. Stella had barely registered the stabbing of the needles when the drugs were being used on her. The pain which had come shortly after she'd woken up in this strange place had rapidly become almost unbearable. She had tried to call out for help to those that Stella knew would help her in any way they could. However, the pain hadn't stopped until a familiar cold sensation had shot through Stella. It was familiar because Stella had felt it before when around the lab. It came when she was given a special dose of stuff before extreme simulations were performed. After the cold wave washed over her, the pain dulled to manageable levels. It took Stella a full minute to steady her breathing patterns after the drug hit her system. Once Stella could process the pain had faded enough for her to function, she began taking in her surroundings. She tried turning her head and found she couldn't. In fact, Stella found her movements overall had been restrained by straps over her body. A whisper of panic ran through her for a moment, but Stella quickly employed the exercises Tanya had taught her. The exercises helped Stella stay calm so she could deal with the current situation the best she could. Instead of giving into the panic, Stella began taking in what she could to create a picture of her circumstances. The room she was in sounded and seemed like a medical type in nature, though she didn't recognize anything she was taking in. That she was strapped down suggested she wasn't on the ship Neo had taken her trio to before the fighting. And Neo hadn't come and helped her, so he might not be around to do anything. Maya had noticed Captain McGregor had entered the room and was waiting for things to be settled. She appreciated that the captain was patient with others. And he had stopped the soldiers from moving forward and interfering, which was also helpful. The alliance had not been like that much if at all with those under them. And getting Stella to be cooperative would be a delicate dance Maya felt by the end. The girl hadn't had maintenance recently and so would be dealing with side effects of that. Also, extendeds, while better behaved than boosted men tended to be, were still not the best behaved around those outside the project and their handlers. Maya hadn't liked the disciplinary system that Dr. Moss had established which the alliance had botched. However, she couldn't deny Dr. Moss's system did get consistent and predictable results with how it had been strictly employed. Thus, Maya leaned down to the level of Stella's ears. Listen and listen well, young lady, she began, making sure her firm tone was clear. You are to be on your best behavior until given further instructions. Should you not be, you will face punishment for your actions. Stella had been working on putting a picture together of where she was and what was happening. Yet, at being spoken to, her attention had slipped. The mention of good behavior was clear and simple enough to understand. However, the mention of punishment had given Stella a shot of ice-cold fear. Punishment was mentioned in order to make sure candidates understood the importance of what was being said or the specific task they were being given. It was meant to be the best motivation to get the best results candidates could get. And the tone was the same as those from the lab would use, for Stella couldn't mistake it. Alliance soldiers couldn't do the tone like those from the labs could. Thus, what was being said to her was important and Stella needed to be on the best behavior she had. She didn't want to face punishment from any that were from the project. Those punishments were so much worse than any in the alliance could give. Tyler had been observing the interactions of the Normandy's medical staff and the ship's guest. He'd seen a couple of needles being used on the girl which had worried him somewhat. Tyler had been told drugs had been used on the kids forced into the enhanced human project. The general descriptions he'd heard had not inspired any confidence in the drugs being nice or a good thing, the opposite really. And the last one which had been used that had appeared to work made Tyler even more concerned. Dr. Knoll had shown herself to be a woman who wanted to help as she could. With how many different drugs she'd used, it had Tyler believing the last one was the nastiest of the options she had to choose from. And the effect of the drug had been the girl freezing up for a moment before relaxing to a degree. While whatever the drug had done the job, Tyler didn't like what he'd seen. He didn't blame Dr. Knoll for what she'd done, the woman had been trying to help. No, he blamed those from the enhanced human project for coming up with whatever was used. If the drug hadn't been enough of an issue in Tyler's eyes, what Dr. Knoll had done after that had been a twisting of the knife. His ears hadn't missed the mention of punishment to the girl. The girl had visibly tensed in response to the word, which was a clear sign of those from the project. It was confirmation that the girl was unfortunately one of those who the project had changed into the Alliance's horrible desire. It had been made clear punishment had been used consistently and frequently to obtain compliance from the candidates. There was more than a fear of what punishment could be used against them. It made Tyler think whatever was done for punishment was torture in some form or another. That was the only way Tyler could figure such a well-ingrained response could be established as a means of control. Tyler could only imagine the things the girl had gone through since the Alliance had taken her from wherever she had been before the project. They were treated as less than human as far as Tyler understood, which was wrong in every way in his mind. Tyler's hope was if the situation the girl was in could be explained properly, she would be inclined to cooperate. That was the ideal outcome in the current circumstances while the girl was on the Normandy. The girl would be on the ship for days and not more than a week while it traveled to the Republic. Tyler would rather the girl not spend that in a brig cell. From what candidates he'd spoken to had said, their rooms were essentially prison cells. He didn't want to treat the girl the same as the Alliance did. Tyler wanted this girl to see the world wasn't as she'd been told. The good road ahead of the girl was a long one, but in the end, she would have a far better life with it. Tyler remained silent as Dr. Knoll worked on explaining to the girl that she needed to behave. It was a couple minutes before the straps holding the girl down were unbuckled one by one. The girl didn't make any sudden movements as the restraints were removed, which Tyler took as a hopeful sign. Tyler still didn't have a name for the girl, and he felt that would be a good place to being the explanation of her circumstances. As the girl sat up on the table, Tyler caught the two behind him tightening their grips on their weapons. Tyler held up a hand to say they were to stay on guard and be ready, but not to step in unless he told them to. He took a step forward toward the girl and waited to be recognized by Dr. Knoll. The woman nodded at him, staying close by the girl as she did so. The girl turned and gazed at Tyler, to which he smiled slightly. "Hello miss," he greeted, "my name is Tyler McGregor. I'm the captain of the vessel you are currently on." Tyler pointed at himself as he did his introduction, trying to make this as smooth as possible. "Do you have a name by which we can call you?" Stella had taken a quick glance around the room as she had sat up from the examination table. It was definitely a medical room around the same size as those around the lab for individual candidates were taken to for work to be done. There were 4 in outfits that said they were medical personnel. There had been the woman the other 3 seemed to look to for instructions. That woman had appeared familiar though Stella didn't recognize her face specifically. It was a moment after looking at her that Stella realized the woman matched the description Tanya had given her the last time she'd talked to her. The woman was one of the head scientists at the Tartarus lab. Tanya had told Stella the woman may be one of those on the project so enforced the disciplinary system, but she had always told the truth to Tanya and other candidates. Thus, the woman was trustworthy according to Tanya and could be taken at her word. So, when the woman had told her to be on good behavior and things would be okay, Stella believed that would be true. When she had fully sat up, Stella's gaze quickly came to focus on the entryway of the room. There were 3 at that end of the room, 2 of them had rifles in their hands, though they didn't have them raised. The one in the front of the 3 then held her attention. The guy was different than the others Stella had been around. The appearance was normal enough, but the air around them was an extremely odd one. The air was a mix of commanding one and what one would expect from a nice person. The greeting the guy had given established a few points that could determine Stella's situation. He was the one in charge of the ship she was on and so had the power to say what would happen to her. That meant Stella would have to be careful around the guy or things could become bad for her. He'd asked for a name which Stella wasn't sure she should give just yet. Stella took a moment to glance around the room again more slowly. The more she took in, the more concerned she became about her current situation. The room design didn't look like what the Alliance used normally. That implied Stella may not be on an Alliance vessel. If that was so, Neo wouldn't be able to help her if things went bad. She was more than likely on her own in whatever she was facing. That position was a scary one which she hadn't faced for a while now. Stella took a moment to forcibly calm her breathing, which had been increasing in frequency due to the panic creeping up in her. Panicking and lashing out was not going to help her, so she needed to stay in control. Stella returned her gaze to the guy who had asked her name. "Where's Neo?" she asked, trying to keep shaky tones from showing too much. Tyler would applaud the girl was keeping in control, it was clearly taking her effort to do so. It helped his hope that this situation could be handled without incident occurring. The mention of Neo made Tyler wonder if that was her handler or something of the like. He'd never heard the name himself, but planned to see what he could find out about it later. "I do apologize," Tyler replied. "I don't know anyone by the name of Neo. If you give me more information, I can certainly look into them and see what I can find." Tyler paused for a moment, feeling that it was best to lay out the girl's situation as it was. "But let me inform you of your current situation and we can go from there. You are not an Earth Alliance ship like you probably were on before. In actuality, you are on a Federation military vessel right now, and in its infirmary." The confirmation of Stella's growing assumption of her not being an Alliance vessel fed the panic welling up in her. Stella began shaking before she took the time to go through the calming exercises Tanya had taught her. Her sister's lesson had done more for her than anything the lab had taught her. There was still fear going through Stella, but she was in control and that's what counted the most. As long as she stayed in control of herself and didn't lash out, Stella could manage in her current situation. That was what Tanya would often tell her and Stella held to that right now. She looked back at the guy in the hope of learning more so she could plan accordingly. Tyler had waited as the girl had taken the time to calm down. It was kind of impressive that the girl could and would do that. Those he'd met before from the project seemed to have issues doing that with some exceptions. If the girl had the ability to keep in control of herself and not give in to the violent tendencies which had been instilled within her, that would certainly help things. Tyler felt he may help the girl if he assured her that she didn't need to fear for her safety on the Normandy. You have nothing to fear, young lady, Tyler stated clearly. As long as you keep calm and don't hurt anyone on this ship, no one will hurt or harm you. There will be no punishment while you stay in control. I will personally promise you that and see such is the truth while you are on board. Stella blinked at the statement the guy had just given her. It was completely different from any of the handlers her trio had before now. There had never been promises made that no harm would come that Stella could recall. At the labs, it was more a guarantee of punishment if a candidate and their trio didn't achieve acceptable results. The only assurance of safety any candidate ever got was maintaining good performance reduced chances of punishment coming to them. The few times that Stella felt safe was when she was with Tanya. Those times had warm feelings with them which Stella loved more than anything. So, the promise of safety was beyond tempting to Stella as she'd never received such. However, she wanted to be absolutely sure she was being offered what was being stated. I am safe here, she questioned, I won't be punished. Tyler could only wonder once again about the system which had been described to him the project had for the candidates. Punishment had clearly been a huge part if not the central foundation of which the system worked upon for compliance. Long-standing psychology had stated a reward and punishment system could have most humans conform to the will of others. Tyler hadn't agreed with the premise psychology set, but he couldn't deny it had merit in it. There were proven historical case studies on the idea which Tyler had glanced at and had been disgusted by them. It made humans seem like dogs or something similar with how it put the studies. Almost like people had been beaten into submission to have them obedient as a result to the psychological treatment. Tyler wouldn't believe humanity was like sheep and only followed what the herd did. And so, in this, Tyler wouldn't treat this girl as she had been by those who had tortured her. Thus, he nodded, yes, you will be safe and not punished. Tyler held up a finger, however, that will be dependent upon you staying in control and not lashing out violently against those on this ship. Freedom is a privilege you earn with good behavior. With that being said, should you misbehave and try to hurt another on this ship, things will change for you. That kind of behavior will quickly lose privileges and will have you confined as you just were. If necessary, then you will end up in one of the ship's brig cells to keep others and yourself safe. That is how things work on board this ship, and you will be held to this standard like everyone else is, do you understand? Something about the guy had Stella feeling she could believe what he was saying was the truth. She hadn't encountered many that gave her that feeling, so it stood out to her. The condition which the safety and non-punishment was set upon was simple enough for her. It was clear that bad behavior would be punished even if in a way she wasn't used to. Stella would have to just make sure she didn't lash out and remain calm. She could do that with the dose she'd received from the doctor. The guy had offered to see where Neo could be for her if she gave him more information. Stella may not know what was ahead of her right now, but she wanted to believe it wasn't going to be bad. So, Stella nodded slowly, I understand, she answered. My name is Stella. I will be good and do what I'm told. I don't want to be punished, it's always horrible. Tyler noted Stella paused and shuddered at what he imagined were memories of punishments she'd received. What is going to happen to me? Tyler didn't fault the question Stella was asking, he would be questioning the same in her position. However, he didn't have much of an answer other than general facts about where she would be taken. Tyler would love to give more information, but it wasn't something he was being given details about. The second-hand information he got from those who had received the treatment didn't make much sense to him. So, Tyler shrugged, I can't say much beyond you being escorted to a place where you'll get treatment of some kind. Those I have talked to who had gotten the treatment have said it was life-changing, but I don't know what it involves. Tyler gestured to Dr. Knoll, perhaps the good doctor knows more than I do about the idea, but it is a good thing from what I've seen. Tyler decided it was best to turn to more immediate matters that involved Stella. But turning to more immediate things, he stated. You will be free to go where you wish on this ship while you're on board. There are a few exceptions as you may expect, but those will be made clear to you. Tyler left the infirmary after that taking the soldiers with him. He told them to keep an eye on Stella just in case the girl should act up. Tyler wanted to be easy on the girl, but the safety of his crew was a priority to him. He would have the soldiers keep as loose an eye on the girl as they could but still be able to step in should things go south. Tyler counted on Mark's being able to convey to those under him the needed care in this. His part with Stella should be essentially done for the time being. Dr. Knoll could give her details and answer what questions she had the best right now. After leaving the soldiers to their duties, Tyler headed off toward the Normandy's starboard airlock. He intended to go over to the Minerva to make sure Shin made it back to his ship. Tyler also wanted a word with Talia Gladys so he could confirm some things about Shin. While Shin had said he was a backup pilot, Tyler wanted a second person in the know to confirm that. Plus, Tyler wanted to thank Captain Gladys for what she had done in coming to Asgard. And with the latest Tyler had heard, the Minerva had been allowed to dock at Asgard for repair and resupply before they left. While they were in dock, Tyler figured Federation personnel would be allowed on the ZAFT vessel for the resupplying and repairs. Thus, he should have no trouble getting onto the ship. Nevertheless, Tyler did check in before leaving the Normandy, telling her he would be back later. Tyler came onto the docks and asked the first person he came across about the ZAFT vessel. He was told the Minerva was at the docking area next to the one the Normandy was in right now. Tyler thanked the person and took the time to find a vehicle to use for himself. He drove the jeep he'd found out of the docks he was around and headed for the docking area next door. After entering the area, Tyler quickly spotted the Minerva in a dry dock. It was clear the ship was already being worked on when it came to repairs. While Asgard may not be able to fix specialized equipment which had been damaged during the assault, those here could do anything else. Tyler imagined once the work and resupply was done the Minerva would head back to Gibraltar or somewhere else. It was why he had wanted to get to the ship after taking care of the Normandy's guest. Tyler wanted to make sure Shin was good and talk Talia before the Minerva headed out. So, he parked the jeep and began making his way up the gangway which was in place for the vessel. He hoped finding the Minerva's captain would be a simple matter. Tyler may be one who could stir up chaos, but it tended to be work and he didn't want to send that on Talia Gladys if he didn't have to. The woman had already proven she cared about those under her, and Tyler could respect that. Not all officers regardless of the faction they belonged to showed they cared about what happened to those under them. So, Tyler had a modicum of respect for those who did show care about those they commanded. Tyler entered the Minerva through the open airlock which others were using to do their work. He glanced in both directions of the corridor he was coming into. Tyler was trying to decide the best method to search for Captain Gladys. He could get into the Minerva systems and use them to find the woman. However, Tyler had a feeling such wouldn't be appreciated after what Mr. Winters had done while on the ship. And Tyler didn't want to set off the crew to only have Talia have to do work to calm them down. The conversation he and the Minerva's captain would have was already likely to be an unpleasant one from what Tyler figured. He wasn't interested in making it worse and getting less truthful answers as a result. At the same time, Ayla and Matt had been assisting Talia and Arthur by being liaisons between the crew and the Federation personnel doing the repairs. Truthfully, it was extremely nice of the Federation to allow the Minerva to dock at Asgard. It was the first time that Ayla knew of the Federation was allowing a non-Federation dock at a Federation military complex. Then for them to assist in the Minerva's repairs and resupply was beyond nice of them to do. The crew of the Minerva should be grateful for the assistance and willingness to help them the Federation was showing. And for the most part the crew overall were nice to the Federation personnel that were coming on and off the ship. The important ones had like the officers and chief avies were okay with the help from the Federation. Nevertheless, there were some from the crew that were making things difficult with the repairs and resupply. Luna Maria stood out the most in that group much to Ayla's frustration. Ayla knew the girl had been frustrated with Shin being separated from the ship, many had been. Yet, her expressing it with snapping at those around her without regard wasn't helpful. Thankfully the Federation personnel had not taken her snapping personally, but it hadn't been a nice reflection for the Minerva. Matt had been handling most of the other problematic crew members while the Minerva was getting work done. Ayla had been focused on a select few which included Luna in their number. The issue was the complaints were slowing down the work which the Minerva needed done. From the damage report that Ayla had gotten a glance at, there was an amount of work to be done on the Minerva. The Federation was doing what they could for the Minerva's specialized equipment. Most of the damaged weapon system could be fixed up by the Federation well enough to be seen as fully operable. They would be looked over once the ship got back to Gibraltar. Ayla wouldn't doubt just to be sure they were good to go. The sensor array was one of the systems which would be likely done more at Gibraltar than Asgard. Arthur had said the Federation told him they could get the array working somewhat, but not repair it fully. Yet, the engines, the left linear catapult, and parts of the outer hull were the biggest problems which were being worked on. Aves was working with the Federation on those and said they should be done by morning. It allowed Aves to also have his mechanics work on mobile suit repairs while the engines and catapult were being repaired. Because of the needed repairs getting Federation help, the Minerva may get to leave in the morning. However, with those like Luna Maria arguing and causing delays with the work, it was putting the time needed for the work at risk. Ayla had already pulled Luna aside twice to explain to her that she was to calm down and leave their guests alone. The girl had been acting up somewhat since Shin had come back to the Minerva. Shin had fainted from exhaustion and had been taken off to the infirmary by Ray and Matt. Shin was now sleeping in the quarters he shared with Ray. Ayla had given specific instructions to him to not let anyone by the captain, deputy, Matt, or herself inside until he was told by one of them otherwise. Luna had already tried to check on Shin but Ray had stopped her, which had led to Ayla talking to her for the first time. The second time had come after Luna had snapped at a few Federation personnel as they were working on the engines. Aves had directed the girl to Ayla and Ayla had to give her a stern warning to back off and stop bugging the Federation people working on the Minerva. Ayla had to end with telling Luna if she couldn't control her outbursts, then she would be confined to her quarters until the ship set out for Gibraltar. Ayla turned into the corridor with the airlock the dock linked to when she was brought out of her thoughts. Ahead of her was a guy in the Federation's non-formal uniform and he looked to be glancing around searching for something. Most of the Federation personnel that Ayla had come across that were working on the Minerva had been directed where to go before coming onto the ship. Thus, Ayla was left to wonder if this guy was here for a different reason. He didn't look like any of the workers that she'd seen. And none of what Ayla could see on the uniform told her of rank, though she didn't know how the Federation's military displayed rank on their non-formal uniforms. So, she approached the guy intending to ask him what he was looking for and go on from there. "Excuse me," Ayla began, "are you with the Federation workers? If not, is there something you're looking for?" Tyler turned in the direction the voice was coming from and found a woman approaching him. The woman appeared to be around the same age as himself and her ZAFT red uniform said she was a pilot assigned to the ship. She was shorter than Tyler by a small margin and had a healthy figure from what Tyler could see. Not that he was looking for a relationship with a pretty girl with the crap Sakura sent his way. Her waist-length silver hair was interesting as it was a rarer color to see. She had light blue eyes which Tyler got the feeling from them the woman would be reasonable. Her calling Tyler out presented a potential means to find Talia Gladys and even find out about Shin. Tyler's goal was still to make sure Shin was okay and have a conversation with the Minerva's captain. So, Tyler put up a hand. "I'm not with the workers, don't get that kind of jobs often if at all," he replied. "No, I'm here to get information and have a word with the ship's captain. If you could help with either of those, I would be ever so grateful." If the guy was looking for information, that should be simple enough and Ayla could help with that. She was curious what this guy could wish to talk about with Talia though. As far as Ayla knew, Talia had already talked to some from the Federation. Ayla didn't know what the conversations had been about, but Talia had looked tired after them. So, she was a tad hesitant to tell the guy where Talia was without knowing more. Ayla bowed in greeting. "I'll help as I can," she stated. "My name is Ayla Lakeen. Can I get your name so I can know whom I am speaking with?" Tyler had felt the woman's voice was familiar for some reason. And after hearing it more, Tyler realized the woman was the same one he'd spoken with when reaching out to the Minerva. It was nice to have a face and name to go with the voice now. But there were other things to get to and if the Minerva wanted to head out as soon as it could, Tyler couldn't afford to waste time. Tyler inclined his head. "The name is Tyler McGregor, Miss Lakeen," he returned. "I believe we spoke last night when I reached out to the Minerva if I'm not mistaken." Ayla blinked as the name matched the one Talia had given more information on about the one who had called the Minerva. Mr. McGregor's information had made it possible for the Minerva to come and get Shin and the Impulse back. Ayla was grateful for the help he'd given, and she knew she wasn't the only one who felt gratitude for those who had helped Shin make it back. But by what Talia had said, Mr. McGregor was the captain of the Federation frigate that had been described to her. The guy in front of her wasn't what she would imagine a ship captain to be. He more looked like a field officer or field commander type of individual from what Ayla was seeing. Thus, Ayla nodded slowly. "Your voice does sound like the one I spoke with last night." "Yes," she remarked. "Although I hear you're a ship captain, is that right?" Tyler sighed at the question being sent his way as it was one he'd gotten many times in one form or another. The questioning of his rank was something that came up several times during Tyler's military career. It was annoying most times and irritating or worse the others. With what Tyler had done during his service, one would think most would just not ask his rank and say he did a good job and leave it at that. But no, because he was young and had amazing skills which most didn't believe, his standing was questioned. "I can't tell you," Tyler started, "how many times my rank has been questioned. And it is quite annoying each time, I can assure you." Ayla hadn't meant to be insulative to Captain McGregor, she'd just wanted to make sure what Talia had said was correct. Yet, it sounded like the question of rank was a sore one with Mr. McGregor. Not that she could blame him, having one's age held against you wasn't nice and could be irritating. She'd had some of that herself, though Shin was one of those that got it far more than those like her. "I didn't mean to be insulative in asking if you were a ship captain," she returned. "You just don't come off as a ship officer, sorry if that didn't come out right." Tyler figured Ayla didn't mean to be insulative, a good portion that asked about his rank weren't. It was just the few who had made it mocking or to be mean had made the whole experience of his rank being questioned annoying as hell. So, he waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Don't worry about it," Tyler replied. "It isn't you, just had times where my rank being questioned was horrid and that colored it going forward." Tyler paused a moment and took a breath. "Yes, I'm the captain of the Federation frigate Normandy. I was given or rather assigned to that position months ago. And I know I don't come off as a ship officer, I wasn't one until the Normandy job came along. I did field work before that which I did rather well with, but I'm not allowed to go into detail about portions of it." Tyler wanted to get on with what he was here to do, so he didn't go further on the current subject. "Back to what I'm here to do," Tyler said as a transition. "I was hoping to find out if Shin got back here safely and what his condition may be. After that, if I could see your captain, that would certainly be appreciated. Ayla was taken aback at Tyler's question about Shin. Of course, Ayla had not talked to Shin yet about his time away from the Minerva. It was her duty as the team lead to debrief Shin and then report that to Talia. But with Shin's collapse after exiting the Impulse, that hadn't been possible just yet. Perhaps, Ayla could get a little information about that time from Tyler as Shin had been with the Normandy. Shin made it back to the ship, Ayla replied. If you wish to see him, I'm sorry you're not going to be able to right now. He collapsed shortly after that and is sleeping that off as we speak. But the ship doctor said he was physically fine and would be much better after sleep. Ayla bowed. I want to thank you and your crew for watching after Shin while he was away. Yet, if I might ask, was Shin okay while on the Normandy? Tyler was glad to know Shin had made it back to the Minerva. The kid had been worried about those on the ship and getting back to them. Tyler had felt for the kid. Being separated from friends was never easy when it was forced. The exhaustion which had gotten the better of Shin was understandable. The kid unlikely had experience with long-running battles which the Alliance's assault had been. And the first time was always taxing and hard on pretty much anyone. Tyler had more been impressed Shin had managed to make it through the fight until the end. It showed the kid had a serious drive and it would serve him well even if it could come with a cost at times. If you're asking about his behavior, it was exemplary, Tyler answered. He does ZAFT proud, for all the good it seems to do for him, but that's my opinion. Tyler paused as the conversations with Shin came back to his mind. The kid's talent and skills were beyond valuable, more so if developed further. And yet, ZAFT either didn't understand what they had with Shin, or they didn't care enough to help it develop. Saying Shin was doing ZAFT proud had been hard to say evenly. The kid deserved so much better than what ZAFT was willing to give him. That kid was essentially the best possible type of candidate for a Gundam pilot. That chance was being ignored, and it would be wasted if he wasn't given the opportunity while he hadn't accepted it wouldn't happen for him. That leads me to wanting a word with your captain, Tyler continued. From what Shin said to me, I want to confirm some things and then ask some questions. Ayla hadn't missed the forced tone that had been used with the reference of Shin making ZAFT proud. It implied Captain McGregor saw ZAFT was taking Shin's service for granted or worse. And it wasn't that she didn't agree with that view to an extent, for she did. Shin had potential which should have him not in a mass production model but a custom machine if not a Gundam type. It was why she had told Talia to assign Shin to the Impulse as the primary pilot. But how that translated into whatever the guy wanted to Talia about didn't make sense to Ayla. Apparently, Shin had said something to have Mr. McGregor to wish to confirm something. What did Shin say that has you wanting to talk to the ship's captain? Ayla asked. Not that I'm trying to pry, but the captain is rather busy with the logistics for the Minerva leaving in the morning. Tyler had figured the Minerva would be leaving soon enough, which had him glad he'd come now rather than waiting. But what Tyler wanted to discuss should be done with the Minerva's captain. Talia Gladys would be the one in the position to be able to make the beneficial changes that Tyler was seeking. Shin mentioned his piloting position, Tyler began, and that had me questioning. At first, I thought he was making some sort of joke with him being a backup pilot, but the kid didn't show he was one to lie. And so, I want an explanation as to why someone as talented as Shin is assigned to a ZAFT mass production model. That will be the overall subject, even if there will be in more detail than that. I would rather not lay out what could come up in the conversation outside of a private room right now. Ayla wanted more details, but the implications were clear enough. The conversation would be along the lines of Shin being a Gundam pilot or not. Beyond that, Ayla couldn't say what would come up. She would love to be, as the phrase went, a fly on the wall, when that conversation was going. But it was obvious that Mr. McGregor wouldn't say more about what he planned to talk about with Talia. And Talia would be in her quarters at the moment as far as Ayla knew, so she gestured forward and led the way in that direction. There was nothing said along the way to the captain's quarters. Ayla still had more questions, but she couldn't form them properly to ask them. And Mr. McGregor may not answer her questions in the way she wanted. The guy had been wording what he said carefully and skillfully. He knew the art of giving an answer without answering a given question. It made her wonder just what kind of work Mr. McGregor did before he became a ship officer. Talia was in her quarters going over the data that Arthur, Matt, and Ayla had been sending to her about the ongoing work. With the Federation's assistance, the Minerva was on track to be good to go by around 0800 hours in the morning. Talia had already thanked the Federation for the assistance they were providing the Minerva. They couldn't fix everything the Minerva needed, but more than enough to get back to Gibraltar and get things finished. Talia assumed it was the Federation's way of thanking the Minerva for the help they had provided in Asgard's defense. The Federation tended to rely more on actions than words in how they did things, and this would match that mentality. The Impulse and Shin had made it back to the ship and that had been the goal the Minerva had set out with. The battle hadn't been ideal, but in the end had worked out for the better for the ship and the Impulse. Information gleaned from the Alliance's assault would be valuable to ZAFT in the coming war they had started. Omni's Wyndham's had earthbound equipment sets which had been suspected before but not confirmed by ZAFT intel yet. Then Omni's atmospheric drop capsules were different from ZAFT's, and that was new, along with them being able to drop forces from above. Before this, ZAFT was thought to have the advantage of dropping forces in from orbit. The Federation were expected to be able to do that, but like with most things with them, there was no intel to confirm it or what method they used. The Minerva would give that information to ZAFT, and it would be said intel acquired it somehow. Then, according to Ayla and Matt, there were a few among the crew who had caused some issues with the repairs. Talia had hoped all in the crew would put aside any reservations about the Federation's military while the repairs and resupply were going on. But that hadn't been so with all of them, and that had caused delays with the work. However, Ayla and Matt had stepped in and handled the issues without her needing to give them attention, which she was grateful for. Ayla and Matt were proving to be irreplaceable in the Minerva's crew and helping things run smoothly. The crew seemed to trust them as they did Arthur and herself, which made things far easier in the long run. Talia had made a note to send recommendations for the two of them to receive commendation for their efforts from ZAFT. Talia was brought out of her thoughts and drawn away from the reports when a knock came at her door. "Come in," Talia stated while she kept scanning the report she was on. The door opened and Talia looked up to see Ayla coming in. "Ayla, to what do I owe the visitation?" Ayla could see Talia was going over things, likely reports, and hadn't gotten sleep while she could get the chance. Not that Ayla could say much, as she wasn't in a much better position than Talia was. However, it did make the Minerva's guest wanting a talk more doable. "Sorry if I'm interrupting anything, Talia," Ayla began, "but something has come up which needs your attention." Talia put down the report and studied Ayla for a moment in the attempt to figure out what the something could be. Arthur, Ayla, and Matt had been managing the repairs and resupply. They were doing great with being the go-betweens with the Federation workers as far as Talia was hearing. So, there was nothing that Talia could think about which would need her attention off the top of her head. "What needs to be seen to, Ayla?" Talia asked. "It was my understanding Arthur, Matt, and you were handling things quite well. At least, that's what Arthur has been saying to me." Talia smiled slightly. "You should hear how he's been raving about how grateful he is that you and Matt are helping him out." Ayla wondered what Arthur was saying to Talia with the help that she and Matt had been extending. The man had been thanking them quite a bit, even after being told it wasn't necessary. But that wasn't the reason Ayla was here seeing Talia. "Actually, no," Ayla replied, "that isn't the reason I'm here. The Minerva has a guest that wants to speak to you directly and they are waiting outside." Ayla paused, hesitating that she had tried to take care of this even when it sounded like something the captain should see to. "I tried to help the visitor, and did to a degree, but they still wanted to talk to you." Talia blinked and wondered who it could possibly be that would want to talk to her directly and would come to the ship to do so. The communications from Asgard had been over a secure COMM link to the Minerva. There hadn't been any who had come to the ship to speak face-to-face with her. So, this sudden change was definitely odd to Talia. "Do you know who this visitor is, Ayla?" Talia asked. "Did they give you a name or something like that?" Ayla nodded. "They gave the name of Tyler McGregor. He asked about Shin before wanting to talk to you." For Captain McGregor to come to the Minerva was still odd in Talia's mind. It was nice of him to come to check on Shin. That didn't explain what McGregor wanted to talk to her about. Not that she was against talking to the young man. He could provide detail about what Shin could have been doing while separated from the Minerva. "Then show him in, Ayla," Talia said. "I can make the time to have a conversation with him." Tyler came into the room after being told to enter. It was the same set quarters that Tyler had come to the last time he'd been on the Minerva. He hoped things would go better, or at least not worse than the last time. The upcoming conversation wouldn't be great, Tyler felt, but he also thought it necessary. Ayla left the room, leaving Talia and Tyler before Talia gestured to a seat for Tyler to take. "I hear you want to have a conversation with me," Talia opened. "While I'm surprised that you would come all this way, I can't help but wonder what reasons you could have to do so." Tyler took a moment to organize his thoughts on how to bring up the subject in the best way he could. He wanted to help Shin get into the best situation he could have. However, if ZAFT refused to give the kid a chance to be the Gundam pilot Tyler was sure he could be, then a different path would need to be presented. Tyler would rather not have Shin have to leave his friends should ZAFT be stubborn enough and not let the kid be a Gundam pilot. But with the direction the world was going, good Gundam pilots were needed badly. Humanity needed those who could change its direction, and Tyler was sure Shin was one of those. The ideal solution would be for Captain Gladys to give Shin a field promotion and make him a Gundam pilot. But that would require the woman to take that initiative and likely have to face higher UPS. Tyler knew those like him which stood up against higher UPS that made things harder were rare. But humanity needed those more now than they ever had before. Tyler figured the best place to start was with the facts that Shin had given to him. He wanted to confirm the facts. Tyler believed Shin had been telling the truth as he knew it, but it never hurt to double-check. "I was hoping perhaps you could confirm some things for me," Tyler began. But let me say I applaud and thank your actions which brought the Minerva here. I applaud them as I assume you went against orders to come and get Shin, showing you care what happens to him. I thank you for helping in Asgard's defense and not just grabbing Shin and leaving, if the kid allowed you to do that, which I doubt he would have. Tyler paused before moving on to the other stuff he wanted to discuss. Allow me to get into this conversation by asking if ZAFT is inclined to have bouts of blindness these days. Talia was taken aback by the question posed to her, as she hadn't expected it at all. She had no idea why Captain McGregor would inquire about ZAFT being blind to things. Talia couldn't connect the question with something sensible that would make sense to her. Why are you asking such a question? Talia asked. That makes no sense as you put it to me. Tyler expected his question would not make sense to most within ZAFT. They didn't see their strict policies, and not making any exceptions were doing more harm than good. Yet, I figured that would be the general response, not that you are directly at fault, Tyler remarked. I'm referring to recognizing talent and encouraging it to becoming something history will remember, among other things. Tyler stopped, deciding to lay out what Shin had gone through and see what Talia Gladys would say to it. I can understand Shin getting separated from the Minerva, there was no real way to avoid that. However, ZAFT's response that followed was lackluster to say the least. Tyler held up a hand to stop Talia from interrupting. I know you had nothing to do with it, but let me finish this. Shin was left for 2 weeks with little to no information from those who were supposed to be his allies. For all he knew, they had accounted him for dead and had moved on to someone else to replace him. And when he was told what the reply those here at Asgard received from Gibraltar, which is a representation of ZAFT, it didn't go well. He asked me what the hold-up was with his allies at Gibraltar. Talia wanted the answers to why Gibraltar's Night Watch had done what they had and why no one had reported them as well. What her mentor had said hadn't helped much, other than to say the higher UPS around Gibraltar weren't aware of the issue. I wish I knew why the response was what it was, Talia assured. I wasn't happy when I found out about it. It was being kept from many around the base. Tyler shook his head. Be that as it may, that doesn't excuse the point at all. Tyler threw up his hands. What should I have told the kid about what we at Asgard got from Gibraltar? That his allies said he wasn't their issue to deal with? That Shin had been relegated to being an issue rather than a ZAFT pilot. Tyler took a moment to calm his breathing and not let what had happened to Shin make him lose control. He didn't blame Talia Gladys for what Gibraltar did. However, those at Gibraltar represented ZAFT whether it was meant to or not. They had stated Shin and ZAFT's Gundam wasn't their issue to have to manage. That was seen by the Federation that ZAFT, not just some at Gibraltar, were abandoning one of their own. The optics mattered in this, and they didn't favor ZAFT, especially with the changes they had been making over the last year. Whether it was intentional or not, Gibraltar's actions have portrayed the image that ZAFT has little interest in a potentially amazing pilot as well as other things. They were willing to abandon them and insist someone else needs to help and deal with them instead of doing their duties, Tyler stated. I just want you to understand how the horrible response of a few can cause far-reaching issues that they didn't think about, but others have to face. Tyler shrugged. I can only hope that if enough bring this up with your National Defense Committee so it can be addressed properly. If that doesn't happen for this kind of thing, it could become an expectation that ZAFT throws away good personnel. Talia wanted to argue that Tyler was wrong with what he was saying and the picture he was painting. However, she couldn't deny he had a point as much as she didn't want to admit it. What Gibraltar's Night Watch had done was wrong, but it had worse consequences that went beyond the ZAFT base. And it sounded like the Federation was taking it as ZAFT leaving one of their Gundams and its pilots on their own to manage as they could without help. I wouldn't disagree Gibraltar's response was a bad one and should have been different. Those that took the calls will be looked into, I assure you, Talia replied. But the Minerva came to retrieve Shin and I stand by that. Tyler had already said he applauded the ship's actions as they showed there was hope for ZAFT yet. But he wanted to make it clear that ZAFT was really not seeing what they had. And if that didn't change, they would, as the old phrase went, screw the pooch. So, Tyler nodded in response, and for your decision, I believe not all in ZAFT are like those at Gibraltar who gave the horrid response when called. While what Gibraltar did is bad, let me point out what I am seeing as the real issue which is being overlooked. Tyler paused and gazed at Talia. Tell me, what do you think of Shin Asuka? And I don't mean as a person, even when the kid has a heart of gold, honestly. I'm talking about what he is capable of and could do while serving in ZAFT under the ideal circumstances. Talia was forced to consider the real question that Tyler had put to her. What did she think of Shin and what he could do? To tell the truth, Talia felt that Shin's performance while assigned to the Minerva had been above average, and close to exemplary. From what she'd seen from his training sessions with Ayla, Shin was great to take over for a Gundam pilot who couldn't go out for some reason. His piloting in the Impulse had been great and she'd been thinking about potentially using that with the National Defense Committee. Talia hadn't forgotten Ayla's recommendation to make Shin a primary Gundam pilot. But his age and inexperience essentially doomed his chances of being one with those on the National Defense Committee. He's good, Talia returned. I have no doubt he will make a great pilot given time. Why do you ask that? Apparently, Tyler hadn't asked the question in the right way to get his point across as he wanted. Either that, or the Minerva's captain was really not seeing the potential Shin had as a Gundam pilot. Tyler was leaning more towards the former rather than the latter being the more likely explanation. Clearly, I'm not making the point I want to with this, Tyler commented tiredly. Let me give you my assessment of Shin Asuka and his capabilities. The kid is more than good as a pilot with how you answered. He has talent and skills that are extremely rare with those his age. During the Alliance's assault on Asgard, Shin showed signs he had incredible potential as a pilot. Tyler paused for a moment gazing at Talia. So tell me, why is that kid only a backup pilot for Gundams when called upon? That kid's skills and abilities more than qualifies him to be a Gundam pilot. Talia hadn't been the one to make the decision for Shin or Rei to be backup pilots. That had been made by those won the National Defense Committee, which overridden anything she could say. Ayla had recommended Shin to be assigned to the Impulse as its primary pilot. And Talia had been considering the idea and bringing it up with the National Defense Committee. But she needed justification to even argue the potential of promoting Shin to a primary Gundam pilot. She had little which would overcome the point of his young age and his inexperience. While that may be true, there is little which I can do to change Shin's position, Talia said. I have seen he has skills, but that only goes so far. It sounded like Talia could see a bit of Shin's skills and potential. However, she didn't seem to be able to change things or wasn't willing to do the work to do so. But Tyler wanted a clear answer if ZAFT planned at any point to make the kid a Gundam pilot as they should. Okay, Tyler said evenly, then let me ask you a simple question. Does ZAFT have any real intention of making Shin a Gundam pilot in the near future or really at all? Talia couldn't say if the National Defense Committee planned to promote Shin to an official Gundam pilot at some point. But as things were going and the limit of Gundams for ZAFT, Talia doubted Shin would be selected for the idea. Honestly, I can't say for sure, Talia admitted. In my opinion, I doubt Shin would be selected for the position should such come up. Tyler didn't like the answer he'd just gotten from the woman. He didn't blame Talia for the answer as it was an honest one, which he appreciated. ZAFT unlikely to give Shin an opportunity to become an amazing Gundam pilot left to their own devices. That left two options for Tyler to work with to do what he could to help Shin. He could either lay out an ultimatum to make Shin a Gundam pilot or else. A ship captain could do a field promotion while higher UPS could consider the point. The last option was what came with the or else part of the ultimatum. That involved Tyler setting in motion things to have Shin leave ZAFT and transfer over to the Federation's military. The Federation's military would give Shin the opportunity he needed to explore his potential. Tyler hoped the last option didn't end up being what path occurred. I see, Tyler replied. Well then, I suppose that leads to the final part of this conversation. Shin has amazing potential to become an incredible Gundam pilot, I have no doubt about that. That said, either you promote him to a primary Gundam pilot or else you will lose him. Talia blinked at the last line Tyler had said. For him to say Shin could become an amazing Gundam pilot was something to hear. However, that was dwarfed by the line which had followed it. It sounded like a threat to Talia with McGregor saying either she makes Shin a Gundam pilot or Shin would be taken in some way from the Minerva. What taken was implying Talia couldn't say but she didn't like it. It was true that Talia could do a field promotion for Shin and make him the pilot of the Impulse. Yet, the National Defense Committee could reverse that promotion when they found out. They could also make a mark on Shin's record which could doom any chances for him to be assigned to a Gundam at a later point. That was what she'd been avoiding, damaging Shin's record so he could have a chance potentially later. I can't just make him a Gundam pilot, Talia stated. The National Defense Committee would just reverse it and that would doom Shin's chances later. Honestly, Tyler didn't care how or where Shin got the chance to show he would be an amazing Gundam pilot, just that he got the opportunity. It was sounding more and more that ZAFT was unwilling to give the kid the needed opportunity. And Talia Gladys wanted to, but she feared higher UPS would punish Shin after denying him. If it was just a matter of shutting up the fools on ZAFT's defense committee, then Tyler could arrange something to handle that. He had a knack for getting high and mighty idiots to shut their traps when he tried. Tyler had learned a lesson or two from his mother to effectively shut up politicians when there was a need. So, it would really come down to Talia Gladys making the decision rather than the defense committee. If the issue is ZAFT's National Defense Committee, Tyler began, I'm more than willing to make arrangements to shut them up and keep their traps closed. Talia stared open-mouthed at Tyler as he kept going, I assure you, I can shut up a group when the need is there and I'm the one doing the job. It wasn't that Talia didn't believe Tyler could somehow manage silencing those on the committee. There was something in her that said the young man meant what he said and would be able to do as he said. How McGregor would manage to silence the National Defense Committee, Talia hadn't the faintest idea. You're sure you could somehow silence any objection of Shin being promoted by those on the committee? Talia asked. There will be some who would hold his age and inexperience against him. Tyler knew of the arguments that Talia was mentioning. They were baseless as they were ridiculous in Tyler's opinion. Shin was the same age when Athrun and Kira had boarded the prototype's Gundams. They had done just fine and so would Shin, so the age argument would fall flat. The inexperience would fail for the exact same reasons as the age debate would. So, Tyler scoffed, and to that, I would say the original Gundam pilots were the same age as Shin and had around the same level of experience as him. His skills and talent are what should be examined, which they seem to refuse to do. If they aren't looking at pilots' talent and skills with conflict getting worse, then those on your defense committee aren't qualified for their positions. Tyler sighed, but again, let me arrange things to shut up those on the defense committee. Don't worry about how I do it, I'll get it done and that's what counts, so don't concern yourself about them. Talia couldn't help but wonder what Tyler could possibly do to silence any objection from the committee. However, she felt it was better that she didn't ask for details about what methods Tyler could be planning to use. Yet, that put the decision back onto her shoulders even with the promise of the committee not being able to interfere. Talia had been considering the possibility of making Shin a more primary pilot in the near future. But with 2 Gundams and 3 qualified pilots, it came down to who was the best choice. Thus, the conundrum Talia had been dealing with in the background. She knew the decision would come to the point a choice would have to be made soon enough. And it seemed it was coming sooner than Talia had hoped where she would have to make a decision. I have been considering the possibility, Talia admitted. I just hadn't come to a conclusion yet. While Tyler was a promoter of thinking through a decision, this was one that needed an answer sooner rather than later. Tyler wanted an answer to what was ahead of Shin before the Minerva left Asgard. He felt that should the ZAFT vessel left for Gibraltar without an answer to his question, Tyler would unlikely get an answer. I'm not normally one to push for an answer from others on things, Tyler remarked. However, in this, I must insist on getting something. I want to make sure Shin has a future ahead of him and that isn't happening with how things are going currently. Tyler folded his arms, so, I can give you until morning to make the decision. But I must insist you give me some kind of answer before the Minerva leaves for Gibraltar. Tyler rose and left the room leaving Talia with a lot to think about. When Tyler exited the Minerva's captain's quarters, he found Ayla standing right outside. He had wondered if the woman would try to listen in with how she'd tried to get information from him. Tyler nodded to Ayla. If you are waiting to escort me to the airlock, Tyler started. I appreciate it, but I can make my own way there should you have other things to do. Ayla had been listening to what she could get from the conversation which had been going on in Talia's quarters. She hadn't heard a great deal but what had come to her ears had been interesting, to say the least. Shin had been involved, but Ayla couldn't say much more beyond that. What had come up about ZAFT was something Ayla would love more information on. Ayla would inquire of Talia later and see what could have been brought up. Ayla had planned to escort their guest to the airlock. However, it wasn't because she felt McGregor didn't know his way. No, it was because there was the chance of one of the problematic crew members may come across him. The incidents that had already occurred had not reflected well for the Minerva. And Ayla was of the opinion it would be worse should McGregor be on the receiving end of such. So, it was more for the crew of the Minerva that Ayla was planning to escort Tyler to the exit. I thought it would be a show of good manners and respect to show you the way out, Ayla replied. It really is no trouble at all, I assure you. Tyler was curious why the woman would be insistent on escorting him to the exit. She may claim manners were the reason, but Tyler didn't believe that was the only reason. It wasn't like Tyler couldn't deal with unexpected issues. Most of his jobs and assignments were expected to have such things. Tyler had seen nothing on the Minerva this time or the previous visit which he couldn't properly handle. But the Minerva wasn't a Federation ship nor his ship, so he didn't make the rules it ran by. There wasn't a reason for Tyler to refuse the guide, so he didn't. The two headed back to the lift which would take them to the mid-crew deck. As the two were making their way from the captain's quarters, Luna and Matt were on the mid-crew deck. Luna was in a foul mood currently with the repairs going on and the Federation helping. She couldn't say anything to the Federation personnel per Ayla's instructions, or else she would be confined to her quarters until the ship headed out. And the other change for Luna was Matt had been following her around. She assumed Matt was keeping tabs on her for Ayla. It made her feel that her behavior was being held against her when it shouldn't be. It wasn't that Luna had an issue with the Federation as a whole. She just didn't like them on the Minerva doing things. The Minerva was a ZAFT ship, none from the other two factions should be on it going around and inspecting things. How the Minerva's systems and equipment worked was not for those outside ZAFT to be aware of. In Luna's opinion, if the Federation insisted on helping with repairs, they should focus on the hull and nothing else. Luna was fuming as she kept away from those working so that Ayla wouldn't call her out and confine her to quarters. Matt had been following and observing Luna Maria as per Ayla's instructions. The girl had been causing issues with the Federation's workers helping with the Minerva's repairs and resupply. Luna bugging those who were helping had only delaying the work and that wasn't acceptable. Matt had seen the point himself and he had been irritated seeing it as well as embarrassed. The girl was a representative of the Minerva whether she saw herself that way or not. And with her actions, she was presenting the Minerva and threw that ZAFT as rude. Ayla had tried to be nice and just chided her rather than confine her to quarters right away. Matt would have given the girl one warning before confining her where Ayla had given 2 warnings thus far and hadn't. The girl just seemed to let her emotions get the better of her more often than not. Her brooding wasn't helping her case either. Matt was about to suggest Luna just go to Brooke in her quarters, when the lift doors ahead of them slid open. Ayla stepped out of the lift first and turned toward the airlock. However, she was met by the sight of Luna Maria and Matt at the other end of the corridor. Ayla had feared she and Tyler may encounter Luna Maria. The girl's current attitude would not help and potentially slight Captain McGregor. The look on Luna's face didn't give any encouraging signs of her being calm and in control. And yet, Ayla had run out of ideas to help Luna Maria understand her outbursts as of late were causing issues. She just hoped this encounter wouldn't go sideways and Luna have to be forced to pay in some way. Luna Maria, Ayla greeted. I hope you are staying out of trouble while the repairs and resupply is being done. Luna looked up and saw Ayla in front of her right by the lift. Luna Maria really wanted to make Ayla proud of her. She respected Ayla's skills and experience as she proved women could do just as good as men. So, Luna didn't like disappointing Ayla and tried to not let that happen the best she could. She had been avoiding the repairs being done so that she didn't vent her frustration on others and get into trouble. Luna was going to say that to Ayla, but someone else coming out of the lift stopped her from doing that. The guy that came out of the lift was in a Federation uniform and it wasn't the same as the workers had. That suggested whoever the guy was, they were someone from Asgard. There was no reason for any from Asgard to come onto the Minerva to do anything. Hey, Luna snapped, what do you think you're doing here? Tyler felt the negative intent being directed at him before the demand had been stated. The negative feelings were coming from a teenage female a short distance away from him who had also snapped at him. The girl was a bit shorter than Miss Lakeen was. Her hair was red-violet and was short overall, which wasn't a bad look to have. The girl's eyes were indigo and were glaring daggers at Tyler currently. Tyler had never seen the girl before so he had no idea what she could have against him. She definitely had something bothering her which he somehow represented, the glare made it clear. Tyler had encountered some who seemed to hate him or have something against him from the outset, but it was kind of rare. So, Tyler mentally prepared to defend himself should that be needed. Excuse me, Tyler began, but what reason do you have to snap at someone else like that? Luna began stomping forward before Matt could get a hand to her shoulder to stop her. She was tired of others that weren't part of the Minerva's crew coming onto the ship as they pleased. Tyler took a few steps away to separate himself from Ayla so that she didn't get hurt by whatever the girl may do. He twisted out of the way of the first punch sent his way observing the power and style it was delivered in. The girl wasn't a fighter, or at least didn't use her fists on a regular basis and unlikely had any real training in the idea. Okay, Tyler said, what is your issue that has you trying to hit me? The guy had dodged her first swing, but Luna wouldn't let whoever this was pass off his presence as something not to be worried about. Shut up, Luna snarled, her emotions surging through her. There has been enough people coming on the ship without saying anything about what they're doing. That line told Tyler the girl was likely working through some kind of frustration which had been bottled up in her. Why he was the target of the girl's frustration, Tyler couldn't say. And while he was all for individuals venting frustration, there was a time and place to do so properly. Venting frustration was a healthy thing to do, Tyler would do it on occasion himself. However, one shouldn't just snap at those around them to vent frustrations. The real issue with doing that kind of thing was the chance of venting on someone who can and may do one harm in response. The girl needed to learn the lesson and if Tyler had to be the one to do that, he would. Tyler wouldn't kill or do permanent physical harm to her but scaring her was definitely on the table. But he would give the girl one chance to calm down and control herself and avoid the hard lesson. You need to calm down, young lady, Tyler stated clearly. You won't like or get to choose the consequences if you refuse to do so. Luna Maria wouldn't let this guy talk her down from making a statement and getting answers. She would make it clear those who were helping with the Minerva's repairs would answer questions when asked. Luna would apologize to Ayla later about this, but a standard had to be set. However, it was as she attacked again when things changed. It had happened so fast that Luna Maria couldn't follow what was happening to her. Ayla and Matt could barely follow what had happened to Luna when Tyler had flipped the tables on her. Neither of them had missed the warning Luna was given before things had been flipped on her. Tyler had weaved out of the attack before grabbing the girl's left wrist and jerked it back. He spun her around before shoving her into the nearby wall. Tyler twisted the girl's arm behind her back and pinning Luna Maria to the said wall. As Tyler had flipped the tables on the girl, he'd grabbed the small single-edge butterfly blade he had with his left hand. The blade wasn't visible since it was covered by his fingers and folded up. Tyler hoped it wouldn't be needed to show the girl the lesson she needed to be more careful with how and who she vented on. He felt scaring the girl would get the point across, but he didn't want to terrify her. Luna found herself kissing the corridor wall and being pressed against it. Being slammed against the wall had hurt, and it had happened quicker than Luna had been able to process. Luna couldn't focus on how she had gone from attacking the stranger to being pinned to the wall. The pain from her left arm being twisted behind her back was burning and holding her attention. What the hell, Luna growled as she struggled against the hold pinning her. However, Tyler didn't let up with his hold and kept Luna Maria against the wall. While I can understand venting frustration, there is a time and a place to do it properly, Tyler iterated. Venting when done in the proper manner is a healthy thing. But snapping at others as you vent is not the best way to get rid of frustration, nor is it always a safe idea. Luna wouldn't just sit around and listen to another lecture about how to deal with frustration. She had gotten enough of that from Ayla already. Luna wouldn't let a stranger do it again. Yet, the guy who was pinning her was strong and his grip on her wrist was one that she couldn't break. Luna wouldn't let the guy lecture and embarrass her in front of Ayla and Matt. Shut up, Luna snapped. What would you know about anything? Ayla wanted to move forward and break the scene up, but Matt had shaken his head saying to let it play out. She knew why Matt was saying that. Luna really needed a hard lesson of what letting her emotions get the best of her could bring. Ayla had been trying to do that in a gentle way, but Luna hadn't responded to that. She felt that Mr. McGregor wouldn't do harm to Luna Maria in whatever he would do. But that didn't mean he couldn't leave mental scars which could be lasting more than physical ones. Ayla hoped Luna wouldn't push things so far that things would go badly for her. Tyler had been around some stubborn people, but this girl was more stubborn than most he'd meet. The girl didn't understand the gravity of the situation she was in. She was not in control of her circumstances or her emotions. And if she was facing some that weren't as nice as Tyler, she could do some serious harm to herself. Tyler flipped his small butterfly blade out and held it next to the girl's neck. Don't want to talk, fine, Tyler remarked. Then glance down at your neck and I'll let that speak for me. Ayla's eyes widened at seeing a blade at Luna's neck. All that McGregor would have to do was pull his knife back and Luna's blood would pour out. Luna's gaze flicked down before she intended to rip this guy a new one. However, the flash of silver caused Luna to pause for a moment and take a second look. At her neck was a small but sharp-looking blade less than a centimeter from her skin. Ice-cold fear washed over Luna at seeing the knife at her neck. A slice on the neck could and normally was fatal if it occurred. There had been no signs the guy had a weapon on him that she'd seen, though Luna hadn't scanned him over all that hard. Luna was beginning to realize that she'd walked into this and hadn't thought this through. She stopped struggling and became still so the knife didn't accidentally cut into her. Tyler noted the girl had stopped struggling at seeing the knife at her neck. Now that I have your attention, Tyler started. Perhaps you'll listen to what I will say. Tyler didn't want to traumatize the girl, but she needed to understand what her actions could bring on. If the girl kept acting up and venting like she was, there would come a time she could provoke another to hurt or kill her. It was hoped she would take this experience to heart and change how she displayed her frustration. You've let your frustrations get the better of you, Tyler stated. That has gotten you into trouble. However, it is your good fortune that I have no intention to kill you. Tyler lifted the knife and put it away before letting the girl go. Luna Maria barely felt the release with the fear running through her. She slid to the floor after being let go and unpinned. But I give you a word of advice, Tyler warned, you won't always be lucky enough to deal with someone as understanding as I am. And it only takes one time that luck isn't on your side for it to be potentially the last mistake you make. Tyler recalled that Athrun and his friend Nicole had mentioned ZAFT had some sort of survival course that all their soldiers were required to go through. From what they had described, the experience would teach them the fear for one's life and working together to survive. Tyler wondered if the girl had forgotten the lesson she should have learned from that course. So, Tyler turned to gaze at Ayla, correct me should I be wrong, but it is my understanding that ZAFT has all its soldiers do a survival course. It is meant to teach the will to survive and what the genuine fear for your life feels like, Tyler iterated, is that not still so? The course that Tyler was referring to was, as he said, required and was to teach survival and the realization of morality as it was put. Every soldier and pilot in ZAFT had their own variation of the course and what takeaways they had. Some learned valuable lessons from it better than others did. That is the general idea of the course, Ayla admitted. Some learn lessons from it better than others. Tyler glanced back at the girl hoping he hadn't mentally scared her. But she needed to understand her actions could have serious consequences. Then consider this a reminder and a remedial lesson from that course and those like it, Tyler remarked. And I would recommend you take it to heart were I you. Tyler walked past Luna and exited through the airlock onto the dock. While he was waiting for an answer about Shin being a Gundam pilot, Tyler had an arrangement to make. Tyler had said he would find a way to shut up the National Defense Committee and he fully intended to do that. And the best means he could come up with was having someone they listened to tell them to back off and leave the kid alone. Tyler felt that should Chairman Durandal tell them, it would be more than a 50% gamble of success. Tyler wanted something he could count on better than just more than 50% chance. Thus, Tyler's mind returned to a fact that he'd learned somewhat recently. Most if not all in ZAFT had and still would listen to Linus tries. The man had transferred over to the Federation's military and was a part of its leadership. ZAFT didn't know that point, they thought he was retired and nothing more. But the man still had a lot of influence within ZAFT and the Supreme Council committees. That could help in this issue, and Tyler intended to use that the best he could. With that in mind, Tyler returned to the Normandy to get to work. Tyler's membership in Salas and being the specialist he was, he had ways to get to specific people. His boss was not the only higher up he could reach out to directly. So, Tyler had a way to get to Admiral Tries as he needed to in this. Tyler checked in with Lisa and said he would be busy for a little while but would come take over when he was done. He went to his quarters after that and secured the room so he could have the privacy for the conversation with a Federation military leader. Tyler had a loose plan to present to the Admiral to get ZAFT Defense Committee to shut their traps about Shin. But it would be his task to convince the Admiral to agree to that and the alternative if Talia Gladys didn't make Shin a Gundam pilot. At the same time, Linus had been going over the main report about the Alliance's assault on Asgard in his office at ECOAS. The attack had been more than notable, with it marking a change in Alliance behavior. Linus was trying to parse where such changes would lead to help prepare response for them. The Alliance and their funders wanted a war and were pushing hard for it. However, Linus's intuition said there was more to the desire for war than just Alliance domination and coordinator genocide. Yet, he couldn't figure out what they were after completely. Linus was only seeing pieces which he was building a bigger picture of. That said picture was becoming more horrifying the more Linus was seeing, sadly. Nonetheless, Linus was brought out his thoughts when a call came to him. When Linus connected the call, he found himself looking at a young man that seemed somewhat familiar. It was a moment later that Linus realized the young man was the one he'd met at Patrick's memorial. The young man's name was Tyler McGregor, and he was a Salas specialist. According to the head of that branch, McGregor was the best infiltration specialist Salas had ever seen. Linus couldn't begin to guess what McGregor was calling him for, but his curiosity was piqued. "Captain McGregor," Linus greeted. "I must say you reaching out to me is quite a surprise. To what do I own the call?" Tyler had already organized his thoughts on how to present his case to the man. "Admiral Tries," Tyler began, "forgive me if I was interrupting anything. However, I have an issue I was hoping to get your expertise with as it involves ZAFT." Linus gave his full attention to Tyler at the mention of it involving ZAFT. There had been a brief mention of a ZAFT vessel assisting in Asgard's defense against the Alliance. "I see, from what I read in the reports on the Niflheim siege there was supposed to be a ZAFT vessel that did help," Linus remarked. "Although, I'm quite curious why a single ZAFT ship would be in the area at that time." Tyler figured Admiral Tries would have read the summaries or the reports on the Alliance's assault. The man was supposed to be beyond thorough with how he ran things, both in the open and with the background. And with the Admiral's experience with ZAFT, he would know how to get the National Defense Committee to mind their own business. "The vessel was the Minerva, and they came to Asgard to retrieve their missing Gundam," Tyler replied. "They assisted in Asgard's defense in order to make that retrieval simpler." The name Minerva was familiar to Linus. He'd seen plans for the limited production ship class which had been given that name. It was meant to incorporate some of the Alliance's technology invented during the Alliance plant war. From what Linus had been told, the construction had begun days after Armory 1 had been finished. The ship had been intended as a Gundam carrier as Linus recalled, but he had another focusing on the Gundams the ship would carry before he'd left. Linus would applaud and compliment a ship captain who would go above and beyond for those under them. And it sounded like the Minerva's captain was one of those. "I see," Linus commented. "They do ZAFT proud or would if what they were doing were not off the books as I suspect it is. But what is it I can assist you with, Captain McGregor?" "Well, sir," Tyler started, "it came to my attention that the pilot they came to retrieve was assigned as a backup Gundam pilot." Tyler paused, not liking that Shin's skills and talents were being more than overlooked. "The kid has more potential as a Gundam pilot than I normally see with those that are considered for such a thing. His name is Shin Asuka, and he has talent and skills that are extremely rare with those his age." As Tyler was speaking, Linus brought up what information there was on this Shin Asuka. From a simple scan of the data, the young man was definitely a notable candidate for a skilled and specialized pilot position given time and development. Tyler kept going. "During the Alliance's assault on Asgard, Shin showed signs he had incredible potential as a pilot. The kid can and will be an amazing Gundam pilot if he's given the chance." With what Captain McGregor had said and implied, Mr. Asuka was clearly a pilot to watch. However, it also sounded like the young man wasn't being given the chance to pilot a Gundam. Linus could only figure the young man hadn't been properly scouted or some on the National Defense Committee has something against Mr. Asuka. "I assume Mr. Asuka is not and has no prospects of being assigned to a Gundam. You wouldn't be reaching out to me if he was, I would imagine." Tyler shook his head in response. "No, I was told the kid wasn't being considered for the position, let alone likely be selected to be a Gundam pilot in future. Shin is more than skilled and qualified enough to stick out and obviously be picked for the idea." Tyler stopped, recalling what Talia had said when asked about Shin's chances of being a Gundam pilot with ZAFT. "The Minerva's captain was the one who told me of Shin's chances, and I believe they were being honest." Linus assumed the Minerva's captain had said something to the effect those on the National Defense Committee were against Mr. Asuka being assigned to a Gundam. With the limited number of Gundams allowed, the selection of pilots would be scrutinized. That scrutiny would unlikely be handled in a way that Linus wouldn't have done it. He knew there were some that had wanted to promote name and influence rather than skill and performance as Linus would while the head of ZAFT. That is indeed unfortunate. It certainly sounds like this Shin Asuka is a gem in the rough being overlooked, Linus admitted. But I assume you said something to the Minerva's captain to try and push for Mr. Asuka to be made a Gundam pilot. And that has something to do with why you have reached out to me, am I correct? The Admiral was smart. Tyler knew the man would connect the dots given enough information to work with. I would say something along those lines, sir, Tyler returned. And so, there are two paths now for this. Either Shin is made a Gundam pilot on the Minerva, or he is transferred to the Federation's military to be given that chance. Linus was mildly surprised at the initiative Captain McGregor was showing. His record said the young man had a heck of an initiative, but it was something else to see the results of it. And if this Shin Asuka had the potential that Captain McGregor said he did, the young man needed to be watched. Skilled Gundam pilots were needed more than ever with a war on the horizon for humanity. The young man certainly sounds to be in an unpleasant position, Linus remarked. But you mentioned needing my experience with ZAFT in relation to this, how might that be so? Tyler was hoping that Admiral Tries could reach out to the plant's National Defense Committee. If the man could tell them to shut up and leave Shin alone, that would be a step forward. Whether Captain Gladys chose to make Shin a Gundam pilot or not, it was better the National Defense Committee to not interfere. Well, Admiral, Tyler began, I wouldn't doubt you know about the politics that run the plant's National Defense Committee, having worked with them in the past. I suspect they would try and step in if Shin is given the field promotion to a Gundam pilot. I was hoping that perhaps you could reach out to them and tell them to stay out of the point. Tyler paused, and if it does end up that Shin is denied being a Gundam pilot by ZAFT, then if you could tell those on the committee to make the kids transfer to the Federation's military smooth as possible, that would be great. Linus did still have ways to reach out to those he used to work with while he'd been the head of ZAFT. He kept contacts within ZAFT should the need ever arise that he needed cooperation from ZAFT for something. So, getting a message to those at the head of the National Defense Committee was still something Linus could do. However, the message which McGregor wanted delivered would be different depending on which scenario he had iterated would be true. I see no issue in reaching out to those on the committee, Linus said. However, I will need to know if they need to not interfere in a captain's decision or whether a transfer is required. Tyler figured that fact would need to be obtained. But he wanted to set up an arrangement that could go either way once the answer came. The sooner the plant's National Defense Committee got out of the way of Shin's opportunity, the better it would be. I figured you would need the answer, Tyler replied. And I should have it in a couple of hours at most. I made it clear to the Minerva's captain I needed an answer before the ship headed out from Asgard. Linus applauded those that did prep work before coming to ask for something they wanted/needed. It certainly helped those like Linus to do what they could to help when those that came to them had done research into their request. I do appreciate that you have done the groundwork for your request, Linus returned. Then I will wait for an update from you with the Minerva's answer. The call with Admiral Tries ended and Tyler leaned back in his desk chair. He'd done what he could for Shin at the moment. There was essentially no more he could do for the kid that wouldn't really rock the boat which Tyler was trying to avoid. He was trying to do things the right and nice way before he considered doing things in other ways. Tyler hoped that Talia would decide to make Shin a Gundam pilot. She didn't have to do so immediately, Tyler had never said that was a requirement. It would just need to be done in a timely manner which she would determine. And so, Tyler was left to wait on the answer from the Minerva. He would reach out before they left to make sure he got it. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for the phase. Alrighty then, there is an amount to get to with this phase as it was lengthy and had several things to cover. First, sorry this phase is as long as it is, it turned out that way with the subjects I covered. But let's start with the first scene which is a kind of recap. Now, I know there are some among you readers who don't care for recap scenes. I'm right there with you that lengthy recaps are a waste. I was one of those who skipped those kinds of episodes in canon. However, my recaps are more to lay out the thoughts of specific characters or sides. In this case, I wanted to give the Minerva side as it is that of an outsider to the battle which took place. And I say that not from the standpoint of the Minerva not participating, but as a ship from ZAFT. ZAFT wasn't directly involved in the Alliance's siege, thus the Minerva would be a kind of outsider. This will not be the last time which I'll have the Minerva give ZAFT's general viewpoint. So, let me get into more detail with ZAFT's viewpoint and position with the Alliance's actions against Asgard. First, I would remind you readers that Asgard is seen as the Federation's symbol of power and strength on Earth. With that in mind, Talia puts forth the question of the Alliance moving in the open as they haven't been doing that before the strike against the plants. The assault against Asgard is, as Talia puts it, a gamble or sorts and an extremely risky one at that. The chances of the Alliance taking Asgard were slim to none. The Alliance was well aware of the odds of them taking the base. I wanted to portray the Alliance's instability, which can be mistaken for aggressive recklessness. It also shows the dynamic between those who control the Alliance and Omni. This dynamic isn't shown as much in canon, I would say, which is a shame. Logos and its cohorts don't get hinted at until much later in the series in canon when they should be. Well, in this story, I hint at them much sooner, even if not by name just yet. The other point which Talia brings up for ZAFT's view is the response or consequences the Federation will set for the Alliance's actions. There are the obvious ones, like the Alliance destroying the chances of a semi-stable relationship with the Federation and securing borders. However, ZAFT isn't so dense that they would assume that would be all the Federation will do in relation to the Alliance. As has been implied, the Federation isn't one to wave things off, that was proven during the Alliance plant war. Yet, from what has come up in this story already, the Federation had protocol and procedures which dictate basic responses, even when the other two factions don't know about that. There is mention of sanctions, and with those, I know I haven't mentioned it before, but the Federation is a leader in production in several areas. So, sanctions against another faction are painful, as it means things such as agricultural, medical, and mechanical supplies which are used in ordinary things become more expensive. That is just one example of what could happen to the Alliance for what they did. Then we get what Talia says ZAFT will do in response to the siege. First, it proves that ZAFT intel wasn't right with the Alliance keeping in the shadows. That will translate into ZAFT escalating plans for operations on Earth in later phases. Moving on from the recap part of this phase, I want to highlight the Minerva docking at Asgard. I know I make it sound like a big deal for the Minerva to do that, and it kind of is. With Federation policy and protocol, non-Federation ships don't dock at military facilities, period. This is an exception, not a change in that rule, I want to make that clear. It is a form of thanks being shown for the Minerva's assistance in Asgard's defense, that is all there is to it. However, I would highlight the observations made by Talia, Arthur, and Ayla, but I will focus on the first two in this paragraph. Arthur enforces the policy the Federation has about non-Federation ships around military facilities. Now remember, the Minerva took a beating during the Alliance's assault, the battle went on for hours after all. So, she will need repairs before heading back to Gibraltar, which Asgard does provide. Talia is correct and assume the Minerva was being given a one-time exception. Yet, this is also the closest view any from ZAFT had gotten of the Asgard base. And that view gives perspective as to why Asgard is seen as the unassailable fortress it is by the other two factions. Now with Ayla, she of course goes out to find Shin, that is her responsibility as field team lead. She gets a different view of Asgard than those on the Minerva do. She does have the chance to get valuable data about the base. Rest assured ZAFT would be amazed and grateful for data on Asgard, regardless if came from an off-the-books task. However, Ayla does the smart thing and doesn't record anything as she is flying over the base. The Federation would find out if some from the Minerva did give ZAFT info on Asgard beyond what could be learned from the battle. And that could cause issues between the Federation and ZAFT which Durandal and others want to avoid. Let's shift to Shin's situation as he was still with the Federation squadron he'd been working with during the assault. I would remind you, Shin was fighting throughout the battle, so the full 8+ hours of battle. During that time, Shin had quickly seen those he worked with as comrades. I make that point because this will be the first sign of conflict Shin will have to deal with in future. Remember, my Shin is not the same as canon Shin, and once again I say thank freaking goodness. I know I've mentioned this before, but canon Shin is a anger-driven brat that gets annoying quite quick, or is so to me. My Shin is not like that as his family didn't get killed and he was raised in the Federation, which make a huge difference. Now, Shin receives a hero's welcome, which I believe he deserves. Shin does a lot of work while out on the field, even if others don't see it. Thus, I feel Shin should get credit for his efforts from time to time even with how humble my Shin is. I would like to point out something that Shin notices when he comes down to land with the squadron. There is an established expectation for pilots of Gundams at this point in the Gundam Seed universe. Gundam pilots are expected to be much better than average pilots, if not somewhat a one-person army on a battlefield. So, if one is piloting a Gundam, they are expected by default to be that good regardless of whether they are truly skilled enough to pull that kind of thing off. Remember, Shin is a backup pilot at this point, not assigned as a primary Gundam pilot. That will change but not in this phase, not to spoil the point or anything. With Ayla searching for Shin, I say again, she is worried about him, yes, but it is also her responsibility to account for the Minerva's mobile suit pilots. But several if not many on the Minerva were worried about Shin. So, Ayla is trying to bring back the Minerva's missing pilot as she can. When the Osiris arrives, Shin can't help but question if he is seen as unable to look after himself. Shin did intend to head for the Minerva after bidding farewell to the Thor squadron. This is a time which Shin questions if those he works for believe him incompetent, and it won't be the last. But Shin still wants to get back to the Minerva as he has friends on the ship. Now when Ayla arrives on the scene with Shin being congratulated by those he'd work with, she gets quite the view. First, she takes in a close-up view of Federation mass-production mobile suits used on Earth. It is a reminder that the Federation does take some historical reference from things we are familiar with, like military jet aircraft. I also would say that Federation mass-production machines take inspiration from Macross, for those that know that series. Also remember, Ayla has seen hints of Shin's talent and potential before this, but the Alliance's assault was a real view of what Shin could do when pushed. She believes Shin deserves praise for his efforts which haven't been happening before this. Let's shift to Tyler and him dealing with the consequences of his decision to capture and bring in the Gaia. I know this isn't canon exactly, but I want to make a point which I have when it comes to those from the Enhanced Human Project. The kids put into the project are normally pushed into it against their will. Lots of stuff is done to mess with their heads to make them more obedient to their handlers. I still think the majority of the candidates are in some way redeemable. And to prove my point I will use Stella with the coming phases to show that among other examples which will come up. However, I will state for the record here and now, that doesn't mean some of the notable ones will survive. I will say no more on that as I don't want to spoil things nor have others try to influence possible future story decisions. Back with Tyler and the scene I was referring to, he ain't in a great mood, which is understandable. He had to fight for 8+ hours against Alliance forces who had been attacking Asgard for foolish reasons. I think that sums up the point quite well for why Tyler's mood is lower than it normally is. He does point out one of the reasons that the Alliance doesn't like Asgard being where it is. As I mentioned, in canon, Asgard is where Heaven's base is, which in my story the Alliance wanted a base there, but the Federation beat them to it. The Normandy has to stay around Asgard for a time for repair and resupply. That does give time for Tyler to deal with the Normandy's guest. Tyler is aware that those from the Enhanced Human Project are to be treated cautiously. And he knows it would be best to deal with Stella before going and checking on and help Shin. Now, on Stella's end, I would ask, can you blame the girl for panicking as she did? She is in a place she doesn't know, strapped down to a bed. She really needs the maintenance extendeds are supposed to have and so is dealing with the effects of lack of it. The drugs she is given help tone down the lack of maintenance Stella is dealing with, but it doesn't make the pain go away. In this scene, I want to say Stella does far better than would be expected of her. Her sister Tanya had taught her simple things to help her keep in control under stressful situations. It is a show of the difference which Stella having an older sister has on her in the story. But Stella's time on the Normandy will be the start of her journey toward change and redemption. That will come into play in an upcoming phase more, I assure you. Moving on to the next scene, which is a new but important one for the story. Tyler goes to the Minerva for 2 reasons, which are to check on Shin and to talk to Talia about the kid. I would hope you readers recall the conversation between Tyler and Shin a few phases ago. Tyler believed Shin was telling the truth as he knew it, but he wants to confirm or deny the point with Talia. Don't mistake Tyler's concern about Shin as friendship, at least not at this point. Tyler can see Shin has amazing potential, which is truly rare to see. So, Tyler wants Shin to have the opportunity to explore his potential to the fullest. That is the motivation Tyler has for the conversation that he has with Talia. But let me get into more detail about the said conversation as there are some highlights. Let me first speak about Ayla and Tyler's interaction when he first comes onto the Minerva. Tyler stands out from the Federation workers with his normal uniform. These two haven't met face to face before this, they have spoken, but nothing beyond that, and that was Tyler calling the Minerva for Shin. Ayla can tell that Tyler isn't an ordinary Federation person even if she doesn't know why at this meeting. Ayla does ask about Shin and the answer Tyler gives does cause Ayla pause. Ayla is made to question if ZAFT is taking advantage of Shin with Tyler's remarks. And while questions about some things may come up, questioning if ZAFT is taking advantage of some isn't one of those. However, Tyler is focused on finding out about Shin and talking with the Minerva's captain. He knows, the info he wants about Shin would best come from the captain, and could be changed by them. That is the reason he wants to get to Talia and won't get into detail about what he wants from Talia with Ayla. But let's get to the conversation between Tyler and Talia, as that has a lot to get into. The overall subject is getting Shin to be made a Gundam pilot in some way. However, there is more to the point as the conversation goes into. From Tyler's perspective, ZAFT is either ignorant or dismissing the potential Shin has. And honestly, I don't disagree with Tyler on that, since Shin is really an amazing candidate to use a Gundam. Tyler lays that out to Talia in his own way, which is hard to argue. Tyler knows that with a war coming, good Gundam pilots would be needed. And ZAFT is passing over Shin, who is a diamond in the rough. Now, this isn't me bashing on Talia Gladys, even if it may have sounded like it for parts of the conversation. I will openly admit that Talia has done incredibly with all the crap which has come the Minerva's way. This is more Tyler pointing out ZAFT is missing what a gem they had with Shin. And Tyler rightly brought up Gibraltar's Night Watch had really done a beyond poor job in their response when Asgard reached out. Tyler does make the point that while it was a small group within ZAFT which caused the issue, it still represents ZAFT. The conversation then shifts to being about Shin, which was the subject which Tyler had come to Talia about. And I want to point out that Talia has noticed Shin's performance is above average and something to be commented on. Talia has been considering promoting Shin to a primary Gundam pilot. However, the issue which is a big thing in this is the response from the plant's National Defense Committee. In ZAFT, those on the committee can override a decision made by a ship captain. Add to that, Shin is young and inexperienced, which counts against him in the committee's eyes. Really, there would have to be something notable to convince them otherwise, which there isn't at this point. No, what happened at Asgard doesn't count for Shin as it was off the books. And Tyler's assessment doesn't hold a great deal of weight either, as he is a Federation pilot. Talia's response to Tyler isn't what he was looking for, and so he wouldn't let it stand. He doesn't blame Talia for her being honest with ZAFT unlikely making Shin a Gundam pilot. Tyler mentions two options to you readers, which both paths are fascinating to me. Yes, Shin could continue with ZAFT and be a primary Gundam pilot, much like he was in canon. However, there is the possibility he could be transferred to the Federation's military. The possibilities are quite something to think about, no? Tyler wants to help Shin in some way so he can be a Gundam pilot before things go really south with the conflict. So, he essentially puts out an ultimatum with Talia, making Shin a Gundam pilot to Talia. To say Talia takes the ultimatum as I think most would if Tyler had given it to any of us. Tyler as a Gundam pilot saying Shin could be an amazing Gundam pilot is one of the best recommendations the kid could get. Truthfully, the vouching of a war hero should be more than enough for the plant's National Defense Committee. But alas, politicians and government workers think they know better than those in the trenches. The ultimatum which Tyler gave in that implies Shin will vanish from the Minerva should Talia not make him a primary Gundam pilot is a serious one. And by this point you readers should know Tyler would find a way to do what he says. However, Talia fears if she does as Tyler suggests, it will hurt Shin's chances in ZAFT going forward. Tyler is pushing Talia to do what is best for Shin, even if it will be hard for Talia. We'll get to what Tyler does for Shin in a moment, but I want to move on to what comes after the conversation. Before we get to the example of what Tyler will do for Shin, let me talk about the scene that comes after the conversation. Ayla gets to escorting Tyler to the airlock to exit the Minerva, which is where things take a turn. Now, I know I've portrayed Luna Maria as an emotional girl that has little control. I would say she is more likely to snap when under a lot of stress rather than just an emotional teen. This scene is kind of a window into Luna's character development in the story, which canon doesn't really address. It was mentioned before this scene that Luna is causing issues with those who are doing repairs for the Minerva. It is Luna venting with the stress she has been feeling while worrying about Shin, that is her defense. That doesn't make her behavior any more acceptable, I assure you, but she is a teenager. Her behavior is problematic enough that she has to be supervised, which should tell you something. Now, I think you readers could see when Luna targeted Tyler, it was an extremely bad idea for her. You know Tyler's level of training and skill, for he's shown it already during this story. But Luna has no idea what Tyler is capable of, which is the point of this scene. Luna wants to make Ayla proud of her actions, if that isn't obvious, and Luna is trying to behave. However, there is just something about Tyler which seems to set some off, as you've seen before this. You have to almost feel sorry for Luna with the ignorance she displays attacking Tyler. Tyler did make sure he didn't involve Ayla with the clear attack coming his way. He does try to be nice and tell her to calm down and think about what she is doing. I admit that Tyler is rough with the girl, but he could have done so much worse to her. And he did what he did to teach Luna a lesson she really does need. And while Ayla sees it as Luna not letting her emotions getting the better of her, there is a more important lesson than that. That lesson is be careful who you pick a fight with. Tyler may be nice, but there are those who won't be and hurt Luna if not worse. Some lessons are better learned through fear, which is the case with Luna in this. Moving on to the last scene where Tyler does something for Shin, which I mentioned earlier. Tyler figures the best way to shut up the National Defense Committee is to have someone they listen to tell them to not interfere. And who better for that than their former leader, who retired as far as ZAFT is aware of. So, Tyler gives his spiel to Tries and explains the two possibilities with Shin. While Linus Tries is not a part of ZAFT at this point, the man has ways to reach those in ZAFT and the plants. Tyler figures Tries has ways to help in the situation he is working with. In conclusion, I know this is a phase that is setting up for the next, but it lays the foundation for the story going forward. Once again, if some of you could take the time to write a review about this phase and / or the story as a whole, that would be awesome. I appreciate those that did so for the last phase, and I tried to answer them as I could. I take questions, comments, and suggestions and consider them. The next phase is on track so far. Sorry this one was a little late. The next one is titled, Thinking of the Future. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 79, Phase 82, Thinking of the Future. A/N. I apologize this phase took longer than expected, I will give a bit of an explanation in the closing notes. But please enjoy the phase. Phase 82, Thinking of the Future. October 23, 73 CE. The Minerva, Asgard, 0300 hours. Talia hadn't been able to sleep even if she had wanted to after the conversation with Captain McGregor. The decision of whether to make Shin a Gundam pilot or not hadn't left her mind. McGregor had made it rather clear that she would have to make the choice before the Minerva left Asgard. She'd never considered the possibility that someone would force her into the position she would have to decide the fate of someone under her command. The idea was never taught within ZAFT as it was never supposed to come up. And yet, Talia felt that Mr. McGregor would follow through with this threat he laid out. Talia may not know how one could get a ZAFT soldier to be transferred, but McGregor had made it sound like he could and would do it. Should Talia not promote Shin to a primary Gundam pilot, the Minerva would end up losing him entirely. The whole argument was stressing Talia to a degree. With what potentially lay ahead of the Minerva, Talia felt the ship would need what help and advantages it could have. On the other hand, Talia wanted the Minerva's pilots to have the opportunities to grow and develop their skills. Ayla and Matt may have more battlefield experience than the younger pilots, but that didn't mean they were better in everything when it came to piloting. Each of the Minerva's pilot had a skill set which set them apart from the rest. However, Shin had begun to stand out somewhat from the others recently. Talia had seen hints of Shin's talent and skills before Ayla had brought up the possibility of making Shin a Gundam pilot. And with the additional opinion of Captain McGregor of Shin's potential, it was extremely hard not to make the young man a Gundam pilot. If not for the National Defense Committee, Talia would have already assigned Shin as a Gundam pilot or in that rotation at least. But the committee had the power to reverse a decision a ship captain made if they saw a reason to. And the committee could even punish Shin if they saw fit. That was the reason Talia hadn't given Shin a field promotion, because she didn't want to hurt Shin's chances in his service in ZAFT. Nevertheless, from what Captain McGregor had said and even assured, he could get the National Defense Committee to leave Shin alone. Should he be able to do that, Talia would be more than willing to assign Shin to the Gundam rotation that Ayla and Matt were in. But there was little way for her to know if McGregor could do something to silence the committee. It would be a risk if Talia gave Shin a field promotion right now, more for Shin than to her. The Defense Committee was busy so may not look at a field promotion for a bit. However, with tensions climbing, Talia feared tempers would be shorter than they were months ago. Thus, her hesitation to promote Shin was more for his benefit than anything else. A knock on her door brought Talia out of her thoughts. "Enter," she called tiredly. Ayla would soon be taking a shift on the bridge before the ship would hopefully be heading out in the morning. However, Ayla wanted to check on Talia before she took over for Arthur so he could get some rest. Ayla suspected the conversation Talia had with Captain McGregor was weighing on her friend. With the operation head back at Gibraltar, Ayla felt Talia needed to be closer to her best than she was. And so, with that in mind, Ayla entered Talia's quarters hoping she could help. The glimpse Ayla got of Talia showed her expectation was on the money with how tired Talia looked. "I take it you haven't been able to get any sleep since our visitor left," Ayla remarked. "Or am I wrong and something else is keeping you away from your bed?" Talia glanced up and saw Ayla taking a seat looking at her. Ayla wasn't exactly wrong about her not getting to her bed since Captain McGregor left. Talia was physically tired, but her brain's gears wouldn't stop turning enough to let her sleep at all. And perhaps, talking with Ayla may ease her mind about what McGregor said about Shin. So, Talia sighed. "You aren't wrong, Ayla," Talia replied. "What was said won't leave my mind as much as I wish it would." Ayla couldn't help but wonder what had been said between Talia and Captain McGregor once again. Without more information, Ayla couldn't do much to help her friend. "Could you give me the general facts discussed?" Ayla asked. "I'm willing to listen and give advice, but I would need to know more." Talia was quiet for a moment before she began telling Ayla what had been said between her and Captain McGregor. Ayla said nothing as she was given the summary, but her mind was working hard to process what was being said. The highlights of the conversation, few as there seemed to be, was that Captain McGregor applauded the Minerva coming to get Shin and the Impulse. Ayla felt most in ZAFT wouldn't be doing that as McGregor had. The Minerva was working off the books while away from Gibraltar, that told the story from ZAFT's perspective sadly. The rest of the conversation was much less pleasant and gave much to think about. The opening question kind of set the tone as much as Ayla wanted to argue the point it implied. Ayla would say that ZAFT had come a long way from where it had been at the end of the Alliance plant war. And yet, ZAFT wasn't perfect by any measure, though it was trying to improve as it could. So, to be asked if one was blind implied the improvement made was being wasted or wasn't the right kind. Further clarification from McGregor hadn't helped much other than him insulting ZAFT in a different way. It was one of the duties of the National Defense Committee to scout for talent which would benefit ZAFT. They had a department which was responsible for that very idea as far as Ayla knew. Ayla wouldn't disagree that Shin's potential as McGregor referenced was something to be explored. The skill and talent Shin had shown had impressed Ayla and that was why she had brought it up to Talia. Shin really did have the makings of a Gundam pilot in Ayla's opinion. The issue as Talia had laid out to McGregor was the National Defense Committee didn't agree at the moment. Ayla would love it if the committee would take the time to look at Shin's performances since the Minerva's outset. She felt that if they did, then maybe they would see the interest of having Shin work with a Gundam. But with a war coming soon, they wouldn't see the need to take the time to do such a thing. The other point which McGregor had made was somewhat more troubling than what involved Shin. Having what wasn't a public glaring issue pointed out was never a nice thing to have done to you. Gibraltar's response to Shin's plight was wrong and shouldn't have happened, Ayla wouldn't deny that. But that was a single incident, or that was what Ayla wanted to say in response. She feared that Gibraltar's Night Watch's behavior may not be a one-off as she hoped it could be. And if that was so, ZAFT needed to go through things and correct such from potentially happening again. The remarks of McGregor of Shin being left out in the cold and abandoned hurt. Ayla would have wondered as she didn't doubt Shin had, after the time he'd waited for any news if his allies had forgotten or abandoned him. Of course, Talia had said those on the Minerva knew nothing about what Gibraltar was doing. However, McGregor had a valid point whether Talia or Ayla wanted to admit it. What Gibraltar's Night Watch had done could be seen as potential behavior that ZAFT was practicing if not corrected. McGregor had shifted the conversation back to Shin after that. He had focused on iterating about Shin's skill. McGregor even said that Shin had a lot of potential and went into some detail about the idea. Ayla was kind of impressed with Captain McGregor's assessment of Shin, more so after Ayla had done a bit of research on McGregor. The guy was one of the known Federation Gundam pilots. His record was close if not on par with that of the champions with how capable he was in a fight. That made the assessment given all the more valid really. A known Gundam pilot saying an upcoming pilot had the potential to be a Gundam pilot was a credible source. Ayla would think and hope that such would have the Defense Committee to agree that Shin was worth giving a chance to. Nonetheless, the issue came back to the proverbial wall that had kept showing itself again and again. The National Defense Committee had the power to reverse a field promotion if they saw fit. What Ayla saw as the problem with that power was the committee didn't have to state a reason for their decision if they didn't feel like it. They normally did state a reason for their decisions but not always. If they said no to the potential promotion for Shin, they could cite age or inexperience and say little more than that. Ayla felt because of the chances of the committee reversing the decision, Talia hadn't done the idea. With tension as it was, snapping and overreacting was a real possibility. And so, Ayla agreed with Talia that it was unlikely Shin would be given the chance to be a Gundam pilot until something changed. As much as Ayla didn't like that, it was above her pay grade to argue that point as she wished to. However, then came the final blow which hit home the most of what Talia was telling Ayla. For McGregor to put out what could be seen as a threat was unexpected from what Ayla had gotten from the guy. But to be told that either Talia was to promote Shin or else he would be taken from the Minerva didn't sit well with Ayla. And it wasn't that she believed McGregor couldn't get something to happen to have Shin vanish from the Minerva, for something in her told her that the guy could do that. Ayla felt that should Shin be taken from the ship, the Minerva would suffer for the lack. It could even lead to the ship being sunk by enemy forces at some point in the future. It had been clear to Ayla that McGregor had implied that ZAFT was taking Shin for granted. And it was more than that, Ayla kind of agreed that Shin could do more if he was given the chance which he wasn't being given. The potential Shin had was not being looked at by the higher UPS and thus it was being wasted. Talia's mentioning of McGregor saying he could arrange something to get the committee to stay out of Shin's promotion had caught Ayla's attention. It had her wondering what McGregor in which could possibly end with the committee not interfering could be. She couldn't think of what could get the committee not look into a field promotion related to a Gundam. That was the issue. Activities with Gundams were researched quickly and handled just as fast by the National Defense Committee. And Ayla couldn't come up with any possibility that would have a real chance of working with the committee. Even crazy ideas she thought about wouldn't have the committee ignoring a pilot getting assigned to a Gundam without their say. Perhaps, if someone like Admiral Trice suggested it and explained the situation to them, then maybe it could happen. But with the Admiral retired, there was no chance of that idea coming into play to help Shin. Talia said she wanted to believe McGregor with him saying he could handle the committee. But much as Ayla had gone over in her mind, the chances of such happening were low. And McGregor's arguments for Shin being promoted were similar to what Ayla had given to Talia. Yet, the argument would fall on deaf ears as the committee was busy with other things and wouldn't give Shin a chance. But McGregor had told Talia he required an answer if she would promote Shin before the Minerva left in the morning. The summary Talia had given explained things somewhat of what Talia was having trouble sleeping. The potential future of the Minerva could depend on if Shin was with it or not. Ayla suspected the ship would be sent out against the Alliance more often given some more time. The ship had already had victory against Alliance forces or at least those who were suspected to be working with them. And each encounter thus far had been more difficult than the previous ones. Ayla felt that would change in the near future, which was concerning in its own way. Well, Ayla started speaking for the first time since the summary began. I can see why the conversation is haunting you as it is. There is a lot to take away from it, much of it unsaid which concerns me. Talia was glad Ayla had been listening while she had gotten the conversation off her chest. Talking about what Captain McGregor had said was helping Talia review and thinking about the subject matter. And Talia would love Ayla's opinion on what had and hadn't been said. Ayla wasn't ignorant or foolish, she listened and observed better than many did. Care to tell me your takeaways, Talia posed. I've been going over the conversation again and again, and I wonder if I'm missing something. Ayla thought for a moment, organizing her thoughts to be comprehensible and direct. The first point that Ayla wanted to echo Shin's potential as she felt that was important. The first thing I took away from your summary is about Shin, Ayla began. He has real potential as a Gundam pilot. The Federation sees it and a current Gundam pilot sees it as well. We keep getting signs and hints that he is an amazing candidate for a Gundam. Ayla paused for a moment. I don't know what more evidence that Shin is being wasted as a regular pilot we need to understand the point. We are at a crossroads I believe, in which we either make Shin a Gundam pilot or we keep him as he is. If we don't let Shin explore his potential, he may not be able to develop it the best he could. Should ZAFT still wave off Shin's talent and skills after all the evidence including the 2 commendations, then truthfully, we don't deserve to have him serving with us. Talia couldn't disagree with the points that Ayla was bringing up. She made a good argument in favor of Shin being promoted to a Gundam pilot. Shin had a good defender in Ayla. But the issue came back to the response of the National Defense Committee. It's not that I'm against giving Shin a field promotion and have him in the rotation you and Matt are in, Talia replied. I just don't want to do that only to have him punished for being promoted to that. Ayla shrugged in response, then isn't the question do you believe Captain McGregor can silence or get the response from the committee to be tailored to help Shin? Talia had to consider what Ayla had brought up. Did she believe that Captain McGregor could do as he said in relation to the National Defense Committee? Honestly, when she considered it, she was inclined to say Captain McGregor could manage what he said. But did she put faith in that hunch and put the possibility of Shin's military career at risk? That really was the question that Talia had been haunting her and keeping her awake. Should she not take the risk, then the Minerva and ZAFT would lose Shin along with his potential skills. Talia felt that should Shin leave the Minerva, the ship wouldn't be the only group that would suffer. ZAFT would also suffer and miss out on an advantage Shin could potentially provide. Thus, the choice was clear enough, Talia just didn't want to head down that path head first. Talia couldn't stop the heavy exhale that escaped her. I suppose I know the answer, I've just been avoiding making the decision out of fear of what could happen. Whether Captain McGregor can help with the National Defense Committee's response doesn't play into this any longer. I'll defend my decision should it be needed with the committee. Ayla was glad to hear that Talia had come to the decision that involved Shin. It had to be made and it was better to be done sooner rather than later. I can tell Shin should you like, Talia, Ayla remarked. You sound like you could use a break and some sleep. Talia wouldn't be against getting some sleep while there was the time. With the decision about Shin's position as a pilot made, Talia should be able to get her brain to quiet down enough. If you could do that, Ayla, Talia replied. That would be appreciated. It has been a very long day I admit. I fear the upcoming operation will keep us busy for a time and it will be accelerated with the attack on Asgard. Ayla felt that Talia was right about the Spear of Twilight operation keeping many busy. With the Alliance's aggressive approach, they were using now, ZAFT needed to strengthen their positions on Earth. If ZAFT didn't do that, the Alliance may be able to overwhelm and take their positions. Should ZAFT lose its foothold on Earth, the coming war would be much harder to potentially turn around. The war was already looking to be a hard and grueling one if the Alliance's persistence was anything to go by. I bet you're right, Ayla agreed. With the Alliance attacking Asgard, it proves they are determined to see things through until they achieve their goals or are stopped. Ayla bid Talia farewell and began making her way toward the Minerva's bridge. Doing a shift on the bridge would distract Ayla from what was likely looking ahead. She would get the time to sleep on the Minerva's trip back to Gibraltar. At the same time, Arthur was on the bridge by himself on watch. The repairs and resupply were moving along and were on schedule to be completed in time for the Minerva to leave at around 0800 in the morning. There was still work to be done but Arthur felt it would be done on time. Yet his hopefulness may be more due to his tiredness which he was fighting against. He'd been on duty and working since 0600 after the Minerva had headed out from Gibraltar. Matt and the captain would take over the bridge in the morning. Arthur could stay awake for the time until the shift change came. He didn't need to do much on the bridge other than just be available should a ship officer be required. There hadn't been much of a need for Arthur or Talia with the Federation workers while the repairs had been going on yet. So, Arthur didn't see a reason for that to change before the shift change. Arthur wasn't expecting anyone to come onto the bridge, not even to check in with him. The majority of the crew was asleep at the moment. With the Minerva planning to head out tomorrow, the captain wanted the crew to be rested and ready for the ship to head out in the morning. So, Arthur was surprised when the door slid open revealing Ayla coming in. Ayla, Arthur uttered, didn't expect you to pop up here. Was there something you needed? Ayla's intention coming to the bridge was to give Arthur a break before morning. The man had been on duty for approaching 20 hours thus far by what Ayla figured. Arthur needed time to rest and hopefully get some sleep before the Minerva reached Gibraltar. I thought you could use a break, Arthur, Ayla replied. You've been on duty working for approaching a whole day. Arthur wasn't against a chance to getting the opportunity to get some sleep before the Minerva headed out from Asgard. It had been a rather long day thus far with getting to Asgard and the battle which had followed. But Ayla had been working for as long if not longer than Arthur had been on duty. She should get a break before him and deserved it with all the work she'd been doing being the go-between for the Minerva's crew and the Federation workers. You've been working for longer than me, Ayla, Arthur stated. I can manage for a few hours until the shift change comes. You could use the time off to sleep more than me. Ayla shook her head in response, I will get some sleep while the Minerva travels to Gibraltar. You need a break more than I do, Arthur. My mind is too active right now for me to sleep, so being here will give me time to sort out my thoughts. If you could just bring me up to speed on the repairs and resupply process. Arthur saw that Ayla wouldn't change her answer about taking over for him to give him a break. And honestly, Arthur wasn't against getting time off duty to get some sleep. So, he gave a summary about how the repairs and resupply was progressing. Ayla listened to Arthur and was a tad surprised at how efficiently the repairs and resupply were going. The Federation's assistance had made a difference for the Minerva. It had accelerated the time required to have the Minerva ready to head out. Granted, there had been certain things that couldn't be properly repaired at Asgard, but besides those, the rest of the repairs were on track to be done in the early morning. The resupply was 2/3 of the way done and would be completed in the next few hours. Chief Aves had mentioned to Arthur that all which could be left when the Minerva set out would be work for the 2 ZAKUs beside the Phantom, the assault turret, and minor things with the sensor array. The suits could be finished before the Minerva returned to Gibraltar with how Aves ran things. The sensor array and the turret would be handled at Gibraltar and shouldn't take a great deal of time. Ayla thanked Arthur for the summary before waving him off to get time to rest up for when the Minerva would head out. She took the deputy station and went through the checks for the ship to see the status of its systems. The Minerva's systems were coming back with the expected status for when the ship was operating normally. The workers were finishing up the hull repairs by what Ayla could tell at the moment. The engines had been fully fixed, both from what the battle had done and the punishment they had been put through to get to Asgard in the time it had. The general resupply was moving along at a decent pace. The needed food and water stores that the ship kept for its crew had been filled already. Fuel tanks for the engines were being filled currently, and with the speed they were being filled should be done in the next hour. Other fluids that the Minerva carried were the next in line to be topped off after the fuel tanks were done. Once Ayla was done reviewing the Minerva's systems and status, she moved to the captain's chair. She returned to her thoughts and quickly got lost in them. The possibility of Shin being taken from the Minerva wasn't a pleasant one to Ayla. Shin's potential was more valuable than higher UPS knew and many on the Minerva likely had realized. Ayla was confident that Shin could be a great if not better Gundam pilot than herself or others if he got the chance. And by what Talia had said, things were coming to the point that Talia and ZAFT had to make a decision about Shin. Either they gave Shin the chance to prove himself or lose out on the opportunity to benefit from his potential. Should ZAFT not take the chance on Shin, there wouldn't be the chance to change their minds. Ayla understood that the ZAFT higher UPS were the ones that made serious decisions. But she couldn't help but question what their thought process could be for the choices they made. When Admiral Tries had been running ZAFT, the decisions being made were easier to comprehend than they were now. The Admiral's way of doing things along with those he delegated to had been logical. There was no question of reasoning or integrity as they seemed to be these days. And it wasn't the big decisions that were making her, and she didn't doubt others scratching their heads wondering what was going through the heads of ZAFT's leaders. It was the small but important things that didn't make the most sense. And it was the less major things which could nudge ZAFT in a bad direction if not considered carefully. Meanwhile, Luna had not been able to get any sleep while she'd been off duty. The event with the guy who had beaten her kept going through her mind. The guy had whipped her, as much as she didn't want to admit it. And with that, images of Ayla's disappointed expression kept flashing in Luna's mind. The combination of the two were haunting her and wouldn't leave her be. Thus, Luna had been tossing and turning in her bed before she gave up on getting any sleep before the Minerva headed out. Marin was sleeping in her bed without seemingly any trouble, which had Luna a tad jealous. Yet, Luna didn't want to bug her little sister with talking about the mistake she'd made. So, she exited her bed and left the quarters that she shared with Marin to walk around to sort out her thoughts. After Luna had wandered the crew decks for a little while, she had come to the conclusion that she had to talk to Ayla to get things to settle. Luna felt that once she apologized to Ayla for her behavior, the sooner she could move forward and stop beating herself up. The issue was Luna didn't know where Ayla was currently. Luna had gone by Ayla's quarters and knocked but had gotten no answer. That had Luna ending out on the command deck of the Minerva through her wandering. She didn't know who was on duty at the moment, but Luna figured whoever it was would be able to find out where Ayla was. However, to Luna's surprise, when she entered the bridge, she found Ayla sitting in the captain's chair. Ayla had been thinking ahead to what the Minerva could possibly be assigned after the Spear of Twilight operation. There were a few areas that Ayla had heard there were ongoing issues that ZAFT was looking into. It was possible that the Minerva could be sent to help with that business, but no guarantee that would be the case. With the Minerva being a unique ship class and a Gundam carrier, it was an expectation for it to be on the front lines. But there wasn't enough information for Ayla to be able to predict with much accuracy what was ahead of the Minerva. Even reaching out to friends she had in other positions hadn't helped Ayla in considering what could be in the future. It made Ayla both curious and concerned with what the National Defense Committee could be thinking. And she wasn't normally one to question higher UPS without good reason. Things had been pointing in a potentially problematic direction. Ayla was brought out of her thoughts when the door to the bridge slid open. She turned to see who it was, half expecting it to be Matt. He was the kind to come and check on her before turning in to sleep. It was a sweet quality of his which she found endearing. Matt was really a good guy that truly cared about her. He'd shown Ayla that his interest in her was more than just friendship and for her looks. However, Ayla found herself gazing at Luna Maria entering the bridge instead of Matt. Ayla hadn't spoken much with Luna after what happened with Captain McGregor. That experience seemed to have hit her hard, and Ayla had hoped Luna had learned a valuable lesson from it. At least, it had Luna being quiet since that event which Ayla wanted to thank the girl considering her recent actions. Luna Maria, Ayla began, what brings you up here at this hour? Luna was trying to organize her thoughts so she could tell Ayla how sorry she was for what she'd done. Her behavior since the Minerva had left Gibraltar had been anything but acceptable when Luna looked back on it. She had been worried about Shin and that had made her a bit more emotional than normal. That wasn't much of an excuse for Luna's behavior even if it was the truth. It was the reason she felt the need to apologize to Ayla at least for the behavior she had been showing. Ayla, Luna started, I can't tell you how sorry I am for my behavior over the last 2 weeks. Luna paused, looking away from Ayla, truly embarrassed and ashamed of how she'd been acting. I know my behavior has been less than nice. And I am aware that saying I was getting more emotional because I was really worried about Shin isn't an excuse. Luna bowed her head, please forgive me, I really am sorry about what I've been doing which you have been dealing with. Ayla could see that Luna Maria was indeed sorry for her behavior and what that had caused. It was good the girl was admitting her mistake since it was the first step to correcting the problem. And while Ayla did understand Luna's worry about Shin, she should have done other things to express that than vent on others as she had. It would be best if Luna took this as a learning experience and worked on emotional control. That would serve her well in the future and Ayla would wish that for her. Well, it is good you noticed what you have been doing, Ayla remarked. And I do forgive you for what your venting did and resulted in. However, I would recommend that you take this as an opportunity to learn and practice emotional control. Or else, you may end out in a similar situation you were in, and it won't end safely as it did earlier. Luna looked at the floor and frowned as the memory of what the Federation guy had done to her flashed in her mind. The fear she'd felt had been real back then. The guy could have slit her throat and caused her death before any around could have done anything. It had been worse than having to watch allies being killed by the thieves with Bogey 1 around the Lagrange 4 colony cluster. Luna hadn't felt the fear she had earlier since the survival course ZAFT required of every pilot and soldier. The event with the guy had kept coming back to Luna's mind, disrupting her other thoughts with the ice-cold fear that accompanied it. I'm sorry I embarrassed you during that time, Luna admitted. I wasn't thinking right, Luna hesitated as her voice began shaking. I'm the one to blame for being put into the position where my life was in danger. Luna shook her head remembering how helpless she had been back at the time. No one else was to blame for what happened to me. And yet, all I could do at the time was snap at those around me until I had a knife at my neck. Ayla could see that Luna had been dwelling upon what had befallen her. It was more like the experience had been haunting her since it happened. That she understood her actions led to what ended out occurring was a good sign. She was showing clear remorse and that could lead to a good change for her. You've been thinking about what happened, Ayla commented, that's a good thing. Luna kept gazing at the deck, not able to bring herself to look at Ayla. Ayla kept going, while Captain McGregor didn't do you harm, there are those who would take the opportunity to do that in his place. Matt was saying he figured that McGregor's skill level is likely on par with Special Forces, and I'm inclined to agree with that. There is the possibility you will encounter others with similar skill levels. Ayla paused for a moment considering Luna's chances against one like McGregor. Luna had as much a chance as Sean and Dale had against the thieves who had killed them. Put simply, Luna had to understand how to see the difference in skills between herself and another. I doubt I need to tell you the place you were in with McGregor, Ayla stated. Luna nodded her head, but still stared at the floor. Ayla kept going, you're still learning and gaining battlefield experience, so understand there are those who will be able to outdo you no matter what you do. If you can learn to recognize situations that pit you against such, you will know when to avoid them. That can be a key to survival, which is something you must keep in mind. Ayla then smiled, and with that said, I would say you've beaten yourself up about this for long enough. Look at me, Luna Maria. Luna raised her head slowly and gazed at Ayla as she continued, stop dwelling on what happened and holding it against yourself. You made a mistake and have recognized it. You are willing to make changes which will make a repeat less likely to happen in the future. That is what I ask, that you make changes so that you are less likely to make the same mistake in the future. Luna said nothing to what Ayla had told her. She'd expected to be lectured about her behavior, and rightly so. And while there was a bit of a lecture, it was more advice than being told off to Luna. Not that Luna was against getting advice from Ayla, she would take it to heart. But doing as she was being told was easier said than done. I want to change and improve, Luna admitted. But I don't know what I can do to not make the same mistake again. What can I do, Ayla? I've been trying to think of something, yet every time I try, the memory of having a knife at my neck comes back to me. Any thought of what I could do vanishes when that memory comes back to me. Ayla could see the fear Luna had felt was still getting the better of her and making it difficult for her to move forward. Fear wasn't a bad thing in Ayla's mind, for it warned one of danger, which was part of a survival instinct. But one couldn't let fear overwhelm and cause them to freeze up and be unable to act. That was supposed to be one of the lessons learned from ZAFT's survival course. Not just the value of feeling fear but pushing past it and fighting to live. The fear is fulfilling its purpose, Luna, Ayla said. It is alerting you to danger. However, you need to not let that fear freeze you and prevent you from acting. Instead of that memory freezing you, take it as motivation to not be put in that position again. Luna took a moment to consider what Ayla said. I'll try, Luna replied. I don't know how well using that memory as motivation will work, but I'll try. Luna exited the bridge after that, leaving Ayla alone once again. Over the next few hours, little came up for Ayla to handle. And when Talia came onto the bridge, she found Ayla looking rather tired in her chair. Talia wasn't surprised that Ayla was looking tired, she'd been awake for around a full day by this point. She came up to the captain's chair and put a hand on it. I would say it's about time for you to go get some sleep, Ayla, Talia remarked. With what you've done today and since we left Gibraltar, you certainly deserve the opportunity to get some sleep. Ayla glanced up at Talia, wondering how the last few hours had just flown by. There was still one question that Ayla had of Talia. Captain McGregor had put a question/ultimatum to her, and it had sounded like the guy would ask for an answer before the Minerva left Asgard. So, either Captain McGregor would have called back already or would do so soon. Ayla knew the answer, but she would love to hear the response Talia may have gotten from the guy. Well, I can't say I would refuse the chance at sleep, Ayla returned, it has been a long day. Ayla shook her head to fight off the exhaustion creeping upon her. Has Captain McGregor reached back out to you already? I got the impression that he would be insisting on an answer before we leave Asgard. Talia sighed in response to Ayla's question. Captain McGregor had indeed called her already. It had come just after she had gotten ready to head to the bridge to take over the watch. She'd known the call would come. McGregor hadn't come off as someone that wouldn't follow up on something he started. Talia had her answer ready by that point and had given it to McGregor. The guy had accepted it and assured her that he would somehow get the National Defense Committee to not step in and reverse her decision. He still gave no hint as to how he could have any sway over the committee. McGregor's acceptance had not lessened Talia's curiosity about his methods. Captain McGregor has already reached out, Talia returned. He accepted my answer without fuss. He also assured me that he would make sure the National Defense Committee wouldn't interfere with my field promotion. McGregor still gave no hint as to how he can do that, but that is neither here nor there, I suppose. Ayla had figured McGregor would follow up, the guy seemed the type to do such things. She hadn't seen an issue with Talia's agreement to promote Shin to a Gundam pilot and felt Captain McGregor would have one either. Yet like Talia, Ayla couldn't help but wonder how Captain McGregor could have any influence on the National Defense Committee. He was a Federation captain, and probably had a background in some sort of special forces work. That alone made the guy odd, as ship officers normally didn't have backgrounds or experience in special forces or something similar. I guess we'll have to leave it at he will do something and be left wondering, Ayla admitted. I honestly am having trouble figuring out Captain McGregor. The guy has shown signs he had special forces training and experience or better. I don't see why the Federation's military would have someone with that kind of skill set and experience be made a ship officer. Talia smiled. I suppose you have a point, Ayla, Talia returned. You are not the only one who wonders why someone like McGregor would be made a ship officer. However, I would assume the Federation's military leadership had something in mind with doing that. An individual of McGregor's talent and skill is, I don't doubt, a valuable asset for the Federation. Alia nodded in agreement before shifting to passing the information about the Minerva's status. As for the Minerva, Ayla started, the resupply is wrapping up and should be done in the next hour. The needed repairs were finished around 30 minutes ago. So, the ship should be ready to move out at 0800 hours as planned. Talia was happy to hear things were on track for the Minerva to head back to Gibraltar soon. The sooner the ship returned to Gibraltar, the better standing it would be in. Being off the books was fine for some things, but it wasn't the best position to be in for longer than needed. Commander Hersey had done a solid favor for Talia, allowing the Minerva to go and retrieve the Impulse and Shin. And Talia didn't want her first mission commander to have to take a flak for her decision. Thus, she wanted the Minerva back at Gibraltar before there was too many questions asked about why the Minerva had left and where it had gone. I'll take over the watch until the bridge crew comes on duty, Talia said. Go and get some sleep, Ayla. I fear there will be less time when we get back to Gibraltar. The upcoming operation will likely have been accelerated with the Alliance's attack on Asgard. Ayla nodded before rising from the captain's chair and leaving the bridge. Talia moved over to the deputy station to check over the Minerva systems and overall status. She trusted Ayla's remarks about the repairs and resupply were accurate, but she just wanted to scan over details. Talia knew the Minerva would need some work when it got back to Gibraltar. Special systems and equipment would need to be fixed, which the Federation hadn't been able to do the job. And Talia wanted to have a list ready for those at Gibraltar could get to work as soon as possible. Talia's intuition told her that after the Spear of Twilight operation, the Minerva wouldn't get much of a break if any. The way the Minerva had been given missions suggested to Talia that her ship was being used as a symbol for ZAFT. She didn't have an issue with that exactly, but being sent from one thing to another and having no break was hard on any crew. Talia returned to her chair after looking over the Minerva's status and her thoughts returned to what her mind had been going over a moment ago. The Minerva as a symbol had always been a possibility, Talia had known that from the outset. The Alliance's Archangel had proven limited production ship classes tended to be different than any that had come before. The Archangel had introduced new technology which the Minerva had built into it. And like the Alliance vessel, the Minerva seemed to find itself in unexpected and normally unheard of situations. The Minerva and her crew had managed in what had come their direction thus far. However, Talia felt what was ahead of the Minerva would test and stress the ship and her crew further. Nevertheless, Talia couldn't help but wonder what the higher UPS were planning with the Minerva. Specifically, Talia had the nagging feeling that Gilbert was one of those pulling strings of what assignments the Minerva was handed. If that were true, then Talia would love to know what he had in mind for the Minerva. Gilbert would have a goal in mind he was having the Minerva help with. Talia had thought Gilbert had been working for peaceful existence with Earth. Yet, with things going as they were, Talia couldn't help but wonder if there was more to what Gilbert was working toward. Gilbert was brilliant, Talia would be one of the first to admit that. However, he tended to get stuck or as he said focused on what was ahead rather than the way to potentially get there. Talia kept trying to figure out what Gilbert and others were planning as the remaining hours before 0800 hours drew closer. The primary bridge crew began filing in at around 0730, which got Talia to dismiss the questions that were bouncing around her mind. Instead, she focused on having things checked and prepared so the Minerva could leave as planned. Talia had Bert look over the status of the resupply as it was wrapping up the last she had checked. She had Marin reach out to Chief Aves to see where he stood with the Minerva's status. Talia then had Arthur work on getting the needed crew to their stations for the Minerva to head out when it was ready. Bert reported that the resupply was finished, and the equipment used for it was being removed and retracted. Arthur was working on getting crew to their stations but needed a little more time to get people where they needed to be. Marin called that Aves said everything was essentially ready on his end. During the half an hour, the Minerva was made ready to leave Asgard. When 0800 came around, Talia got the signal from Arthur that the needed crew were ready at their stations. Talia had Marin reach out to Asgard's port control and tell them the Minerva was ready to leave. Marin did as ordered and was told that the dock would be flooded so the Minerva could head out. She was relaying the message as Malik noticed water starting to rush into the dry dock. So, when Marin finished saying what had been relayed to her from the Federation's port control, Malik called the dock was being flooded. Talia noted the dry dock was filling with water at a more efficient rate than ZAFT's dry docks did. It was an expectation that the Federation tended to be more prepared and efficient at what they did than the other factions. It was a sign that the Federation still had advantages over the other factions even after the Alliance plant war. Once the dry dock was fully filled with ocean water, the outer gates to the dock retracted. Marin then told Talia Asgard's port control was giving the go-ahead for the Minerva to leave the dock. Talia ordered Malik to have the Minerva proceed forward slowly and steadily and take them out of the dock. The Minerva surged forward in the flooded dry dock at a slow pace. As the Minerva came into open waters, Talia noticed Federation ships sailing both close to the island and further away. It wasn't all that surprising Asgard's defense forces out on patrols, not after the Alliance's assault. It also appeared that some ships were working on salvaging around the previous battlefield area. Such were signs that even if the battle was over, what it had caused was still being dealt with and would be for a time. Talia had Malik set the Minerva's course to the south and to keep the ship's speed steady until they were a couple kilometers from Asgard. The route the Minerva was to take had been planned out between Arthur and Talia yesterday. The journey was estimated to be around 14 hours, which would have the Minerva there by late evening. Meanwhile, Tyler had been on duty on the Normandy's bridge when the Minerva had headed out. He had observed it for a minute as it had been leaving the dry dock it had been in. Tyler had expected the Minerva to leave when the morning came. According to what he'd heard, the ship was off the books right now and so needed to get back to Gibraltar. Tyler had mixed feelings about the ZAFT vessel leaving Asgard. On the one hand, the ship had been built and was used by ZAFT. The ship was a good one in Tyler's opinion. The Minerva had good firepower but decent defense as well. That balance tended to be rare in non-Federation ships from what Tyler had seen. With that in mind, Tyler couldn't help but wonder for what purpose the Minerva had really been designed and constructed for. The Minerva seemed to have the same luck and expectations as the Archangel had in the Alliance plant war. That was both a good and bad thing depending on one's perspective. The ship was strong and would likely become a symbol for ZAFT and the hope they had. However, it would be popular in a bad way as well with the Alliance because of that point. The ship was in an unenviable position because of the 2 points, as it would be in danger often. Tyler had seen the idea with the Archangel while he'd been on it. So, he felt a tad sorry for Talia Gladys being in charge of ZAFT's new flagship. Sure, she would get praise for the victories it would give ZAFT. Yet, it would also be blamed for unpleasant results of operations it was involved with, even if the Minerva had nothing to do with what came about. Nevertheless, Tyler had gotten his answer from Captain Gladys before the Minerva had left Asgard. He had woken up early and reached out to the Minerva, or really, he had used his specialized skills to get to the computer station in the captain's quarters directly. The task hadn't been that difficult for Tyler. ZAFT's security had been improved slightly from what Tyler had seen recently, and he would applaud that. However, it was still nowhere near good enough to keep him out for all that long when Tyler put forth the effort to get in. The answer that Captain Gladys had given Tyler was what he'd expected. She would make Shin a primary Gundam pilot, though she said it would be in good time. Tyler had told her that was fine as long as she did it efficiently and didn't put the point off out of fear or for other ridiculous reasons. He had also informed the woman that he would hold up his end and make sure the plant's National Defense Committee would stay out of her decision. True to his word, the moment Tyler had gotten off the call with Captain Gladys, Tyler had called Admiral Tries. The Admiral had acknowledged the information from Tyler and said he would get a message to the National Defense Committee and explain things to them properly. That had Tyler dead curious as to what Tries could tell those on the committee to get them to back off. He would love to be on the call with the Admiral when he talked with those on the committee. If only for the interest of what Tries would say as for the reactions of those who listened to the man. At least with Admiral Tries talking with the committee, Shin's promotion would be solid and wouldn't be reversed. That was what Tyler had been aiming for when helping the kid. Shin would be a great if not an amazing Gundam pilot, Tyler was sure of that. Tyler shifted his attention from the Minerva leaving back to getting the Normandy ready to head out as well. The Normandy would be going to the Republic to deliver Stella to those who would take her to Shangri-La. The repairs that the Normandy had needed had been completed hours ago. The resupply was wrapping up currently and would be finished in less than 30 minutes. The only thing which Tyler wasn't the most pleased about was Miss The Valley was still undergoing medical treatment. That would be followed by recovery, which would have her at Asgard for a time. The point put the Normandy down one pilot, which Tyler didn't like. While it was unlikely the Normandy would encounter any enemy forces along its journey to the Republic, there still was the chance it could happen. However, Tyler couldn't do much to change the position the Normandy was in, being a pilot down. Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when Miss Alloy told him resupply was finished and the Normandy was unhooked from supply equipment. That told Tyler the Normandy was ready to head out from Asgard. With that in mind, Tyler asked Miss Alloy to contact the port control and tell them the Normandy was ready to depart from the dock. Tyler was taking his seat when he was informed the dock was being flooded. The primary bridge crew were at their stations already, so there was no reason to call an alert for the ship. Tyler did call down to Chief Valion and told him to have the engines primed and ready for use. The reply Tyler got was the Normandy's engines were more than primed and Valion was asking what the hold-up was for the Normandy heading out. Tyler had to hold in the chuckle which came to him at Valion's response. Once the dock was full of water, the gates opened and got out of the way for the Normandy to depart from the dock. Tyler ordered Paris to get the Normandy underway before the ship began moving forward. Tyler noted that recovery efforts were still ongoing from the results of the Alliance's assault. The efforts were coming along with the pace, which was being set, but Tyler understood the push for things to be done quickly. While the Omni-Force which had assaulted Asgard had sustained heavy losses, that didn't mean the Alliance wouldn't try attacking again. There was also a possibility, slim as it was, that ZAFT may try something with Asgard in its weakened state. Thus, the push for getting Asgard back into operational order enough it could function properly. The Normandy swung to have its bow pointing north and continued forward. The planned route of the ship would take a few days for the Normandy to arrive at Shira. The ship would do most of the journey underwater, which would help avoid potential nasty encounters. The route would have the Normandy go around the northern part of the Asian continent before turning south and going down the coastline. The journey was simple enough in the planning phase, and Tyler hoped it would be similar during its execution. There shouldn't be any unexpected things ahead for the Normandy before it arrived at Shira. But as Tyler had learned during his military service, you didn't put all your faith in things going perfectly and having no issues along the way. As the old phrase went, you hoped for the best, but planned for the worst. It was a phrase that Tyler had observed and had been saved by many times. The Normandy entered open waters north of Asgard before Tyler told Paris to have the Normandy dive under the surface. The transition was smoother than it appeared, or rather Tyler felt very little as the Normandy sunk into the water. And the cruising speed the ship was going at didn't change a great deal. The reason Tyler had been set on the Normandy traveling under the water was the Alliance used few subs for their patrols. The Normandy would be going through Alliance territory, or areas they claimed as theirs at least. Tyler was of the opinion that the less attention the Normandy drew to itself, the better on this journey. Stella had gotten luck with Tyler bringing her onto the Normandy. She had unknowingly escaped further abuse from the Alliance and could have a second chance at a good life. Tyler didn't want the Alliance stealing her back and dooming her to being used and abused. Over the days that the Normandy traveled around the icy north of the Asian continent, Tyler took the morning to evening shift. Lisa did the evening to early morning time. It had been the agreement that the two had come to when they had discussed the plan for the journey. The rest of the Normandy's crew took the turns in 8-hour shifts rather than 12-hour ones as Tyler and Lisa did. All the crew knew what was expected of them while they were on their shifts, so there wasn't much discussion while on duty. Tyler would wander the Normandy while off duty and not in his quarters sleeping. The things he overheard and saw told that the crew were still processing the Alliance's assault on Asgard. Tyler didn't blame any for being concerned about what had happened. The Alliance's persistence had caused trouble and had shown they were going to push a war on the rest of humanity. He didn't like the fact, but Tyler feared there was little any could do to prevent a war coming now. The other interesting point that Tyler did notice while he walked the decks of the Normandy had to do with the ship's guest. Stella had been scared the last time Tyler had seen and interacted with the girl, but that had changed. The crew were being nice to her, and that seemed to cause her to pause, like she didn't expect anything like that to be shown to her. Tyler had the impression that those with the Enhanced Human Project were treated poorly, but he was starting to think he had underestimated the extent to which that went. The girls' reactions to the crew the first day made Tyler seriously wonder if the Alliance went out of their way to abuse the kids like Stella or worse. But on the second day, Stella began opening up to the kindness she was being shown somewhat. Tyler specifically observed Stella quickly attach herself to Felt by the end of the second day. Felt had been trying to be nice to the girl and make her feel welcome. That had translated into Stella being drawn to Felt, like a moth to flames, if not stronger than that. Felt hadn't appeared to have an issue with the girl sticking close to her. Instead, by what Tyler had seen, Felt had taken Stella under her wing, even giving her clothes, eating with her and spending time with her. While Tyler was glad the girl was opening up to those on the Normandy, he couldn't help but worry about what her behavior implied. It was almost like Stella had been starving for kindness and hadn't even known it. Tyler had shaken his head when that thought came to him. It had been worse than that, and Tyler was both angry for Stella and felt sorry for her. Her behavior strongly suggested she knew what kindness was, but it had been so long since she had received it regularly that she craved it like a starved person would food. Tyler hoped kindness and the like would be the start for the girl's recovery and change for a better life. Heaven knew the crap Stella had been through because of the project she had been forced into. At the same time, Stella was having an experience unlike any she could remember in her life. The time on this Federation ship had been different in a way that Stella had thought wouldn't happen to her. First, she had been assured she wouldn't suffer punishment by the captain of the ship as long as she behaved. And the guy had been true to his word. Stella hadn't been punished at all, not even locked in a room like was normal at the lab. Granted, she had to go to the ship's doctor once a day for a dose to keep the pain manageable, but that wasn't as bad as the lab's discipline system. The ship's crew had been nice to her as well. Their behavior had her on guard for much of the first day the ship had been moving. But when the behavior hadn't changed, Stella had been slightly confused. Those that worked on the project didn't act like the people on the ship were to her. Stella couldn't remember a time when any of the scientists at the lab smiled and talked nicely to the candidates. The behavior was so foreign to Stella, she hadn't known how to respond to it. While the crew of the Normandy had been nice to her, there had been one in particular which had stood out to Stella. It had been a pink-haired woman who was older than Stella herself. The woman had approached Stella had introduced herself as Felt Grace. Miss Grace had talked to her and been smiling at her more than others were. It had been odd at first, but over time, a feeling similar to what Stella felt around Tanya came to her. With the warm feeling Stella was getting with the pink-haired woman, Stella was drawn to her. Miss Grace didn't seem to have an issue with Stella being around her. She even gave Stella different clothes to wear. Stella wasn't used to being given gifts, so she didn't know what to expect from them. But being given things felt nice, though Stella couldn't say why the feeling was hitting her as it was. On the day the Normandy came into range of Shira, the ship got into contact with the port control. While that was going on, a car pulled up to the dock which the Normandy was being assigned. A small group exited the car made up of 3 women, one an amount older than the other 2. The oldest of the women was Lori Call, one of the former scientists that had worked at Lodania Lab on the Enhanced Human Project or the E project. The other 2 young women, 21 and 20, were Ross Weiss and Laughter Galliana, who were accompanying Dr. Call. They were here to meet with those from the Normandy due to a message that had been sent from the ship days ago. Lori had been the one who had seen the message first, and what it had contained had piqued her interest. It had been from the Normandy's doctor, who happened to be a former scientist from the project. Dr. Knoll had worked at the Tartarus facility, and by what Lori had recalled, the woman was competent with tasks she was given. Knoll's message had mentioned that a candidate had been brought onto the Normandy, and that they were an extended specifically. The message mentioned the individual was from one of the better performing trios of the extendeds. That sentence had caught Lori's attention and got her to tell Mina about the message. After Lori had talked with Mina, her friend had said the information in the message did sound legitimate enough to warrant looking into further. Mina said she was unable to investigate herself as she was overseeing the work for candidate recovery. Lori's friend had been focused on undoing what the Alliance had twisted the Enhanced Human Project. That had been what those who had left Lodania had been doing since the Alliance plant war had come to an end. It had been the price or exchange for getting asylum with the Federation. The Federation agreed to allow continued research into some of the project if the main focus was to help the candidates live with others and not be violent. Lori had been rather surprised that Mina had agreed to the terms the Federation had set, but the woman had. And it had been Mina that had made many crucial breakthroughs to get a treatment which had proven to be successful thus far. She had put the same drive which had created the project into finding a way to help the candidates. Lori felt it was something that Mina had considered, but more for stabilizing candidates long-term without risky methods. Granted, Lori would be among the first to say Mina's people and interaction skills were still less than what the average person had. But at least she was trying to honestly improve in that which Lori would also say, and Mina had made some progress even if most didn't see it. In all the years that Lori had known Mina, she had seen the woman rarely changed herself personally. One either had to accept how she was and become accustomed to it, or you avoided Mina as much as possible. Lori believed that Mina's change was more due to the interaction with Deborah, Ross Weiss, and Laughter Galliena. Those girls who had been treating Mina as a mother had been slowly changing Mina for the better, even if only slightly. Mina had not been pleased to see what the Alliance had done to candidates that had been brought to Shangri-La. Lori had seen and heard the cursing tirades that Mina had gone into since they had come to the Republic and begun working. Lori knew that Mina had put a portion of her life into the project, and so, she was visibly angry with how others twisted it. Mina wasn't one to show her emotions, which was one of the reasons why candidates had grown to fear her. Still, with Mina not willing to leave Shangri-La and look into the message's contents herself, Lori had to go in her place. However, Mina had been nice enough to have two of her girls to accompany Lori to Shira should things be out of hand. It was Mina's way of showing she wasn't completely unfeeling as she had seemed to be. Deborah had stayed behind to help with things with Shangri-La. That had left Laughter and Ross Weiss to go with Lori. Lori wasn't against the girls accompanying her. The girls had gained more control after the treatment, even if they had kept more strength and quicker reaction time than other candidates would. Lori's thought shifted from Mina to the extended which had been mentioned in the message. There had been no detail as to who it could be that Lori had seen. She assumed Dr. Knoll had some sort of reason not to include that information. It was possible that the candidate could be valuable to the Alliance and were searching for them actively, unlikely as that probably was. However, there had been the implication the candidate was from a high-performing trio which narrowed down who they could be somewhat. Yet, that wasn't enough to make a good prediction by Lori or Mina. Thus, yet another reason why Lori had been sent to look into this further. "Hey, Dr. Call," Laughter began, "so, who are we going to meet here?" Lori glanced at Laughter after she asked her question. She'd assumed Mina had told them the general content of the message received. But apparently, Mina had only said they would go with Lori to meet up with someone. That wasn't exactly untrue, but there was more to the point than that. Lori knew that Mina was of the mentality to tell candidates only what they needed to know and little more. The Galliena girls were no exception to that mentality, so Mina wouldn't have given them more detail than she felt they would need to complete the task given to them. "I take it your mother didn't tell you much about this other than picking someone up, correct?" Lori asked. Laughter nodded before she tilted her head to the side. "I think Mama said something about the one we are helping you pick up, but I can't exactly remember what she said specifically." Rossiust's head fell at hearing her younger sister was still so forgetful about the details with instructions. Laughter had always been that way, remembering the general facts but forgetting the important details. Normally, Deborah or Ross Weiss would have to remind Laughter of the parts she forgot. Thus, Ross Weiss couldn't stop the sigh with Laughter not recalling the details. "She told us that we were coming as insurance should problems arise." Laughter, Ross Weiss iterated. "Since the individual Dr. Call is picking up as a candidate, there is the chance they could act up and cause issues. We are to step in should that occur and restrain them as needed." Laughter's expression morphed to be one of realization. "Oh yeah, Mama did say something like that," Laughter remarked. "I was just so excited that Mama had a job she would give us that it slipped my mind." Lori was glad that at least Ross Weiss remembered what she and Laughter were here. Laughter wasn't as forgetful as she used to be, but she still had to be told important details multiple times to have them stick. As boosted men, the two girls would be able to restrain any extended without too much difficulty. The boosted men had possessed more physical strength than extendeds. The extendeds were supposed to be more stable and less erratic than the boosted men, but that had been somewhat a hit or miss result. It was more due to what went into the conditioning of the two which had produced different results. Boosted men had relied on drugs and surgeries to get them to the acceptable level of performance. On the other hand, extendeds had relied far more on psychological conditioning than the drugs or surgeries. Nonetheless, Lori was more concerned with the extendeds' condition for a different reason than their type. The message had mentioned they had received some drug injections for stabilization. That implied the extended hadn't had regular maintenance as they should get. Boosted men hadn't needed consistent maintenances as strictly as the extendeds required. Drugs had given more of a grace period for maintenance than the psychological conditioning did. So, if the extended had been missing their time in the pod they were supposed to be getting once or more a day, that tended to cause serious issues. And Lori had heard of and seen cases where extendeds lost control and had to be sedated when maintenance was missed. Thus, retrieving the extended in question could be simple or it could be an arduous task, Lori couldn't say. With that in mind, Lori looked to Ross Weiss. The both of you are to be ready to step in to restrain the extended should that be required, Lori stated. From what impression I got from the message sent to us, the individual hadn't been getting the regular maintenance they are supposed to receive. Laughter was more than willing to do the restraining Dr. Call was talking about. But she was kind of confused why such would be needed. If she or her sisters missed maintenance before the treatments, it hadn't been that bad of a thing. Sure, it was painful, but missing maintenance wasn't detrimental. Why would an extended missing maintenance be such a bad thing, Dr. Call? Laughter questioned. If we missed one, it wasn't as bad as you're saying it is. Lori glanced at Laughter, wondering what Mina had told her girls about the other half of the EP project. Mina's mentality was a double-edged sword, for it helped and hindered things. I assume that Mina didn't tell you of the specific differences between boosted men and extendeds, Lori posed. Laughter shook her head in response. Lori looked over to Ross Weiss who shook her head as well. Lori sighed, I figured that was the case, she remarked. With boosted men, missing maintenance every once in a while isn't detrimental or do permanent damage. That is due to the drugs you use to get sticking around in your bodies covering your performance enough to not cause serious issues. Extendeds don't have the extent of surgeries boosted men do, nor do they have drugs given to them regularly. The maintenance done for them to keep the effects of the psychological conditioning in place is much less lenient than the drugs were. Thus, them missing a maintenance period is more problematic than it would have been for you. Lori would have kept going, but voices from the dock workers shouting drew her attention. She noticed the dock was starting to flood, presumably for a ship to come into it shortly. It meant the conversation needed to be put on hold or finished and focus given to the task at hand. But an iteration about the difference between boosted men and extendeds will have to be finished a different time. If you are still interested, you can ask Mina and she can give you the general explanation of the subject, Lori said. The ship we are waiting for is likely about to come into dock. So, prepare yourselves to step in should things get messy. At the same time, the Normandy surfaced and was closing the distance between it and the dock it had been directed to. Tyler was on the bridge overseeing the docking process, wondering what would be next for him and the Normandy. Dr. Knoll had mentioned to him that there would be some waiting to receive and escort Stella to wherever those like her went to get treatment. The girl had been doing fair while on board the Normandy, for she had been behaving quite well for those that came from the enhanced human project that Tyler had met. But Tyler wanted Stella to get whatever the treatment was for those like her to live a normal life. The kids had suffered because of greed and selfishness of others. Tyler assumed the kids dragged into the project had no say in what had been done to them. Thus, they deserved the chance to make their own choices how to live their lives again after the torture they had been through. The Normandy swung around so it could back into the flooded dry dock. By the time the ship was in position, the dock gates had retracted to allow entry into the dock itself. The Normandy sailed backward slowly and came into the dock. The ship came to a halt before it touched the rear of the dock before things began swinging into place. The dock gates slid back into place while scaffolding and docking clamps moved to secure the Normandy into place. The docking gangway shifted to be against the ship and linked to the Normandy's starboard mid-crew deck airlock. Once the Normandy was secured in the dock, Tyler had felt announced to the ship that Group 1 could leave for shore leave. The crew had been divided into 2 groups to allow shore leave by a fair lottery. Each group would get 12 hours of free time before they would have to return to the ship to let the other get their turn. Tyler was with the first group, but he would have to report in with the Republic's military command during his free time. Meanwhile, Lori and the girls were waiting on shore while the Normandy came into dock. Lori noted when people began coming down the gangway and signaled to Ross Weiss and Laughter to stay behind her for the moment. It was best that whoever the extended was not see Ross Weiss or Laughter. Lori was well aware that Mina's girls were known to all the candidates. Or rather they were hated and cursed mostly because they were the bar of comparison Mina had for candidates. They had been nicknamed the Star Girls for that reason and other candidates knew them for the comparison made, even if they had never encountered them face to face. Thus, Lori had the 2 behind her not to spook and potentially set off the extended needlessly. The few dock workers around were helpful and Lori didn't want that spoiled by the extended spotting Laughter and Ross Weiss. Lori observed and scanned the people coming off the Federation vessel, looking for any that she potentially recognized. The lack of a name and reference to a top-performing trio member implied Lori would have seen them enough to recognize them. It was close to a minute after people started filing off the ship onto the docking area that Lori caught sight of the one she was here for. At first, Lori couldn't exactly believe she was seeing the extended she was. Lori had blinked several times to make sure she wasn't just seeing things. But the blonde teenager hadn't disappeared, which said Lori was indeed seeing the girl she thought she was. The one who had come off the Federation ship was none other than Stella Lausier. It was odd that the girl was the one popping up at this time. Although, it now made sense to Lori why the girl's name was left out of the message sent. Since Mina, Lori, and those from Lodonia had come to the Republic and began their work here, there had been times when there had been unexpected surprises. Most of the time it came in the form of candidates that Lori, Mina, or both recognized from the time at the labs. In the early days here, it had mostly been boosted men-type candidates. However, then slowly, extended candidates had started coming to Shangri-La. Most of them had been average candidates, not top performers. Really, Mina's girls had been the most recognizable ones from the project that were notable. But then back in February had come a true surprise when the top extended trio had been brought to Shangri-La. Even Mina had shown interest when Tanya, Alleluia, and Vala had come to the complex. Getting one of them had been completely unexpected, but the whole trio had been brought. And now, one of the extendeds from the other top trio had come to them. It brought up several questions about the Alliance's handling of the Enhanced Human project. There had been rumors about the change in the project since the Alliance had taken it over. Reports suggested that there had been losses of candidates since those at Shangri-La had left. In fact, the Federation stated the Alliance had lost of more than half of the boosted men they had kept so far. That showed they were wasteful with the candidates, which had set Mina off for a bit. Yet then had come the fall of the Tartarus lab, which had Tanya's trio brought to Shangri-La. They had already gone through treatment and had decided to go out and do other things as of around 2 months ago. And now, one of those from the other top extended trio had popped up. Lori did note Stella was sticking very close to a pink-haired woman that had come off the ship as well. The identity of the woman wasn't as interesting as the fact Stella seemed to be remaining calm around her. The girl should be having issues with the lack of maintenance she would be dealing with. The drugs she would have been given should have made it manageable for Stella to not lash out violently. However, the girl shouldn't be able to have the control she was showing that Lori was aware of. The conditioning process for extended had a tendency to make it difficult for them to be around crowds. But then, extendeds were trained to be soldiers and or living killing machines. All they had been taught was how to blend in enough for infiltration tasks and not long-term missions. According to what Lori remembered reading, Stella had decent control over herself, but not enough for it to be seen as out of the ordinary. So, Stella's current behavior was surprising, and Lori hoped it was maintained. Stella had been following Felt down the ramp to the docking area. The ship's doctor had told Stella that there would some here that would escort her somewhere. There had been something said about treatment, but there hadn't been much detail given about that. Dr. Knoll had assured Stella the treatment was a good thing for her, so she would give it a chance. When Stella had come out into the open air, she had to blink for a moment at the sight she saw. The city she was viewing was unlike any she'd seen before now. Stella had never been allowed to a place like the city in front of her, none of the candidates had as far as she knew. The city was beautiful and seemed so lively, the liveliest place that Stella had ever seen. Nonetheless, as Stella had been scanning around, her gaze came to a halt upon seeing a woman a distance away. Stella recognized the woman she was seeing, and a moment after recognizing her, ice-cold fear began flooding her. The woman was one of the higher UPS from the project, not just one of the labs, which made them far more dangerous to candidates. The woman was none other than Dr. Call, the unofficial second in charge of the Enhanced Human. Only Dr. Moss had more authority than Dr. Call, but the woman wasn't a great deal nicer than Dr. Moss was. For a project higher up to be here had Stella's mind racing, fueled by the fear flooding her. Meeting with an upper higher up was almost never good for any candidate. It was normally because something wasn't going well, and things needed to have a serious adjustment to get back on track. That was the main reason when any upper higher up came around, the response to their presence was fear and terror. After seeing Dr. Call, Stella couldn't help herself as she instinctively moved to be behind Felt and clung to her. The pink-haired woman had been nice to her, and the warm feelings she had helped Stella experience was the only defense she could think of to use against Dr. Call. Stella couldn't think of anything she had done which would require someone like Dr. Call to come to see her. She certainly hadn't done anything which should deserve punishment. Stella had been on her best behavior while on the Federation ship as she had promised. However, not being able to recall what had been done to receive punishment had never prevented it from being given out. No candidate had been able to successfully argue something they had done whether they could recall it or not and get out of punishment. Lori hadn't missed Stella spotting her and hiding behind the pink-haired woman, clinging to her out of fear. Unfortunately, it was what the expected response from candidates would express upon seeing those like her. Those that managed the labs controlled the candidate through fear, which had been accordance to Mina's discipline system that they all employed. However, for those that were over the project and not just a lab, the fear-filled response was more pronounced from the candidates. Of course, Mina pulled the harshest response from the candidates. Mina had used that to obtain compliance from candidates, which had worked for her. Yet, with how Mina had designed the discipline system, all the candidates were completely terrified of her. And when candidates got to Shangri-La and encountered Mina, they still had the same reactions. But that couldn't be helped since Mina was the one who tailored the treatment plans for candidates. Yet, there was no helping Stella's reaction right now. So, all Lori could do in this was to get the girl moving to take her to Shangri-La. Stella would learn what was ahead of her would be more helpful to her than she could be told at this time. Lori began striding forward with Ross Weiss and laughter a short distance behind her. She didn't think the two girls would have to step in to restrain Stella, but there was still a chance it would be needed. Hopefully, the girl would do as she was told without much argument. The why could be explained at a later time so that she would understand the need for her to cooperate. As Lori was getting closer to Stella, the girl clung more to the woman with her. It showed the fear the girl was feeling was growing even if she was staying in moderate control. Felt had been accompanying Stella down the ramp as she had asked her to. The girl had said something about others who were supposed to escort her somewhere else. Stella hadn't said anything as to where she would go or who would meet her, but Felt guessed that Stella may not know. She really hoped that wherever Stella went that she would find good people that would be kind to her. How Stella had been acting told Felt to say the girl hadn't been shown kindness regularly. Felt had felt sorry for Stella to have been so mistreated. It was why Felt had been trying to show Stella what kindness was about. And things were going fine until shortly after she and Stella had reached the ground. It was around a minute after that which Stella had moved behind Felt and clung to her. When Felt glanced back at Stella, she found the girl's face had an expression of terror on it. That made no sense to Felt as there should be nothing around Shira to scare Stella. Felt tried to calm Stella down but wasn't having much luck. Stella, what is wrong? Felt asked. There should be nothing around that will harm you. Lori overheard the pink-haired woman trying to comfort Stella. Lori would applaud another attempting such a thing. But it was pointless for the woman to do that for Stella as it wouldn't help her with Lori around. The response of fear and the promise of compliance which followed was essentially an ingrained response for candidates. Mina's disciplinary system was geared to install such responses and make them as close to absolutely consistent as possible. Her reaction is to be expected, Lori stated. Those like her have such ingrained reactions to specific individuals, of which I am one of those. She should be okay physically for the moment, so there is no need for concern. Felt stared at the woman who had come up and spoken to her. The woman appeared to be in her 40s and was slightly taller than Felt herself. She had long tan hair styled in a ponytail and light blue eyes. The woman's figure was more defined than Felt's, whose was average. The clothes that she wore suggested that she was some kind of doctor or scientist. Yet, her appearance didn't explain why Stella was acting like she was. Stella was clearly afraid and with the woman close by, that fear had increased notably, which suggested it was the woman who was scaring Stella. There should not be a reason whoever this woman was should make Stella's terrified reaction normal. Felt focused back on the woman, not exactly willing to let her closer to Stella yet. What do you mean Stella's reaction is expected? Felt questioned. And who are you? Why would Stella be terrified of you? Outsiders to the Enhanced Human Project wouldn't understand how it worked and ran. That was by design and Mina had made sure of that for her own reasons among other things. She had determined the best method to get consistent obedience and following orders was to motivate the candidates to do so. That motivation had been obtained by instilling fear of harsh punishment and of those who dished them out. Lori couldn't really deny that Mina's system for that had been effective at getting the candidates to do as they were told and work hard to achieve results. But then, Mina's idea of punishment could be seen as extreme by the average person were they to know about it. And that was why what happened in the labs on the project wasn't talked about outside of the labs. Her reaction to seeing me is an ingrained response which was established over time, Lori iterated. Put simply, it came about to get obedience from those like her consistently. That is the best way I can put it, more details would not be of help for you to understand the point. Felt didn't understand what the woman meant by her explanation. The establishment of an ingrained response was normally through practice. Yet, Felt couldn't imagine what kind of things had to be practiced for Stella's reaction to be established as normal. The refusal to provide detail was suspicious, but the tone the woman had said it in said she wouldn't give anything more. The reference to obedience somewhat horrified Felt as it sounded like it was forced to the point it was given to avoid some kind of torture. But that very idea was horrifying to imagine anyone doing to another human being. You're saying Stella was scared to the point that she is obedient? Felt challenged. Lori shrugged her shoulder, essentially yes, that was the idea, she answered. And my name is Lori. Call to answer your other question. Felt didn't know how much to believe from this woman. This Lori Call was coming off as an unfeeling person, or nearly so. However, Felt didn't have the time to question further as she may have wanted. Lori's gaze shifted to Stella. Stella Lausier, Lori stated firmly, front and center, now. Stella's response was instinctual, which had her moving out from behind Felt and coming to stand stiffly in front of Dr. Call. The panic she was feeling was getting harder to keep in check. The urges to fight and lash out were getting stronger quickly as much as Stella was fighting them. Lori could see Stella's control was slipping as she was following instructions. That was one of the reasons she had the girl separate herself from the woman she had been hiding behind. Stella would become dangerous to those around her if she lost control. It was a potential issue with extendeds, them losing control and going into a killing frenzy. It was a common side effect of the psychological conditioning used on them. Lori signaled Ross Weiss and Laughter to move forward with her right hand to make sure Stella didn't cause a problem. Stella noted the movement, and when her eyes scanned the area in front of her, things went from bad to worse for her. Coming to be on either side of Stella was two of Dr. Moss's star girls. They were at times enforcers for the disciplinary system the project had. And unlike the brutes that Dr. Moss had in the labs for enforcement, the Galliana girls were different. They had abilities that were better than the other candidates. They could do essentially whatever they wanted, and Dr. Moss wouldn't punish them. And yet, there was a tinge of hatred which came to Stella as it did when the star girls were mentioned. Every candidate knew of them, there was no way for any not to with how all candidates were compared to them. They were the perfect trio for the project that none could reach or outdo. And in this instance, Stella knew she could do nothing to change her position because of the two here. Stella wouldn't win in a fight against even one of the star girls, and she would be facing two of them. Feld had watched as two older girls came out from behind Miss Call and come to stand on either side of Stella. The one on Stella's right was a tad younger than Feld herself and was taller by larger margin than Miss Call. She had light brown hair that was tied into twin tails. She also had green eyes. The expression on the girl's face was the complete opposite of Stella's, a cheerful and bubbly one. The other girl on Stella's left side was a hair taller than the other. She had black hair and blue eyes. And unlike the other, her expression was a serious one, but lacked much emotion. The two girls seemed to be there to prevent something from happening, but Feld couldn't figure out what. Lori could tell that Stella was coming to understand that it was in her best interest to cooperate and do as instructed. They are here to prevent an incident, Lori stated, nothing more than that. Do as you're told and there will be nothing to be concerned with. Lori shifted her gaze to the young man coming up to where they were. His uniform implied he was the ship captain that had brought Stella here. You are the ship's captain, yes, Lori posed. If so, then thank you for bringing her here. Tyler had come up to where Miss Grace was along with Stella. The girl looked scared badly, and if the woman in front of her was from the Enhanced Human Project, it was likely because of her. What was a tad surprising was two of the Galliana sisters were around too. From what the oldest had said to Tyler before, they did help out when the project candidates had issues and prevented them from hurting others. Tyler had nothing against that, but it certainly didn't appear that way from an observer's perspective. Indeed, Tyler greeted slowly, I would be the captain of the vessel that brought Stella here to Shira. Tyler paused, I must say it doesn't feel nice to have Stella terrified like she is. But I would assume that is normal for those like her around you and some others. Tyler gestured at Ross Weiss and Laughter, these two and their older sister mentioned candidates were scared of those from the project, especially higher-ups. It had something to do with compliance or something like that by what they said. Laughter stared at the guy that had come up to where they were. He definitely looked familiar for some reason, but Laughter wasn't able to figure out why. She kept thinking harder and harder to recall why she could have seen this guy and where it could have happened. After a minute, the answer came to Laughter, and she remembered that she had met the tan-haired guy. She and her sisters had met the guy months ago around Shira. His name was Microgram, something from what Laughter could recall. The reason she was remembering him now was he had been the pilot of the Red Mina she had gone against a few times. The guy turned out to be nice enough. But Laughter couldn't remember much of the conversation which had gone on between him and Deborah. Laughter pointed at Tyler, you're the Red Mina's pilot that Debbie talked to months ago, she stated. She then paused before tilting her head up and gaining a bewildered expression, I think your name was MC something. The youngest Galliana girl was as airhead as she had been the last time Tyler had seen her. Deborah Galliana had something about her youngest sister having trouble remembering things. Supposedly, the young Galliana was very impulsive and had a short attention span, which Tyler could believe. And it appeared that hadn't changed a great deal, but some people were like that, which wasn't a bad thing necessarily. My name is Tyler McGregor, Tyler replied before he turned to Lori. I would hope that you are here to escort Stella to wherever those like her get the treatment to help them. Tyler waved his arm gesturing at Laughter and Ross Weiss, if she can improve to be somewhere like these two, that would be a good place to start for Stella. Tyler waved Miss Grace to move along since it appeared she was hesitating to leave Stella with the three. Feld hesitated for a moment more with Captain McGregor waving her along, but she did as he suggested. Captain McGregor seemed to know at least two of the women around Stella, so Feld hoped things would be okay. Tyler bowed to the group and headed off to report to the ones in charge around the Republic. Lori had Ross Weiss and Laughter help Stella to calm down enough she wouldn't be a possible danger to those who were in the immediate area. Once Stella was in control enough, Lori led the girls back to the car they had taken to get here. Stella was doing her best to keep in control and not lash out. She knew that things would not go well for her and there was no doubt she would be punished if that occurred. The car stopped in front of what appeared to be a station of some kind by what Stella could see after exiting the car. Dr. Call led the group down into the train station and they sat on a bench to wait for the train which would take them to Shangri-La. It was around 10 minutes before the sound of the train was heard and one of the Republic's trains came into the station. The group boarded the train and sat in the seats in it before the train began moving. Stella couldn't help but wonder where she was being taken to. There had been no mention of the place Stella was going beyond Captain McGregor saying the name Shangri-La. That Dr. Call had come to get her to take her to this Shangri-La worried Stella somewhat. There was also the possibility that others from the project could be at this place. That possibility scared Stella, but there was one which she didn't want to think about. So, Stella was getting nervous about the place she was getting closer to. Although, she was doing her best to keep in control so she wouldn't be punished. The train ride seemed to fly by for Stella, for all too soon, there was an announcement of the Shangri-La station coming up. When the train stopped, the group exited the train and headed toward the stairs that led up from the station. Stella followed the Galliana girls and entered a lobby/office area from the stairwell into the station. There were questions that Stella had but she couldn't find the words to ask them. Also, Stella couldn't find the courage to ask the questions with an authority figure around her. The group came to a desk and Stella was asked some questions. They were similar to the ones Stella would get normally around Lodania and so she answered them out of habit. Once the business at the desk was done, Stella was then led forward to the doors behind the desk. She had to squint from the sunlight that was shining down as the light quality was noticeably different from what it had been in the lobby area. It took a long moment for Stella to become used to the light levels outside. After her eyes adjusted, she looked around before her mouth fell open at what met her sight. Stella saw a large valley that was mostly green with plant life with a mix of blue, various greys and brownish red laid out before her. The blue color was of the lake at the opposite side of the valley along with the waterfalls flowing down the mountainside. The greys were of the stone paths and walkways for the lighter greys, while the darker greys were the roofs of buildings that were scattered around the valley. The brownish red was also part of the structures but were the sides. There were trees all over the valley, thicker in some places more than others. Overall, this valley was unlike any Stella had ever seen before, so she didn't know what to think. There were sounds, smells, and sights which were completely unfamiliar to her. Some were intriguing, others not so much but many were new to her. Stella wasn't left to take in more as she was led over to one of the closer and larger buildings. While she was being led along, Stella was glancing around her, taking in all the unfamiliar scenery. All the new sights and sounds gave Stella feelings of awe. Lori was leading Stella toward the main medical building at Shangri-La. Stella needed an initial exam before a plan could be made up for her treatment. Lori felt it would be best to get that part over for Stella as soon as possible. The initial exam was always tense for each and every candidate. The reason that was the case was the examination was done by Mina. When Mina was involved directly, candidates normally panicked in some fashion. It was a sad fact which came from the enforcement of Mina's discipline system in all the labs. Thus, Lori had Ross Weiss and Laughter remain outside of the building and left Stella with the staff there. Lori then went to get Mina so she could do Stella's exam so a treatment plan could be drawn up. Stella was still wondering what this place was all about. There were those like there had been around Lodania, but the feel of the place was completely different. The scientists were doing tests that all candidates had regularly. Stella ignored the staff performing work on her, left to her thoughts about this place. This place, which was called Shangri-La, didn't make sense to Stella. She couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be for. The reference to treatment confused Stella even more. The Normandy's doctor had said something to the effect of the treatment helping Stella be able to live like others. Stella could only hope that some of the staff here would explain things further for her. Meanwhile, Lori had made her way to Mina's office, which was her personal workspace. Lori found Mina looking over a trio of treatment plans for some recently arrived candidates. While Lori didn't like to interrupt Mina as she could take it badly if she was focused on something, Stella arriving was of note and worth asking Mina for some time. Mina, Lori began, I need a moment of your time. Mina had been working on finalizing a trio of extended treatment plans. Extended treatment plans were more complex and involved more steps and time than the plans for boosted men. And the staff here were well aware Mina was not to be interrupted without an extremely good reason. Mina paused at hearing Lori's voice since her friend knew she didn't like to be disturbed. Mina turned slowly to face Lori with a deadpanned expression. I assume you have a reason for disturbing me while I'm working on treatment plans, Mina inquired flatly. I'm working on plans for a trio of extendeds and theirs is always more complicated and need fine-tuning for success. Mina stopped for a moment and glared at her friend, so what might I ask needs my attention that you can't handle just fine? Lori could hear Mina's irritation loud and clear, which she had expected. However, Mina had also told Lori that if any notable candidates came to Shangri-La to inform her about it. Stella fell into that category, so Lori had come to tell Mina about her. Well, the results of what I was looking into were notable and I thought you would want to know about them as soon as possible, Lori in a matching flat tone. Mina stared at Lori for a long moment at the reply. As Mina recalled, Lori had gone to look into the validity of a message that had come to Shangri-La. From what Lori had mentioned, the message had said something about a federation bringing a candidate to Shira so they could be escorted to Shangri-La. Such information came up often enough, so Mina didn't pay much attention to that until the candidate came and their initial examination being done. What was odd about Lori coming to her about whatever candidate the message had been pointing to was Mina's friend knew the process Shangri-La used. There was a line for examination in a process as to how and who did the job. There was a group that did boosted men and did a fair job at getting the data Mina needed to create a treatment plan for the candidates. There was another group which focused on the extended candidates which were brought to Shangri-La. Mina may check in on the examinations, but not much more than that beyond the explanation of how the treatment plans she came up with would work for the candidates. There were rare occasions which Mina would do the examination herself, but that was normally with specific candidates. Thus, Lori coming to Mina and asking for some time could mean a unique candidate had arrived at Shangri-La. I take it whatever candidate that message was talking about is a notable one, Mina questioned. That is the only reason I can think of for you to come to me after returning from Shira. Lori knew it wouldn't take Mina long to come to the right conclusion which had brought her here to get Mina. Of all the things which could be said about Mina, her being slow on the uptake or figuring out the overall reason a situation was going the way it wasn't one of those. As quick on figuring out things as ever, Mina, Lori admitted. You would be correct. The one which I picked up is indeed a notable one. Ross Weiss and Laughter were able to make sure things didn't go in a potentially bad direction. My thanks for having them accompanying me to pick up the candidate. Mina took a moment to consider the implications of Ross Weiss and Laughter helping prevent things from going bad. A candidate losing control was a possibility depending on a few factors which Mina couldn't determine without more information. Her girls were more than capable of restraining other candidates should that be needed. That was why she sent Ross Weiss and Laughter with Lori with the lack of information in the message. A potentially risky candidate which Lori was suggesting they could have on their hands would be best dealt with by Mina personally. So, Mina sighed after a moment, so, we have a potentially volatile candidate on our hands, she stated. Mina glanced back at her workstation for a moment. I was almost done with these treatment plans. I can finalize them after seeing and likely examining this candidate you brought back with you. Mina rose from her chair and gestured to Lori to lead the way to wherever the candidate she had been referring to was. Lori led Mina through the corridor back to the main examination room. The moment Mina stepped into the room, all the staff stiffened a bit. Dr. Moss rarely did the initial exams of incoming candidates. Normally, there were only 3 reasons that the woman came into the same room as the candidates. The most common one was to explain to a candidate their personally tailored treatment plan which she had made for them. The second reason was to get a candidate back on track with their plan when they had strayed. The last reason, which was rather rare in particular candidates arrived which were different from the others. Stella had noticed the staff that had been doing tests had stiffened for some reason all of the sudden. She glanced around the room and her gaze came to a halt at the doorway Dr. Call had left through a little while ago. Dr. Call was back, but that wasn't what had caught Stella's attention and had her frozen. No, that was caused by the woman with Dr. Call which Stella knew all too well. The woman was known to every single candidate in the project. Stella blinked hard hoping with all her heart that she was just seeing things and her condition was getting the better of her for a moment. But Dr. Moss didn't disappear from the room, which only made things worse for Stella. All feelings of awe and literally every good feeling Stella had vanished in a split second. She'd seen the former head of the Enhanced Human Project a select few times before now. And each time had left an extremely bad memory in its wake. Dr. Moss was feared by every candidate, one of the few things which all of them could agree upon. The main reason was the woman had established and maintained the disciplinary system the candidates were held to. While the woman may have spent more of her time around Lodania, she did go and visit the other 2 labs. The punishments the disciplinary system handed out were horrible, none of the candidates would argue that. However, none of those punishments were as harsh as those given out by Dr. Moss personally. Stella hadn't received one of Dr. Moss's punishments, but she had talked with candidates who had. The descriptions they had given had scared Stella horrendously. Stella stiffened and ice-cold fear roared through her as Dr. Moss gazed at her. So, this is the candidate that the message was referring to then, posed Mina. Stella couldn't stop the trembling that her body started doing at hearing Dr. Moss's voice. Indeed Mina, Dr. Call replied. She did have a little trouble at first which Ross Weiss and Laughter helped with. But as I said, she is a notable candidate and you specifically said to inform you when such arrived here. Mina stared at Stella for a long moment. The girl was familiar, from one of the better performing extended trios as Mina recalled. Her resemblance to the leader of the best extended trio was quite something. There was a note on the files of the girls about them being sisters or something like that from what Mina remembered. That fact wasn't of much interest to Mina as she hadn't involved herself in the acquisition of the children which became candidates. Yes, I did say that to you and others, Mina admitted. And as I recall, her name is Stella Lausier, and she was a member of one of the top extended trios from the project. They weren't as good as the older extended trio with the older blonde leader. Her trio had issues which were being worked on the last I looked at their data. Mina paused, which terrified Stella more. the trio clashed with each other even if they did get good results. There was also an issue with one of the males causing problems for the trio overall. Stella was terrified by what Dr. Moss was saying about her, Owl, and Sting. The analysis of her trio was one she'd heard, but it was harsher when it came from Dr. Moss. She couldn't think of anything she could have done to make Dr. Moss displeased, but that didn't matter. The best thing she could think to do was apologize to Dr. Moss and beg for the woman to give her another chance. If that begging required Stella to promise she would do anything to please the woman, then Stella would do that without hesitation. Stella slipped off the exam table and got down on her knees, pressing her head to the floor. "Please, Dr. Moss," Stella begged loudly. Her voice was wavering, but she managed to keep it from being a shriek infused with the terror she was feeling. Stella's outburst drew the attention of all in the room as she kept going, "I promise I'll be good. I don't know what I did to displease you, but I'll do whatever I'm told to by the lab staff. I'll do whatever it takes to get acceptable results. So, please, don't punish me." Lori frowned slightly at what Stella was doing. While it may be an expectation for candidates to do what Stella was around Mina, it was still regrettable to see. The candidates' fear of Mina was beyond established fact with those who knew about the project and what it involved. The system Mina had put in place had gotten compliance from the candidates, but it came with them doing it out of fear. And that fear was of being punished, which had been consistent in the execution. Even with Mina gone from being directly involved in the project's management since the war, the fear was still ingrained in candidates. Stella's expectation should be corrected before it made things harder. "You are not in trouble, Stella," Lori stated kindly. "As I was saying along the ride here, you've been brought here to receive treatment. The treatment will give you a chance at having a normal life." Dr. Call's voice had brought Stella out of her intense state of fear which seeing Dr. Moss. Then she processed what Dr. Call had just told her. That Stella wasn't in trouble helped her calm down a little. However, the other part of what Dr. Call had said sunk in and brought back the questions Stella had about the treatment. None of her questions had been answered yet, and so Stella didn't understand what was being referred to with treatment. Dr. Call then gave an explanation about what the treatment would entail. Stella listened to what was being said but was still confused with the subject. There were some words and phrases that did stick out to Stella from the explanation. Among those was phrases like living on her own terms and not needing maintenance. The idea of not needing maintenance was foreign to Stella. The pods which extendeds used to maintain their heightened performance had been stated they would always be a requirement. She and all other extendeds had been told sleeping in the pods regularly would prevent extendeds from being in pain and functioning properly. Horror stories of what could happen if regular pod use wasn't observed were told to all extendeds. The pain and dysfunction had frightened Stella, so she had been strict about sleeping in a maintenance pod as instructed. The possibility of not needing to do that was something that Stella couldn't imagine. However, while not needing maintenance had been confusing, it was not as much as living on her own terms was. The idea of having the freedom to make choices outside missions and tasks was unheard of for Stella. Candidates were taught to follow instructions and little beyond that didn't relate to the tasks given or missions assigned. After the explanation, Dr. Moss took over the examination that Stella had been undergoing. Stella was nervous as Dr. Moss was doing the test. The woman was the top of the project and pleasing her was everything, or it had been for as far back as Stella could remember. Once the tests were done, Dr. Moss told the staff to get her the results so she could create a plan for Stella. The woman then left the room without another word. Lori then called Laughter back in and gave her instructions as to where to guide Stella. Lori had already looked over the roster which said where candidates were assigned living quarters. Candidates at Shangri-La were still put in trios as they were used to that, and it gave a system of motivation for them to success with their treatments plans. There were a couple of places which had 2 candidates and had space for a third to live with them. However, the groups were normally kept to type and not mixed for most since there had been issues between boosted men and extended. As of right now, there were only 2 groups of extendeds with room for a third. So, Stella was going to be put with one of them and Lori had chosen the one Stella would be assigned to. After Laughter was told by Dr. Call where Stella would be staying and to guide her there, Laughter nodded and grabbed Stella, leading her along to the door. Stella didn't fight Laughter, still somewhat confused at the treatment she was going to be getting. Laughter said something about taking her to the place which she would be staying while here at Shangri-La. Stella noted that she was being guided toward the collection of smaller buildings she'd caught glimpses of after arriving. She assumed the buildings were living quarters of some kind. There had been mention Stella would be living around this place for a time. So, being given living quarters was logical, which Stella could understand. It could end up being something like Stella had been in sharing a living space with others like she had with Owl and Sting. And Stella wouldn't have an issue with sharing a space with others, whoever it might be. However, along the way, someone called out to Laughter from a medium-sized building and waved to come in. Stella followed Laughter as she didn't know where the girl had been taking her before being called over. The adult that had called out led the 2 inside the building and showed them into a room. When Stella came into the room, she saw several low-covered fenced-off area with some animals in them. There were sounds from deeper inside the building of animals, many of which Stella didn't recognize. Stella had been told about animals from some of the candidates from things they had seen and remembered. But this was the closest she'd ever come to animals that Stella could recall in her life. And this place having a building where animals were housed made no sense to Stella. She couldn't think of a reason there would be for animals to be here where candidates were being treated. While Stella was glancing around the place, laughter was holding in her excitement. This building contained so much fun and exciting creatures. Laughter had come here many times to play with the animals here. She'd even asked if she could have one of her own but had been told she had to wait for a time and prove she was up to the task. For one of the staff here to call her over hopefully meant Laughter could get an animal for herself. Laughter had wanted a dog if given a choice, and one of the dogs had been expecting puppies. Those puppies had been born over a week ago. Laughter had been told the puppies needed to have around 2 weeks with their mother before getting homes of their own. Laughter had begged to be on the list to be a receiver of one of the cute puppies. Thus, Laughter was hoping being called over to the animal shelter meant she may be getting one of the puppies. "I was hoping to catch you, Laughter," the man who had called Laughter over greeted. "Lila's puppies are to the point that they are ready to have their own home and owners. I know that you made it clear you wanted one with how you were begging us. And you have proven that you are responsible enough to have a puppy and take care of one." Stella had loosely listened to the exchange between Laughter and the adult, but her attention had been on the sounds from the fenced areas ahead of her. Stella had moved forward slowly passing the counter in the building and over to the fenced areas. The closest one had high-pitched barking coming from it. The sound was oddly familiar to Stella, like something she'd heard a long time ago. However, Stella couldn't say exactly why the barking was causing the warm feeling that was coming to her. Some of the terms that had been in the conversation Stella had heard made little sense to her. There had been a name referenced, but the word puppies which had been with it was unfamiliar to Stella. She moved to the fenced area the barking was coming from to see what was making the sounds. The fenced area was one of the smaller ones and had a collection of small furry creatures contained within it. The creatures had 4 legs and a tail, with their fur being mostly brown along with patches of black and white mixed in. They also had long floppy ears and long noses. Stella felt she'd seen something like these creatures before, but she didn't know what they were called. There was a bigger version of the animal which all the small ones were staying close to. The animals were quite cute to Stella and the feeling of warmth had increased at seeing them. She knelt down to watch the animals closer as something about them held her interest. A minute after Stella started watching them, one of the small animals turned around and looked at Stella. She gazed at the small creature and saw its tail had begun wagging side to side vigorously. After a moment, Stella stretched a hand towards the animal, though she didn't know where the urge had come from. The small animal moved forward and used its tongue to lick Stella's hand. Stella giggled at the ticklish sensation that came with the licking and there also came a warm feeling in her heart. The giggling drew the attention of the staff in the animal shelter to the girl. The girl had been with Laughter Galliano when she had been called in. None of the staff had seen the blonde girl before, so it had been assumed she was a candidate that had recently arrived at Shangri-La. The animal shelter had been included in this complex as animals had proven to help candidates with their treatment and recovery. But it was a rare thing for candidates to be given an animal shortly after arriving at Shangri-La, though it wasn't unheard of. The head of the staff at the shelter moved over to where Stella was and studied the scene. The puppy which was interacting with the girl was one of the older ones of Lila's. And the young pup certainly was showing signs that he liked the girl, and the girl was reacting very well to the love the puppy was showing. "Oh my, it looks like this little guy has taken a liking to you, miss," posed the male doctor. "I wasn't expecting any of them to take a liking to another so quick." Stella had liked the unfamiliar attention the creature had been giving her. She still had no idea what the creature was, but the attention it was giving had been fueling the warm feeling in Stella's heart. It was similar to the feeling that Stella got when she was around Tanya. The little creature barked playfully and nuzzled Stella's hand, which got her to smile in response. Yet, the question of what the creature was wouldn't leave Stella's mind. The staff here may be able to answer her question as they had been back at the lab. "What is this creature?" Stella asked before she giggled at the nuzzling. "I don't know what it is." Laughter had come up to where Stella was and had been watching her. Dr. Call had tasked her to get Stella to the place she would be staying. The shelter was but a detour. Laughter would still get Stella over to where she would be staying. However, Stella's question had taken aback Laughter as it was so unexpected. The answer to her question should be obvious. The creature, as she had called it, was a puppy, a baby dog. "He's a dog, a puppy," Laughter stated as fact as everyone should be aware of. Yet, Laughter stared at Stella, who was giving her a blank expression in response to her answer. But Laughter couldn't see how Stella wouldn't know about dogs and other animals. Granted, animals weren't allowed back at the lab, but while Stella had been out on missions, she should have seen animals like dogs. So, Laughter gave an incredulous look. "Are you saying that you've never seen or even know what a dog is?" The term dog which Laughter had used meant little to Stella. The word dog sounded oddly familiar, but she couldn't place why the word was familiar in any way. Stella wondered for a moment if the familiarity came from her earliest memories which she kept buried. Those memories scared her, so she didn't want to remember them. Yet, if this creature was there and it brought warmth to her heart, it made her question those memories. Stella would have to ask Tanya when she saw her next. Tanya always seemed to know about oddly familiar things which came to Stella's mind. She had meant to ask some of the doctors and staff if they knew anything about where Tanya could be. However, the encounter with Dr. Moss had made her forget to ask anyone about her sister. Stella stared at Laughter and shook her head in reply. I don't know what a dog is, she said. The term sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know why. Laughter felt a pain in her heart at Stella saying she didn't know what a dog was. She apparently heard the word but hadn't been able to connect it to the creature. That could mean that Stella didn't know of the joy spending time with animals could be. Laughter had learned the joy spending time with animals, and she couldn't get enough of it. She had thought most of those here felt the same if they got the opportunity to get time with the animals here at the shelter. Laughter was sure once Stella spent time with animals that she would learn of the same joy Laughter felt. So, Laughter couldn't resist the urge to hug the girl. You poor girl. She cried in sorrow. To not know of the joys of playing with animals, you've had such a hard life. Stella had been slightly surprised when Laughter had embraced her. She didn't understand why Laughter was hugging her or why it had come so suddenly. Laughter Galliana wasn't anything like the stories about any of the star girls that Stella had heard from others. The stories about Dr. Moss's star Galliana girls varied from making them seem unpleasant to horrible. There had been nothing said about any of the star girls being emotional. The stories normally talked about the Galliana girls' performance and how great it was. So, this unexpected behavior had taken Stella by surprise and she didn't know how to react. And that was before Laughter had shouted as she had, which had made what she'd said much harder to understand. Laughter was definitely the stranger of the two Galliana sisters that Stella had met. The shout that Laughter had done had been bad enough by itself for the staff. However, it had also riled up the animals in the shelter, which members of the staff had moved forward to try and calm down. The result was one that came up sometimes when Miss Galliana visited the shelter. It was one of the reasons she had to be supervised when interacting with the animals. The girl could rile them up and make it very hard to calm them all down. Miss Galliana, the head staff member stated firmly. Do remember to use your inside voice, please. We do not need the shelter turned into a circus with you riling up all the animals. Laughter let go of Stella and looked at the floor in shame. Sorry, she apologized. I just felt so sorry for Stella that she doesn't know the joy of spending times with animals like I do. Laughter's excitement was something most of the staff had become aware of during their time working at Shangri-La. Most planned the best they could to prepare and manage the girls' enthusiastic excitement, but that could only go so far. The head of the staff turned to Stella and wanted to bring the conversation back to the girl potentially taking the puppy. The girl could benefit from the animal's company and some candidates had. Anything that could help the treatment and recovery of candidates was encouraged. Perhaps, you might be interested in keeping him, young lady. The man asked Stella, then he pointed at the puppy. But you must understand, he is not an object that you can play with and then throw away. That little beagle puppy is a living creature and will require care, affection, and attention daily without fail. Stella blinked at the question and what had come after it. The creature did give Stella warm feelings which she liked. But she hadn't been given something to take care of before. She didn't know if it was anything like watching out for one's fellow trio members. Candidates weren't really given something to call their own. The only thing which could perhaps called one's own was the weapon each candidate made out of necessity. The Gaia Gundam she had stolen from the ZAFT colony wasn't the same as what was being offered. The machine had been assigned to her, not given to her. And Stella didn't know if she would see the Gaia again, though that didn't worry about that so much right now. Yet, the warm feeling that came with the puppy was one Stella wanted to keep. Should that require she do work, then Stella was willing to learn and try her best. I'm willing to learn what I need to know, Stella replied. I like what I feel around the, she paused trying to recall the proper word, puppy. The man nodded with a soft smile. All right then, he said. The man then began giving Stella instructions on how to take care of a small animal. The instructions were simple and straightforward enough for Stella to understand. Looking after the beagle puppy would require work and time. That was okay to Stella, and she was willing to do what she was being instructed. She was told where to get the food the puppy would need and other needed supplies. Stella was also told that she would have to spend time with the puppy every day, multiple times in fact. The puppy would need walks multiple times a day and it would have to be done outside. After Stella understood the instructions given, the puppy was lifted out of the fenced area and given a collar. Then the puppy was given to Stella, which the puppy nuzzled against her in response. She was also given a bag with the things her puppy would need to begin with. Once the puppy had snuggled against Stella, she looked to Laughter as they still hadn't gotten to wherever they had been traveling toward. Laughter got the message and said to the head of the staff at the shelter she would be back in a little while. Laughter guided Stella and resumed once again, showing her the way to where the small house she would be staying at was. It was after a few minutes' walk that Laughter stopped at the small house that Dr. Call had told Laughter to bring Stella to. Laughter told Stella there was two already living at the house and they would be her new roommates. Laughter also said the two were extendeds like Stella, so she should be able to get along with the two all right. Laughter left Stella at the door and began making her way back to the shelter. Stella stared at the door before taking a deep breath and opening it and stepping inside. She couldn't help but wonder who her roommates would be and what they'd be like. It almost felt the same as when Stella was waiting to know which trio she would be assigned to. Stella glanced around the room she had stepped into. It looked to be made up of an open area to her right and a kitchen and dining area to her left. There was a hallway just right of center of the wall ahead of Stella. She saw doors down the hallway, 5 in total, 2 on the right and left and 1 at the end of the hall. Stella assumed that 3 of the 5 doors were to bedrooms for those in the house, which one would supposedly become hers. Stella took another step forward trying to figure out where those she was supposed to be living with could be. "Oh, I thought I heard the door opening and closing," said a male voice. Stella's gaze snapped back to the hallway which now had someone coming down it. A boy around Stella's own age came into the open space. She stared at the boy who had dark brown hair and hazel eyes behind his rectangular glasses. He was wearing long purple pants and a black shirt currently. Stella swallowed and began her introduction. "My name is Stella," she began. "I was told this would be where I would live while I was undergoing treatment." The boy whose name was John smiled a bit at Stella's introduction. There had been the chance another would be assigned to the same place John and another shared, it was a matter of time. The new girl was likely an extended like John, and his fellow roommate were. Those in charge of Shangri-La kept living arrangements to have the two types of the enhanced human project separated. And this Stella appeared to be nice enough, so John hoped that his other roommate who was very skittish of others. "Greetings," John replied, "my name is John. I don't know what my last name could have been, I was never told. So, just John will be fine when talking to me." John paused for a moment. "I can't say I've seen you, so you must be new around Shangri-La. Forgive me if the question seems odd, but what lab were you at most of the time?" Stella was curious as to why the question of which lab she had been around had come up. It wasn't one that normally came up with candidates. But Shangri-La had been different than any other place which Stella had been, so maybe the question was expected. "I was around Lodania the most." "Why?" Stella asked. John nodded in understanding. "Sorry, I was just curious," he answered. "My roommate was from a different lab than me and I was wondering if things were different depending on the lab you were around. I was around Lumaria before coming here after being left for dead by the others in my trio." John paused, remembering the horror and loneliness he'd felt at being abandoned by his trio members. "Regardless how you come to Shangri-La, it is a place for a good change, I can promise you that." Stella had heard about the Lumaria lab which was supposed to be somewhere around the Americas. But much like Tartarus, Stella hadn't heard a great deal and didn't know if what she'd been told was true or not. She assumed the other two labs were like Lodania in most ways, like the disciplinary system and the like. Stella was going to ask a question but caught movement from the hallway. She squinted in that direction and saw a face peeking around the nearer door on the right side. The face had brown hair surrounding it and eyes which were different in color, one being green and the other being bronze. John noted that Stella was staring down the hallway, so he glanced down it and found his other roommate peeking out her door. He smiled and waved her to come forward. "Come out and say hello, Cassie," John said in encouragement. "She is going to be our roommate. It is proper to say hello and not hide from her. I'm sure she will be nice to you." Cassie hesitated at John's encouragement for her to come out of her room. All too often when she had left her room at Tartarus, bad things had happened to her. There had been the nice trio who had helped most of the candidates at Tartarus out of trouble with the mean soldiers there. Cassie looked at the new person again, and as she stared at the girl, the more she looked like the nice blonde girl who had protected Cassie many times. The resemblance helped Cassie's heart pounding slow down somewhat. And John had said it would be okay, he had been nice to her and looked after her, so she believed what he said. So, Cassie took a deep breath and came out of her room and slowly shuffled to the common area. Stella gazed at the girl who was a year or two younger than Stella was herself. Her brown hair was tied in a ponytail in the back which went to her waist. She was wearing a pink sundress with a light sweater around her shoulders. The expression on the girl's face told of fear which Stella could understand. Cassie looked to John, who came over and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Come now, you can tell her you name right," he said. With the treatment she had faced at Tartarus, Cassie didn't talk much. It had been a coping mechanism for her. At Shangri-La, Cassie was learning the best she could to talk to others, but it was still hard for her. "My name is," she said in just above a whisper, but her voice got caught in her throat. She took another breath. "My name is Cassie." She looked back at Stella. "Were you at Tartarus?" she asked. "You look a lot like someone that was nice who lived there." Stella shook her head. "I've never been to the Tartarus lab," she replied, but remembered that Tanya had said the last time Stella had seen her that she would be going to Tartarus for a time. "But my sister Tanya was around there." The name Tanya was familiar to Cassie. It had been the name the nice girl had given to the other candidates. She and the two boys in her trio had protected the other candidates from the mean soldiers. They had even taken punishment meant for others and suffered it themselves. Tanya, Cassie stated, that was the name the nice girl gave for herself. Stella was happy to be talking to someone that knew her sister. Do you know where Tanya is? Stella asked, getting right in front of Cassie. I haven't heard anything about her for months, and I've been worried about her. Cassie went into a panic with someone she didn't know well so close to her. She squeaked and shot back down the hallway and into her room, shutting the door behind herself. Stella blinked at what the girl had just done. It didn't make sense for the girl to run off, and her reaction said she was scared of something. Stella glanced at John in hopes of an explanation of what Cassie had shot back down the hall and was hiding in her room. John knew Cassie was skittish around any she didn't know besides doctors who she did whatever they told her. That she had come out and done more than gave her name was quite impressive. From what information John had gathered from the girl, her treatment at Tartarus had been horrible and that had scarred her bad. The treatments were helping, but the emotional problems were taking longer to get through. So, John sighed, do forgive Cassie's behavior, he remarked. From what I've gotten from her, the time at Tartarus was bad for her. I think some of those there abused her in different ways, but I can't be sure about that. John gave Stella a weak smile. Give her some time to open up to you, he suggested. She really is nice, just scared of those she doesn't know. She is working on that with her treatments. The emotional stuff is taking more time with her, which is why I think she was abused. Stella nodded, not knowing what to say about Cassie. She had heard abuse had started happening since Dr. Moss had disappeared. The woman's disciplinary system was horrible, but abuse by staff or other hadn't been permitted. I'd heard rumors that it was happening, but I didn't know if that was true, Stella replied. I was just so excited that I was meeting someone that had seen my sister I couldn't help myself. John nodded. Oh, I figured that. It isn't you that had Cassie run for her room. She is just afraid of new-faced and will need time to get used to you, you'll see. John gestured to the hallway. Let me show you about. John showed Stella the rest of the house, which included the bathroom they would share and the other utilities. Stella's room ended up being the one right next to Cassie's. The room had a bed, simple furniture, and basic other things. Stella put her puppy down, who was still sleeping as he had been since leaving the shelter. She put out the things that were in the bag she'd been given for the puppy. Stella just hoped that whatever the treatment turned out to be would go well. Also, she wanted to talk to Cassie and see what the girl knew about Tanya. Any news about her sister was welcome to Stella. But this new stage of life was turning out very different than anything Stella had imagined. A/N. And that's where I'll leave off for this phase. Okay, sorry again about the time it took to get this phase out. Life has been hectic as of late and that has cut into writing time. Add to that some writer's block, and that's the reason this is taking longer. I fear it will be that way for a time. School and work are weighing down, sorry to say. Anyways, let's get to the highlighting for what is in this phase and dig in from there, shall we? Now, if you readers recall, in the last phase, Tyler gave an ultimatum to Talia to make Shin a Gundam pilot or else. And as we know, Tyler can be very convincing when he wants to be, so he made said ultimatum serious, I assure you. Like I said before, without interference, Shin's field promotion would be slapped down and he likely never get to be a Gundam pilot in the future. Now we know that Tyler will make sure that won't happen, but Talia doesn't know that at all. Sure, Tyler had told her she wouldn't have to worry, but if someone you barely know told you such things, would you believe them straight away? I can't blame her for doubting Tyler, she doesn't know what he's capable of as we are. And Talia wants to help the Minerva's pilots progress and have better opportunities, Shin included. So, before this I have implied that Talia and Ayla are more than acquaintances, and it is true. They served on the same ship during the latter part of the Alliance plant war. Thus, they had gotten to know each other and established a bond of trust. For you Star Trek fans, I would compare this relationship to Jean-Luc Picard and J9 to an extent. So, they are willing to act as a sounding board for the other when it helps. That is what the first scene is kind of showing, among other things. Ayla's view of the conversation that went on between Talia and Tyler does bring up a few things. Tyler essentially has given a commendation for Shin to be a Gundam pilot. That is significant as Tyler is a Gundam pilot himself, it carries more weight than other who are not Gundam pilots. Another point is the actions of Gibraltar's Night Watch, which has come up already a bit. The actions, or rather response to the Federation reaching out to Gibraltar, is bad to put it mildly, not going to deny it. However, that action can be taken as the direction ZAFT is going in, and that is the real issue. Then the final part where Tyler put simply said either Shin is made a Gundam pilot or the Minerva loses him is another thing. Tyler doesn't normally threaten with ultimatums of one option or another, we know that. But Talia and Ayla aren't as familiar with Tyler as we are, so Tyler doesn't tend to come off as one who resorts to threats. And we know Tyler will follow through on his ultimatum if he has to for Shin. Let's move on to the next scene between Ayla and Luna Maria. This scene is one for Luna's character development if that wasn't obvious. What Tyler did to her did serve as a wake-up call as it was intended to be. This is the start of Luna's development of emotional control, which I think we all have seen she needs. There will be more of those in future phases, I assure you. Luna is one of those characters in canon which I say doesn't get the proper attention that other characters get. And in my story, I try to give those kinds of characters some attention and development. Now let's shift to what the rest of the phase is about with the Normandy and its journey. So, for those who read the original version of this story, you know that the Normandy takes Stella to Shangri-La. I want to highlight some of the time that Stella spends on the Normandy. I did expand this to include Stella's view of the experience. I ask you readers to understand something about Stella and the Enhanced Human Project. The project does things to the candidates that change them overall and things that we take for granted as unknown or strange. So, in Stella's case, she has forgotten what it is to have kindness shown to her by any beyond her sister Tanya. With that in mind, Stella is confused with the Normandy's crew being nice to her. Remember, those involved with the project weren't nice. Dr. Moss's discipline system wouldn't allow that. So the show of kindness is foreign to her, even though she unknowingly craves it for himself. Let's turn to those who are at Shangri-La. We know some of those there. If you remember from the Alliance plant war, some from the project defected and went to the Federation. This would be the result of that. We'll get to specifics of some individuals in a bit, but let me explain the changes for those that came to the Federation. As a price to those that left, which Mina and Lori brokered, required them to change the work they were doing. That work is coming up with a solution to under a portion of the project's work and more stabilizing those they altered. The project originally had planned for figuring out how to stabilize candidates long term, but funders didn't care about that project goal. Thus, the goal of Shangri-La is to help candidates to stabilize and transition into the life around people. Moving on to Stella's retrieval and escorting to Shangri-La. Lori Call is still the face of those that do the work that Mina manages. That point has not changed. So, she does the interaction with the public-facing side of things. However, that doesn't mean that Lori can't borrow the Galliana sisters when needed. The Galliana sisters are a good example of what the treatments can do for candidates. They still have heightened performance, but not to the same extent as they did during the project. That is a common point and a price paid for the candidates to have a chance at a normal life. Lori goes with Laughter and Ross Weiss to escort Stella back. The two girls are on hand in case things go bad, which can happen with candidates. And remember that Stella hasn't had maintenance she is using to getting regularly, so she isn't doing the best. I would also like to point out some things which happen around Shangri-La, as there is at least one new scene. First, Dr. Moss, the woman that is responsible for the project and its disciplinary system. You readers know she isn't a nice lady. But for the record, the Galliana sister have changed the woman somewhat from the cold one she was. Don't get me wrong, Mina Moss is still a cold woman that I wouldn't want to tick off. You'll see an example of that later on, and I assure you it will leave no doubt Mina can still be scary as heck. But the woman is working on helping candidates get the treatment, which is best for them, which is a good thing. However, the candidates may never get over the ingrained reaction they have to Mina Moss. Stella's reaction to her is a prime example of the point of how much candidates fear Dr. Moss. The new scene with Stella's roommates I added for a reason. One, I wanted to kind of show candidates from the other two labs besides Lodania. There will also be more with Stella's two roommates later on, I assure you. In conclusion to this phase, I'm sorry it took so long. Things happen in life with me. I hope you readers are liking the story thus far. As normal, please some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of the phase, story, or questions you may have. I do read the reviews even if I don't answer them right away. As for the next phase, with how long this one took, I hope to have it ready in 3 weeks. I can't make a guarantee on that. At the moment, the title of it is The Spear of Twilight. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 80, Phase 83, The Spear of Twilight. A/N. Okay, sorry this took so long, I will explain more in the closing notes. Still, enjoy the phase. Phase 83, The Spear of Twilight. October 24, 73 CE. ZAFT's Gibraltar base. Darkness and fully fell by the time the Minerva came to be in visual range of ZAFT's Gibraltar base. The journey the Minerva made from Asgard had taken longer than the initial trip to the Federation base had required. But then, Talia hadn't pushed for the Minerva to hurry, as she had to get to Asgard yesterday. The journey had been a quiet one overall, which Talia wouldn't complain about. The off-the-books mission to retrieve the Impulse Engine had been anything but quiet before its conclusion. Talia was still working to wrap her head around the Minerva fighting alongside the Federation. Truthfully, she had never imagined the Minerva would be in such a position. The assault that Omni had made on Asgard wasn't like any of the reports which ZAFT Intel had gotten on the Alliance's previous attempts against the Federation's stronghold. ZAFT had known the Alliance had tried to attack and take Asgard from the Federation before their last assault. From what Talia had heard and read, the Alliance's previous attempts had all ended in spectacular failure. Supposedly, each of those attacks had been different, likely to test Asgard's defensive capabilities and if they could be circumvented. ZAFT had made a few tries to see what Asgard was capable of when attacked. There had been no more luck than the Alliance had with those attempts. And after assisting with Asgard's defense, Talia had seen the potential reasons as to why previous attacks against Asgard had failed in the spectacular fashions they had. The base that was the Federation's military headquarters on Earth was a stronghold. From what Talia had been able to tell, it was designed to be so when constructed years ago. And the Federation hadn't sat by and left the base as it had been constructed. The Federation had constantly been improving their standing, and Asgard was no different. The base's fixed defenses were made up of artillery which was clearly with purpose. The positioning and types of defensive guns/turrets were strategic and tactically sound. They had effectively pounded at the Omni fleet and had worn them down slowly but surely while keeping the enemy at a distance. There were also fixed defenses to counter air and underwater by what Talia had seen. It explained some of the information from ZAFT intel about subs having serious issues investigating Asgard. All of that wasn't exactly surprising to Talia, more just filling holes which made the lack of information ZAFT had on the base. However, there had been a few unexpected things which the Minerva had encountered while helping Asgard in its defense. The one which Talia was concerned about was that Asgard had what appeared to be orbital cannons. Such a thing had never been seen, but attempts by the Alliance were in the works according to ZAFT intelligence to develop orbital drop countermeasures. Yet, the Alliance had no success in designing and constructing something to counter orbital drops. It had been assumed that the Federation had been developing such an idea as well, more for the Alliance than ZAFT. But to see a working orbital countermeasure concerned Talia, and she doubted she would be the only one to be worried. Those orbital cannons could just as easily be used against ZAFT entry capsules and vessels as they had been against Omni. And if Asgard had cannons like that, it was a matter of time for them to pop up at other Federation bases. The other thing on the Federation side which Talia had noticed was their mass production models which they were using. Before going to Asgard, Talia had heard loose rumors about the Federation's mass production Earth-based mobile suits. The Federation was still utilizing their advantage with their transformation abilities they employed with mobile suits. They had beam weaponry used by their mass productions models, much like ZAFT did with their ZAKUs. However, unlike the ZAKUs, the Federation had built-in atmospheric flight systems to their mass production models. The Federation also used proprietary weapons which was effective against laminated armor. From Shin's debrief, he said it was some kind of vibrating blade but could give little more detail. Then, Ayla and Matt had mentioned they had seen signs the Federation mass production models could have phase shift armor of some kind. It would make logical sense for the Federation to add phase shift armor to the technological advantage they held. Then there had been what Omni had done and brought to assault Asgard, which concerned Talia. She intended to report what Omni had used in their assault, even if Talia wouldn't be able to say much about Asgard. The 3 stolen Gundams had been there, Talia was confident about that from what Matt and Ayla had mentioned. Matt had gone against the Abyss and seen the chaos. Ayla had only seen the chaos but agreed with Matt that if one was there, all 3 would be. That the Alliance had sent the stolen Gundams which said they wouldn't hesitate in using them in their campaign. Talia wanted to say that the stolen Gundams had pressed against Asgard's defenses. The second-generation series ZAFT had constructed had been geared toward gaining some ground to be able to match the Federation. However, there hadn't been a lot of evidence to support the hope that Talia had seen or heard. Nevertheless, the Federation had seemed to be prepared for the Gundams along with Omni's assault. The Federation had some Gundam types on their side which had clashed with the stolen machines. Yet, so had Federation mass production models and not been whipped as was expected with Gundam types. Granted, the mass production models went against Gundams in teams, but they had more success than ZAFT and Omni didn't against Gundams. Both Ayla and Matt had mentioned several things they had observed during the assault which they had told her afterward. The things which they had mentioned to Talia had been concerning in a few ways. It had made her glad that Arthur hadn't heard them as he could have made it public to the ship and Talia didn't want that right now. The first piece came from what Matt said which had involved the Abyss specifically. The Abyss had been around and attacking from the ocean's surface and likely below it throughout the assault. However, after Matt had been fighting it, the Abyss was dragged underwater at some point during the battle. Matt had mentioned some sort of chain and hook had come out of the water and wrapped around the Abyss before pulling into the water. That would suggest the Federation had aquatic mobile suits of some sort. Before this, it was more assumed that ZAFT had the advantage with such a thing with the multiple models for underwater operations. Yet, apparently, the Federation had changed that with their own aquatic mobile suits which had unknown abilities. There had been rumors the Federation could have developed aquatic mobile weapons during the Alliance plant war. But ZAFT intel hadn't been able to confirm or deny the rumors which had come out. What Matt had seen gave credence that the Federation had aquatic mobile suits they could use. Yet, there was no solid evidence which could make that seen as fact. The second thing which Ayla and Matt had told Talia had involved the Chaos which had its own set of questions and issues. The Chaos had been spotted with a red Gundam on it while in its mobile armor mode. The Federation Gundam had been in control, being able to direct the Chaos to go where it wanted. That exploit was problematic since it showed that ZAFT Gundam development had things it needed to address. If that had been all, then Talia wouldn't be as concerned as she was from what her two best pilots had told her. What worried Talia was the Federation Gundam had somehow made the Chaos fire its multi-phased beam cannon at an ally. For there to be a way for a Gundam's weapon to fire without input from the pilot was beyond concerning. That was more so with not knowing how the idea had been done. Without knowing what had been exploited, it would be difficult to put in a defense against the idea. Talia would mention the point to higher UPS, but she couldn't say if it would be taken seriously enough to help improve Gundam development. The assault had been harsh enough to be concerning for more than just the Federation. If ZAFT had seen anything of the battle, they would want more information about what had happened. Talia would be interested in hearing what ZAFT could say about the Federation's responses to the assault on Asgard. She couldn't see things staying the same with what the Alliance had tried to do. And with the Minerva off the books currently, there had been no communication from ZAFT as of yet. Talia knew there would be none until the ship returned to Gibraltar, but that didn't make the silence any nicer. Arthur had said they should at least report to Gibraltar that the Minerva was okay. But Talia had said it wouldn't do much as they wouldn't acknowledge any communication from the Minerva until it came into range of Gibraltar. Talia expected there would be news for the Minerva the moment it came back to base. Talia had Marin reach out to Gibraltar's port controls so the Minerva could come back into dock. Marin relayed that the same dock which the Minerva had been in was the dock they would be assigned. The Minerva swung around before backing into the flooded dry dock. Talia told Arthur to transmit the damage report so the remaining repairs could be started and or finished as quickly as possible. Marin told Talia that the commander on duty wanted her to go and report to them immediately. So, Talia left the Minerva's command in his hands while she would be away. Talia told Arthur that the remaining repairs needed to be completed before the Spear of Twilight operation started. Then, Talia headed to the airlock so she could go and do the needed accounting and reporting. She only hoped that it would be to Commander Hersey as the man would understand and was aware of what the Minerva had gone out to do. To her good fortune, Talia discovered that it was her old trainer and first mission commander that she would be speaking with. Commander Hersey was in his office going over things when he was told the Minerva was coming back into dock. It had been over 24 hours since the Minerva had set out for Asgard. There had been no word from them, but none were listening for the Minerva as they were off the books, until the ship had come into visual range. He'd been confident that Gladys would manage to get back her missing pilot and mobile suit whatever it took. But the time it had taken for the Minerva to get back strongly suggested that things hadn't been simple. So, Hersey was curious about what had taken the time the Minerva had used to get back. Yet, that was only one issue that Hersey had been dealing with since the Minerva left. Hersey had been looking into the behavior which Gladys had alleged the Night Watch had been doing. On the official record, the Night Watch was doing great, but that wasn't true when one questioned those who worked at the same time they did. The interviews that Hersey had done had produced much the same information Gladys had given him. Commander Hersey was brought out of his thoughts when a knock came at his door. He ordered whoever it was to come in as he finished the paragraph he had been reading. When he looked up, Hersey found Talia Gladys coming into his office. "Gladys," Hersey stated, "good to see you and the Minerva made it back from your journey." Hersey gestured to the chair in front of his desk for Talia to take it so they could have a conversation. Talia did as her old mission commander directed before he continued, "I assume things didn't go as you had hoped exactly since you took longer than just popping in and picking up a pilot and machine. So, what happened, Gladys?" Giving an accurate summary of what had transpired with the Minerva over the time it had left Gibraltar and come back wasn't the issue. It was believing it as Talia would have questioned the story if she hadn't lived it. That didn't mean that Talia regretted any of the decisions she'd made in order to get Shin and the Impulse back. It was just that relations with the Federation were so unknown overall that working with their military was not normal. "Honestly, sir," Talia began, "I'm trying to wrap my head around what occurred. The Minerva traveled to the Federation's Asgard base to retrieve our missing pilot and Gundam as intended." Talia then gave a general summary of what the Minerva had gone through while away from Gibraltar. Hersey listened to Gladys's summary of what had befallen the Minerva while it was off the books. What had been an ideally a simple matter even if off the books had turned into something entirely unexpected. That the Minerva had become involved with the Alliance's assault on the Federation's Asgard base would be questionable if the ship hadn't been off the books. Gibraltar had only seen a few signs of the battle the Alliance had initiated. ZAFT intelligence had done what they could to find out what was going on but had only gotten general facts. What Gladys was telling Hersey was filling some of the holes which ZAFT intel had not been able to get info for. Gladys didn't know any more than any in ZAFT did why the Alliance had chosen to attack Asgard. However, in the end it didn't matter what the Alliance's reasons were for their actions. The Minerva stepping in to help the Federation defend their headquarters made sense to Hersey as Gladys explained it. He would have made the same logical decision to help the Federation with the goal of ending the battle sooner and retrieving what they had gone there for. And from what the woman was saying, the Minerva had done ZAFT proud in its performance against the Alliance during the fight. Hersey would challenge any ship captain to do differently than Gladys and still honestly claim they made the better decision and get the same results. There were a few points which Hersey was curious about in Gladys's accounting. The woman had seen things which the Federation had used to push the alliance back which ZAFT hadn't known about. Not that Hersey would accuse others of not knowing about things another faction didn't mention. But the ground-to-orbit cannons were worrisome as they could counter ZAFT drop forces just as they had the alliance's forces. It was unlikely to come to that while ZAFT wasn't at odds with the Federation, but Hersey knew that could change in the future. Then, the Minerva had also got the closest look at current Federation mass production model mobile suit technology. And from what Gladys was saying, the Federation had, as expected, improved the tech that went into their mass production machines. The information Gladys was giving even from an off-the-books mission was valuable. Hersey knew there had been several worrisome rumors about potential new developments in Federation tech. He'd heard a number of them from others he kept in contact with. ZAFT intel was suggesting that the Federation had taken what had come from the Alliance's G project and further developed them. And it was said the Federation got all of the fruits from that project where ZAFT had not. Once Gladys finished her summary, Hersey didn't say anything for a few minutes. Talia waited for what would come from her old mission commander. She valued the man's opinion as he wasn't quick to judge what others did. But finally, Commander Hersey spoke. Let me first say, Gladys, applaud your decision with having the Minerva step into the fight and helping the Federation defend their base. I would have made the same choice as you were at me in your position. Talia was glad to hear the man agreed with her decision as it was a compliment from him. She couldn't say if the view would be shared by those on the National Defense Committee. But as the Minerva had been off the books, they would likely not make much if any comment on what Talia and the Minerva had done while around Asgard. Thank you, sir, Talia replied, it means a lot to me for you to say you agree with my decision. I've been wondering if what I've been choosing has been the best way to go. For an officer to question what decisions they were making were the best was all well good in Hersey's opinion. It was natural to wonder if what decision you made was the best possible, but that was different than questioning every choice that came up. Hersey knew that younger officers were being scrutinized by those on the National Defense Committee. He disagreed with them doing that as it wasn't far for those younger officers. The majority of ZAFT commanding officers earned their positions and ranks, Hersey was confident in that. Their age shouldn't be held against them by others who hadn't done the same job they were doing. Thus, Hersey sighed, concerned with what the Defense Committee could say about the decisions you've been making. Gladys, he questioned. Talia's gaze fell a bit. Am I that obvious, sir? Hersey knew Gladys wasn't the only young officer that the Defense Committee had been hard on lately. There were a few which fell into that group which Hersey could think of off the top of his head. Nicole Amalfi was another which was a frequent target of the committee by what Hersey was to understand. The young man didn't let that affect his choices, much to his credit, but not everyone could be like that. The Defense Committee has been coming down hard on younger officers as of late by what I hear, Hersey admitted. Many of us veteran commanders have been voicing our disagreement of that being done. Hersey paused thinking of what would be the best thing to say to Gladys to have her keep making the decisions she was. The woman's decision-making was sound and shouldn't be questioned by others which didn't have experience on the battlefield. Don't worry about what the committee says, he continued. Just make sure you can justify what you decide to the loved ones of those under your command, that is what counts the most. While the summary from Gladys was great, there were more pressing matters to move on to which were important. The Spear of Twilight operation was looming ahead which would mostly involve those at Gibraltar and Carpentaria. And with the Alliance's assault on the Federation's Asgard base, the operation's timetables had been accelerated in response. Currently, the operation was to take place in the coming day in the late morning at around 1000 hours or so. The Minerva was expected to participate in the operation just as any around Gibraltar. From what Gladys said, the Minerva was getting its needed repairs worked on right now. But the woman would need to be informed the new timetables and the expectations that came with them. While I'm grateful for the summary, Gladys, Hersey began, there is business to get to which is looming ahead. Due to the Alliance's assault on the Federation's Asgard base, the Spear of Twilight operations timetables have changed. Talia had figured with what the Alliance had done around Asgard that ZAFT would change plans and move forward with operations that were in the works. The Alliance had shown they were pressing forward with whatever agenda they had in mind, regardless of what others would think of them. The Federation was able to stand against the Alliance's actions on Earth as they had prepared for the point. ZAFT had been working toward being in a solid defensible position on Earth as well. However, the fortifying of positions wasn't done yet, for it had been planned to be done within the next 6 months. Yet the Alliance going on the offensive, that had changed the need to taking the time to solidify ZAFT's position. I'm not surprised that the timetables have been changed for the operation, Talia remarked. So, then, when is the Spear of Twilight operation taking place? It was around a week out the last I heard. Originally, the Spear of Twilight operation had been set for the 1st of November by the National Defense Committee. However, now it was set for October 25th at around 1000 hours. The Minerva had been out of the loop while it had been away, so they wouldn't know of the accelerated timetable change. It is set to occur tomorrow at 1000 hours, Hersey stated. Our forces are already on the move toward Earth to position themselves in orbit to drop reinforcements to us in Carpentaria. Talia blinked at what Commander Hersey had just told her. She had expected the operation to be moved up a day or two, not essentially a week. Talia hadn't thought forces could be gathered quickly enough to push the operation forward that much. Granted, with the attempted strike on the homeland would have gotten things moving more than they had been before. However, Talia just hadn't expected the National Defense Committee to get things in order and moving as fast as they had. Things are moving that quickly, Talia asked. I was told that gathering and moving forces into position would take days if not the full week. Hersey shrugged. The alliance making a move against Asgard apparently shook enough on the committee to get things moving faster and more efficiently. Talia listened to Commander Hersey as he gave her the rundown of how the Spear of Twilight operation was supposed to go. The operation would be straightforward in the sense of what was expected to happen. Allies would position themselves about both Gibraltar and Carpentaria to drop reinforcements down to the bases. Reinforcement to ZAFT bases weren't new, but it was normally done at a slower rate over time, so it didn't draw serious notice of the Alliance or the Federation. The difference with the operation was going to drop much larger numbers of reinforcements to the two main ZAFT bases. Forces would be distributed from Gibraltar and Carpentaria after the operation to other ZAFT positions. However, the issue with the operation was it would draw the notice of the Alliance if the movement for it hadn't already. Even with the losses the Alliance had suffered from their assault on Asgard, that wouldn't stop them from trying to disrupt the operation, Talia would bet. But the Spear of Twilight operation was seen as a necessity for ZAFT to maintain their positions on Earth. The Minerva would be participating in the operation as the rest of those at Gibraltar would. The remaining repairs on the Minerva would be completed before the start time of the operation. Aves had assured Talia the needed work on the Minerva's mobile suits would be finished before sunrise. So, Talia had no issue with the Minerva working on the Spear of Twilight operation as it sounded like orders which was coming down. It had been an expectation before the Minerva had gone off to Asgard to pick up the Impulse and Shin. The problem that Talia saw was ZAFT was moving things forward at a quickening pace which concerned her. The signs which had been popping up in the last month or two had been pointing in a worrisome direction. The Alliance was pushing for conflict and gearing things toward another war. It made Talia wonder if the Alliance had learned nothing from the Alliance plant war. Or perhaps, the radicals in the Alliance hadn't gotten enough or what they wanted from the war that they were willing to start another. Talia couldn't say what the reasons could be the Alliance were doing what they were. Talia thanked Commander Hersey for listening to her summary and telling her of the current situation at Gibraltar. She then made her way back to the Minerva to see what still needed to be done for the ship to be readied for the operation in less 24 hours. Talia could think of a few things which would have to be seen to, like the repairs and the like. Arthur was already seeing to the repairs while Talia had been reporting to Commander Hersey. The last Talia had heard, Aves had set shifts for his mechanics so the work on the mobile suits would be done when he claimed. So, if things worked out as they were going, the Minerva should be ready slightly before the operation was set to begin. When Talia arrived at the dock the Minerva was in, she found Gibraltar's mechanics were already working on the ship. The dock was well lit with the floodlights dry docks were equipped with around the base. Talia walked up the gangway and came back onto the Minerva and headed toward the bridge. She wanted to confer with Arthur and tell him what she'd been told by Commander Hersey. When she got to the bridge, she found Arthur at his stations, looking over data going across his screen. Sorry for leaving you with overseeing the Minerva's condition while I went to report, Talia greeted. Did the one over the mechanics working on the ship give you an estimation on how long they will need to do the work? Arthur glanced over his shoulder and found Captain Gladys. She had gone to report to Gibraltar's higher UPS a little over an hour ago. He hadn't minded being in charge of the Minerva while the captain had gone off. Most of the crew had gone to their quarters. Aves and his people were the ones that were still working that Arthur knew about. Gibraltar's workers were quick to get to the repairs even with it being as late in the evening it was. They assured Arthur the work would be done as quickly as possible. The assurance was nice, but Arthur had wondered why they had been as insistent as they had been. Arthur could only guess there was some sort of unsaid motivation that drove them. He hoped that Talia may have some idea what could be going on to have the feel with the workers as focused as it seemed. Don't worry about leaving me in charge of the ship, ma'am, Arthur answered. The head of the workers said they should have repairs done in the next few hours. But how did the report go? Talia shrugged, about as good as I could have expected, she returned. However, by what I was told, the Spear of Twilight operation has been moved up with the Alliance assaulting Asgard. Arthur didn't like what the captain was saying, for it implied there was more to the point other than the upcoming operation had been moved up. With the Alliance's assault on the Federation's Asgard base, Arthur had figured ZAFT would have a response to it in some way. But he hadn't given much thought as to what ZAFT would do with the Alliance pushing for conflict as they were. So, Arthur hesitated before he spoke. You say that the Spear of Twilight operation has been moved up, Captain. When it is scheduled for now and what does that mean for the Minerva? From what Commander Hersey had told Talia, the operation was set for the next day at 1000 hours. It sounded like Gibraltar was already working to be ready for the operation in less than 12 hours from current time. The Minerva was expected to participate in the operation with the rest of Gibraltar's forces. The needed repairs should be done before the operation started, so Talia wasn't worried about that. The operation is scheduled for tomorrow to begin at 1000, Talia answered. As you said, the repairs should be done before then, so the ship should be ready for service when the operation begins. The operation tactics are still the same as I've heard from Gibraltar's command. So, if you could give our pilots the rundown before 0930 hours, that would be appreciated. Meanwhile, the plant's National Defense Committee were busy with getting things into place for the Spear of Twilight operation. The original plan had allowed for another week to get things into position for the operation before it started. However, with the Alliance's recent actions of assaulting the Federation's Asgard base, views had changed. The Alliance had shown they had become bold enough that previous assumptions of what they may do couldn't be counted on anymore. They were pushing conflict toward a war, that had been a message which had come with their attempted nuclear strike on the plants. It had only been confirmed with the Alliance assaulting the Federation's Earth-based headquarters. When the assault on Asgard had come to light, an emergency meeting of the plant's Supreme Council was called. Gilbert could tell there was an air of worry and panic the moment he walked into the council chamber. He had been informed about the Alliance assaulting Asgard shortly after the Alliance started their attack. Gilbert had been a tad surprised that the Alliance would choose to attack the Federation's headquarters on Earth. Of all the things which the Alliance could do to advance their position and plans whatever they may be, attacking the strongest enemy base didn't make sense to him. While the Alliance may be foolish in the choices they made, they didn't tend to be stupid from what Gilbert had seen. Even with the Federation helping stop the Alliance's nuclear strike didn't translate to the Alliance hitting their stronghold which was Asgard. Gilbert had ZAFT intelligence working on trying to get info that could explain why the Alliance had assaulted Asgard. Yet, they had nothing thus far to show which could help in explaining the Alliance's actions. The reason that Gilbert wanted an explanation was the Alliance had essentially broken any treaty they had with ZAFT and the Federation in the last month or so. There hadn't been a great deal of trust between the Alliance leadership and other political leaders as of late. However, the small amount there had been shattered by this point. Gilbert was sure those in control of the Alliance would know that. What had him concerned was whoever was in charge of the Alliance didn't seem to care they were at odds and against the other two factions of humanity. The Alliance did seem to have prepared for a war before they had started attacking in the open. That begged the question as to how long those running the Alliance had been planning their movements ahead. There had been little sign that the Alliance had been readying for a war they planned to start before now. For the Alliance to be able to plan such in secret was more than concerning for several reasons. Yet, while an explanation for why the Alliance had turned its military forces to the Federation would be nice, it wasn't necessary for ZAFT moving forward with its own plans. The Alliance's movements merely proved that ZAFT needed to reinforce their positions on Earth as soon as possible. If Asgard wasn't off the table for the Alliance to try and take, then there was nowhere that was safe from Alliance attacks. Gibraltar and Carpentaria's defenses had to be solidified before the Alliance could assault either base. The two bases would act as distribution points to other ZAFT positions on Earth for reinforcement. That was what the Spear of Twilight operation had been planned for. The need for reinforcement on Earth had been building, which had translated into the proposal for the operation from the National Defense Committee. It was meant to be a defensive measure in response to the attempted strike against the plants. It was not symbolizing ZAFT agreeing to the war that the Alliance seemed to want. That had been a little over a month ago, but much had changed in that time frame. And with the change in the Alliance, the timetables had to shift for the operation to be as effective as possible. Gilbert had already told the Defense Committee the week before to get forces that would drop down gathered. It had been to prepare for the operation's original timetable, but then the Alliance had attacked Asgard. The Defense Committee had been scrambling to get things together for a sooner operation date. Gilbert had to applaud those on the committee as they had pulled off what had been seen as a monumental task in the time frame they had. Those involved in the operation were already on their way toward Earth even as the meeting was being assembled. The haste which had been required had made the wish to not draw the Alliance's attention impossible. ZAFT Intel already had reported that Omni forces were gathering in their territories near Gibraltar and Carpentaria. Those Alliance fleets would be working to intercept descending forces, but there was nothing which could prevent that now. Gilbert called the emergency council meeting to order and laid out what had happened recently. There were worried responses to the information of the Alliance assaulting the Federation's Asgard base. There were demands for more information about the assault, but Gilbert couldn't give anything since ZAFT Intel hadn't been able to provide any info on the battle. All that ZAFT had was long-distant views and general guesses as to what was going on. There had been a rumor the Minerva had gone in that direction, but there had been no confirmation of that. Gilbert would love to talk to Talia and see if the rumors were true, but there wasn't the time for that. Instead, Gilbert had to work on calming the other members of the council with recent events. Their concerns were understandable as the fears of the Alliance beginning a terror campaign to lead humanity into another war. From the Alliance's actions, it certainly did appear that if they weren't stopped or resisted, they would terrorize those that didn't conform to their views. As the Supreme Council meeting was going on, ZAFT forces came into sight of Earth. The acceleration of the operation had already been approved by the National Defense Committee. Reinforcement to ZAFT positions were essential and needed to happen sooner rather than later. And with the failed assault the Alliance had made on the Federation's Asgard base, their military forces would be weakened. The temporary weakness of Omni provided an opportunity for ZAFT to have the highest chances of success with getting as much reinforcement they could down to Earth. The more forces that ZAFT got down to Gibraltar and Carpentaria, the better ZAFT could solidify other positions held on Earth against the Alliance. That would allow ZAFT to better respond against the Alliance both defensively and hamper their efforts to have gains on Earth. ZAFT vessels split off into two groups as they closed in on Earth and were coming into orbit. One group was heading to be above Gibraltar, which was one of the planned drop points for reinforcements. The other group moved to be over the Oceania Union so they could descend down to the Carpentaria base. Each vessel had their own assigned drop position to release their drop capsules. Calculations had been made by those in ZAFT and on the Defense Committee for the best deployment possible. Alliance counterattacks had been factored into the deployment strategy. Gibraltar would be facing Alliance forces from the Eurasian Federation to the east of the base. They would also face some from the Atlantic Federation even after the loss the Alliance had suffered against Asgard. Carpentaria would have to counter Alliance forces from both the Southern African Union including the Victoria base and the west part of the Atlantic Federation. It was assumed the Alliance wouldn't let ZAFT reinforce their positions without a fight to stop such. All the pilots involved in the drop part of the operation down to Earth had volunteered for the mission to reinforce their allies. They all knew the dangers they would face during the descent to Gibraltar and Carpentaria. The Alliance would fire at them the moment those descending came into range, there was no doubt about that. Thus, the descent would be an active defensive thing for all ZAFT pilots. Allies at Gibraltar and Carpentaria would do what they could to help those descending to Earth. Those in command at both bases had assured the National Defense Committee they would be ready to help allies to land at the bases the best they were able. So, the operation was as set as it possibly could be with what ZAFT could do ahead of it. The Federation was the only factor in the operation which the National Defense Committee couldn't plan for nor predict. With the Alliance's attack on Asgard, the Federation were no ally of the Alliance and wouldn't be until there was serious change with those who controlled the Earth Alliance overall. The Federation had been locking down their borders since the attack to the Alliance, especially its military forces. However, it was hard to predict how far the Federation would go to punish the Alliance for their actions. The Federation had always been unpredictable to some degree, none denied that. But it was at times like this after the Federation had been directly attacked which it was the most difficult to say how the faction would respond to those who had assaulted them. The Federation could just keep the Alliance from coming at them, or they could actively attack them. The National Defense Committee couldn't accurately say if the Federation would step in with Alliance forces being so close to their territories. Or if they merely would observe and just make sure the Alliance didn't cross territorial lines. Other ZAFT ships were patrolling while the vessels which would drop forces moved into positions. Omni could still try to interfere with the operation at this stage if there was any assumption that ZAFT had an advantage over them. Once all drop vessels confirmed they were in their designated positions, it was reported to the lead ship for the operation. The lead ship for the Spear of Twilight operation was the single Gondwana-class ZAFT had constructed thus far. The green light was given for the release of the entry capsules before they started detaching and falling toward Earth's surface. The initial descent through the upper atmosphere was routine with the process of an entry capsule doing what it was designed. The first half of the descent wasn't where the issues would be, rather the second half was where things would become complicated. At Gibraltar, the morning had dawned beautifully, though it went unnoticed by those around the ZAFT base. Final preparations had been made with an air of building tension with the upcoming operation. All the Voskilov-class subs had been readied for deployment shortly before the operation would officially begin. It was expected the Alliance would do what they could to interfere with the Spear of Twilight operation. Alliance forces had been spotted appearing around Suez a little over an hour before the operation was scheduled. That suggested the Alliance had figured out the operation would take place soon, which had been a real possibility. The Minerva had been made ready for the operation much as the other vessels at Gibraltar. Talia had ordered all crew to be at ready stations by no later than 0930 hours. There was to be no exceptions for any of the crew with how high a priority the Spear of Twilight operation was set to be by the National Defense Committee. She had left delivering the general plan of the operation to the Minerva's pilot to Arthur. It was supposed to be his duty to convey orders and brief the pilots of the ship. Talia had just taken that job with Asgard as she had pulled the ship into that mess. Ayla and Matt would be able to get the other three organized properly in the time remaining before the operation. Arthur had done the briefing for the Minerva's pilots as was his duty as the deputies. All pilot from Gibraltar were to help their allies descending from orbit. With the Alliance already supposedly moving into positions to intercept the descending forces, any help would get more allies to land safely. Thus, he had told Ayla and Matt all the information the Minerva had received about the expectation of the operation. He could only end with wishing them luck out on the field as the expectations were ugly. The Alliance was going to fight hard to stop as many ZAFT machines as they could from reaching the ground. That would include those that would be assisting the ZAFT descending forces. Arthur didn't kid himself that the Minerva suits would be in the line of fire about as much as any other in the operation. Ayla had been hearing rumors, bits and pieces of facts, and gossip about the Spear of Twilight operation. What she had heard hadn't been very comforting of what was likely ahead in the operation. The reinforcements that would descend would be very helpful for countering what the Alliance would likely try in the near future. And the more that landed safely, the better position to counter dangerous Alliance actions ZAFT could be in. However, Ayla couldn't see the Alliance doing nothing to stop ZAFT getting reinforcements to the ground. And from what Arthur had said, all the mobile suits which could be sent out from Gibraltar would be hampering Omni's efforts to stop descending forces. That included those from the Minerva of course, which put them in the line of fire. It wasn't being in the line of fire of the Alliance which concerned Ayla, it was the desperation Omni was fighting with. The Alliance had lost in their assault against Asgard, losing a notable number of forces in the process. That would lead to fighting desperately, which made an enemy potentially more dangerous. Historical facts made it clear that a wounded or defeated enemy was often more dangerous than one that wasn't. And Ayla felt the Alliance was so desperate for a win that they would do things they weren't normally inclined to do. Ayla was sure that Matt understood the risk the Alliance was for the moment after the loss they had taken. But she wasn't as sure that Ray, Luna, and Shin comprehended how reckless the Alliance would fight for the moment. And Ayla didn't want to have to oversee the funeral of any of those under her because of not taking things seriously enough. As team lead, Ayla had explained things the best she could to the 3 younger pilots the Minerva had. She also gave out assignments of suits and equipment for the operation as well. Matt had volunteered to take the ZAKU Blaze to use in the operation, leaving Ayla to work with the Osiris. Luna would have her ZAKU with the Gunner Wizard on a Ghoul which had been supplied by Gibraltar. Ray would use his ZAKU Phantom with the Blaze set in a Ghoul. That left Shin to use the Impulse, which Ayla told him it would be best to use the Force Silhouette for the operation. That plan was the best that Ayla could think of with the time there was before the operation. Time crept forward toward the set time for the Spear of Twilight operation to start. At the designated time, ZAFT forces began deploying and descending through the atmosphere. The action was noticed by the systems that the Alliance had put in place for detection of things entering Earth's atmosphere, alerted them to ZAFT's activities. The movement of ZAFT forces toward Earth had been spotted by Omni recon teams days ago. That report had been given to Omni top brass and Alliance leaders. They in turn had ordered all available forces, including what was left from the assault on Asgard, to head out to be around the suspected drop zones. Omni Intel predicted that ZAFT would be dropping reinforcements to their 2 main bases on Earth, Gibraltar and Carpentaria. Thus, Omni forces were sent to the western end of the Mediterranean Sea and north of the Oceania Union to intercept ZAFT forces descending to Earth. The failure of the assault on the Federation's Asgard base was still fresh in the Alliance's mind. The loss had been harsher than expected and there had been little gain for the Alliance from the operation. If anything, it had made any chance to force the Federation into helping in the fight against ZAFT more unlikely in the future. The Alliance's leadership had tried to play off the failure of the operation against Asgard since it happened. The loss of forces had hit Omni hard and would take time to rebuild for the operation the Alliance had in mind in the near future. But their narrations weren't having the impact they had before the attempted nuclear strike against the plants. Yet, the propaganda spreaders were hard at work and what they were spreading was sticking within the Alliance well enough that the radicals held control. Should ZAFT be allowed to get reinforcements down to Earth, it would only spell out hardship and thwarting of Alliance plans. ZAFT would use the extra forces to solidify their positions all over the world. This would include places that the Alliance were working on taking control from ZAFT currently. Overall, it would strengthen ZAFT's foothold on Earth and push the Alliance more onto a defensive position. The war that the leaders of the Alliance were pushing for would slow and potentially stall efforts from the Alliance. It would make the efforts that had been put forth in the last 2 years almost meaningless. The Earth Alliance would be forced back to a standing of acceptance of sharing power at best or being forced to listen to others at worse. That was seen as far more unacceptable than fighting and losing in the end. When the alerts came in from the detection systems, scramble orders were given to the Omni interception forces. Gundams launched themselves off carriers all equipped with jet sets for atmospheric flight. Any ZAFT machines destroyed were that much less that ZAFT could use to compromise Alliance plans. So, intercepting them was the topmost priority for Omni, as it would make or break the Alliance's near future. Thus, all the Omni pilot were well aware of the stakes in the emergency interception operation which was being done. The safety of the Alliance and its future would be at risk should ZAFT succeed. The capsules sailed out of the thermosphere with their heat shielding on the capsules having been mostly spent protecting those inside. That left the capsules with the medium-strength armor plating to counter potential early interception attempts. The armor locks twisted and blasted out, allowing the armor panels to release and fly up and out of the way. That left the frames which had held the ZAKUs in the capsules. As the capsules opened, revealing the suits within, the ZAKUs leaned forward letting the frames break away from them. The ZAFT pilot had been instructed to try to keep in loose groups to attempt to counter Alliance interception. And the Alliance began shooting shortly after the first groups of ZAKUs came out of their capsules. As expected, the Earth Alliance sent forces to intercept ZAFT's landing forces descending towards their bases. Mobile suits from both Carpentaria and Gibraltar readied themselves to lift off to help their allies. Sirens rang out around Carpentaria, signaling for mobile suits there to lift off and assist their allies land safely. All the available machines at Carpentaria launched off, DINs and CGUEs leading the way for those that had to use ghouls for atmospheric combat. Omni forces to the northeast were already taking off from their Spengler-class carriers as Carpentaria forces were taking to the air. Vessels at Gibraltar had already headed out from the base's docks before allies had started descending. They just came into range of the Alliance when they began firing at the descending ZAFT forces. Mobile suits stationed at Gibraltar lifted off as alarms told of the Spear of Twilight operation being initiated. Omni was already shooting at the falling ZAFT forces as those from Gibraltar approached the Omni fleet. The Minerva was among the vessels which had headed out from Gibraltar. The ship had all its offensive options out and ready for use as it closed the distance between it and the Omni ships shooting at its allies. Talia could see things were already quickly getting nasty with Omni attacking ZAFT's descending forces. She'd figured that the Alliance would be somewhat more desperate after their loss around Asgard. But seeing the point was different than just expecting one's enemy fighting recklessly. Talia could only assume this would be yet another long day for the Minerva and its crew, much as the battle to defend Asgard. She'd hoped for a moderate break for the ship and its crew before getting back to work. However, it was clear that was wishful thinking on her part and would unlikely happen in the near future. The Minerva was making a reputation of being a frontline symbol of ZAFT's best efforts from what Talia had seen. And there was little reason that would be changing that Talia was seeing any sign of. Once in range of the fighting, the Minerva had its mobile suits head out to help their allies. Ayla and Matt were out of the catapults first. A ghoul shot out after the Osiris which Matt's ZAKU Blaze jumped to and locked into it. Luna and Ray launched out after Ayla and Matt landing on the Minerva's upper deck to wait for their ghouls to fly out. Shin took off with the Core Splendor, the flyers following him with the Force Silhouette bringing up the rear. The pilots from the Minerva saw ahead that the Alliance was already working to take down their allies descending from orbit. And the fighting was already becoming messy between ZAFT landing forces and the Omni forces trying to intercept them. Shin gazed ahead at the fighting and was reminded somewhat of the Alliance's assault on Asgard. There weren't as much when it came to numbers on Omni's side, but it was still a sizable number of Wyndham's fighting. As the fighting was going on, there was a close watch being kept by the Federation's military forces stationed in the Euros coalition. After the Alliance's assault on Asgard, policy had been changed to not allow any Alliance military forces within Federation territory. The issue wasn't ZAFT sending down landing forces down to Carpentaria and Gibraltar as the Federation viewed it. Nor was it Omni positioning themselves to intercept the ZAFT landing forces, for that was their business between the two factions. The Federation's military forces had no intention of interfering or helping either side of ZAFT's operation. What the other two factions did, which didn't involve innocent bystanders, didn't tend to involve the Federation's military. The Alliance may have pulled the Federation in their coming war, but that didn't mean they would be taking the offensive stance that the Alliance seemed to want. However, with ZAFT's landing forces coming down in areas extremely close to Federation's territorial lines, that brought up issues. Omni forces were not permitted to cross into Federation territory until policy changed, and it was unlikely to do so in the future. It wouldn't matter if Omni forces strayed into Federation territory by accident or intentional. Should any Omni ships or mobile suits cross the territorial line into Federation territory, then they would be treated as hostile targets and would be fired upon. Thus, why the Federation's military forces in the Euros coalition were out along the shorelines watching ZAFT and Omni fighting. They were all at the ready to leap into action should Omni forces cross the territorial line and responding properly. Standing orders were to shoot down any Omni forces that crossed territorial lines regardless of what their reasons why could be. The Alliance had brought the stance on themselves by assaulting Asgard, now they had to face the consequences. Back with ZAFT, those from the Minerva reached Omni's interception forces along with other from Gibraltar. The non-Minerva suits quickly engaged Omni's Wyndhams, drawing attention to themselves and off their descending allies. The 5 Minerva suits split apart and grouped with other allies and helped draw attention away from ZAFT landing forces. Ayla and Matt joined 2 squads of DINs being led by CGUEs. Ray joined up with a different team of DINs after separating from his comrades. Luna Maria stuck around the Impulse which moved into being with a different team made up of DINs and ZAKUs. The Wyndhams quickly began defending against Gibraltar's forces. It was the aim of Gibraltar's forces so they could help as many of their comrades as possible get down to Gibraltar in one piece and alive. Nevertheless, as the fighting between ZAFT and Omni continued, something odd began happening. Some of Omni's Wyndham were shot at, but it didn't appear to be from ZAFT forces. Ayla had glanced around to see what could have shot the Wyndhams as it had been clear it wasn't ZAFT forces. It was as the next Wyndham was shot that Ayla was able to follow the beam to its source. She saw what appeared to be Federation mobile suits in their aircraft modes striking from a distance. The presence of the Federation wasn't odd in itself, not with how close the battle was to their Euros coalition. However, them shooting at the Alliance was weird to Ayla as the Federation's military wasn't involving themselves in the Spear of Twilight operation. That had been the information from Gibraltar's command center before all headed out to help their allies. Yet, it certainly appeared the Federation forces were shooting at Omni's Gundams. But it almost seemed random for the targets picked, which didn't make sense. The Federation's military weren't ones that targeted others at random, their past actions made that clear. Ayla tried studying further as she kept fighting, trying to figure out what the Federation were doing. And over the next 5 minutes, there seemed to be a pattern which Ayla was starting to see. It appeared that only when Omni moved a certain direction for a time did the Federation fire upon the Gundams. The direction was toward the Euros coalition, which implied the Federation's actions has something to do with Omni coming too close in some way. Ayla felt there was more to what the Federation was doing, but she couldn't comprehend what they could be thinking. Ayla wasn't the only one of the ZAFT side which had noticed the odd behavior from the Federation military forces. Talia was another who had caught the unusual behavior from Federation military forces. There had been expectation that the Federation would stay out of the Spear of Twilight operation in general. ZAFT's plan to reinforce and solidify their positions on Earth was no business of the Federation, nor had they shown any interest in what ZAFT was doing. And with the Federation seeming to be attacking Omni forces at random, Talia couldn't help but wonder what they were thinking. The Federation wasn't the type to waste time on frivolous actions. Thus, random attacks weren't the style expected from the Federation's military forces. Matt also took note of the Federation shooting at some of Omni's Gundams on the battlefield. He didn't believe the attacks from the Federation were random with Omni. Matt was sure there was some kind of pattern to it, even if he couldn't figure it out. The fact that the battle was taking place in the Mediterranean Sea, which part of it was technically part of the Federation's Euros coalition, did stick in Matt's mind. However, fights between ZAFT and Omni had taken place in the sea before now, and the Federation hadn't gotten involved. So, Matt couldn't figure out why the Federation would be attacking some of the Gundams and not others. It didn't make sense with the facts as they were for the Federation to do what they were. However, it was Ayla who first asked the question in some minds, and it was done through Marin. Minerva, Ayla began, can you provide any more relevant information as to why the Federation are attacking some of Omni's forces? I highly doubt they are shooting at random Gundams just because they can. And I am sure it isn't to help us or our allies to land safely, as nice as they would be. Talia had been listening to Ayla as the communications between the Minerva suits had been on the bridge speakers. She didn't disagree with Ayla's assessment that the Federation wasn't helping ZAFT with their operation. The Federation's odd behavior didn't fit them or what was expected of them as of late. And the quick glance over the battlefield that Talia had done hadn't brought anything to light which could explain why the Federation was doing what they were. The Federation attacking some of Omni could play a part in the Spear of Twilight operation by the end. Talia picked up her captain's phone and connected it to the channel the Osiris was using. Unfortunately, we do not have more information which could help. Gibraltar is also scratching their heads as to why the Federation are shooting at some of Omni's mobile suits. You're not the only one who has noticed the odd behavior of the Federation's military forces. Some of the sub-captains are also questioning the point too, Ayla. While ZAFT was questioning why the Federation was seemingly randomly attacking some Gundams, Omni was getting frustrated. ZAFT forces from Gibraltar hampering the Alliance's interception response were bad enough to deal with. Should ZAFT's operation to get landing forces down to Earth, it would make future plans of the Alliance more difficult. It was much the same story around ZAFT's Carpinteria base off the Oceania Union's coast. ZAFT sending out forces from their main bases on Earth had been expected by Omni top brass. And the interception missions had planned for that the best possible to counter that. Things had been going about as well as could be expected with ZAFT trying to get landing forces down. Some of ZAFT's newer mass production model ZAKUs were getting to the ships they had sent from their bases. Yet, it wasn't as much if the interception mission Omni was doing wasn't being done. Nevertheless, what hadn't been planned for was the Federation stepping in and attacking some of the Gundams. There had been no warning or sign that the Federation would interfere with the interception mission. And yet, there were reports both with the fleet in the Mediterranean Sea and those around Carpinteria the Federation was attacking some of the Gundams. There seemed to be no pattern with the Federation's attacks on the Gundams that could be identified. However, whatever the reason could be didn't matter, the Federation's interference was unwelcome. And not only was it unwelcome, but it was also making an already difficult situation even more problematic for Omni. With the Federation's attacks, it was giving ZAFT some wiggle room to get more of their forces down to Earth to work with. For those dealing with ZAFT's landing forces coming down around the Mediterranean Sea, they ordered a ship to move and see if they could help the Gundams being shot at by the Federation. If the Federation's forces could be shooed away for a bit, then Omni could focus back on ZAFT's landing forces. What issue the Federation had with Omni they were insisting on didn't matter at the moment. Omni just needed their interference to be pushed back for long enough to deal with ZAFT's landing forces and their allies. Alliance politicians could do the digging for what set the Federation off to interfere with operations against ZAFT. So, the fleet commander ordered 2 Arkansas-class cruisers to move to assist the Wyndhams being shot at by the Federation forces. The movement of the 2 Arkansas cruisers was observed by those in charge of the Euros coalition-stationed Federation military forces. The attacking of Omni Wyndhams which crossed the territorial lines hadn't delivered the message it was done for. The consequences of the Alliance's assault on Asgard were Omni forces wouldn't allowed for any reason to cross into Federation territory until further notice. That message had been sent to the Alliance General Council. But it seemed the message had gone ignored by those in control of the Alliance, with them still going about their business as usual. Thus, any Wyndham that had strayed into Federation territory was treated as an enemy target and shot at. ZAFT may be working on their operation, but that wasn't of current interest for the Federation. So, the 2 Omni ships were watched as they approached the territorial line which divided Alliance and Federation territory. The Federation vessel patrolling the shoreline kept a sharp eye on the 2 approaching Omni vessels. As they got close to the territorial divide, the closest Dolphs classes trained their main turret guns on the Arkansas cruisers. On the coast, defensive guns had risen up and deployed to active status before pointing at the coming enemy ships. There was also a missile battery which came from underground and swiveled to be aiming in the direction of Omni forces. The battery was loaded with SM-9 Eagle missiles which were the successors to the SM-7 Hawk missiles. It would be up to Omni whether the shoreline defenses were employed against them. It would happen should their ships cross the territorial line and they come into range. It was around a minute after the Arkansas cruisers crossed into Federation territory that the Dolphs classes opened fire on them. Only the first shots were meant to be warning shots for the Omni vessels. The Alliance had declared war on the Federation whether they had intended to or not. They now had to face the consequences of having the Federation as an enemy. They would be given civility to the point they would be warned of the most basic things before being treated as a hostile force. Crossing territorial lines was not going to be taken lightly or allowed without a proper response. If it took the Alliance multiple incidents to understand the point they had gotten themselves into, then so be it. Those in command of the 2 Arkansas vessels were surprised when they were fired upon by Federation ships a short distance away. Their actions didn't make sense as Omni hadn't done anything to them around here. They were forced to scramble to counter the incoming attacks on them. It was but a moment for the 2 Omni vessels who had moved to help allies that they were forced into the same position as the Wyndhams they had come to help. The Arkansas classes may have more updated weaponry, but it was being countered by the opposing forces attacking them. And when some of the Federation's mobile suits began attacking the Arkansas classes, things only got harder. Ayla had been watching off and on the Federation's attacks on Omni forces while the ZAFT operation was going on. She still was having trouble figuring out why the Federation was striking some Wyndhams and not others. The only thing which stood out was the Wyndhams which were attacked by the Federation seemed to be closer to the Euros coalition side of the sea. That suggested the Federation's actions could have something to do with territory, but that still seemed an odd explanation. Then again, getting much of any explanation for the Federation's actions was a rare thing. It was a major part of what made the Federation as mysterious as it was seen, the lack of explanation for what they did. It was after 2 Omni cruisers broke off from the main enemy fleet heading for the area where the Wyndhams were being shot at by the Federation that Ayla witnessed something even stranger. Much like the Wyndhams being attacked by the Federation, the 2 Omni cruisers were fired upon by what appeared to be the vessels in the Federation's patrol. The 2 Omni ships came under fire only after they seemed to get close enough to the Federation's side of the Mediterranean Sea. It lent credence to the idea that the Federation was attacking some of Omni due to some sort of territorial reason. But that was still an unusual reason for the Federation to do what they were, it wasn't their normal style. However, as Ayla thought about recent events, she wondered if this could be a potential change/response to the Alliance assaulting Asgard. It was never if there would be responses from the Federation in relation to the Alliance for their attack on Asgard. As far as Ayla had heard, ZAFT Intel hadn't been able to gather much information on what the Federation had been doing about the Alliance since Asgard. But locking down their borders would certainly be reasonable for the Federation to do. And to treat the Alliance's Omni forces as hostile targets within their borders would make general sense. There was a way to strengthen that assumption that Ayla could think of. She got back on a channel to the Minerva. Minerva, can you look and see if the 2 Omni cruisers which are under attack by the Federation are in neutral or Federation territory? Arthur turned to gaze at Talia, hoping she may have an idea as to what Ayla could be getting at. What she was asking didn't really have much to do with the ongoing operation as far as Arthur could think of. What does that have to do with anything? Arthur inquired. The Federation attacking some of the Omni forces doesn't affect us or the operation. While Arthur had a point, Talia was curious as to what Ayla was trying to confirm or dismiss. As long as Talia had known Ayla, she'd found that the female pilot had quite the intuition. And it sounded like Ayla had an idea for why the Federation appeared to be striking at some of Omni and not others. Talia glanced over at Bert. Are the enemy ships that Ayla is referring to in neutral territory or not, Bert? She questioned. If we can determine why the Federation is attacking Omni, perhaps we can predict them in the future. Bert found the 2 Omni cruisers that Miss Lakeen had been referring to before the captain had asked her question. He had been curious as well about what Miss Lakeen was getting at with asking about the specific Omni vessels. And when he looked closely at where the two Omni cruisers were positioned, Bert had to blink. The two ships were on the Federation side of the territorial line which divided the Mediterranean Sea. That fact would have normally been nothing to worry about for any before now. The Federation, while sticklers about their territory, they didn't shoot at those from the other two factions for just crossing the border. So, that the Federation was attacking those that seemed to cross the border to their side was a seriously worrisome change. They are on the Federation side of the border line, ma'am, Bert replied. It appears like the Gundams which are being shot at look to be there as well. The answer was about what Talia expected from Bert with what Ayla had asked. The actions of the Federation could be explained as a potential response to the Alliance's assault on Asgard. ZAFT intelligence hadn't been able to get accurate information on what the Federation had been doing in response to the Alliance's assault that Talia had heard. But locking down their borders would make sense for the Federation after the assault. However, for that to go to attacking Omni should they cross into Federation territory seemed a tad extreme for the Federation's normal behavior. Although Talia couldn't deny it would certainly be a stark message for the Federation to send to the Alliance. It would say to the Alliance their warmongering behavior wouldn't be tolerated by the Federation. If this is the change that comes from pushing the Federation hard, then it is certainly concerning, Talia muttered to herself. She then picked up her phone. Ayla, I would say your assumption is on point. Have our mobile suits move forward with that in mind. I doubt the Federation would fire upon ZAFT at this point, but I would rather not risk the idea to find out right now. Talia knew it would be best if the message was spread around that ZAFT do what they could not to cross the border into Federation territory for the time being. She didn't think the Federation would attack ZAFT at this time, but Talia couldn't guarantee that assumption. She didn't want to have the Minerva or others take the risk right now to test the Federation's patience. Thus, Talia put her phone down and turned to Arthur. Arthur, see if you can get the message to our allies that it is best we stick to the neutral side of the border as we are able. The Federation may have reason to attack Omni forces. I think it is in our best interest not to give them one to potentially attack ZAFT. Arthur didn't like what the captain was implying about the Federation being on edge enough to attack others who simply crossed into their territory. The Alliance's assault on Asgard had been messy, even before the Minerva had arrived and certainly had become so after the Minerva had stepped into it. But for the Federation to lash out at the Alliance for stepping into their territory seemed kind of extreme for them. However, ZAFT didn't have anywhere near as bad a standing with the Federation as the Alliance did. So, ZAFT should be okay during the ongoing operation as the Federation had little to no reason to attack them. Yet, Arthur saw the logic that Talia was going with, and he agreed with it. Understood ma'am, Arthur answered, I'll pass along the message. The battle between ZAFT and Omni kept going even with the Federation striking Omni forces that crossed into their territory. It was close to an hour before ZAFT's landing forces that had descended down got to their allies. Not all of ZAFT's landing forces had made it to their allies. The two Omni fleets which were positioned in opposition to Carpentaria and Gibraltar had managed to take down some of ZAFT's landing forces. But more than 65% of ZAFT's landing forces had made it through the Alliance's attempts to stop them. ZAFT did note the Federation's behavior during the operation with them attacking some Omni forces. Some reports detailed that it seemed the Federation was attacking Omni forces that came into their territory. However, there wasn't enough solid data to confirm if that was the reason the Federation had been attacking some of Omni's forces. ZAFT's landing forces were brought by their allies to Gibraltar and Carpentaria. In the days after Operation Spear of Twilight took place, the current tensions calmed somewhat around Earth. And while tensions calmed a bit, that didn't improve circumstances in general for ZAFT. The reinforcements from the operation were certainly appreciated as they did help. Many which landed on Earth were sent to other ZAFT bases and controlled territories from Carpentaria and Gibraltar. This was done as had been planned to reinforce and solidify ZAFT's positions on Earth. The reasoning for this was to prepare for what the Alliance would do next, and it was even more important now than before. The Alliance had proven in the last few weeks that its standing and general behavior had changed from what it had been. The attack on Armory 1 and then their blaming of the plants for the Break the World incident had been the first public signs of that. Omni's attempted nuclear strike had ignited the flames of conflict. Their assault on the Federation at their Asgard base fanned the flames. It was becoming clear that another war was on the horizon in the very near future. ZAFT wanted to be as prepared as possible for what the Alliance would do and counter it. And it wasn't just for their citizens that ZAFT was making sure their defense and response was as ready as it could be. It was also for the innocent bystanders who could be caught in the crossfire. With the operation being over, the communications blackout was finally lifted among ZAFT bases. The blackout had been in place, so the Alliance didn't potentially get wind of the Spear of Twilight operation before it was in motion. Granted, the Alliance had scrambled what forces they could to intercept the descending forces. However, it had been less than if the Alliance had been aware of the operation and had time to prepare a counterattack. But with the blackout gone, those on Earth within ZAFT could contact their loved ones living among the plants. And many of the ZAFT personnel didn't waste the chance to communicate with their families. Shin wasn't one of those that was in a rush to reach out to his family. He'd gotten that chance earlier thanks to Commander McGregor making those arrangements while he'd been on the Normandy. But he could certainly understand the wish to talk to loved ones and family which others in ZAFT were rushing to do. The talk he'd gotten with his family had been a good one for Shin. He'd assured them he was fine even though he hadn't been away from the Minerva at the time. His mother had been worried when Shin had mentioned he was away from the Minerva, but he had promised her he was safe. That had of course been before the Alliance's assault on Asgard had come up. But the battle was unlikely public knowledge other than the Alliance had tried attacking Asgard, few other details beyond that. The other part of the conversation Shin had with his family back at the time had involved him piloting a mobile suit for ZAFT. Shin had originally signed up to be a pilot when enlisting in ZAFT. Yet with his written test scores, he hadn't been sure he would be assigned a red suit rather than a green. He felt that his practical score was what had saved him from being relegated to being a ZAFT green. That much he'd mentioned to his family, more in passing than anything else. However, when he had mentioned he had been piloting a Gundam type for a little while, his sister Mayu's excitement had taken over. He'd tried saying it was more a temporary thing, but Mayu wouldn't let him say that. Mayu had just gone on saying how cool it was for her brother to be a Gundam pilot for ZAFT. It had been even harder for Shin to correct the point when his sister says how proud she would be telling her friends that Shin was using a Gundam. Nevertheless, Shin expected that him piloting the Impulse would soon come to an end. Ayla had recovered from what had happened to her around Armory 1. Shin didn't kid himself with the wish of him remaining the Impulse's pilot. With Ayla's health better, she would more than likely go back to being the Impulse's pilot. Mr. Dems would be put as the primary pilot for the Osiris as had been originally planned by his and Ayla's words. And so, Shin would be back to working with a ZAKU and being a backup Gundam pilot as the situation required. Not that Shin had an issue with piloting a ZAKU or anything, the model was fine and worked for most situations. But working with a Gundam had been a real eye-opening experience for him. It had been like Shin could fully stretch his skills in a way he hadn't known he could before. Shin couldn't help but wonder if he would get the chance to work with a Gundam again and stretch himself like the Impulse had allowed him to do. Shin headed back to the quarters that he shared with Ray so he could perhaps relax and maybe get some sleep while waiting for the Minerva got new orders. Ray was out, Shin recalled him saying that he was going to Gibraltar for the day. So, he entered their quarters and took a seat at the desk thinking on what was ahead for him in the near future. At the same time, Ayla was looking for Shin so she could inform him of Talia's decision on his position as a pilot. Talia had made the decision to have Shin as one of the Gundam pilots in the rotation which Ayla and Matt had been a part of. Since Talia was busy with other things, Ayla had volunteered to inform Shin of the change in his standing. However, after the Minerva and the other Gibraltar forces returned to the base, things had become chaotic. There had been a communications blackout in place for a little over 2 weeks before the Spear of Twilight operation. But now the operation was completed, the blackout had been lifted so that ZAFT personnel could reach out to their loved ones. Yet the blackout being lifted had caused an amount of the chaos which was going around the Gibraltar base. And because of that chaos, it had become harder to find specific individuals. At least, Ayla hadn't seen Shin among those rushing to use communication lines like most had been. Nevertheless, Ayla wanted to inform Shin of the change in his piloting status for the Minerva. Matt was helping Arthur manage the flood of requests for a line out to the plants while Ayla was searching for Shin. The change was essentially a promotion for Shin, and he should be told of it. Shin did really deserve the position of Gundam pilot in Ayla's opinion. He had proven he had the skills and the resolve needed and expected of a Gundam pilot. It was sad that those on the National Defense Committee hadn't noticed the potential Shin had. Either that or they didn't see him worth the time to give him so he could develop his potential. Regardless of which it could be, Shin would be given the opportunity to pilot a Gundam going forward. She couldn't say how Captain McGregor would get the National Defense Committee to not step in, but Ayla felt the guy would follow through on what he said. That thought didn't make Ayla not wonder what McGregor could possibly do to get the National Defense Committee to leave Shin alone. It was 10 minutes later that Ayla had come to the door to the quarters that Shin shared with Ray. It was one of the last places that Ayla hadn't checked for the young man around the Minerva. There was no record of Shin leaving the ship to go inside the Gibraltar base since the Minerva had returned. Thus, it was extremely likely Shin hadn't left the ship when others had after the Minerva got back to Gibraltar. Ray had gone into Gibraltar so he wouldn't be around the ship or in his quarters. That meant if Shin was in their quarters, it would just be him. That would work out as Ayla felt Shin should be the first among the other pilots to know of the change in his position. So, Ayla knocked on the door to the double regular crew quarters and waited. Shin glanced up when he heard the knock on the door. He wondered who would be coming by at this time. With the Minerva in dock, about half the crew had disembarked and gone into Gibraltar as far as Shin was aware. So, there would be few that would come by that Shin could think of. Ray was the one that was called upon more often than Shin, so most came to see him. Not that Shin had a problem with that, Ray had better people skills and helped people more which had many coming to him. Shin did try to do what he could to help, but his attempts were more on smaller things. Plus, Shin didn't have the connections that Ray seemed to have to use to help with odd circumstances. Anyone could glance at the duty records to see Ray was off the Minerva currently. Thus, Shin couldn't think of a reason anyone would have to come and see him. So, Shin got up from the desk and went to the door to see who it could be knocking. When the door opened, Shin was kind of shocked to see Ayla standing there. Shin couldn't come up with a reason Ayla had come to see him. He hadn't done anything wrong that he could think of recently. As the team lead for the Minerva, Ayla was also responsible for general behavior correction with the pilots. However, Shin felt that his behavior and performance had been great. His time away from the Minerva had been different, but none on the Normandy had said anything to imply Shin's behavior needed to be changed. The debrief that Shin had with Captain Gladys had gone fine by what he had seen. The captain had said his behavior while away had been exemplary. So, Shin couldn't figure out a reason for Ayla to be here to see him at this time. "Oh, hey Ayla," Shin greeted, "what brings you to see me?" Ayla could tell Shin seemed to be confused with her visit. She was here to bring him what most would see as good news with the promotion to Gundam pilot. But with how reserved Shin had shown himself to be when not in the cockpit, Ayla could understand how this may appear to him. She wondered if it was his reservedness was one of the things which had the National Defense Committee not assigning Shin to a Gundam type. His skills and talents should have had those who scouted pilots overlook his age and inexperience. "There is no need to worry about my visit, Shin," Ayla remarked. "I'm not here to call you out on anything. Not with how your behavior had been exemplary while you've been away from the Minerva. I would assume the captain said something to that effect during your debrief." Ayla paused for a moment. "How about we go in and have a seat and I'll tell you what I want to talk to you about." Shin stepped aside to let Ayla in before he headed for his bunk. It was to offer Ayla the chair at the desk that Shin took his bunk for a seat. Ayla took the seat at the desk as Shin was offering by taking a seat on his bunk. She faced Shin, who was looking toward the floor at the moment. Ayla took a breath and began, "I say again Shin, you're not in trouble. If anything, I am here to give you some good news." Shin's head rose at hearing Ayla say she was there to give him good news. He couldn't think of anything that would be considered good news for him in the present or near future. If anything, the expected news he was faced with was being put back to one of the Minerva's ZAKUs rather than remaining with the Impulse. "Oh," Shin replied, "and what news would that be, ma'am?" Ayla could see that Shin didn't believe there was good news for him at the moment. She could sympathize with him after coming back to the Minerva. If not for the field promotion from Talia, Shin would be put back with a mass production ZAKU. That was a downturn from the Impulse which Shin had been using. Should it be up to the National Defense Committee, that would be what Shin would face. However, with what McGregor had promised to do, it gave the opportunity to Shin to really be a Gundam pilot. "Your position as a pilot for the Minerva will change somewhat in a good way." Ayla paused for a moment. "While I don't doubt you believe you'll go back to using a ZAKU, let me give you the rundown of the point. There may be times where you will pilot a ZAKU, you will actually be in the rotation to work with the Gundams the Minerva has." Shin blinked at hearing what Ayla had just said about him being in the rotation for piloting a Gundam. That hadn't been what he'd been expecting to hear from Ayla at all. Not to say that Shin was against being in the rotation for piloting a Gundam if given the opportunity. It was far better than being assigned to a ZAKU with little to no chance of that changing for him in the foreseeable future. But Shin's hope could be getting the better of him, so he wanted to make sure he'd heard correctly. "Did you just say I would be in the rotation to work with one of the Minerva's Gundams?" he asked. Ayla nodded in response. "You heard me correctly, Shin," she answered. "You will be in the rotation with Matt and I to work with the Minerva's Gundams." Shin wasn't against being in the lineup for using one of the two Gundams that the Minerva had to work with right now. But he was still having trouble figuring out how someone like him was even being considered for anything more than a backup Gundam pilot. Whether one became or was assigned as a Gundam pilot was determined by those on the National Defense Committee as far as Shin understood. Shin was under no illusion that his age and inexperience didn't help him with potentially being paired with a Gundam when it came to the National Defense Committee. He didn't see anything which would change his standing with the committee that came to Shin's mind. Even taking into account Shin's time away from the Minerva around the Federation, he didn't think that would make a difference. From what Captain Gladys had said, his time away would be seen as off-the-books time and not be on his record. Thus, his work around Asgard wouldn't be able to help him in the eyes of the National Defense Committee. Nevertheless, by the way that Ayla had worded her reply, Shin wondered if it meant he may be expected to use the Osiris and or the Impulse. Shin wasn't as familiar with the Osiris as he was with the Impulse. Not that Shin felt he couldn't learn and work with the Osiris, he would just need the time to do that. But his training from Ayla had been for the Impulse and not the other Gundams which had been assigned to the Minerva. More training and simulated training for him and Ray were meant to take place when the Minerva had been originally scheduled to ship out. The plan had been that the other primary Gundam pilots would give pointers and time to Shin and Ray while the Minerva was not on active duty. Thus, Shin and Ray would be able to pilot any of the Minerva's Gundams if called upon. The theft had wrecked that plan and made it moot with only the Osiris and Impulse on the Minerva. There had been primary Gundam pilots to machines with Ayla injured around Armory 1. Yet now there were 3 in the rotation and 2 machines to use, so one would be in a ZAKU during combat. A/N. That is where I'll leave off for this phase. Let me start off with my apology with the time frame and an announcement for this story. I'm sorry this phase took so long, life has been hectic for me as of late. Because of that, continuing for the foreseeable future, I will update this story as I can, but it won't be as regular as it has been. I apologize in advance for that, but I would rather be honest than promise things that I can't hold myself to. I make this clear, this story is not dead in any way. It is just that having the time to sit down and write is harder to come by for me right now. Let's move on to the highlights and explanations for this phase. Overall, this phase was a filler for the Minerva's journey from Asgard to just before Canon's episode 17. I know that is out of order of what Canon establishes, but my story is not canon, so I can rearrange events as I see fit. But let's get to the details and scenes which I want to go over with you readers. The first scene, which has the Minerva arriving at Gibraltar, as a couple of points I want to expand upon. Let's start with Talia's recounting. Remember, the Minerva is returning from an off-the-books task it headed out upon. With that in mind, nothing they did around Asgard will ever be admitted officially by those in ZAFT. That doesn't mean the Alliance's assault on Asgard isn't worrisome to those like Talia and the implications that come with it. As was stated in the last phase, the things which those on the Minerva had seen were concerning. The view of Federation technology and equipment is something that ZAFT really hasn't gotten before the assault on Asgard. Talia and others on the Minerva notice that the Federation have means to combat Gundams more effectively than ZAFT and the Alliance do. The other big thing is the change in the Alliance's behavior in attacking the Federation. That change in behavior is important, so I see the need to repeat the point as it plays into the coming on of the war. Upon returning to Gibraltar after what went down at Asgard, Talia and some others notice there is more tension than when they left. Talia of course goes and reports to those at Gibraltar, which luckily is the same one she talked to before the Minerva left. The reporting scene does have a few things I want to point out for you readers. I want to start with a character point with Talia Gladys, which I believe is often skewed over in canon. She is honest and doesn't sugarcoat things when reporting what happens with the Minerva. It may be an expectation of her as a captain, but I still think it is an important quality to notice nonetheless. The next point is more an implication mentioned which at what Gibraltar saw of the Alliance's assault. Parts of the assault would be visible from a distance, like the ground-to-orbit cannon shots. However, ZAFT forces couldn't get close enough to get creditable information on the battle. With Talia's report, Hersey is able to put together a loose picture of what had happened around Asgard. From the perspective of ZAFT, the Alliance's assault was bad, but there was more to the point than it just being bad. The fact that the Alliance would attack the Federation, let alone their Asgard base, is more than worrisome. However, with not being able to get very close to the base, they couldn't see the battle that well. Thus, Talia's report is valuable for ZAFT as it is from a view that they didn't have at all. I would point out that it is implied ZAFT isn't waving off the chance they may have to go against the Federation's military at some point in the future. So, any information upon the Federation's level of technology is welcome to ZAFT. I also wanted to show there are those that would support Talia's decisions with the Minerva going to Asgard. Remember, with tries gone, the thoughts and choices of the higher-ups is far less clear. But on to the other half of the conversation, which is about ZAFT's Spear of Twilight operation. So, the Spear of Twilight operations, as was in canon, is for reinforcing ZAFT positions on Earth. It was planned before the attack by the Alliance on Asgard, but that assault shows a change in behavior which is taken into account. For the operation, there are 2 main drop points, as you readers heard, which were Gibraltar and Carpentaria. And with the Alliance being more active, the need to get the reinforcements down to Earth for ZAFT before counters can be put in place is the motivation to accelerate the operation. Thus, Talia is being informed of the operation being pushed forward as the Minerva hadn't been in the loop going to Asgard. She may have expected the operation to move forward with the assault on Asgard, but not as quick as it was. The Minerva is expected to participate in the operation as it was before, of course. Moving on to the next scene with the Supreme Council, as there is some stuff with that which I want to highlight. I want to point out in this scene something about Gilbert Durandal. I know he is seen as a manipulating punk in canon, but I ask you to not be so quick to think he is the same in my story. I say canon misses this point, but I don't want to think Gilbert started out as a manipulator. He had principles he held to before the war did what it did. And in my story, Gilbert is also a student of Tyler's father and very much respected Lance Blass. Put simply, Gilbert isn't an idiot or an individual like Gibril is at this point in time. He is smarter than most give him credit for, especially canon. As an example, Gilbert can see the behind-the-scenes things which the public normally doesn't and applies logical thinking to that. He isn't like Chairman Zayla and reactionary and blinded by hate. Now, moving to the actual Spear of Twilight operation, which is around a third of this phase. ZAFT knows the importance of the operation. Reinforcements are required to solidify ZAFT positions on Earth to counter the Alliance there. The end of the Alliance plant war may have restored territory to what it had been, but that doesn't mean the Alliance hasn't been eyeing gaining more territory for themselves. Thus, the plant's National Defense Committee pushed for the operation to ready ZAFT for the conflict. The flip side of this are the Alliance's side, enemy forces getting reinforcement. The Alliance doesn't want ZAFT to get more force to work with on Earth. And to prevent any ZAFT forces slipping down to Earth without Omni knowing about it, there were sensor equipment put in place after the Alliance plant war. With the Alliance losing against the Federation, they aren't about to let ZAFT get a better position for themselves. So, the Alliance was quick to move to counter ZAFT dropping forces. ZAFT forces from both the bases head out to help their drop forces to get past the Alliance forces, of course. I want to point out the Federation's response in this battle. I know those who had read up to this point aren't surprised with what the Federation did. It should be established fact that the Federation doesn't wave off attacks on them regardless who does it. The Alliance assaulted Asgard, and it failed, but there was more fallout from that. Whether the Alliance officially didn't declare war on the Federation, their attack on Asgard essentially declared war on the Federation. Thus, the Federation isn't about to let Omni forces in their territory and do nothing about it. However, I would remind you readers, the Federation doesn't state reasons why they do things to the other factions if there isn't a valid reason to do so. ZAFT notices the Federation attacking some of Omni's mobile suits and later on ships. I wanted to move to the last scene in the phase. I want to point out Shin's view of the current situation. I don't think that any would question Shin is a skilled pilot, but ZAFT has their way of testing and judging such. Shin's written test scores weren't the best, I won't lie about that. But his practical test scores made up for the written scores. And remember, Shin was assigned to the Minerva as a backup pilot for Gundams, not a primary one. We know that is going to change, but Shin isn't aware of that yet. So, he is going on the assumption Ayla would go back to being the Impulse's pilot while Matt will use the Osiris. Thus, he would go back to using a ZAKU during combat as far as he knows. However, I would point out the experience and change in perspective Shin has gotten piloting the Impulse. He was able to use his skills more than he had been in a ZAKU. That is a sign of a potential Gundam pilot. Then we move to the conversation between Shin and Ayla, which changed things for Shin. But before I get to the conversation, I want to touch on Ayla's view as she is looking for Shin. She has seen the potential Shin has even if higher-ups have not seen the really fine Shin truly is. You readers understand Shin is a heck of a pilot, but remember, the number of Gundams are limited per faction, so pilots are chosen carefully. Ayla hasn't forgotten about Talia saying Tyler would do something to make sure the committee would not interfere. But she doesn't know Tyler's ability to get things done as we do. Yet, she can't help but wonder what Tyler can do to help Shin not be struck down by the committee. Now, back to the conversation between the two. Ayla tells Shin that he will be in the Gundam rotation. That implies more than you readers may think on the face of it. That does mean Shin may in future use the Osiris. I'm toying around with the idea currently. However, that can mean he can be put to a ZAKU as well, so don't be snarling at me should that happen in future. In conclusion for this phase, I apologize again for it taking so long. I also echo this story will unfortunately not be updated regularly as it has been for the time being due to the lack of time for me to write right now. Life is just hectic and just won't allow me to write as I would like at this time. As always, I ask some of you readers to take the time and write a review and tell me what you think of this phase and story, ask questions or give constructive suggestions how to improve my writing in this story. I am working on the next phase, I assure you, I just can't say how long it will take right now. Peace out until the next phase. Chapter 81, Phase 84, In Lands of Bondage. A/N. Okay, yes, I'm back after a long hiatus. I will keep working on this story as I can with life as it is. Thank you for your patience with me not working on this story for a bit. Phase 84, In Lands of Bondage. November 10, 73 CE. ZAFT Gibraltar Base. Days passed since the Spear of Twilight operation, but ZAFT was not idle during that time. The landing forces that had made it through the Alliance's interception attempts were brought back to Gibraltar and Carpentaria. From those two bases, forces were sent to other bases and positions which ZAFT were holding currently. With the Alliance's recent push for serious activity on Earth, the National Defense Committee had insisted on strengthening ZAFT's positions to counter that. ZAFT had made a few gains since the Alliance plant war in the African community. There were some possibilities of gains in the Middle Eastern area through helping the locals who were under the rule of the Alliance. Operations were in the works to potentially set up a liberation of local communities in the Middle East from the tyranny of the Alliance. In order to assist in potential operations, more of the landing forces were sent to bases in the African community, especially those close to the Middle Eastern area of the Eurasian Federation. After the days since the Spear of Twilight, the Minerva was fully repaired from the damage taken fending off the Alliance interception attempts. It was given order to head out to the ZAFT base near the Middle Eastern area. From what Talia understood, the Mahamel base, which would be the Minerva's destination per orders, was meant to be a counter to Omni's Suez base. That was the largest alliance base in the northern part of the African community. It was Omni's main and critical supply hub for operations in the African community and Eurasian Federation. ZAFT had been trying to come up with a way to disable the Suez base, but there had been no success in that yet. For the Minerva to be sent to the Mahamel base made Talia wonder what her ship would be doing in the area. She hadn't heard of anything serious going down in the region as of late, but that didn't mean much these days. By what ZAFT intel said, the Alliance had some sort of base which established control over the passage over land to the east of Suez. Talia had brought up the intel report on the idea and hadn't liked the lack of info or what was in the report. The Alliance's Suez base was troublesome, she wouldn't deny that. However, others were saying that the Alliance planned to use it as an operations base to attack Gibraltar. Talia didn't agree with that idea, as that would have Omni forces in Federation territory. The Spear of Twilight operation had shown the Federation wouldn't tolerate Omni in their territory regardless of their stated reason until further notice. Then there was the other Alliance base that was northeast of Suez that the Mahamel had been investigating. The Gulnahan Ravine was what the Alliance had named the passage to the majority of the Eurasian Federation's territory. It was in one of the widest canyons that would lead into the Eurasian Federation with the terrain in the general area. But something in Talia said the Alliance base had something to do with the Minerva's new orders. She just hoped that if that was the case, those at Mahamel had some sort of loose plan to go against the Alliance's base. The reports didn't have a great deal on the Alliance base and Talia didn't like that point. The Minerva set out from Gibraltar the following morning after Talia received the new orders. The journey from Gibraltar through the Mediterranean Sea was as peaceful as it could be with no encounters with Omni forces. At the eastern end of the sea, the Minerva turned to the northeast on its path to the Black Sea. At that sea, the Minerva would turn south to the ZAFT base. Mahamel was on the inside coast of what had been called the Persian Gulf before the Reconstruction War. From what Talia had seen from the report she read, the Alliance Gulnahan Ravine was to the north-northeast of the ZAFT bases, a reasonable distance. And the part of the Minerva's journey to the Mahamel base that crossed what was technically Alliance territory shouldn't be horrible. The Alliance tended to ignore ZAFT forces going to the Mahamel base, at least they did for the time being. The Minerva arrived at the Mahamel base by late evening the same day it set out from Gibraltar. As the Minerva moved into the dock it was directed to, Talia took in what she could see of the base. Most of the vessels at the base's docking facilities were land-class ships, like the Compton, Lesseps, and Petrie classes. There were more Petrie and Compton classes than Lesseps that Talia could see. The base also had subs at the docks at the shorelines, which looked to be some Voskilov, but mostly supply subs from the view Talia got. However, the thing which Talia noticed the most was the serious air around the base. This was one of the smaller bases ZAFT had on Earth, though that didn't detract from its strategic importance for the region. So, Talia didn't see a reason for there to be a serious air beyond whatever the Minerva had been sent here to help with. With the morning came, Talia had Ayla and Matt stand as in charge of the Minerva while she and Arthur went to the briefing for the operation. In the briefing, the commandant of the base, whose name was Joachim Ruddle, gave the rundown of what the operation was to accomplish. Talia listened to the general rundown of what was planned and was concerned with the idea. The operation was to have ZAFT forces break through the Alliance's Gulnahan Ravine in essence. The goal was to disrupt the Alliance's supply line to their Eurasian Federation in general. Tactically it would give an advantage for ZAFT and deal a blow to the Alliance, specifically those from the Eurasian Federation. The objective wasn't what Talia had an issue with, for it made tactical sense to her to accomplish the point. The best way to do harm to the Alliance and yet avoid potentially killing innocent civilians was to strike the supply lines they used. Going against Omni's Suez base would be a far more involved operation which was in the works from what Talia understood. So, the passage that was a shipping lane for the Eurasian Federation was a clear target which could be hit. Commandant Ruddle gave more details than what the intel report Talia had read contained, and those details were what concerned her. The Alliance had quite the setup for their base which the operation would go against. The Gulnahan Ravine provided natural land formations which forced any approaching to either go down the ravine or travel above it. Because of that, the Alliance had an anti-air system which made approaching from above the ravine very hazardous. That in essence forced any large vessels or craft to use the ravine to make its way through the area and get to the other side of the ravine. With that in mind, the Alliance had set up their base and its defenses to be able to attack any coming through the ravine and take them down before getting to the other side. The most problematic part of the base's offensive option was the Lohengrin positron blaster cannon battery Omni had put in place which overlooked the ravine. Mobile suits were the additional defense and counter the Alliance had for the base which guarded the ravine. Talia wanted to ask if there was any way which the positron battery could be disabled but was beaten to it by one of the other captains involved in this operation. The answer wasn't what Talia hoped for, as the commandant essentially answered there was not. The Alliance had been smart and had the power plants which supplied their defenses, including the positron cannon behind the base. That essentially made them unreachable during the operation. So, the positron battery had to be seen as a dangerous factor in the operation. However, the commandant did say they would be getting help from locals. Apparently, the Alliance had been encouraging locals to help construct and expand the base, or rather they had been forcing them and not admitting that point. Talia hoped that whatever the inside help they would be getting would be able to help with doing something about the position cannon. The Minerva would be the ship picking up the contact from the locals who would be giving more details. All in all, the briefing painted a picture which most there were concerned about. But the National Defense Committee had said dealing with the Alliance base was an important step for ZAFT's response. 2 Compton classes along with the Minerva would be leading the operation. 4 Petrie classes would also be with the task force that would participate in the operation. There was a secondary task force being prepared if the worst happened and the first task force failed or was wiped out. Talia could tell that even when it wasn't mentioned, losses in this operation were expected rather than hoped to be avoided. It said how dangerous the operation would be but also how important it was being classified as by higher UPS. Talia and Arthur returned to the Minerva after the briefing. They discussed the planned operation as they headed back to the ship. Arthur hadn't liked what had been brought up during the briefing by the Commandant and others. The operation sounded like it would be more than just dangerous, but lethal should things go in a bad direction. The Minerva had managed to respond well enough against what it had faced thus far. But it hadn't assaulted an enemy base like this operation planned to do. "I don't know about you, ma'am," Arthur said, "but this operation is sounding and seeming riskier the more I consider what information we were given in the briefing. I can understand the benefit of disrupting the Alliance's supply line, it would definitely help those in the area, and Carpentaria I would imagine. But this Alliance base they had in the Gulnahan ravine sounds like it is positioned to counter those who come down the ravine effectively." Talia could see where Arthur was coming from, and she didn't disagree with what he was saying. The assault on the Alliance's Lohengrin Gate was going to be anything but simple and straightforward. The Alliance was positioned to overwhelm and destroy those that came down the ravine they didn't like. And with how aggressive the Alliance had become recently, Talia feared there would be more than just the positron blaster battery to deal with in the operation. ZAFT Intel had brought back rumors that Omni had possibly developed new model mobile armors with new technology. What that could mean, Talia couldn't say, but she doubted it would be much longer before ZAFT saw if there was truth to those rumors. She was more worried what new technologies the Alliance could have developed and not used yet. During the Alliance's assault on Asgard, Talia had noticed the Federation had employed new technology which they hadn't used in the Alliance plant war. Their ground-to-orbit cannons were just one example of where technology could be going. They also seemed to have shields that prevented bombardments as well. The Alliance and Federation had shown prototype deflection technology at the end of the Alliance plant war. Talia doubted the Alliance hadn't worked to develop that idea alone further. Talia couldn't see Omni letting ZAFT take or defeat their hold on the Gulnahan ravine without a hard fight. There was also the potential factor of the Federation getting involved during the operation. It was an opportunity for them which they could take to punish the Alliance for what they had been doing. However, Talia didn't think the chances of the Federation showing up to be all that high. There was little reason for them to move and attack the Alliance's base. It was a distance from the border of the Federation's Equatorial Union, so it didn't involve their territory directly. In the end, Talia ended out sighing. "You are not the only one who has serious concerns about the operation, Arthur," she replied. "There are a lot of factors going into this which are questionable. The Alliance isn't going to let their base fall without them fighting to prevent that from happening. And I fear they see nothing wrong with using whatever methods they can employ to obtain victory." She paused for a moment, then continued, "But as we stated, we will be picking up a local contact which hopefully give us more information. The locals should know more, and it is my wish that they may have something we could use to make the operation more likely to be successful." The two boarded the Minerva and Talia mentioned to Ayla and Matt they would be making a slight detour along the way to the Gulnahan ravine. Ayla could see whatever had been said in the briefing hadn't been the nicest. Talia did give a general summary of the briefing which didn't help Ayla or Matt feel any better about the operation. By what Talia was saying to them, the operation almost sounded along the lines of a suicide mission. If the local contact had good information, then that may change, and Ayla certainly hoped that would be the case. And as team lead, Ayla would be the one meeting the contact first among the Minerva's crew. Talia mentioned the contact would be driving a land vehicle which the Minerva would take on board. It made Ayla wonder how bad the Alliance had been treating the local people to have them not just risk helping ZAFT but do so willingly. At the same time the ZAFT task force was traveling from the Mahamel base, a young female teen was in a jeep racing toward the coordinates she'd been given. The teen's name was Connolly Almeda, and she was on her way to meet up with a group from ZAFT. She had neck-length brown hair normally set in a ponytail. She had aqua-colored eyes and slightly tanned skin from the sun exposure with the part of the world she lived in. Connolly had a height of 147 centimeters, so learning how to drive had been a simple matter of picking up the skill and practicing it. Connolly had been selected by those who were leading her home village to go and meet with ZAFT in the hopes they would help. Because of her young age of 14 and that she was a girl had the Alliance keeping less of an eye on her all the time. The horrible Alliance personnel ignored or worse raped the women from the village depending on their age. Should nothing change, Connolly would be a target for rape the day she turned 16. Connolly didn't like that she'd been the one to be chosen to deliver info to ZAFT rather than stay around her home village and help the efforts against the Alliance. Her father was one of those leading the village which all listened to. He was keeping things from going really bad and everyone getting massacred. Those who were in their teens, like Connolly, were either in hiding, forced to work, or had run to get help. Most girls like Connolly went into hiding in the caves and other places the Alliance didn't check often. The boys were either dragged off to work on the Alliance's base when they were 15 or 16 or had run to try and get help. Connolly could only think that one of the boys that had escaped had gotten to some within ZAFT for the organization to say they would try and help. Her older brother and a few others had said they would go to the Equatorial Union and beg for assistance from the Federation. Connolly respected and loved her brother and hadn't wanted him and the rest of his group to leave. However, she had understood why they had volunteered to go for help. She and others could only wish them luck and see them off in the middle of the night when they had made their escape. Honestly, with the change which had come with the Alliance personnel in the last 6 months or so, Connolly knew the village needed help more than ever. The Alliance had become rougher and truthfully, violent toward the villagers. They beat the men for little to no reason, saying ridiculous excuses as to why. There were now whispers that the Alliance would kill them all once the base was finished. And Connolly could believe they would be sick enough to do that with the violence they'd been showing over the last year, especially in the passing months. The hope of help had waned when the Alliance had said they killed a group of teens which they had caught. Connolly had assumed that group had been the one her brother had been with going for the Federation border. She had shed tears at hearing the Alliance boast of how they had murdered the teens they had caught. The thirst for vengeance had been burning in her to get back at the Alliance for her father and the others. But her father had told her to be patient and not lash out at the Alliance visibly. That led to the current situation Connolly found herself in. Those that had been going to get help from the Federation had been killed in their attempt. Sending more to try again would be expected by the Alliance, so those from the village couldn't do that right away. That left assistance from ZAFT as the only avenue the village had left to go with before possibly being slaughtered by the Alliance. Connolly only could pray ZAFT could use her info to free the village from Alliance suppression. The hope she had months ago had been fading and was almost gone with her brother and his group being murdered. The village had little if any other options than to hope ZAFT could help them. They would rebel against the Alliance otherwise as a last resort or die trying to get free of the Alliance. So, Connolly was putting the last of her hope and the villages on giving ZAFT the info about the cave system that led to the Alliance's main weapon battery they used as a symbol of power. Connolly brought her jeep to a stop as she reached the overlook of where she was to meet up with the ZAFT group. She pulled out the comm device ZAFT had gotten to the village and put in the code that had been on the instruction with the device. As she did so, Connolly heard a rumbling. She glanced up and saw aircraft which the Alliance didn't use coming in her direction. A few minutes later, ships came into her view which she assumed she was to meet up with. The one in the lead was a grey and red ship and she figured that was the ship she was to board. She moved the jeep forward and drove it onto the sand, heading toward the lead ZAFT vessel. As Connolly was approaching the meeting point, the ZAFT task force was traveling towards the ravine's entrance. There was a stretch ahead of the ravine's entrance which was the place the local contact was to meet up with them. Marin informed Talia when she picked up the signal which was being expected from the local resistance contact. Talia told Malik to lower to the sand, then told Marin to lower the cargo lift so the contact could board the Minerva. She once again hoped that whatever info the contact had would help have success with the operation. As things stood, things would get messy the longer the operation went on. Connolly spotted a platform being lowered to the sand under the lead ZAFT ship. She floored the gas pedal and raced for the platform. She circled behind the platform in an arc before she raced onto it and hit the brakes. The platform began rising, and Connolly hoped again that ZAFT could do something to help the village. She didn't want everyone to die because of the Alliance. Too many had been murdered in different ways by the Alliance already. And Connolly was sure her village wasn't the only one the Alliance was abusing as they were hers. There were rumors the Federation's military was helping some. That was the reason her brother's group had headed toward the Federation's border. They had been sure they could convince the Federation to help the village. And Connolly had faith that had her brother and the others gotten to the Federation, they could have gotten their help. Yet, they had been killed before evening having the opportunity to beg for help. In the Minerva's hangar, Ayla was waiting for the cargo platform to come back up. Matt had gone to the briefing room along with the rest of the team and other mobile suits pilots involved in the operation. Ayla still wondered how bad the Alliance could have been to have the locals turn against them. The Alliance was already putting itself in a hard position with the Federation and ZAFT going against them. The Alliance couldn't afford turning much more against them and have good chances of being in a coming war for long. And Ayla didn't believe locals would agree with being a part of the Alliance's coming war. She was brought out of her thoughts when the platform come up and a jeep was on it. The single occupant in the driver's seat had Ayla blinking in surprise. The sight of a teenager, likely in their mid to young teen years, didn't sit right with Ayla. It brought a frown to Ayla's face as the girl looked younger than any of the Minerva's pilots. Heck, the girl appeared younger than any in the Minerva's crew. For a girl as young as the one Ayla was seeing to be involved with a local rebellion was both extremely sad and a horrible sign of the times. It was commendable that the girl had the bravery to come out and help ZAFT against the alliance. Ayla could only wonder about the girl's motivation to fight against the alliance. Ayla approached the jeep slowly, so she didn't potentially spook the girl. The girl likely had seen more horrible things than any teen should. Ayla didn't want to add to any trauma the girl could have experienced. "Hello," Ayla greeted. "I would assume that you are the one bringing us the intel from the locals." Connolly had pulled down her mask and shoved her goggles up to glance around the ship's hangar. Her gaze snapped to the voice and found a woman approaching her jeep. The woman was notably taller than Connolly herself and had a womanly figure which Connolly was starting to develop. Connolly would guess the woman was in her early 20s. She had long silver hair which framed her admittedly pretty face. The woman's light blue eyes had an expression of warmth but held concern behind them. Connolly had learned to read body language, more as a means of survival with Alliance personnel. "Yes, I'm the contact ZAFT was meeting up with," Connolly stated evenly. "Who are you?" Ayla could tell the girl was guarded with her answers. She could only imagine that it had come as a means of survival with being around Alliance personnel. Ayla couldn't help but also be curious about if this girl was sent because there wasn't anyone else or some other reason. Ayla bowed her head. "My name is Ayla Lakeen, I'm the mobile suit team leader for this ship," she returned. "I will also be one of those commanding on the field during the operation against the Alliance's base." Ayla smiled a bit, hoping it would help the girl be a bit more open and cooperative. "It is nice to meet you, but could I get your name so I can properly address you?" Connolly stared at Ayla for a bit, wondering about the woman in front of her. Should the woman be one of those leading ZAFT's operation against the Alliance, then she was one of those Connolly needed to work with. ZAFT's involvement going against the Alliance in the area was the best chance Connolly and her people had to gain freedom without shedding their own blood badly. There had already been several that had died trying to get to the Federation to plead for their help. And that blood spilled was only getting worse with each attempt there was to get some to the Federation. "My name is Connolly Almeda, Miss Lakeen," she replied. "I hope ZAFT can help us against the Alliance." Connolly hesitated for a moment. "We are running out of options and our hope is fading." Ayla could see desperation with the girl, which had her believing Miss Almeda was telling the truth as she knew it. It sounded like her people were more than suffering under the Alliance's rule. And Ayla didn't know if she wanted to be made aware just what the Alliance was doing to the locals. She felt for the girl's situation and the suffering she and her people were dealing with. If ZAFT helping them was seen as the last resort, then things had to be extremely bad for Miss Almeda's village. The girl was braver than Ayla had originally surmised coming to meet with the ZAFT task force. "You are brave to leave others you care about behind so you can try and help them," Ayla said. "I assure you, we will help your village as we can with going against the Alliance base." Ayla gestured to the hangar's entrance. "If you would follow me, we can go to the briefing and get down to shooing away the Alliance from your land." Meanwhile, pilots were gathering in the Minerva's briefing room for the battle plan for the operation. Matt was saving a seat for Ayla when she came with the local contact that was coming onto the Minerva. Ray was next to him waiting for the briefing to begin. Matt hadn't seen Shin or Luna Maria yet even when the time for pilots to assemble in the briefing room had been announced hours ago. He wasn't all that worried about Shin, for the kid had enough good behavior he would be in the room for the briefing. Hawk on the other hand, Matt wasn't as sure about if she would be consistent on following instructions. Just as Matt was about to ask Ray if he knew where the two were, they came into the room. Matt gestured for the two to take the seats next to Ray to wait for the briefing to begin. Shin took the seat that Mr. Dems had pointed to, still wondering about the coming operation. What had been said was the task force would be going against an Alliance base to the north of the Mahamel base. There was the rumor going around that they would be getting local cooperation, of some kind. There had been more detail of that, or if it was true. Shin hoped that in the briefing those participating would get more details of what they would be doing. He and Luna had been talking about what had been stated about the operation thus far along the way to the briefing room. "So, what does it mean that we're having local cooperation?" Shin questioned. "This base is in Alliance-controlled territory by what I understand." Luna Maria didn't know any more than Shin did about the operation. And she hadn't gotten the chance to talk to Ayla and see if she knew any more about the operation. Ayla had been busy with details involving the operation so wouldn't stop to talk. Luna hadn't wanted to ask Dems as she still didn't like him that much. She had promised Ayla she would try to work with the guy and follow instructions given by him on the field. That didn't mean she liked him any more than before, but she would do what she could for Ayla. "So," she shrugged, "I couldn't say," Luna replied. "The latest intelligence reports say that things in the area of the Gulnahan ravine have gotten bad since the Alliance took control over a year ago. But there isn't much more than that, so we don't know much detail." Matt could hear the two were discussing the rumors going about with the operation looming. It wasn't worth entertaining those as they would be confirmed or dismissed with what information the contact had hopefully. "We have a local contact coming on board the ship," Matt remarked. "They will hopefully give us more information about the Alliance base for the operation." It had been implied that whatever they have will be valuable and help us succeed. So, until the briefing begins, discussing rumors isn't worth it. Outside the briefing room Arthur was waiting for Ayla to bring the Minerva's guest. The contact would hopefully have good info that would seriously improve the chances of the operation's success. All the pilots involved in the operation were in the briefing room besides Ayla. So, when Arthur spotted Ayla coming up the corridor, he was relieved. He also saw there was a young teenage girl with her, which he assumed was the local contact. Arthur gestured Ayla and their guest to enter the briefing room. The three came into the briefing room, which acted as a signal to all inside to salute before taking their seats. Ayla and Connolly stood to the right side of the front of the room while Arthur went to the left of the main display. This briefing is for explain the finer details of the operation we are about to embark on. Arthur brought up a map of the general area. The operation is to break through the Earth Alliance's Lohengrin Gate, which is a critical part of the Alliance's main supply line. The operation will be conducting with the Ruddle and Midas teams. Arthur had the map being displayed zoom in on the Gulnahan Ravine and the Alliance base at the end of it. The majority of the operation would take place in what was being displayed, so Arthur wanted to focus on that. There were some factors which would be brought up that had to be looked at. I am sure that most if not all of you are aware, the area we're gone into is controlled by the Earth Alliance currently. Tensions have been high in the present year. However, they have notably increased since Omni's assault on Asgard. This is especially true around the general area as it is fairly close to the western border of the Federation's Equatorial Union. Arthur paused for a moment after laying out the general facts as they had been given to him and Talia in the previous briefing. The operation as it was currently couldn't be described as anything but a very tall order. Should the contact's information be able to help with the operation's success, that tall order could perhaps be lessened. With that being said, assaulting this enemy position will be a tall order. That is mostly because the enemy has a Lohengrin positron blaster cannon battery in a place which overlooks the ravine. The Ruddle and Midas teams have already made attempts to break through this enemy position before this. Arthur paused remembering the descriptions which had been given at the commander's briefing. The results of the attempts against the Alliance base had been messy and horrible. But the missions were unsuccessful to put it mildly. However, this time will be different. Arthur turned to Ayla. Ayla, if you would take the briefing from here. Ayla knew she would be giving more details about the operation. She had been studying the information ZAFT had on the Alliance base at the eastern end of the Gulnahan Ravine. The Alliance had been smart in how they positioned their base in relation to the ravine. With where the Lohengrin batter was likely placed, it would be able to target ships in the ravine once in range. The structures which had been identified as the power plants for the base and the battery were located behind the base. Thus, the positron blaster battery couldn't be disabled by attacking its power sources. It was a guarantee there would be mobile suits on the Alliance's end to counter any attempts to get machines close to the blaster cannon. So, the information from Miss Almeida would be depended upon to raise the chances of success. Ayla moved forward to the controls for the display. Okay everyone, listen up, Ayla began. This mission will be as the Minerva's deputy captain said, difficult in a tall order. Ayla typed in a command to have Alliance structures on the map highlighted before she continued. This is an overhead image of the general area that the operation will take place, which is the Gulnahan Ravine. The Alliance's Lohengrin Gate base is positioned at the eastern end of the ravine. Ayla picked up the rod for the display and used it to point out what she was referencing. You will note that there is a town at just outside the eastern end of the ravine. By that town is the power plants which provide the base with the energy it needs, including for its positron blaster cannon. Ayla pointed out the Alliance structures which lined the northern wall of the ravine on the eastern end. The Alliance has built their base to position themselves overlooking the ravine. They can counter approaches from the west down the ravine due to that positioning. They also had an anti-air system in place to prevent any from coming from above the base. Ayla gestured at Miss Almeida. This young lady is our local contact from the town which the power plants are around. The only way that one can approach the town, or the power plants, is traveling down the ravine itself. It is the best way to get there, if not for the placement of the enemy's blaster cannon battery. From what intel has been able to get, the cannon is high up on the bluffs, which allows it to cover the vast majority of the approach, firing upon ships that come down the ravine at will. Ayla had her gaze scan over all the pilots in the room. With that in mind, make no mistake, there is little to no cover within the ravine for the whole approach. That is the same no matter the route you use to try and reach the Alliance's position. There was silence at what Ayla had been saying about the Alliance's position in relation to the ravine. What was laid out was grim, for it could lead to the pilots in the room going out to die. There was some quiet muttering between some about how ridiculous the operation was being shown to be. Luna Maria had been listening intently to what Ayla had been saying about the operation. It certainly sounded like the Alliance was dug in and would be hard to overcome. But if that was the case, the briefing would have stated that and then move on to mitigation of losses. So, that Ayla hadn't said such a thing told Luna that there was more information which would change how things were being viewed. Thus, Luna wasn't the happiest that Ayla wasn't being allowed to keep going without muttering to the contrary. So, she cleared her throat loudly to draw attention to her. I assume, ma'am, she started, there is more information that could give us a means to not go out and be shot by the Alliance's defending forces at their leisure. Shin had been thinking along the same lines as Luna had clearly been doing before speaking up. As grim as things were being portrayed, there had to be more for this briefing to be called for. The Alliance's position may be solid against brute force attacks, but that didn't mean it was covered from other ways. And that there was a local contact on the Minerva told Shin they likely had info which would help the operation. And that information is to come from our guest, Shin questioned evenly. So, please go on, ma'am, before others began muttering about what we shouldn't be doing. Ayla turned and focused on Shin after he spoke. She was glad it seemed the Minerva's pilots had been listening and weren't jumping to conclusions. The operation wouldn't be done to fail the same way the previous attempts had. The information coming from the locals would make the difference, that had been assured. I'm glad some have been not only listening, but not jumping to conclusions without having all the relevant information. That is what this briefing is being held to discuss and iron out the needed details. I stated to you all that an assault even from elsewhere other than the ravine on this Alliance base is essentially a fool's errand. The reason being is the anti-air defenses and the positron cannon can used for an aerial assault. Ayla would have kept going, but another pilot spoke up, that just comes back to what the hell this operation is for, to put us on a suicide mission. Connolly's hope that ZAFT would help her village and people had been fading with the briefing going on. She could see the signs that those listening were becoming disillusioned to the point. Honestly, she was wishing she had gone with her brother to beg the Federation for help. Because with what she was seeing, it was more likely that the Federation would help her and the others than ZAFT would. They were clearly scared to go against the Alliance's setup without even hearing the info she had brought to them. Several had died to get the intel she had. The Alliance had murdered them or just beat and tortured them to death for slacking on the job. The Alliance had started figuring out those from her village were listening and gathering info to give to those who could help. ZAFT's intel which she had heard was out of date and lacking. What Connolly had could fill in the holes they had, including on the Alliance's positron blaster cannon battery. Her people had observed the Alliance's routines and limitations were while forced to build their base. The most recent piece of information was about cargo which the Alliance had received a little over a week ago. A large piece of equipment had been offloaded which looked kind of like a mobile suit according to the one who had gathered the info, beaten badly for it. Thus, Connolly was getting irritated at the reactions she was seeing from these ZAFT personnel. And when the question from the pilot asked the question of the value of the mission, Connolly lost her control on her emotions. ZAFT apparently didn't understand what was at stake in this mission of theirs. There would be lives at stake, all in her village would be at risk of being slaughtered by the Alliance. ZAFT may not care about those in her village, but Connolly certainly did, and she would fight for them. So, Connolly moved forward into the view of those in the room. All of you have no clue what is at stake in this, she stated firmly. Maybe for ZAFT this is a strategic move against the Alliance. But for me and my people, this is a matter of life and death and has been ever since the Alliance came. Connolly shook her head violently. You don't know the suffering which we had been under. The beatings the Alliance dish out upon us for the tiniest things. Ayla could see Miss Almeida was being emotional and she didn't blame the girl. It sounded like the Alliance had been cruel to the people in the town behind their base and more. As she said, for ZAFT the operation was a strategic move to disrupt the Alliance's supply line. But for those under the terror of the Alliance, it probably a matter of life and death survival. And Ayla was getting the picture. The Alliance had been not just oppressing those that lived in the town, they had enslaved them and treated them as less than human. Ayla was about to speak up when another one of the non-Minerva pilots spoke up. While your suffering is regrettable, if this operation has a low chance of success, it will continue. With the information we have, the chances of success aren't good at all. If it was info that ZAFT wanted to motivate them to help, then Connolly would shove what she had down their throats. She would give the intel she and others had acquired normally with consequences from the Alliance. You want information, Connolly just about snarled, then I'll give you intel we locals gathered with prices paid for to obtain them. Did you know the range of the Alliance's positron cannon is a kilometer, which equals around 500 meters from the last turn-in ravine which faces the base? Or that if you do manage to get close to the base, the Alliance's cannon can be lowered into an armored bunker to protect it from attack? Is that enough info to get your attention, or do you want me to shove more down your throats, cause I got more? Ayla had to hold back the laughter that was trying to escape her at Miss Almeida's actions. The girl wasn't going to let others try to decline this operation on the grounds of lacking information. Her intel was better than Ayla had hoped for thus far. To have such details about the Alliance's base and its operation suggested the girl could have even more valuable data. The effective range of the Lohengrin cannon was a very helpful thing which would help in the operation's planning. The point of the cannon being able to lower into an armored bunker was problematic in reaching the weapon. Ayla hoped that Miss Almeida had a potential method to reach the Lohengrin cannon that would be an alternative to the ravine approach. Ayla put a hand on the girl's shoulder. I believe you have made your point that your intel is valuable, thank you. Ayla turned her gaze to the pilots in the room. You would all do well to listen to the intel which has been brought to us to help the operation's success. The data is what will keep us from going into the fight with a high chance of dying for the operation. Connolly calmed down as Miss Lakeen got control of the situation. There was a plan which could get someone to the positron battery and give them a chance to strike it before it was lowered to safety. Whether ZAFT had a machine which could use the cave network was something that Connolly couldn't be sure about. If they didn't, that would complicate the plan which had been made. But she hoped they had something that could do it, as the plan was the best path there was right now to help the town. After things were brought to order, Ayla looked to Connolly for her to continue. The Alliance built their base to take advantage of high ground and being able to attack those below, Connolly iterated. They tout that, saying it's the reason the base won't fall to those who assault it. Arthur nodded at the information, which would mean the approach would be more difficult than we originally thought it would be. Ayla didn't disagree with Arthur's statement, but there was more to it than that. With the placement of the Alliance's defenses, there wasn't any cover to use for those coming down the ravine. It's more than that, Arthur, Ayla remarked. The Alliance's position makes it so there is no effective cover even in the rock formations along the approach. And I assume the Alliance has there the Lohengrin battery defended by more than the bunker it can be lowered into. Ayla glanced at Connolly, is that correct? Connolly knew the Alliance had made it difficult to assault their pedestal of power. With how they bragged about it, how could Connolly and her fellow townsfolk not know the point? And the mobile suits which had been building up hadn't been mentioned yet. There was more to go over beyond the mobile suits that were around. The Alliance had things to respond to an attack around the power plants close to town. Yes, the Alliance has multiple ways with the rocks around the battery and the armor plating which shields all but the front of it. The Alliance also has mobile suits and hangars built into the cliffs which can scramble when told to. Those forces have been building up for the last month with regular shipments to the base. The information about the other defenses around the Lohengrin battery was unfortunately expected. The data about the mobile suits building up at the base for the last month was very concerning. It meant Wyndhams would be out in sizable numbers to counter the task force when it approached. The mention of shipments to the base had Ayla wonder what the locals could have seen come in. Mobile suits wasn't the only thing that could and likely had come to the base in the shipments. What else could have come to the Alliance's base could be even more dangerous for ZAFT to face. Did you or others happen to see anything odd coming in the shipments to the base? Ayla asked. Anything could be helpful to make this operation a success and help the townsfolk. Connolly hesitated for a moment at the question. She couldn't help but remember what the friend who had gotten the information about the recent shipment and the condition they had been in when giving the info. The girl had been a few years older than Connolly and so had been at risk with the Alliance. Her friend had been beaten and raped before the Alliance had dropped her back in town, bloody and bruised all over her body. Connolly's friend was still working on recovering from what the Alliance had done to her before bringing her back. Someone managed to see something being unloaded a little over a week ago, Connolly said in an even voice, holding back the anger she felt for what had been done to her friend. They said it looked kind of like a mobile suit but was larger and had more legs and weapons than the other mobile suits that had come to the base. We don't know what it actually is, but it went to the base and into one of the hangars. That was the last any saw of it. But some of the Alliance soldiers were saying that any that tried and attacked the base would be in for a surprise, especially if they used powerful beams. Several in the room didn't like what Connolly was telling them. Ayla and Matt were figuring what had been described was some kind of new mobile armor the Alliance had developed. If a mobile armor had been brought here, it likely would have special equipment to help in the base's defense. The implications from Miss Almeda said the armor could have a means to block or deflect beams fired at the Lohengrin battery. That would be extremely problematic if that were true, and there was little reason to doubt it. Ayla hummed in response to that, that will likely complicate things for the operation. But I hope you have an alternative means to go for the battery, Miss Almeda. Connolly nodded and took out the storage device she had and plugged it into the console below the display. The screen changed to have several blue lines on the left side of the ravine with one red line spanning the majority of it. When the Alliance built the base, they did look into part of the cave network in the walls of the ravine but never explored it fully or much at all, Connolly stated. All they did was seal the two entrances near their base and said that was enough. We locals know about the network as our ancestors mapped them so we could retreat to them for safety when needed. Alliance didn't let us get to them, but we know more about the cave network than the Alliance ever knew. But it is that cave network which provides a path that comes out right next to the weapon battery. Ayla studied the red line which started before the final approach path to the Alliance base. It did seem like it went all the way to the area where the Lohengrin battery was. However, there was no data on the diameter of the tunnels which would have to be traversed. That would be the key to whether the cave network could be used to get some to the battery. Do your people know how narrow the tunnels on this path can get? Ayla inquired. That will be what determines whether the idea is feasible or not. Connolly looked at the floor at the question. The narrowest places are around 9 meters wide. The answer wasn't the one Ayla was hoping to hear. The issue with the diameter mentioned was pretty much any mobile suit used in the operation couldn't fit through that well if at all. That would force the operation to go with the original plan for the assault, which would be messy. And yet, Ayla had a thought about the point. The problem with most mobile suits to make the diameter was due to their flight systems and shoulder equipment. The Impulse didn't have that problem until it assembled. So, in theory, the Impulse could do the whole trip with the flyers traveling behind the core Splendor. The only problem that Ayla could think of was the silhouette flyers couldn't fit with their wings they used to fly. Thus, if the Impulse did the journey, it would have only basic equipment to use in attacking the Lohengrin battery. Ayla glanced over the path through the caves again while others were murmuring. If there was a more detailed map to follow, then the idea should be possible from what Ayla was seeing. Miss Almeda, do you have a detailed map for the path which would be taken? Ayla questioned. If you do, I think this may just be a possible plan we can work with. Connolly did have a map which could be used to travel through the cave network. But she hadn't heard anything as to the potential machine being with ZAFT which could get through the cave system. If there was one, then there was hope that ZAFT help was possible for the town and its inhabitants. She nodded. Yes, I have a detailed map to get someone through the caves, Connolly replied. ZAFT has a machine which could get through the cave network then. Ayla was becoming more certain the Impulse could get through the caves if it didn't assemble until coming out the other end. Yet, she was to be out on the field with the Osiris leading the charge against the enemy base. That left Matt or Shin doing the job with the Impulse which wouldn't be easy even for a competent pilot. While Ayla was confident in Matt being able to hold his own on a battlefield, this required more technical skill with the core Splendor. Matt hadn't had the time to practice with the core Splendor and get better with it. Sure, he could assemble the Impulse fair enough. Yet this would require knowing how to work with the flyers for a distance and keeping them with the core Splendor. The next best skilled pilot who could do the point would be Shin from what Ayla could figure. Yes, we have one that can manage the journey through the caves, Ayla remarked. As long as your map is detailed enough for a pilot to use to get through the cave system. Connolly handed over the other data storage device she had which contained the map for the cave system. She was glad ZAFT had something to get through the cave network. It had the best chance to get to the Alliance's positron battery before they could hide it. The cannon had to be destroyed for the Alliance to be beaten. It was their symbol of power, and so it had to be taken out to do a blow against them. Miss Lakeen had sounded confident in getting this mission done. Connolly felt that with Miss Lakeen said it could be done, then the Alliance could be knocked down from their seat of power around here. Ayla took the disc that Connolly handed to her which she assumed contained the cave system map. While the Impulse used the cave network, the rest of the task force would work on drawing away the Alliance's mobile suit forces. Pulling away the Alliance's mobile suits would be important as it would give the Impulse the best chance at taking out the Lohengrin battery without interference and giving the chance to lower the cannon to safety. And if the mobile armor could be led away as well, all the better for the operation's success. Ayla turned back to the pilots in the room. There is a unit on the Minerva which can go down the cave network and get to the Lohengrin cannon. But while it travels, the rest of us will have to work on distracting and pulling away the Alliance's mobile suits, Ayla iterated. The Minerva's unit will get to the cannon and take it down while we distract the enemy force. With that cannon out of the picture, we can push forward and overwhelm the enemy force. Ayla focused on Shin. Shin, you will be flying the Impulse through the cave system and attack the Lohengrin battery. Shin wasn't the only one who thought he heard Ayla wrong when she said he would be flying the Impulse through the tunnels to the enemy battery. But as Shin thought about it, he could see how the Impulse could get through the cave network. In fact, the core Splendor and its flyers were the only thing that there was in the task force which could fit in the spaces mentioned. However, that didn't explain why Ayla was going to assign him to do the job. She had more experience with the Impulse than he did, so she would be better suited for it. Granted, he could understand what would be involved in getting through the caves with flyers and not lose any of them. It would certainly be a tough set of maneuvers to pull off to succeed, there was no question about that. Connolly stared at the guy which Miss Lakeen had said would be flying the machine which was key to this whole thing. The guy had only said 2 sentences the whole time while Connolly had been in the room. So, Connolly couldn't make an accurate assessment of the guy with what she'd seen. But she wasn't anywhere near as confident as she was in Miss Lakeen with making sure the mission would be a successful one. The lives of all in the town were riding on ZAFT helping and taking down the Alliance's seat of power in the area. Should ZAFT fail, the Alliance would turn on the town assuming correctly they had helped them. The last attempt to rebel had gotten several killed as the Alliance making an example of what would happen to them. It was expected that this time if the Alliance kept power, most if not all in the town would be slaughtered as punishment. So, the last thing the town and its people needed was some sort of cocky ZAFT pilot to mess everything up. Connolly looked back to Ayla with an incredulous expression. Wait, you're saying that this guy is the one expected to do this? She questioned pointing a finger at Shin. Ayla was slightly surprised at Miss Almeda's reaction to Shin being assigned to the task. Shin had been well behaved during the briefing, only asking one question so far. He certainly hadn't given any impression of being cocky or anything like that. So, Ayla nodded. Indeed, he will be the one piloting the machine that will be key to this operation with the plan you helped make. Connolly still wasn't sure about the guy Miss Lakeen was going to pin all the hope on. Those here didn't seem to understand what was at stake beyond the risks ZAFT would face. Thus, Connolly stared at Shin for a moment longer. I don't know, she began, This plan requires a pilot that can pull off some seriously tricky flying to get through the caves. Connolly jabbed a finger at Shin. Are you sure that this guy can handle that? Connolly turned back to Ayla. There's a lot at stake in this that some in this room don't seem to understand. You're the mission commander, aren't you? Wouldn't it be better for you to do this yourself? You have the skills, right? Shin hadn't missed the implied point that he didn't have what it took to pull off flying the impulse through the caves to attack the enemy battery. Sure, the flight wouldn't be easy from what he'd seen. Yet, Shin felt if he was put to it, he could get the impulse through the caves and to the battery. He had fought alongside the Federation during the Alliance's assault on Asgard when it had looked like he may not last the whole battle. This would just be hard in a different way than the fight around Asgard. However, instead of countering the girl like he was wanting to, he decided to do something different. He'd learned while on the Normandy that sometimes it was better to say nothing and let others speak for you. It was one of the lessons he'd gotten while away from the Minerva which he felt would serve him well. Ayla glanced at Shin and was surprised and impressed that Shin was remaining quiet with what Miss Almeda was saying and implying about him. Not everyone could stay quiet when another insulted them in some way. Luna Maria wouldn't buy what Ayla had seen from her, though she hoped the girl would improve given time. Ayla was impressed that Shin was not letting emotions get the better of him. She turned back to Miss Almeda. I'm confident that he can accomplish the task of getting through the caves and attacking the enemy cannon. I have seen what he is capable of and am sure he will do well. Shin was kind of floored and humbled at the praise Ayla was giving him with the confidence she had in him. It was the first time she had said such things for him to hear. Miss Lakeen sounded confident in the guy to Connolly. That did help some of her fears lessen, but it didn't make all of them go away. ZAFT still didn't seem to understand what their help would really do for those in the town. The year of slavery under the Alliance's occupation had been horrible and had only gotten worse as time had passed. Should ZAFT fail like they did a little over a month ago, the Alliance would take it out on the town. If he, she said, pointing at Shin, messes this up, then my town and everyone in it will suffer. Connolly paused as the memories of what had been tried to get out from under the oppression of the Alliance flooded her mind. The lives which had been lost had been horrible. So many good people had died because of the Alliance's punishments. And those punishments from the Alliance had been getting worse over the last few months. People had been beaten to the point they couldn't stand or work for a week at least. Some had been hurt worse, like Connolly's friend who had gotten the new equipment information. Those in town were counting on her to help ZAFT succeed in their attempt to earn them freedom from the Alliance. The Alliance has been torturing those of us who live in town for the last year. They have enslaved us to build their base and hurt or kill those that refuse, Connolly said looking at the floor. The last time ZAFT attacked the base, those of us in the town rose up in rebellion against Omni. They punished many to send a message to the rest of us. If this fails, those of us in the town are as good as dead, the Earth forces will personally make sure of that. Tears came to Connolly's eyes. We've already lost too many good people because of the Alliance. Luna sympathized with the losses those in the town had faced, but ZAFT wasn't responsible for them. The Alliance had done the horrible things to them, they should be blamed for it. It's harsh you've lost people, Luna commented. But ZAFT is here to break the Alliance's control, saving the town would be a benefit. Ayla was very tempted to slap Luna on the back of the head for her lack of tact. She should have been the empathetic one of the Minerva's pilots, not come off as unfeeling. Connolly's people had been suffering under Alliance tyranny, that shouldn't be waved off. Luna Maria, Ayla stated firmly, which caught Luna's attention. When she looked at Ayla, she knew she had chosen her words poorly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Connolly stared at the red-headed girl for a long moment, not quite believing she had said what she did. She was saying ZAFT didn't care for the suffering that the Alliance had been causing upon the inhabitants. They would be saying other things if it was their own people, which made it all the more infuriating. An angry expression came to Connolly's face before she cut over the redhead. How dare you downplay what my people have gone through at the hands of the Alliance, she growled. You have no idea how many good people we have lost because of them. Connolly had tears in the corners of her eyes as the memory of her brother saying his farewell to her before leaving to get to the Federation border. The Federation would at least be sympathetic to the plight the town was in, Connolly was sure of that. I've lost family because of the Alliance's tyranny. They killed my mom to get my dad, who is our town leader, to do what he was told. Connolly's voice caught for a moment. They murdered my older brother and others for trying to get help for our people. So, don't you dare wave off what we have suffered since the Alliance came here and established themselves as our overlords and enslaved us. Ayla put a hand on Connolly's shoulder after chiding Luna. I apologize for what she said, she said. She wasn't thinking about what you and your people have gone through. None should have to suffer as your people have because of the Alliance. You have my word, ZAFT will do what we can to help your people the best we can. She glanced at Shin. I can assure you that he can do this mission, Miss Almeda. I understand your concerns, but when this operation is done, then you and those in your village will be able to see many tomorrows and be free from oppression. Shin didn't know exactly what Miss Almeda was going through, but he certainly understood the feeling of fear of losing family. That was the feeling he'd experienced while evacuating from Orb during the Alliance's attack. There was a moment Shin seriously thought he was about to lose his whole family when Mayu had fallen behind. So, Shin sympathized with the girl and what her town had been suffering under. The Alliance killing innocent people wasn't something which was public knowledge that Shin knew of. Fighting the Earth Alliance was one thing, but for others to have to pay for what happened, especially when things going badly, was wrong to Shin. I may not know what suffering you and your people are going through, Shin remarked soberly. Yet, I do know the fear of losing those you think of as family. I experienced that during the Alliance plant war when I was evacuating from under an Alliance attack. So, I really can feel for the fear and somewhat the losses you have endured. I promise I'll do everything I can to help tear down the Alliance here and help your people. Connolly blinked at what the guy said to her. From what she could see, the guy was being genuine. He was telling the truth when he said he knew the fear of losing loved ones. If he was originally from the Human Federation as he implied, then maybe she'd been very wrong about him. She didn't think she would meet any within ZAFT that would understand even a little of what she and her people had been enduring. Connolly bowed her head. Sorry, Connolly said to Shin, I have seemed to misjudge you and I apologize for that. We've been suffering for long enough now that we're at the end of our rope and don't know what to do. We want our freedom to live as we see fit, which the Alliance took away from us. This is the last chance we have without shedding our blood trying to escape their tyranny. Please understand, it is what is at stake for the town and my people. The rest of the briefing was mostly giving out assignments to the others and who would play the distraction to draw the Alliance's attention where. Once done, the pilots began filing out so they could return to their ships. Shin was beginning to follow the rest. Ayla wanted to tell Shin to study the data he'd been given by her. The map would be the main guide for him, if not the only guide he would have in the caves. He would only have one chance to do the journey right and attack the Lohengrin battery. Shin would do well to study the map, so it wasn't a surprise or a mystery to him when he was flying the Core Splendor. Shin, Ayla stated clearly, a word before you go, in private please before you go to the hangar. Shin turned to gaze at Ayla for a moment before he returned to his seat. The rest of the Minerva's pilots besides Ayla and himself filed out of the room. Once it was just Ayla and him, Shin spoke, you wanted to say something to me ma'am. Ayla believed Shin would take the mission seriously, but she wanted to be sure he understood this wouldn't be easy. The impulse reaching the Lohengrin battery was the key which the success of the operation was hinged on. If the impulse couldn't do that, then the majority of the task force would likely be wiped out before a retreat could be made. So, Ayla gained a serious expression on her face. Shin, say what's on your mind, you kept quiet before, she remarked. It was a mature reaction I'll admit, but the expressions that crossed your face still spoke for you. Shin was glad to be in the Gundam rotation when Ayla had told him about that. But this was a step beyond that which Shin wasn't sure he was ready for yet. Sure, Commander McGregor and Ayla had said he had potential, yet he wasn't sure he saw it. Commander McGregor had been the one who had essentially convinced Shin he could be a Gundam pilot. But he hadn't thought about the weight they would carry, like the outcome of a mission being on him. So, Shin didn't say anything for a moment, ordering his thoughts. Ayla, why would you consider me to play a pivotal role like this? If the stakes are as high as you say, wouldn't it be better for someone that can do the job for sure do it? Ayla couldn't help but wonder if Shin didn't see his potential as others could. She'd seen it before now with the fights she'd seen Shin fight in. But apparently, he was questioning what he was capable of. Thus, Ayla didn't answer right away, trying to figure out how to tell Shin just how much potential he had. After a long moment, Ayla exhaled heavily, you may not think so Shin, but you have abilities and talents that you might not have seen or know of yet. Shin blinked as Commander McGregor had said something similar to him while Shin had been on the Normandy. Wait, Commander McGregor said something like that, Shin remarked. I didn't think much of it at the time though. If only Shin knew that Mr. McGregor had been the one to push for Shin to use Gundams on the Minerva. Should Captain McGregor not have done whatever he had to get the National Defense Committee to not step in, it was unlikely Shin would be in the rotation. Did he now? Ayla posed. He has a good eye for talent then. And between you and me, he is the major reason you are able to be in the Gundam rotation. Shin blinked, not understanding how Commander McGregor could have anything to do with his pilot assignment. What do you mean, Ayla? Ayla smiled. Mr. McGregor talked with the captain and convinced her to make you a Gundam pilot. He promised he would do something to make sure the National Defense Committee wouldn't override the decision. Shin was blown away at being told that Commander McGregor had done something to prevent the National Defense Committee from stopping Shin from being a Gundam pilot. He couldn't begin to guess what the commander could have done to get the committee to stay out of the point. Sure, Commander McGregor was a really nice person, but he did come off with being okay bending rules or discarding them if he saw a reason to. Yet, Shin hadn't expected him to go the distance to help Shin like Ayla was saying the commander had. Shin shook his head in slight disbelief. I had no idea he would go that far. Ayla shrugged. You aren't the only one that is surprised that he would go so far for you, she remarked. She then held out the storage device which Connolly had given her, which contained the map of the cave system. but to the business which you will be responsible for in this operation. I believe that you are capable of doing this mission and being successful. If I didn't think you were able, then I would be doing the task myself. Shin hadn't wanted to imply that Ayla didn't trust him or anything like that. He appreciated that Ayla was saying she believed he could do a difficult task when such was put to him. Yet, that still left the question on what Ayla would do in the operation if Shin was flying the impulse. But then what will you be doing on the field? Ayla knew some would question why Shin would be the one flying the impulse through the caves and not her. She had prepared for those who would likely still ask before the operation officially began. It wasn't that she couldn't make the flight down the cave network, Ayla felt she could do it. No, it was her skills would be better used on the field with keeping as many alive in the task force as possible. Omni wouldn't waste time when they detected ZAFT coming, they would fire their Lohengrin cannon the moment the task force was in effective range. And Ayla wanted to be around when the suspected mobile armor appeared. That machine was a wild card and Ayla didn't like that with all the factors which made the operation difficult before that. Thus, she intended to take the Osiris out in the operation while Matt had said he would take a ZAKU. Shin would be up to the flight through the cave system, Ayla was confident of that. He had talent and skills which were developing. She could understand and agree with the assessment the Federation had made of Shin. He had real potential and was quite the good choice for a Gundam type. That those who made decisions on specialized mobile suit assignments hadn't noticed Shin's potential was kind of concerning. The Federation had clearly seen his potential and had only seen Shin's performance a few times. ZAFT should have seen the same potential Shin had before the Federation. And Ayla felt if not for Mr. McGregor giving Talia an ultimatum and him getting the National Defense Committee, Shin would likely still be stuck working with a ZAKU. Ayla ended out sighing after a long moment since Shin asked his question. I could do the job, if that's what you ask, Ayla admitted. However, I believe my skills would be better employed out with the task force and keeping as many alive as possible. So, I will be going out from the Minerva with the Osiris and helping the task force directly. Ayla paused for a moment. The base's defending forces will be gunning for us. They will not hesitate to fire their Lohengrin cannon when the task force comes into range. Those at the Alliance base proved that with ZAFT's last attempt. Ayla gained a concerned expression. I think we could dodge one blast from the cannon, but I doubt we could do the same with more. Enemy mobile suits would pin us down for the cannon to pick off at its leisure. If the impulse doesn't get to the battery before a second shot, then we will lose people. Ayla gazed at Shin. With what we are dealing with on the Alliance's end, I can help better than you would be able to. Thus, you are the best choice to fly the impulse through the caves. Ayla stopped as there was one other point which she hadn't mentioned to Shin just yet. The impulse wouldn't be taking a silhouette flyer with it as it normally would. The silhouette flyers usually provided the equipment which gave an advantage in battle. But with the diameter of the tunnels, none of the silhouette flyers would be able to fly through them. So, Shin would have limited offensive options to work with to take down the enemy cannon. And don't think flying the impulse through the caves and then attacking the enemy battery will be any easier than what the rest of the task force will be having to do. The flight through the cave system will be a very difficult one. You will be using the data on the storage disk to make your way through the caves. And when you reach the end of the tunnel and blast away the blockage the Alliance put up, things won't get easier. You will be in enemy territory by yourself and expected to assault a defended enemy position. Also understand, with the tunnel's diameter as they are, you won't be able to take a silhouette flyer with you. The other thing you need to keep in mind is don't get through the caves too quick, nor too slow. We will need time to draw away enemy mobile suits, but not enough time for the enemy cannon to recharge and fire a second time. Shin blinked at hearing what Ayla was telling him. Sure, the flight had sounded like it wouldn't be a walk in the park as the old phrase went. But it seemed it would be harder than Shin had figured it would be. The impulse was a heck of a Gundam, Shin would admit that. Yet, its advantage came with being able to have different equipment through the silhouette flyers. Without one of those flyers, the impulse would be more limited in combat situations. Granted, Shin would have the beam rifle, anti-armor knives and CIWS guns, but those would only go so far. And then, the time sensitivity to the task Shin would have just put on the pressure on him to succeed. Lives would be in his hands to an extent which stressed Shin somewhat. Thus, Ayla was right in saying he wouldn't have any easier a time than the rest of the task force. It was nice that Ayla said she believed he could do the key task of the operation. But the weight of the operation's success would be on his shoulders with him in the impulse. And it wasn't just those in the task force who would be potentially killed by Alliance forces if Shin didn't pull off the plan. According to that girl, those in the town behind the Alliance base would suffer at best or be slaughtered at worst should the operation fail. It wasn't the same amount of pressure that Shin had felt during the Alliance's assault against Asgard. However, it felt quite similar, which didn't sit nicely with Shin. Shin exhaled heavily. If you really think I can pull this off, Shin began, I'll give it my best. But there seems to be a lot riding on if the impulse can get through the caves and take out the battery. Is there a backup plan should that not happen as hoped? Ayla wished there were contingencies ZAFT could have ready if things didn't go well. But with how the Alliance's base was positioned, effective options were limited. With the data Miss Almeda provided, they had the best possible option to overcome the Alliance's Lohengrin cannon. The only other two options ZAFT had was an assault from the ravine or an aerial attack. Both options would come with heavy losses even if successful in the end. Unfortunately, the other options we have will come with high prices for a lower chance of success, Ayla replied. I'm aware that this puts a lot of pressure on you, Shin. However, the plan has the best chance to be successful and lose the least number of lives in the process. Ayla held the disc out to Shin. Make sure you seriously study the data on that disc, you will regret it if you do not later. You will be depending on it, I assure you. Ayla left the room after giving Shin the disc, leaving him alone. It wasn't that Shin was against the plan which had been laid out. It was just so much hinged on him making it to the enemy cannon and taking it down. Shin rose and slotted in the disc and view what data was on it he would be relying on. The data was a virtual simulation of the cave system. It showed the full path that would allow an undetected approach to come out under the Lohengrin's battery. The path included the trip through one of the canyons that split off the ravine. That was followed by the entrance in the canyon wall into the cave system. It was finished off with the way through the cave system to the block tunnel exit. As Shin watched the data, he frowned as the flying looked to be more than just hard. There would be little room for error. The margin Shin would have to not scrap the walls with the core splendor was in the range of feet, less than a meter in some places with the splendor's wingspan. The missile pods had enough firepower to clear the blockage the Alliance had sealed the ending tunnel with. If things went according to the operations plan, then Shin should have a small window which he could assault the enemy cannon with less interference. The task force was to pull away as much of the Alliance's defending forces as they could. With less standing between Shin and the enemy Lohengrin cannon, he could focus on it and take it down before it had the chance to lower to safety. Shin wanted to succeed in this and make the operation a success in the end. The townsfolk deserved to get out from under the Alliance's oppression. By what Shin had heard, they had been trying to get the Alliance to leave them alone. No human being deserved to be a slave to another, Shin believed that. And technically, the international laws which were written up after the Reconstruction War, slavery was a serious crime. So, that the Alliance was doing that, and it wasn't public knowledge was odd. And Shin feared with how the Alliance had established itself here, they would have some way to deny what they were doing was slavery. Shin wanted to help the local people, especially after what Miss Almeda had said. Thus, Shin would do his best to get through the caves in a timely manner and take down the enemy cannon. Shin had just gotten to the end of viewing the data fully one time when his concentration was disrupted. There was an announcement over the Minerva's speaker system. It said that the operation would soon start, and all pilots needed to go to their assigned machines. Shin grabbed the disc and began making his way to the Minerva's hangar. Upon arriving in the hangar, Shin saw that the other pilots were already boarding their machines in preparation for the operation. The Impulse would head out from the Minerva before the task force got within range of the Alliance's response. The task force would have a length of the ravine before turning and coming into view of the Alliance base. Shin couldn't help but worry about the rest in the task force and what they would face. They would face danger in the form of the Alliance raining down their counterattack including their Lohengrin cannon. From what Ayla had said, the Alliance's cannon would fire at least once before he could possibly get to it. The other things about the operation was also a mobile armor which had been mentioned by Ayla and after Miss Almeda's description of the idea. The girl had been talking about some of the cargo which had been coming into the Alliance base. A more recent shipment had contained an odd machine which Miss Almeda had described. Part of it had sounded like a mobile suit, but the rest had not. Ayla had suggested it could and likely was a mobile armor which the Alliance had recently designed. Were that so, then Shin couldn't help but wonder what made it different than the Gundams. It was unlikely the Alliance would have this mobile armor brought to this base unless it had something special. With no hint as to what the armor could do, ZAFT would be going in blind to that. Shin boarded the core splendor and inserted the disc so the map would be up on his forward display to use. The end of this operation couldn't come fast enough for Shin as the stress he was feeling was getting heavier as time passed by. With the Alliance's assault on Asgard, Shin had been working with others who would watch his back and Shin would do the same for them. However, in this operation, he essentially would be on his own for the majority of it. He would have little assistance from the task force when in enemy territory. With the Impulse being a Gundam, it did make an amount of difference in what Shin was to do. But Shin would still do all he could to take out the Alliance's Lohengrin battery. Marin's voice brought Shin out of his thoughts asking him if he was ready to head out. Shin told her that he was as good as he could be to start his part of the operation. The core splendor and the two flyers he would be taking began rising in the central lift up to the Impulse's catapult. Shin glanced over the core splendor's displays and saw that the craft was ready as possible. The QF-90862 tube anti-air missile pods had been replaced with AGM-33 Ladybird guided missile pods. The Ladybird missiles would pack the needed punch to break through the rocks the Alliance used to seal the exit. It would be the first time Shin had the core splendor equipped with its alternative missile loaded. But there had been no reason for the Ladybird missile before now. The core splendor wasn't meant to be an attack craft, it was the core of the Impulse, so there had been no need for it to attack on its own. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Minerva, with the operation starting, Talia knew it was time to get the impulse off and move to be in the lead of the task force. The Minerva was designed to be able to take more of a beating than other ships. That was why the Minerva would be in the lead, drawing the most fire from the Alliance. Its laminated armor should protect from general beam weapons the Alliance would use. That wouldn't include the Alliance's Lohengrin battery, such would rip through the laminated armor without much of a problem. Yet, the Minerva was more maneuverable than the land-class ships. Talia had already told Marin to work on getting the Core Splendor and the two flyers out. The splitting paths ahead in the ravine would have Shin going to the left while the rest would head right. The task force was minutes away from the final turn, which would put them in the Alliance's range and sights. The operation would become far more involved when the Alliance began their counterattack. All that could be done before that to help with the operation's success had to be accomplished before that final turn. Lower the bridge, Talia ordered. Prepare for anti-mobile suit combat. Extend the wings out and have us ascend a little so we have room to maneuver as needed. After the impulse heads out, we will move ahead of the Desmond and the Bagley. The others will take up formation behind us before we come into the view of the enemy base. Arthur may not like the plan the operation was going with for the goal. But he had to admit, depending on the impulse to take out the enemy battery was better than what plans had been suggested at the Mahamel briefing. It was odd that the Minerva seemed to depend more and more on its Gundams to get the needed work done. And at times, they were expected to do what would be seen as impossible if left to the regular forces. However, there was no more time to argue for a different plan even if Arthur could think of one. Activate CIWS, Tristans, and Isolde, Arthur ordered as he took his station. Launchers 1 and 7, load tubes 1 to 5 with Parsifals. Talia turned to Marin, get the impulse to head out, Shin is running out of time to launch and not be noticed by the Alliance, she instructed. Then send our other machines to the catapults to head out. The Osiris with Ayla in the cockpit was the first mobile suit to start moving to one of the linear catapults. Matt's ZAKU wasn't far behind the Osiris moving to the other catapult. Ray would follow Matt while Luna would go after Ayla in the launching order. Matt had his ZAKU equipped with the blaze set for what was ahead. Ray chose much the same equipment as Matt had gone with, seeing the logic with it. The blaze set gave good mobility in combat and that would be key going against this Alliance base. Luna was given her normal choice of the gunner set to work with. As the Osiris and ZAKU locked into the catapults, the Core Splendor reached takeoff position. Shin zoomed out from the Minerva when Marin told him he was clear. The chest and leg flyers quickly followed him after he flew out of the Minerva. Shin had them take up their positions behind the Core Splendor. However, he had them following a bit more closely than normal. He didn't want them to fall too far behind and have the chance of them not receive commands from him while in the cave system. Shin had the map he would use come up and started on the path it was showing. He veered left at the fork ahead of the Minerva and pushed his throttle forward to quicken the pace to the cave entrance. The seconds after he went left at the fork, everything went silent, which became his only boon companion. At his current speed, Shin figured he should reach the cave system entrance in about a minute and a half. There would begin the harder part of his journey to the enemy battery. After the impulse headed out and went to the left, the rest of the task force surged forward and went to the right. They should have around another minute before the Alliance would detect them coming down the ravine. The last turn to come into view of the base would be another few minutes of travel. Unfortunately, that would be more than enough time for the Alliance to scramble forces and charge the Lohengrin for use. But the task force was to be the distraction to buy the impulse time to get to the Lohengrin battery. Mobile suits would draw away the enemy defending forces to help the impulse have success. And as calculations predicted, the Alliance detected the ZAFT task force coming down the ravine. Sirens sounded at the detection of enemy forces approaching. Those in the base's command center were acquiring info on those coming their way. Windams were ordered to scramble to meet the enemy forces coming. The new mobile armor designated the YMAG-X7F Gels GHE was also ordered to scramble. It would be the Alliance's trump card against ZAFT attempting another assault against Lohengrin's gate. It was equipped with the newly developed positron reflector shield, which was called Schneidschutz. Should ZAFT have brought some sort of heavy beam cannon, the Gels GHE's shield would block its use. The Alliance officer in command of Lohengrin's gate had his sensor operator work on identifying the approaching heat sources. The man was a tad curious what ZAFT was throwing at the base this time. It had been interesting and entertaining to watch ZAFT's force, which had tried assaulting the base the last time, get wiped out by the Lohengrin battery one ship at a time. The Windams had cleaned up ZAFT's mobile suits back at the time after their ships were hit. Seeing ZAFT run with their tails between their legs as the phrase went had been amusing. It gave hope that the coming war would be very different than the Alliance plant war. The Alliance wouldn't have to fear ZAFT with their mobile suits. They would be hunted down and treated as the vermin that they were to the human race. So, the officer began, "What is ZAFT throwing at us this time?" The sensor operator had the data from the detection network in the ravine return what it had on the heat sources. In total, the ZAFT group was made up of 5 ships, which was 2 more than there had been in the last attempt against Lohengrin's Gate. 2 of them were their light Petrie land-class ships. One was ZAFT's heavier Compton-class land ships. There was a ZAFT Lesseps class which was likely the command ship of the group as those tended to be. But the final ship in the group took a moment longer than the other 4 to come up with identifying information. When the operator saw the data on the final ship, they couldn't help but wonder if ZAFT was desperate, or reckless. The ship was ZAFT's new symbol of power, their Minerva-class battleship. It had already caused issues with Omni up in space. That it was down here said it was a trans-atmospheric ship as the Archangel classes were. "Sir, 5 heat sources detected on approach," announced the sensor operator. 2 of them are Petrie class, 1 is a Compton class, and another is a Lesseps class. The final one is ZAFT's Minerva which has been encountered in space. The group was larger than the one in ZAFT's last attempt against Lohengrin's Gate. It had been a possibility with their defeat, though it wouldn't make a difference in the end. However, it was surprising that ZAFT would send their prized ship, their symbol of power at Lohengrin's Gate. Yet, that also gave an opportunity to do a hard blow against ZAFT by taking that ship down. "It seems ZAFT just has a hard time learning their lesson," the base commander mused. "With the defeat they suffered the last time, one would think they should know that overtaking this base won't happen." The base commander paused, perhaps seeing the Gels GHE stopping them and losing their prized ship will hammer that lesson in this time. "Activate and charge the Lohengrin to full, target the lead ship." As the task force is making the last turn to face off against the Alliance, Shin was traveling along the stream below in the ravine. The entrance to the cave system should be ahead of Shin from what the map was saying. The timing of this was still weighing on Shin as the battle was about to start between the task force and the Alliance. Shin had to time his travel through the caves to not be too quick or too slow. If he was too fast, he would face Alliance defenders and they would delay him long enough to allow the Lohengrin to lower to safety. Should Shin be too slow, his allies would be slaughtered by the Alliance's Lohengrin battery and mobile suits. Shin looked ahead and spotted the stream coming out of the cave system entrance exactly as the map had shown it would. He quickly double-checked that the flyers were close behind him before Shin flew into the cave. The moment Shin was inside the caves, everything that wasn't directly ahead of him vanished into darkness. And the only reason he could see anything ahead of him was the core splendor had 2 lights to illuminate a small distance ahead of him. Shin couldn't stop himself from cursing, "What the hell?" He glanced down at the forward display where the map had been, to see it had changed over to the simulation view he'd watched in the briefing room. "Are you freaking kidding me?" Shin exclaimed, "I'm supposed to do this in pitch black except for a short distance in front of me." Shin looked at his forward display again and realized the reason for the simulation view. It had been odd when he'd watched it back in the briefing room watching the simulation view. Shin had thought at the time, why would anyone need such a view if they had a map to show the way? Now it made sense, the simulation view was the guide for him to get through the cave system while he couldn't see. Ayla had said it would be a good idea to study the data on the disk. Sure, Ayla had said something to the effect he would be relying on the data, but she hadn't said he would be flying solely by it. Shin would be telling her that next time, just tell him why it was so important straight out. She could have said he would be using it to guide his path through the caves. Shin would have taken that to heart and studied the data more. He clenched his jaw knowing that complaining would be pointless since it wouldn't help, and no one would hear him anyways. And yet, Shin just couldn't stop or help himself. "Damn it," he cursed, "Ayla, you are so going to be paying me back for this after the operation is done." Shin gained a white-knuckled grip on his flight stick and the tunnel began climbing upward. His gaze flicked to see that the flyers were still right behind him. Shin had to concentrate to keep the core splendor from scraping the walls. Yet, he still heard the screeches as the wings hitting and scraping the walls as he flew by. That served to annoy and frustrate him since the task he had was getting harder by the second. "You can do this," Ayla said, Shin stated in an almost mocking tone. "I have confidence in you," she says. Waterfalls appeared out of the blackness directly in front of Shin which he flew straight through. Internally, he was going between anger of doing this crazy flying in the dark, risking his life every minute while doing so, and the stubbornness to prove he could do it despite how difficult it was. A huge waterfall materialized before Shin, causing him to pull up hard on the control stick. The G-forces were climbing as Shin kept his speed the same and the quick changes of direction were piling. He quickly leveled out the core splendor's flight at the top of the waterfall, adding to the pressure his body was under. "To hell with her compliments and saying I can do whatever I am asked to crap," Shin snarled. She just didn't want to fly this maze herself. Nonetheless, while Shin was mad about what he was having to do, he wouldn't let that get to him. He would prove to Ayla and others that he could do something like this and pull it off with fudging flying colors. And when he did that, he would use it to make Ayla pay him back for going through this. The next stop the Minerva made, he, Ray and Luna Maria would be going out to eat and Ayla would be paying the full bill. And it wouldn't be a cheap place either, Shin would make sure of it. That was what the frustration of flying in this tunnel was building within him as he kept going. The simulation view was helping him, but it didn't lessen any of the irritation he was feeling. Shin checked the display with the readings on the flyers. He saw they were still on course and following behind him. Shin gauged his speed since he needed to not get to his target too soon or too early. The point had been repeated more than once, or those distracting the Earth forces would be overpowered. All the while, it felt like the tunnel walls were closing in tighter around the core splendor as Shin kept flying forward. It was taking most of Shin's concentration to fly through tunnel and keep the flyers with him and not have either of them bang into the walls and crash. Shin knew AVs would be snapping at him for the bangs and scraps that he was putting the core splendor was going through. He was softly cursing with each bump and scrape that came. It might not make a difference overall, but in Shin's mind it helped, even if only a little. He couldn't hear the battle that was no doubt going on outside, but timing in this battle was key. While Shin was making his way through the cave system, the task force's mobile suit began launching out of their ships. The Minerva sent out its 4 remaining mobile suits. Luna and Ray took positions on the Minerva's upper deck. Matt waited for the Osiris to lead the way for them as they wouldn't be close to the Minerva during the operation. Most in the task force were having a few mobile suits to act as defense while the rest were out in front. And as ZAFT was deploying their mobile suits, the Alliance daggers and Wyndhams were drawing closer. Their job was to lure away the enemy defending forces including the mobile armor which had been spotted from the positron battery. The rest would be up to the impulse to take down the enemy Lohengrin battery. The ships stuck behind the mobile suits, providing support as the approach to the town entered the harder half. Ayla led the Minerva's mobile suits along with a few others away from the direct path of the battle. Ayla was searching for places her group could hide for a bit and wait for the best opportunity for them. The group would let enemy forces pass before they flanked them. Those from the Minerva would focus on the enemy mobile armor. Ayla had spotted it and the descriptions that Miss Almeda had provided made more sense seeing the machine. It did have the torso of a normal mobile suit, but that's where the similarities ended. It appeared almost like a twisted fly or insect if Ayla was honest. It had multiple weapons to use from what Ayla could see. But what was the oddest thing about the mobile armor was that it had 3 strange emitters, 2 on the front of the shoulders and 1 the front of the camera array. Ayla had the group with her hunkered down so they could hide from the sight of the Alliance. Talia ordered the Minerva to climb so it could possibly get a line of sight shot at the enemy battery. If the information provided and the assumptions were correct, the shot wouldn't work, but it would show what the Alliance had to potentially block beams. Ascend and activate the Tannhauser, Talia ordered. Aim for the enemy Lohengrin battery. We can take out some enemy mobile suits and the armor if we are lucky. But make sure you know what is behind the target. We don't want to accidentally hit the town just to take out enemy forces. Remember, we are to draw the enemy forces to us, that is the goal. The Minerva rose above the level of the other ships in the task force, its wings allowing the ship to fly even at a lower speed than regular aircraft. Understood, ma'am, Arthur replied, aim Tannhauser at the enemy mobile suits. Primary weapon bank, contact, called the weapon controller, output stable, releasing safety lock. The Alliance defenders noticed the Minerva had deployed what appeared to be a heavy beam cannon. From reports, the ship was supposed to have a positron cannon which had been used against allies in space already. The Jules GHE's shield would be up to the task of blocking even a positron beam. So, the crew of the Jules GHE moved their machine forward to be in front of the rest of the daggers and Wyndhams. The crew activated the shield just before the Minerva fired its positron cannon. The Tannhauser's beam raced ahead but came to a dead halt the moment it made contact with the Jules GHE's positron reflector. However, the effects of the positron beam blasted out in the form of a shockwave which forced the task force back a bit. With all the dust kicked up from the positron beam's deflection, Ayla decided that was great cover for her group to move. As they moved forward, Ayla noticed the enemy Lohengrin battery coming to bear on the Minerva. The Minerva would be on its own to avoid being hit by the enemy battery. Ayla was confident that Talia would do what she had to for the preserve the Minerva. Talia did see the enemy Lohengrin battery taking aim at the Minerva. However, Talia was ready for the Alliance doing that. She had the Minerva ascend not just to use the Tannhauser, but also to provide a path of evasion when the enemy aimed at the ship. And that evasion would allow the Minerva to dodge a harsh hit and not put allies in danger of being struck. So, Talia ordered Malik to have the Minerva dive down. The Lohengrin battery fired at the Minerva but missed with the ship heading toward the sand below. The Minerva hit the ground and scrapped the ravine floor as its momentum kept it going forward. Talia had Malik pull up and after a distance, the Minerva did manage to climb back up into the air. Alliance defending forces began clashing with ZAFT's mobile suits after the Minerva climbed back into the air. Ayla's group was making progress forward as the fighting was picking up. However, she spotted the mobile armor was moving back toward the Lohengrin battery. That was the last thing needed and that created a chance to ruin the operations plan. Ayla ordered her group to come out and attack. However, the daggers and Wyndhams caught sight of the group and some broke off launching missiles at them. Ayla and Matt were able to break free of the group before Omni pinned them down. Ayla and Matt were able to reach the mobile armor and at least slow it down for a bit as they pressed against it. The two knew the impulse was due very soon to blast out from the cave systems and assault the enemy's Lohengrin battery. So, the more the mobile armor was delayed, the better chance Shin would have at succeeding. As things were starting to take a grim turn, Shin was still making progress down the cave system. He saw on the data the word destination appeared on the display. Shin hoped that meant he was just about at the end of the path he was traveling. He armed the Ladybird missiles as the distance counter on the data was counting down. The moment Shin saw the word launch, he pulled the trigger and had the missile fire out of the pods. He just hoped the task force had managed to pull away a good portion of the Alliance's defense forces. That would include the mobile armor which had been mentioned. If his allies had been able to do that, he would have a good chance to get to the Lohengrin battery and take it down. The explosion ahead ripped the rocks apart, revealing daylight ahead of Shin. The Jel's GHE armor had been making its way back to the Lohengrin battery. The shot had missed the enemy ship by a small margin. The Lohengrin battery would need time to recharge for another shot. That gave ZAFT a window of time to potentially strike at the battery. The Jel's GHE could defend the battery and even shield it from the enemy positron cannon. However, it was slowed down when two enemy mobile suits caught up with the Jel's GHE. One was the mass-production ZAKU, and the other was a Golden Gundam type. The two quickly brought the Jel's GHE to a crawl, preventing it from returning to the Lohengrin battery to defend it. The longer that the Jel's GHE was prevented from reaching the battery, the more likely the chance an enemy force could attack it. The fight between the Jel's GHE, ZAKU, and Osiris had got going when part of the mountainside exploded outward. Out of the smoke came the core splendor, followed by both the leg and chest flyers. If not for the mobile armor trying to get back to the enemy battery, Shin's timing would be pretty good. But Ayla knew with the armor where it was currently, the impulse would be hard-pressed to accomplish his task. The moment Shin saw the flyers were clear of the tunnel, he started the combining process for the impulse. The time he had would be limited the moment he came out of the cave system, he knew that. So, he would use it the best he could to get to the Lohengrin battery to take it down. The sooner it was out of the battle, the better it would be for Shin's allies. The impulse couldn't effectively fly without a silhouette flyer. However, the impulse could still use the thruster the core splendor provided to jump and made his way toward his target. Once the impulse was assembled, Shin activated the phase shift armor before focusing on the Lohengrin battery on the bluff above and ahead of him. The appearance of the impulse didn't go unnoticed by the Alliance even if it did catch them off guard. The base's commander ordered all the automated defense activated so they could intercept the enemy machine. He also ordered for the Lohengrin cannon to be lowered into the bunker for its safety. The enemy Gundam was worrisomely close to the Lohengrin battery. It needed to be slowed down enough to get the Lohengrin away from danger. The base commander also demanded to know where the Jel's GHE was. It was supposed to be on its way back to the bluffs to defend the battery as needed. The Jel's GHE and the automated defenses could force the enemy Gundam back. Once enemy forces were forced back enough, the Lohengrin could rise back up and get back to work. The reply that the Alliance base's commander wasn't encouraging and revealed some potentially issues. The Jel's GHE was currently in combat with two enemy mobile suits, one of which was a Gundam type. They had slowed the Jel's GHE down and were working to keep it from returning and defending the battery. Should the enemy keep that up, then it would be up to the automated defenses and the few daggers to stop the enemy Gundam which had appeared. The base commander told his mobile controller team to tell the Jel's GHE to focus on the new enemy Gundam. If they managed to get to the Lohengrin battery before it could lower into the bunker, it could be lost. Should the Lohengrin cannon be lost, then the Alliance lost its major advantage over those who assaulted the base. Ayla and Matt saw the impulse rush forward, focusing on its intended target. Shin had a decent chance with getting to the enemy Lohengrin battery before it could be put out of reach as things stood. Matt, Ayla called, turning to the mobile armor, we need to deal with the enemy mobile armor. We can't let it slow the impulse down and protect the enemy battery for any reason. Matt knew Ayla had a good point with the armor, it couldn't be allowed to go after the impulse. I'm with you on that, he replied. Let's take down this armor. The Jel's GHE had turned its attention for a moment when the rock wall which had exploded outward. Its crew had observed what had come up become an enemy Gundam. The issue was the enemy machine was far too close to the Lohengrin battery to be acceptable. Then orders had come in from the command center telling the Jel's GHE was to focus on the new enemy suit. The crew captain knew the Jel's GHE couldn't completely ignore the two which had been slowing them down. But the priority was to make sure the enemy didn't reach the Lohengrin cannon before it lowered into the bunker. The Jel's GHE fired its beam rifles at the Osiris and ZAKU to get them to back off a bit. Matt and Ayla evaded the beams by leaping back a bit from the armor. The mobile armor then turned its attention to the impulse. With the armor's attention not fully on them, Ayla knew Matt and her had the best opportunity to rush forward and take the armor down. Matt surged forward on the left of the armor, using his beam assault rifle in one hand, taking out his beam tomahawk in the other. Ayla leapt into the air slightly behind Matt, storing her rifle system as she went. She was aiming to strike the suit section on the armor with a close-range weapon. The Jel's GHE saw the two enemy machines coming from behind but reacted too late. The armor did manage to avoid the bolts from the beam assault rifle but lost its left middle and rear legs when Matt swept his tomahawk hard through them. The Osiris took out its defiant beam javelin from its rack on the underside of the Osiris shield. Ayla activated the javelin's head and thrust forward, impaling the suit section of the Jul's GHE. As Ayla stabbed part of the armor, Matt kept going forward and swung his tomahawk in a hard horizontal arc. His tomahawk slammed into the forward part of the armor right below the suit section. The Jul's GHE crew had been turning to force the two enemy suits back again quickly before attacking the new Gundam. However, losing the two rear left legs made their situations much worse. The crew captain witnessed the gold Gundam use a lance and stab through the suit part of the armor, disabling it. But before the crew could do anything else, they saw a beam tomahawk coming at them. The three could only scream as the tomahawk cut into the camera and sensor arrays. Matt's tomahawk entered the cockpit, killing the crew unbeknownst to him. Signs of the armor about to detonate were seen, which got Ayla and Matt to draw back their weapons and jump back from the armor. The Jul's GHE exploded with the damage done by the ZAKU and Osiris. At the same time, Shin had dived down toward the ground higher up and closer to the enemy battery. His plan was to leap from ledge to get to the enemy battery as quickly as possible. The Alliance would begin lowering their Lohengrin to be out of reach the moment the impulse was visible to them. They had already brought up automated turrets to slow Shin down. The Alliance had also sent out a couple of their dagger suits to go against him. Yet, Shin's focus was still on the enemy battery, as that was his goal. His allies were depending on him to take down the enemy battery so they wouldn't be shot and killed by it. And Shin would do the best he could to destroy the positron cannon to protect his allies. In the Alliance's command center, the operators were working to lower the Lohengrin battery. Power and control cables were disconnecting from the battery as the impulse was quickly closing the distance between it and the battery. The report of the Jul's GHE being destroyed didn't bode well for the Alliance's defense. But the base's commander felt as long as the Lohengrin was intact, there was hope for forcing ZAFT back. It wouldn't be easy, but the Dagger LS and the Windams could manage to get ZAFT forces to back up and allow a second counter-offensive. Yet, should the Lohengrin be damaged or worse destroyed, most chances the Alliance head would vanish. Shin landed on the cliff rim that was 2 under the enemy battery, shooting at enemy turrets. Yet, it was as he shot and destroyed a Dagger L which Shin caught sight of movement. When he glanced in the direction the movement had been in, Shin saw the Lohengrin battery starting to lower itself. That told him the clock he was on was ticking down extremely fast if he was to have success. He jumped up to the next rim, shooting at the daggers which were trying to slow him down. On the rim, there was a dagger, so Shin dropped the Impulse's beam rifle, drawing one of the anti-armor knives. Shin then rammed the knife into the dagger in front of him before he moved past the enemy machine. He had to block some bolts from a dagger above him as he was surging upward. Shin tossed the shield aside and took out the other anti-armor knife and slammed it into the attacking enemy. He glanced over where the enemy battery was and saw it had about gotten down to its bunker. As the armored shutters began to move into place, Shin did the first thing that he could think of. He grabbed the dagger he'd stabbed and threw it into the gap there was with the shutters still working to close. The dagger slid over to the shutters and Shin pulled and held down the triggers for his CIWS guns. He peppered the enemy machine before it dropped into the bunker and the shutters closed. Shin had done that to get the dagger to detonate when it was in the bunker. That should destroy the enemy battery at the very least with the machine nearby. In the best case scenario, the enemy suit exploding would do damage to the internal structure of the Alliance base. Shin leapt back from the rim to get enough distance from the enemy base should the best case scenario occur. For a brief moment, the Alliance was relieved that the Lohengrin battery had gotten into the armored bunker. The enemy had tried and nearly succeeded at destroying the cannon. However, that relief vanished as the dagger which had slipped into the bunker exploded and destroyed the cannon. Things didn't end there. The detonation of the Lohengrin started a chain reaction of explosions which spread within the base. The first to die were those below and in front of the Alliance's command center. And though the explosions didn't directly reach the command center, they still had effects. The explosions caused debris to crash into the command center, killing all within it. The sight of smoke and explosions along the sides of the ravines was a welcome one to the ZAFT task force. It signaled that the Impulse had succeeded in its task and taken out the enemy Lohengrin battery. Enemy set defenses appeared to be going down or exploding themselves. Alliance mobile suits were hesitating if not falling back at what was going on. In essence, the Alliance had lost the battle, all that was left was the cleanup. Commandant Ruddle had gained a slight smile at seeing the Alliance base falling. It made those who had sacrificed their lives in the previous attempts feel like they had value. Ruddle would personally thank Captain Gladys for the help of her ship, its crew, and pilots. And if possible, he would love to thank and congratulate the young Gundam pilot who had made this possible. Talia leaned back into her seat at the sight of the Alliance base falling and enemy forces falling back. It meant that Shin had done the job against all the odds which had been in his way. If the National Defense Committee had any lingering doubts about Shin having the makings of a Gundam pilot, his work in this operation should settle those. She still wondered what Captain McGregor could have done to get the committee to not ask about her decision with Shin. All the message from them had said was they wouldn't argue with her decision. The tone that Talia had gotten was the committee had been humbled somehow, like someone they respected had told them off. Not that Talia would be complaining, the committee wouldn't be reversing her field promotion. She would thank Captain McGregor if she got the chance in the future for whatever he had done to help Shin. The battle was on its way to a close, and things had gone better than had been hoped. There had been a few casualties on ZAFT's end with the fighting with the Alliance's defending forces. However, there hadn't been anywhere near what had been feared could happen with the operation. Talia could only hope that the townsfolk were doing okay, and the Alliance wasn't taking out the loss on them before ZAFT could stop them. From what Arthur had mentioned, the local contact had iterated some of the suffering they had been under with the Alliance oppressing them. ZAFT would of course do what they could to help them, but there was no certainty that would be enough. Those in the town behind the Alliance base had been watching the battle going on. They were waiting to see if ZAFT could do something about the Alliance. If they could overcome the base, then the townsfolk would get to work running all Earth Alliance personnel out of town. They had been under the Alliance's oppression for around a year, and it had been a torturous hell. The town's population had been reduced to a little more than half since the Alliance had come. The lives lost had been hard to swallow for those who remained. The horrible things which the Alliance did to the townsfolk were even worse. The women had been beaten and raped on an almost regular basis. The men had been beaten and worked as slaves to build the Alliance's base. Of course, small groups had tried to go and get help since the Alliance had come and established themselves as overlords. But all of those had failed, either being dragged back or outright murdered by the Alliance soldiers. Everyone in town knew several who had been killed by the Alliance in some way. And that served as motivation for the town to resist quietly, waiting for the moment they could get vengeance against their oppressors. The town's current leader's daughter had been sent to meet up with ZAFT and given them the info which the townsfolk had managed to learn. And it was hoped that ZAFT could unseat the Alliance and free the people from their oppression. So when smoke and explosions were spotted from the base, that was taken as the signal to get to work. Those in town weren't the only ones that were ready to act against the Alliance, unbeknownst to them. There was a group of 5 Federation Pelican transports heading for the town at the same time. All 5 were loaded with Federation soldiers from the Equatorial Union. Most were either specially trained or were a part of the Union's Tactical Operation Forces or TOF. The force had been assembled at the order of State Head Ismail. She had given the green light when some from the town had crossed the border and told some what the Alliance was doing to them. The mission was to free the town from the Alliance's oppression and enslavement. Those from the town who had risked their lives to bring the information to the Federation were also with the Federation group. The 4 were in their late teens and had said they wanted to go with the Federation soldiers and help the town. They had convinced the Federation's military force to give them a ride back close to their home. There had been hesitation as the teens were still recovering from their poor conditions they had been in upon crossing the border into the Union. The teens were showing courage that was uncommon from the youth outside the military these days. The Pelicans were flying low to avoid immediate detection by the Alliance. The goal was to save the townsfolk, not pick an all-out fight with the Alliance if it could be avoided for the moment. There were already discussions going on to put together a force to go against the Alliance base should things come to that at a later time. Saving lives was the priority for the group and that had been stated to the teens. It was a sad thing as it hadn't been uncommon more than a year ago for the Federation to have good relations with the remote towns in the Middle Eastern areas. But the Alliance had been cracking down on that, saying the Federation was trying to influence their citizens. One of the teens, who was the unofficial leader of those who had come to the Union, was thinking to himself. His name was Hector Almeda. Hector had brown neck-length hair and bronze-colored eyes. It was said he looked like his father, others said he looked a lot like his younger sister Connolly even if he was around a foot taller. Hector was hoping his group and the help they had gotten could make it back to the town in time. The Alliance had been getting more violent as of late, which translated into the townsfolk suffering. Hector had gone to his father, who was the town leader, and told him of his group's plan. Things couldn't stay the same or all in the town would end up being slaughtered by the Alliance at some point. His father had said there were some working with ZAFT to have their help, so Hector's group didn't need to go. However, Hector had been insistent that ZAFT could fail as they had before with their previous attempts. The journey of Hector's group to the Equatorial Union had been a hard one in a few ways. It had taken half a week of travel to reach the border, and that was after escaping the Alliance soldiers. Hector knew the escape had almost not happened, his group had been almost caught. If not for 3 of his friends volunteering to stay behind and letting the Alliance catch them, then his group wouldn't have managed the evasion and had been slaughtered. The rest of his group had hidden while the 3 had gone another way to draw the soldiers away from them. It had been painful to listen to the short exchange between Hector's friends and the Alliance soldiers. The soldiers had mocked and beaten them before simply murdering his friends and laughing about it afterward. His group had waited for an hour after the soldiers had left before coming out of hiding. They had approached their friends and it had been hard to see what the Alliance had done. Hector had needed to comfort another member of his group who was the younger brother of one of the 3 murdered. Hector's group had carried the bodies of their fallen friends to the cave they had hid in, promising they would return to give them a proper burial. Hector's group had kept traveling after seeing to their fallen friends. It was to honor their sacrifices for them to have a chance to get help for the town. The days of travel to the Equatorial Union's border had been grueling. But his group had helped one another to keep going as they were determined to all make it to their destination. The journey was slightly easier than a hard week of slave labor the Alliance would demand of them. Yet, most of them had been in poor condition when they reached a village in the Union. Hector had been told all of them had been rushed to the nearest hospital after they had dropped from exhaustion. When he'd woken up, he'd begged to talk to someone who could get information to the Federation's military. He was told by the hospital staff they would get someone for him. When a person, which was dressed in a soldier's uniform the Federation used, Hector began to hope he could get the town help. That had been the result, much to Hector's relief. A force was quickly assembled after that, which was the one Hector's group was now with. Hector and the others had been determined to go with the Federation force and had told them so. It wouldn't just be a ride back to town, it would be them returning with help and saving their people. Sure, Hector would love it if the Federation would help take back the town from the Alliance if that was necessary. But he could understand the Federation saying that couldn't be done at the moment. He'd heard there was a plan in the works to do that should it be needed, and Hector would accept that. The Federation would help save the townsfolk, and that's what counted to Hector's group. It was mentioned that evacuations would be the likely method to save the people in this operation. That was better than having no help, and it would be only temporary. Hector glanced around the hold of the transport once more, still surprised at the equipment the Federation was using. They had suits on which they said would give them a serious advantage over Alliance soldiers. They also had assault and high-powered weapons to use if fighting broke out. Hector believed what had been said, but kind of wanted to see what was being referred to with his own eyes. His group had also been given weapons to use when they said their group would be helping. 2 had been given assault rifles while the other had been given a high-powered rifle. Hector was holding onto the sniper-type rifle he'd been given to use. His group had also been issued body armor which they had been required to put on by the soldiers. With what he was seeing, Hector was feeling the strongest hope he'd experienced in several months. Hector's attention was shifted when the pilot of the transport called out there was smoke ahead. That didn't bode well in Hector's mind, and it made him worry that the Alliance could be doing something to the town. The leader of the Federation soldiers on the transport got up and went to the cockpit. It felt like a long moment later before they returned to the hold with a grim expression on his face. That didn't help Hector dismiss any of the worry he was feeling. "Captain Monday," Hector started, "what's going on? What was that about smoke?" Captain Monday, who was a member of the Union's TOF, glanced at the teen who the others seemed to look to. The young man had been the one who had convinced enough to have this rescue operation occur. Monday respected the teens who had trekked from their town to the Union's border on foot. That would have been days of walking most of the day to manage that. Then, they had been insistent to come with the task force assigned to the operation and help. It showed they were loyal to the people of their town, which was admirable. The smoke the pilot had called out about was ahead of them. Yet, it wasn't coming up from the town, rather the Alliance's base to the west of it. Since the Alliance seemed to be in trouble, that changed the potential plan of rescuing the people of the town. Should the enemy base be falling, the Federation task force could take care of Omni soldiers in the town and free the people. If that could be accomplished, there would be no need for a larger-scale operation to liberate the town from Alliance oppression. "There is smoke coming up ahead, young man," Monday replied. "But it isn't coming from the town. It is rising up from ravine, likely the Alliance base were I to guess." Hector blinked at being told smoke was coming up from the Alliance base. It possibly meant that ZAFT had agreed to help the town and might have managed to take down the Alliance's seat of power. If that was the case, then maybe the town could be freed today, and Hector knew he wasn't the only one that would love to see that. "Some were trying to get ZAFT to help our people be free from the Alliance," Hector iterated. "If ZAFT agreed, and I'm fairly sure they would, then they could be attacking the base at this moment." Captain Monday nodded at the information the teen was giving. Should ZAFT be working on the Alliance base, it would keep Alliance forces off the Federation task force. They could more effectively help the townsfolk while the base was brought down. Data provided by the teens had placed an Alliance storage area and airfield to the immediate north of the town. The Pelicans could strike that to cause chaos within the Alliance after setting down the task force. Monday told the pilot to hover directly east of the town so all of them could get off. Then the Pelicans would go and attack the Alliance airfield and other major Alliance areas they could. The pilot confirmed the change and told Captain Monday the Pelicans were about to swoop in and hover. The Pelicans hovered in the designated position and opened their cargo hold ramps. The Federation soldier poured off the transports, as did Hector's group, and dropped the few feet to the ground. The east end of town was around 50 meters away from where the Federation task force had dropped it. The soldiers formed into teams as they moved forward. Hector's group divided themselves to have one in each group so they could lead them into town without being spotted right away. There was already noise coming from the town as the task force got closer, so their pace was increased. The Federation soldiers came into the main street before the teams began going down side streets. The side streets Hector's group had assured would help the Federation task force get further into town without the Alliance knowing. A few Omni soldiers were encountered along the way as the teams made progress, but they were gunned down without hesitation. There were 1 or 2 Alliance personnel ripped out from buildings and dealt with. Hector had discussed with Captain Monday that the best place for the task force to start with was the town hall. Those that were there would either be the leaders of the town or would know where they were. The sooner they could have the townspeople on their side, the quicker the Alliance could be forced out. At the same time, some had run back to town hall to report seeing smoke coming up from the Alliance's base. Mr. Cal Almeda, who was the official town leader, knew ZAFT was attacking the Alliance's seat of power atop the ravine. His daughter Connolly had messaged him to say ZAFT had agreed to help them in the general timetables their operation would use. The plan was to rise up against the Alliance personnel once ZAFT had the upper hand over the Alliance. And smoke coming up from the sides of the ravine was as clear a sign that ZAFT had the upper hand as Cal could figure. So, he told the townsfolk now was the time to oust the Alliance from their town. It was the chance all of them had been waiting for, the chance to fight for their freedoms. The people of the town went to their homes and other hiding places and grabbed the guns and other weapons they had for what they were about to do. There would not be a single Alliance soldier left alive by sunset, everyone in town would make sure of that. It would be the vengeance they would bring down on their oppressors for the lives they had taken and the suffering they had brought upon them. Even the young would be allowed to help in the ousting of the Alliance, though it would be dangerous for them. Once weapons were obtained, the townspeople began going through town seeking out the Alliance personnel. Some also went about destroying any symbols the Alliance had put in the town. Today would be the day the town and land would be cleansed of the Alliance oppression. Cal was directing the charge against the Alliance from the town's central plaza in front of the town hall. He'd delegated to other trusted leaders to lead the people in bringing out the Alliance personnel. They were to drag every one of them to the plaza if that was necessary to be punished for what they had done to the people. There were quickly reports of some Alliance soldiers resisting the townspeople, but the job of smoking out the oppressors continued. However, as Cal was giving out instructions to a group who had brought some Alliance personnel to the plaza, there were explosions to the north. Cal looked in that direction and witnessed what appeared to be missiles being sent at the Alliance's airfield. What was odd was the missiles seemed to be appearing out of thin air, which didn't make sense. Back with the team Hector was with, they were just over halfway to the plaza in front of Town Hall. They had been helping the townsfolk along the way. And once the townsfolk understood the big suits were Federation soldiers, they were more than happy to have the help. The teams broke off into smaller groups like pairs and trios working with the townspeople. With the Federation's help, the barricaded doors the Alliance had scrambled to put up were smashed through with ease. It certainly sped up the ongoing process of gathering the Alliance personnel. Hector stuck with Captain Monday and the 2 soldiers he kept with him as they kept going toward the plaza. He had his rifle ready but hadn't had to use it yet as the Alliance personnel he'd seen were trying to surrender. However, his group came to a stop when ahead of them a small group of Alliance soldiers were pointing their guns in the plaza's direction. Captain Monday waved for the 3 with him to take cover before they were noticed. Hector did as instructed, but soon peeked out and saw one of the Alliance soldiers had a girl as a hostage. He wouldn't let that stand, so Hector brought his rifle to bear on the soldier's head. Hector pulled the trigger and the Alliance soldier's head exploded. While Captain Monday would have preferred to study the situation for a moment longer, the shot from the teen wouldn't allow that. So, he and the other 2 with him rushed forward and attacked the other Alliance soldiers. Cal had grabbed his own gun when a small group of Alliance soldiers came into the plaza. What was problematic was one of them had a hostage, which was a girl with a gun to her head. Cal was trying to figure out a way to deal with the soldiers and save the girl when the one holding the girl had their head explode. Before any could react, what appeared to be 3 large, suited people or robots rushed up behind the soldiers. The Alliance soldiers were slammed to the ground hard by the robots. The girl was shaking as she sunk to the ground, having dodging death. She was covered in the blood of the man who'd been holding her. The girl was processing what had been happening when there was a hand touching her shoulder. She turned and found a sight she didn't think she would ever see again. Standing behind her was none other than the town head's son, Hector. Hector had been the one who most of the teens listened to, mostly since he looked after and protected them. Hector wanted to comfort the girl, which had just faced such a harsh experience for her age. He believed the girl was the daughter of the local baker, if Hector recalled right. Having her chastity threatened in her mid-teens was hard enough without having to have a gun against her head. "Hey there," Hector said, setting his rifle down, "are you okay? You were just in a harsh experience." Hector glanced at the girl's dress and saw it was stained with blood pretty good. "While I'm glad I was able to save you by shooting the mean soldier, I'm sorry about your dress being stained. You just tell me when you get to cleaning it and I'll come to help you with it. How does that sound?" The girl was so relieved to see Hector right now. He'd always been nice when he swung around the bakery her father ran. He'd promised her and her father he would make sure she wouldn't be raped by any of the Alliance personnel when she got older. So, she spun around and embraced Hector and began sobbing, happy what she had just faced was over. Hector patted the girl's back as she sobbed, telling her everything would be okay. After a moment, Hector managed to get the girl to stop sobbing and get up. He needed to talk to his father and tell him the Federation was here to help them. So, Hector made his way across the plaza and spotted his father still delegating orders to the people around him. Cal was grateful for whoever was helping them, but there was still work to do. He got back to giving out instructions to those around him so the gathering of Alliance personnel could be wrapped up. However, his voice caught in his throat when he saw a pair coming up to where he was. One was the girl who the Alliance soldiers had threatened. The other, by what Cal was seeing, was none other than his son. The whole town had grieved when news had been brought that the Alliance had murdered a group of teens they had caught. Cal had believed he had lost his son forever. The Alliance hadn't even had the humanity to allow any to go recover the bodies of those they'd murdered. Words couldn't express the joy Cal felt as seeing his son was alive and well. The town had already lost more people than it ever should have because of the Alliance. Any that could be brought back was the greatest news for all of the town. Hector came up to stand in front of his dad. He would have spoken, but the father of the girl appeared hugging his daughter. After a moment, the baker looked up to Hector and gained an expression of shock. The young man in front of him was Hector Almeda, the son of the town's leader. He was supposed to have been murdered by Alliance soldiers when he and other had gone for help. Hector Almeda, the baker stuttered, "You're alive." Hector nodded with a smile, but it was his father Cal which spoke next. "Words can't express what joy I feel to know you are alive, Hector. But how is it that you are, and are any that headed out with you survive as well?" Hector gained a frown at the question. It was a reminder of the sacrifice of his friends to help them escape the Alliance patrol. His gaze fell slightly. "4 of us are still alive." Hector hesitated for a second. Cal could see his son wasn't happy with what he was trying to say. And that he had said 4 when his group had been made up of 7 meant some hadn't made it. It would make sense with the Alliance having murdered some teens the night Hector's group headed out. 3 sacrificed and let themselves be caught, but the Alliance soldiers which were searching for us. Hector's fists clenched. "We had to listen our friends be mocked and beaten before they were shot with assault rifles." The loss of the 3 teens was certainly regrettable. Cal wouldn't downplay that. But at least not all that had gone out for help had been slaughtered by their oppressors. "I'm sorry for the loss, it had to be hard to listen to." Hector shook his head in response. His friends had volunteered, knowing they would likely be killed by those chasing them. Yet, if some didn't do something to throw off the Alliance soldiers, they would all be slaughtered. "Their sacrifice allowed the rest of us to get away," Hector said. Tears came to the corner of Hector's eyes before he wiped them away. "We did carry their bodies to the cave we hid in so we could give them a proper burial later." Cal smiled at his son's thoughtfulness. Granted, it had been for friends his son had been with for years, so he would want to honor them. But Cal felt his son would do that for anyone in town. And because of his group's action, the teens who had been going to get help for the town could be honored properly by the townsfolk. "That is beyond kind of you, Hector," Cal remarked. "We can now honor them and give proper farewells." Hector nodded and wiped his eyes again from the thoughts of his fallen friends. But they could be seen to after the Alliance was dealt with. There was still work to see to free the town. The Federation task force was already doing a lot to help. They were cutting off the Alliance's escape route by striking their airfield. Their soldiers were assisting the townspeople in bringing out the Alliance personnel. If full cooperation could be established, then more help could be found. Captain Monday had mentioned 2 more Pelicans, as the transports were referred to as, were on their way with medical supplies and personnel. That help would be invaluable for the townsfolk, which was sorely needed. "That can be seen to later, Dad," Hector stated. "My group did convince the Federation to send help. I and the others came with a task force of soldiers which are already helping drag out the Alliance personnel. Their aircraft are attacking the Alliance's airfield as we speak. If we can coordinate with them fully, we can finish dealing with the Alliance by the time ZAFT wraps up with the Alliance's seat of power." Cal was impressed his son had not just returned but brought more help than had been hoped for. The attempts to have help from the Federation had failed not because the Federation had refused, but none had reached them. The Alliance patrolled the east to make sure none would reach the Federation's border. And yet, his son had managed to get past the Alliance patrols and made the days-long journey on foot to the Federation's border. Cal would have said more to his son, but one of the suited people approached them. Hector turned and saw Captain Monday coming up to where he was. "Captain Monday," Hector greeted, then he pointed to his father. "This is Cal Almeda. He is the one who leads the people of this town as well as my father." Monday removed his helmet and bowed his head to Hector and Cal. "Greetings, I'm Captain Monday of the Equatorial Union's Tactical Operation Forces." Monday gestured at Hector. "His group came to the Union and told us of what the Alliance was doing to your people." Monday frowned in anger that the Alliance had been enslaving the local people and keeping that fact hidden. And if this town had been suffering under the Alliance's oppression, it was probable that other towns were in a similar position. "The members of the task force are more than happy to help this town's people. Our only regret is we didn't know of this sooner and stepped in, saving lives before they had been lost." Cal was sure should or more when the Federation found out about what the Alliance had been doing to this town and others, they would intercede. The principles that the Federation was founded upon would put them against any form of slavery no matter who was enforcing it. It was why the first groups that had gone for help had tried to get to the Federation. Cal bowed to Captain Monday. you have our heartfelt gratitude for the Federation's task force's assistance. And do not blame yourself for not helping earlier. Cal waved a hand. The Alliance worked actively to prevent any from being able to reach the Federation to ask for help. And the help you are providing now is more than welcome. If we could coordinate, then we can gather the Alliance personnel who are in town quicker and be done with them. Captain Monday nodded. Indeed, that would be best. Hector told his father he would go and help the townsfolk with their task. He grabbed his rifle and ran out of the plaza to find the nearest group and assist them. It was over the next 15 minutes that the Alliance personnel who were still alive were brought to the plaza. They were sorted by rank and lined up. The highest-ranking officers were the first to be executed, but they were beaten with pipes and other hard objects they could find before that. The groups of Alliance personnel were moved through the executions. As that was going on, Hector's group was greeted by all in the town. They were heroes bringing back help from the Federation that had assisted in gathering the Alliance personnel and stopping them from escaping. After the executions were completed, the townsfolk thanked the Federation soldiers who had come to their aid. They were greeted like one would long-lost family. The Federation used to come around the town before the Alliance came to check in on the people and deliver supplies. The air around the town had been the highest it had been in around a year, and Cal was relieved it had finally become so. The town would be free from today going forward, after all the efforts made to free the people from the Alliance's oppression. Captain Monday oversaw the landing of the 2 Pelicans with the medical supplies and personnel. Cal had some of his helping hands organize those who needed medical help in preparation for the Federation's help. Meanwhile, Shin came down to land on a rim along the ravine wall that was clear of the Alliance's base. He had managed to take down the enemy cannon and the Alliance's base was falling. The town should be safe from the Alliance now with the base being taken down. Shin had the impulse begin making its way toward the town using the ledges and rims along the ravine wall. He would meet up with everyone else at the town, Shin was sure of that. Plus, he did want to make sure the townsfolk were okay after what happened. Besides, without a silhouette flyer, Shin couldn't return to the Minerva quickly, or at least till it landed on the ground. Ayla checked with Matt to make sure he was okay after the battle. He told her she was worrying a little too much about him. Matt also said he should be the one worrying about her out of the two of them, she was his girlfriend after all. Ayla couldn't help but chuckle at Matt's comment, as it was just how he was. She checked with Luna and Ray to make sure they were still alive, and found they were. Ayla told them to return to the Minerva and that she and Matt would go meet up with Shin. He would need assistance to get back to the Minerva without the means to fly for long enough to get back to the ship. Ayla then told Matt to follow her to the town, as she suspected that was the direction Shin would head off in. It had taken nearly 10 minutes for Shin to get to where he spotted the town. It took a few more to get down from the height he was at when it came into view. As he was working his way down to the ground, he spotted aircraft he'd never seen before circling about the town. They certainly didn't appear to be Alliance craft that Shin had seen before. Plus, the people in the town weren't hiding from the craft at all. It made Shin wonder if they could be some sort of Federation craft. It made sense to Shin if the Federation came to the town's aid. The Federation's principles had them stand against slavery in any form, and they enforced international laws against such. The impulse reached the ground level and Shin had it walk the rest of the way to the edge of town. However, Shin was surprised at the greeting he got the moment he opened his cockpit. Cheers and praise were being shouted at him from the people below that were coming to Shin's ears. Shin descended to the ground, and he was instantly surrounded by people. He heard thanks and praise of his and ZAFT's efforts against the Alliance base. It was similar to what Shin had experienced back at Asgard after the Alliance's assault. Not that he wasn't glad to see the townspeople were okay and the Alliance hadn't been able to do harm to them. So, Shin just took the praise, replying he had just been trying to help. Ayla and Matt came into view of the two a few minutes after they had spotted the impulse working its way down the ravine wall. By the time the two had reached ground level, they saw the impulse had been surrounded by the townspeople. Ayla told Matt to go over to where the impulse was so they could at least see if Shin was all good. The two moved their machines over to be next to the impulse before exiting their cockpits. Matt glanced around as he was descending to the ground. The aircraft circling the town weren't Alliance, so he assumed they were Federation. Were that so, the craft were unlike any aircraft of the Federation's that ZAFT had seen previously. Ayla was also scanning the town as she was descending to the ground as Matt had been. The aircraft were different, and she had no doubt ZAFT intel would be looking into them. From what Ayla could see, the craft seemed to be using thrusters rather than turbines or propellers. Should that be true, the craft would have advantages over generally accepted aircraft the other factions used. Ayla's gaze moved to the ground level and found something even more interesting than the Federation's new aircraft. There were Ayla imagined soldiers in what appeared to be some kind of suit. What was interesting to Ayla was those in the suits were doing tasks which a regular human being shouldn't be able to do. They were stronger than humans could be on their own, at the very least by what Ayla was seeing. The aircraft and suits were more than likely something newly developed by the Federation. And if that was so, Ayla would be concerned should ZAFT ever have to face off against the Federation. When Ayla and Matt reached the ground, they were quickly surrounded by people thanking them for what ZAFT had done for them. It really made Ayla figure the alliance had been coming down on the townspeople. Miss Connolly had mentioned something to the effect that the alliance had enslaved them. That was believable with the cheering the people were letting loose as the rest of ZAFT's task force began to come into view. Ayla glanced back at Shin and couldn't help but smile at people thanking him in various ways. Shin was a hero in this instance and so he did deserve the praise. Today, ZAFT would be seen as heroes for this town, and Ayla hoped that ZAFT could do this for more people in the future. The Minerva landed outside the town before some could disembark from the ship. Connolly was among the first to leave the Minerva, and she was shocked. The feel around the town was unlike anything it had been for a solid year. The townsfolk were happy and celebrating in ways they hadn't since the alliance had come around. Connolly felt a smile come to her face at seeing the difference. All the work which had been done had been worth it. The town was now free from the alliance's tyranny. Connolly left the Minerva's crew and set off to find her father and check in with him. Cal was still working to make sure all the people's needs were being met, especially the medical ones. The Federation's supplies were helping a great deal. Some of it was the first genuine medical supplies beyond the most basic which had been seen in months. Captain Monday was already promising communication equipment for the town to use for what they needed. They would also give a limited access to the same systems that the Federation used for that equipment. That alone would make a difference for not just their town, but likely others as well. It would reverse the Alliance's work of disrupting communications in the region beyond those they controlled. Thus, he was being kept busy with coordinating things. Cal would make the time to thank the ZAFT forces when he could for the help they had provided. Connolly found her father in the town plaza, working with several people. He certainly looked busy, but he looked okay and she would take that. There were strange people in suits of some sort, but they looked to be helping the people, so Connolly wasn't that concerned about them. However, before she could see what could be done to help in the efforts for the town's benefit, there was a tap on her shoulder. She turned and blinked her eyes, not believing what she was seeing. Connolly even rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't dreaming or seeing things. But it was Hector's chuckling which snapped her out of the disbelief. "I'm no ghost, Connolly," he assured. "I'm alive, maybe not at 100% at the moment. I'm still recovering from the journey to the Federation's border, but I should be fine in a few days." Tears came to Connolly's eyes at seeing and hearing her older brother. She had been convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that she'd lost him. The Alliance hadn't even had the humanity to allow any to go retrieve the bodies of those they killed. So, Connolly hadn't thought she would see her brother again to even say goodbye. Connolly hugged her brother and sobbed, "I thought you were dead, that the Alliance murdered your whole group. They were boasting of catching a group of teens and killed them for their foolishness." Hector returned his sister's embrace. "Sorry for worrying you, Connolly. I and 3 others made it." Hector stopped before he could say his friends had given their lives for the rest of his group. Connolly pulled back a bit at what Hector had said. His group had 7 members when they had set out. "What do you mean 4 of your group made it?" she questioned. "There were 7 of you when you set out." Hector frowned. "Connor, Basil, and Luke didn't make it. They drew the Alliance's patrol's attention away from where the rest of us were hiding." Hector hesitated. "They volunteered to stay even when they knew they were going to die doing what they were." Hector stopped remembering what his best friend Connor had said to him before going and drawing the Alliance's attention. "Connor asked me, and he wanted you to help make sure his little brother moves forward." Hector looked away from Connolly. Nick didn't take seeing his brother's bloody body well at all. "I think doing a proper funeral will help, but he will need help from friends to move forward and keep living." Connolly frowned as she was friends with the one her brother mentioned. Nick would have been the one to go give ZAFT the info if he hadn't got with Hector's group. And she could feel for Nick as until right now, she had been grieving for her brother. But then the implications of what Hector sunk in. Hector had mentioned a proper funeral, meaning he could know where the bodies of the 3 lost were. "Wait, you know where the bodies of our friends are?" she asked. Hector nodded. "We waited for the Alliance patrol left and then carried their bodies to the cave we hid in so we could go back later and get them to bring them home." While Connolly was happy her brother was alive and here, that left the question of how he got back here. His group had gone to get help from the Federation for the town. "How did you get back here, Hector?" Connolly inquired. "Did you reach the Federation border?" Hector smiled at his little sister. "You bet we did. We brought soldiers back to help us and they assisted gathering the Alliance personnel so they could be punished properly for what they had done. They are going to do more to help the town be able to stand. We will be free from the Alliance's oppression from today onward, Connolly. We finally were able to help our people as we've wanted to. A/N. Alrighty then, I'll be leaving off there and continue in the next phase." Where to start with this phase? There's a lot to go over both for the phase itself and what it took so long to put out. Let's start with why this has taken so long. To say my life has been hectic would be an understatement, busy as can be and little to no time to write to start with. I also lost my creative vibe for this story for a time, sorry to say, but getting it back. Getting to see the new Gundam Seed Freedom film certainly helped with that. The film was neat, definitely worth seeing if any of you fans of Gundam Seed. It was a nice wrap-up or epilogue for Destiny. I mean sure, it could have been better, but that is true of any series if you ask me. Don't expect me to pump out phases as regularly as I did before just yet. I need to get the time and back into the rhythm I had before for that to happen, and that hasn't occurred yet. On to the highlights from this phase, as there are several to go over. So let me begin with the section I will refer to as the planning phase for the assault on Lohengrin's Gate. So, it is said in canon that the Mahamel base essentially is what is preventing the Alliance from launching attacks on Gibraltar. I won't deny that is kind of true in my story, but there is more to the point than just that. Keep in mind that the Alliance is not on good terms at all with the Federation after the attack on Asgard. Thus, the Alliance is trying to let things cool down a bit by not interacting with them directly. That isn't to say the Alliance is being smart about their actions, but they aren't looking for direct confrontation with the Federation at this time. So, a bit of a difference from canon, or rather giving details that canon doesn't specifically, is what I give on resistance groups. Those from the town on the other side of the ravine are going to ZAFT as they have little other option. In this phase, I do give more details which I will get to in a little bit. The general plan which ZAFT is going to use as much as canon had. The changes are that instead of a Thrun, we have Ayla and Matt for the Minerva. The other thing is the previous attempt didn't have the mobile scene by ZAFT's attacking force. I also want to remind you readers that Shin isn't the spoiled brat that he is in canon. This is another phase where that comes out, and I at least like the difference, as I wasn't the fondest of the bratty Shin myself. Let's move on to the scene where Connolly comes in, and there is the second briefing. I want to start with Connolly's introduction as I go into more detail with her than canon does. For those from the village that is in this phase, I wanted to give a picture of the suffering they have been under while oppressed by the Alliance. I wanted to give a feel of helplessness those there had been going through as those they knew were beaten and killed. I know I'm portraying the Alliance as more than villains, but at this point they kind of are. And the reason the Alliance is so oppressive is twofold in my story. They want to dominate and win against ZAFT, which is in canon. However, they also don't want the Federation interfering in what they do. That is why the Alliance forces don't allow any to make a run to the Federation's border. The other thing I wanted to show with Connolly is that she came as a representative for her village. Yet, she wanted to go with others to get help from the Federation. So, she doesn't have high hopes for ZAFT helping the village going into this. Frankly, I feel that Ayla is a better first meeting for Connolly than a Thrun was in canon, no offense to a Thrun. Ayla comes off as more empathetic than a Thrun does overall in my opinion. But onto the briefing for the actual mission in this phase. I would like to note that the briefing overall is very similar to what is in canon. However, I would point out some things which differ and make a difference from canon. First, the Minerva's pilots are the calm ones listening to the briefing actively where others aren't. Second, the ZAFT pilots aren't entirely on board with the mission. That comes from the failure of the previous ZAFT force, which had no survivors. So, is it a surprise that Connolly lost her temper when she saw that ZAFT pilots weren't very interested in helping the village? I wanted to show just how mean the Alliance had been to those like Connolly's village and others in the region. I don't blame her for losing her temper with what she sees as at stake in the operation. And I like how she counters the backtalk she receives by giving information to them about what they would be going against. One has to give the girl credit for doing what she can for her people. The operation itself is pretty cut and dry for ZAFT's end. I wanted to make it a little interesting with how the mobile armor was defeated. I felt that Ayla and Matt teaming up would be neat and better for taking down the mobile armor. You readers are free to disagree with me on that, but that is how I've written it. And we can't forget that Shin owns the Alliance forces that he goes against. Now, let me move on to the scene which is newer to this phase. As should be obvious, the group of teens that had gone for the Federation border reached their destination. And their journey hadn't been for nothing, as the Federation sent forces to help as they could. Originally, they were to help evacuate the town as their priority. A mission would be set up to oust the Alliance after the evacuation. But with ZAFT taking out the Lohengrin cannon, that changed the point as the Alliance was falling there. This scene lets me show off once again the pelicans and the exosuits. As you read, the Alliance didn't stand a chance against either idea. But this homecoming for those that had gone to the Federation is their scene too. I also wanted to show that the Federation are known by the remote villages in this region of the world. Before the Alliance had come down hard of them, it was more the Federation that checked in on the village and made sure they were okay. I wanted to end this phase with the village celebrating the freedom they had fought for. The other thing is the return of those that had gone to the Federation for the help that came back with them. As bad as this phase could be seen, I wanted to end on a higher note, so it was nicer than it could be. That is why I had the last part Connolly reuniting with her brother she believed dead by the action of the Alliance. In conclusion, I'm glad I'm back on this story. I can't promise consistent posting at this point, too many factors at the moment to work through. I will try to post as I can with this with all those that like this story. As always, some of you take the time to write a review and tell me what you think of the phase or ask questions. Peace out until the next phase, Chapter 82, Phase 85, Meeting of Fate. A/N. This phase has been in development for a time, and it had been finished a bit sooner than I thought it would. Don't hold me to 2-week releases. I would love it if I could keep that up, but I fear life ain't going to let that be the case, we'll see. Anyways, enough the phase and the story thus far. Phase 85, Meeting of Fate. November 12, 73 CE. Plants, L5. Athrun had been taking the time to consider the offer made by a number around the plants. The offer to come back to ZAFT was a beyond nice one as Athrun looked at it. When the Alliance plant war ended, Athrun had chosen to take the discharge option given to him and his comrades. Athrun had figured it would be a discharge with his involvement against Chairman Zayla. However, that hadn't been the case due to Athrun assumed the good words from a few ZAFT commanders, including Admiral Tries. It had been a fair way to leave the homeland and move on with his life, or so he thought. Athrun hadn't considered returning to the plants or ZAFT when he left. With what had gone down with Cruzet and the monster, it had been the best option. If Athrun had stayed, he feared he would be constantly reminded of what he'd lost. That wasn't limited to just his father, it was his comrades too. And Athrun thought he'd come to terms with leaving ZAFT and move forward with his life. He didn't know whether that would have him on a battlefield as a soldier or doing something entirely different. Athrun had for a time expected and even accepted that being around Kagalai. But recently, it had become clear he couldn't maintain what he had been doing long term. Nonetheless, here Athrun was back around the homeland, being offered a chance to rejoin the ZAFT organization. Chairman Durndal had told Athrun he would clean his record and even expunge his discharge. That was quite the offer for any soldier that had one on their record. And Athrun wouldn't be against working with some he knew, like Nicole, Dirka, or even Isaac. Joining ZAFT again would allow Athrun to make a difference, especially with the offer of joining Faith. With the privileges that Faith had, Athrun could do a lot of things and not have to worry about needing permission. If Athrun had such privileges, perhaps even be able to cut down the potential deaths the coming conflict. There were other potentially good benefits of Athrun joining ZAFT. He could work to help shorten the coming war and bring peace. That the same goal the Federation would work on, Athrun was confident about that. Yet, as good as the offer was to most, it did come with drawbacks. There would be things that Athrun had become accustomed to being able to do. If he rejoined ZAFT, that would be cut down, mostly concerning faction lines. In the time Athrun had been away from the homeland, he had been around the Federation. He had gotten used to some of the perks of being a Federation citizen which he wouldn't have should he accept the offer. The access to the Federation's information network would be a loss. Reaching out to his friends within the Federation would likely be more difficult if Athrun was with ZAFT. That was the hardest thing for Athrun, possibly not being able to stay in touch with friend. If there was one lesson that Athrun had learned from the Alliance plant war, it was the importance of staying in touch with friends. Not doing that regularly had nearly destroyed that which Athrun valued and made his life worth living. Miscommunication between friends was just about as bad as it had a hauntingly similar result. It had nearly cost Athrun one of his best friends. Just following orders and some had insisted soldiers should do, had added to the lesson as it had Athrun being an idiot. Orders expected him to kill his best friends and not hesitate doing so as they were enemies. Athrun would wish that kind of fate on no one with what it had done to him. Chairman Durndal and other ZAFT leaders didn't seem the type that would go down that path. But then, Athrun hadn't thought his father would fate and turn into a monster bent on destroying humanity. Thus, it was hard to be sure that those leading wouldn't take a turn which would go down a bad path. Athrun spent days weighing the pros and cons of the offer being extended to him by Durndal. He wanted to help humanity not fall back into a horrible place where it could face its own destruction. And that brought back to mind the speech that Tyler's mother Ellen had given which was still quoted today. The woman had defined very well the type of individuals which were a serious threat to humanity as a whole. Humankind's true enemy, the term which Ellen had established that was used now to refer to what she had set out in the definition of the term. There were still those which fell under the term Ellen established as she defined it in the world today. They were the very ones who encouraged the conflict to spread and head toward a war. The ones who had demanded a nuclear strike be made against the plants, and for what? To advance their vendetta of hatred as others had done before. Ellen had put it well, they were as demons dressed in human skin. After going back and forth with the pros and cons for a while, Athrun did come to his decision. He opened the package which had been delivered with a note saying it was from Chairman Durndal. In the package was a ZAFT red uniform, much like the one he'd worn during the Alliance plant war. He would join up with ZAFT and do what he could to mitigate the effects of the coming war. And if the chairman would follow through on his insistence of Athrun becoming a member of ZAFT's fast-acting integrate tactical headquarters or Faith, he wouldn't say no. Those privileges would be helpful in situations that could come up ahead of Athrun. He wouldn't abuse the privileges, but they would be handy should they be needed to move things in the right direction. Once Athrun was dressed, he went to the attendant outside and asked them to take him to the chairman. Athrun was escorted to Aprilius I's governmental complex. He was familiar with the general complex layout. With the Thrun's father having been a part of the plant's government since its beginning, he'd been in the set of buildings many times. However, memories of the last time he'd been around here hadn't been nice or really pleasant at all. It had been then when a Thrun had been forced to understand the monster was using his father's appearance and voice. Things had taken a horrible turn from there, which had a Thrun fighting against the monster with others. Gilbert had been going over recent reports while he was waiting. He hoped that Mr. Zala would be giving his reply to the offer extended. Events were accelerating toward a war quicker than Gilbert had thought they would. The attempted strike on the plants was certainly a bad event which had taken time to smooth over. Miss Muir had been instrumental in that effort and Gilbert had been grateful for. Miss Klein's reputation had been great in getting people to listen to reason. The people's love of the young woman was strong and it was something to see, Gilbert would admit. However, as Gilbert had heard, none in ZAFT's intelligence department hadn't had any luck finding Lakis Klein. They hadn't even found a hint of the young woman's whereabouts. It had been the same with Siegel Klein, nothing on where the man could be. It was why Miss Muir's help was so important. She could fill in for the two and give time for others to find them potentially. In the report Gilbert was reading was over the Alliance's recent assault against the Federation's Asgard base. The idea that Omni would attack Asgard wasn't unheard of, but it was still rare to occur. From what ZAFT intel had gathered, the size of the Alliance's attacking fleet had been the largest ZAFT had seen the Alliance put together to date. That was concerning, for the Alliance to be able to put together a fleet of that size, and it is not noticed by ZAFT. The National Defense Committee was assuring him they would increase intelligence agents' watch on Omni activity to prevent a repeat of the point. Then there was the information which came from the Minerva. It wasn't official, mostly since the Minerva had been off the books, but they had been around Asgard when the Alliance had assaulted the base. Gilbert would love to talk to Talia about what had been going on at the time, but there hadn't been the chance to yet. But the information which they had provided had given Gilbert and some on the National Defense Committee to think about. The Federation had ground-to-orbit cannons. That was a new development which would solidify the Federation's position on Earth. Then the Federation further developed shielding technology as well. The advancements weren't that concerning Gilbert as it was the Federation. However, that could come into play at a later time, Gilbert couldn't say yet. But that meant ZAFT intelligence would have to get busy and look into things more. Gilbert was brought out of his thoughts when a staff member came in and told him that Mr. Zala wished for a meeting with the chairman. Gilbert told the staff member to show the young man in, he was free for a meeting. It was Gilbert's hope that a Thrun coming and wanting a meeting meant he had his answer to the offer extended. One of a Thrun's skills would be invaluable to ZAFT in the coming conflict. And Gilbert would follow through with his promise to wipe a Thrun's discharge from his record. He also had talked with the Integrated Design Bureau about providing a Gundam type for an expert pilot. Gilbert had been assured the newest last machine of the second stage series was ready for assignment. And Gilbert already had plans to have a Thrun assigned to the Minerva. The moment a Thrun entered Gilbert's office, he couldn't help the smile which came to his face. A Thrun wearing the uniform Gilbert had sent him strongly implied a Thrun's answer to the offer Gilbert had extended. And Gilbert was certainly liking the implications as he really wanted a Thrun to work with ZAFT. Gilbert still intended to make a Thrun a member of Faith. It was a given for one of a Thrun's skill and experience. He was a war hero after all, it would be foolish not to make him a member of Faith. Durandal rose from his chair. I see you have made your decision. Mir had been in the room hoping to get something to do while waiting for a Thrun's answer to the offer the chairman had given him. She had wanted to spend time with a Thrun, but the chairman had told her to leave him be to think about the offer. So, Mir had been doing singing gigs and public appearances, but little more than that. But the chairman had said he was expecting a Thrun's answer at some point today. Mir hoped that would be the case. If a Thrun gave his answer, it meant she could spend time with him. Mir wanted to go out and spend time with a Thrun, he was such a handsome guy. Thus, when a Thrun came into the room, Mir was happy, and that he was in the ZAFT red uniform made her even happier. He looked to be intending to accept Chairman Durandal's offer to join up with ZAFT again. A Thrun nodded to the chairman's question. Yes, I have, he replied. I accept your offer, Chairman, to rejoin ZAFT so I can help try to mitigate the effects of the growing conflict. A Thrun paused for a moment. I fear that humankind's true enemies are still at work. Those that can help are needed to stop things from descending into where humanity was at the end of the Alliance plant war. Gilbert blinked at a Thrun's last two sentences. He was clearly referring to the Republic Prime Minister's speech from a few years ago. Gilbert had watched the speech Minister Blass had given several times since she had given it. The term humankind's true enemy and its definition had intrigued Gilbert. The woman had established a whole new term which was used still today as a reference to specific bad individuals. And her definition was quite an easy one to follow and apply, which was a rare thing with labels in general. The other interest Gilbert had with Minister Blass was the woman who had been the wife of his wonderful Professor Blass. The woman's unyielding stubbornness was commendable, and yet her logical views were interesting. Gilbert nodded in appreciation. You refer to the Republic of East Asia's Prime Minister's speech she gave towards the end of the Alliance plant war, he posed. I admit, the woman doesn't only give quite the speech, She also has a gift to make hard subjects simpler to understand. Athran knew Ellen's speech had been viewed by many, but he was surprised that Chairman Durandal had seen it. You've seen the minister's speech then? Athran asked. The term she came up with referring to humankind's true enemy, and the following explanation certainly is hard to argue with. Gilbert chuckled at Athran's reply. Oh, I have viewed the speech multiple times and learned something new each time. I respect what term she established and defined, Mr. Zala. Minister Blass helped simplify a subject that humanity has waved off or avoided historically. And I must say, after meeting Minister Blass face to face, I respect her all the more for how she governs. Gilbert decided it would be best to return to the original subject this meeting was about. Athran would need to head out when he could should he wish to get to the Minerva in a reasonable amount of time. He would still have to swing by the armory to pick up the ZGMF X-23's savior before heading out. Well, as nice as it is to talk about that, there is business to attend to, Gilbert stated. I am confident that your choice will help make a difference in bringing this conflict to an early end. I fear a war is coming and little that can be done will stop it. Thus, I'm glad you are willing to serve and help bring the conflict to a proficient end. Gilbert opened a drawer and took out the box he had put there, which contained the faith crest he had for Athran. He presented the box to Athran to take. Take this, I'm sure it will serve you well in your efforts, Gilbert remarked. Athran took the box and stared for a moment at the white faith crest. Chairman Durandal had mentioned he wanted Athran to become a member of faith should he rejoin ZAFT. But he had wondered if the man had really intended to make Athran a member. Faith was ZAFT's elite of elites, best of the best, comparable to the Earth Alliance's Sword or the Federation Military's Salas. Being a member was an honor, and with it came privileges to do as one saw fit out in the field. Part of Athran was honored to be considered for such a position, but there was still a nagging thought in the back of his mind about the point. Something felt kind of off about the suddenness of the position. Yet, Athran couldn't figure out what could be off about being made a member of faith. Athran took the box before glancing at the chairman. Why make me a member of faith? He asked. I know you said you wanted to, but that isn't enough of a reason, I would think. A position in faith is normally earned through service well above and beyond the call of duty, not just given. Sorry if this seems odd or offends you, but I wish to know why. Gilbert would applaud Athran for asking for an explanation. The young man wanted to know why things happened the way they did, and that was a good quality. While wiping your record is a good start, there will still be those that remember you left and possibly hold that against you. With what you will likely be doing, there will not be the time to have others question what you say out on the field. Thus, I thought it would be better to not insert you into the regular chain of command from the beginning. As a member of faith, all you need to do is pledge your loyalty to your beliefs and be true to them. You showed that very well at the end of the Alliance plant war in a very spectacular fashion. Through that, you have shown what kind of person you are. The explanation was sound enough as it made sense to Athran in principle. But then again, so had his father's reasoning at first before it had soured. Perhaps it was previous experience that Athran had which made him paranoid. Yet, such had been proven valid during the Alliance plant war to the point that Athran didn't ignore suspicions he had. Athran had learned, to blatantly ignore suspicions without good reason didn't go well in the long run. He had done things he'd regretted not listening to his suspicions. Athran didn't want to be forced into that position anytime soon again in the near future, if at all. But in this instance, he couldn't find anything wrong with what was being said. However, the same had been true with his father's rhetoric, and that had gone badly. Nonetheless, Athran didn't want to say Chairman Durandal was wrong when he didn't have evidence to back that up. Athran wasn't one to accuse another of something which he couldn't prove with reasonable evidence. Forgive me, Chairman, for not being accepting of an explanation at face value. I'll be among the first group that would like to believe what you say about being true to one's beliefs is right, and it was so simple. But if you would pardon the frankness, many claimed the same idea during the previous war. Many fought for what they saw as right and were willing to do horrible things, justifying their actions with doing what's right. I will acknowledge some were being manipulated to do what they were and didn't fully understand what was being worked toward. Athran hesitated for a moment. That includes Chairman Zala and what he did. Look what that man's actions brought upon all and still does echo today. Athran stopped for a second, but continued, I guess what I'm trying to say is, what makes your fight more true or valid than another's reason? Gilbert had nothing against those who asked questions and pushed for answers. In fact, Gilbert encouraged such things as it showed humanity still had the thirst for the truth. It was a driver which had kept humanity on a path which had kept it from going to its own destruction. It was one of the qualities humanity had maintained which had ensured its survival in Gilbert's opinion. That was why Gilbert respected Mr. Zala for questioning Gilbert's reason to fight for peace. Athran mentioning his father couldn't have been easy with what Chairman Zala had dragged ZAFT into. And the boy had been the one to kill the man according to reports which shouldn't have been expected of him. Athran Zala had done more than any could have expected of him during the Alliance plant war. That is certainly a deep and honest question, Athran, Gilbert remarked. I admire those who are willing to ask such a pointed inquiry. Seeking the truth is a quality of humanity which has helped in its survival throughout its existence. Gilbert paused, considering how to answer the question of what he fought for and why. He wanted to see peace to come to the human race. Professor Blass had instilled in Gilbert the wish for a world where people could live without fear. Humanity had been stuck in a cycle of war, even in the new and current era. Gilbert felt there was still the chance to get the human race out of the cycle it was in. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be possible, and Gilbert held to that. I do not have a definite answer to your question supported by evidence. But I would like to believe humanity had become stuck in a cycle of fighting and hate. A cycle is like a bad habit or addiction, it can be overcome and rejected. I wish to see a world that has peace and all of humanity doesn't need to fear others will come and try to kill them for whatever reason one comes up with. Gilbert exhaled heavily. I'm well aware it will be anything but easy to achieve. Yet, I believe humanity can still have a bright future if it fights against humankind's true enemy. And I don't mean peace or a future for just a part of the human race as others before me had fought for. No, I want to see such for all types and forms of humanity as it is now. Gilbert smiled, for I would ask, do not all human beings, regardless of their type, deserve a chance to live and have a future? Chairman Durandal's answer was not the one Athron expected. The man sounded much like those from the Federation did with their wish for peace. The Federation stated they wanted peace for all people. They never judged upon genetic type, race, or any other difference. Athron had seen that firsthand during his time living in Orb, and the Federation was true to their word. They judged upon actions, words, and beliefs above that which people couldn't change themselves. The chairman's last line was essentially what the Federation used to support their principles and beliefs. Yes, I do agree all human beings deserving to live and have a future, Athron replied. The Federation's founding principles hold to that. I've lived in their nations while away from the homeland and seen they believe in those principles. Gilbert nodded. You'll find I share many of the same views, beliefs, and principles as the Human Federation. They have the right of it. Hatred won't solve anything and focusing on the differences between people will only divide us all. It is why I stressed any response to the attempted nuclear strike against the plants would not attacking the Alliance's member states. Gilbert picked up a datapad and brought up the specs for the Savior before holding the pad out to Athron. I'm assigning you to pilot the X-23S Savior Gundam, Gilbert continued. It is the last unit of the second stage series. I would also have you go join up with the Minerva and help them in their missions for the time being. Athron took the datapad and glanced at it. There were mobile suit specs on it which Athron took in. The Gundam appeared to be close to the same level as the Freedom and Justice had been when ZAFT produced them. The data stated the Savior was in Aprilis 1's armory currently for him to pick up. Gilbert kept going. The Minerva was last seen in the Middle Eastern area of the Eurasian Federation. But the most recent information says it will be heading for the Republic's Shira to repair and resupply after an operation. So, I would suggest going to Shira to meet up with them before the ship heads for Carpentaria. I'm sure you can make a real difference in the conflict growing. When the time comes, use that extra power and abilities as you see fit to bring peace. Athron gave a salute to Chairman Durandal in reply. He then headed out for the colony's armor where the Savior was stored currently. The drive to the armory was quiet. However, Athron could see the signs that the plant's citizens were still worried about recent events. He couldn't blame the people concerned with what was going on. A war seemed to be coming and memories of the Alliance plant war were coming back. The attempted nuclear strike against the plants would have been hauntingly familiar for the citizens of the colonies. It helped Athron understand why Zack was as angry as he had been the last time he'd seen him. Athron arrived at the armory and exited the vehicle he'd used. He entered the armory and showed his newly made creds the chairman had given him. Athron was let through the security checkpoint after that. He mentioned that he was here to pick up the Savior at the chairman's orders. Athron was escorted to a mobile suits dock which the Integrated Design Bureau had stored the machine in. Athron simply stared at the Gundam he would be piloting for a long moment. The suit looked at first glance kind of like the green Gundam that Athron had seen at Armory 1. He figured since they were a part of the same series, they would bear similarities. However, the Savior also bore some uncanny resemblance to Tyler's Aurora Gundam as well. That resemblance was mainly with the wings and long cannons attached to the backpack section. The wings had a bit of a different shape, but the cannons certainly looked to be more than just accidentally similar. Athron went and put on a ZAFT pilot suit which had been prepared for him. It even had a faith crest on it and was slightly more a magenta color rather than the normal red ZAFT pilot suits were. Athron returned to the dock the Savior was in and sailed to the cockpit hatch. When Athron entered the cockpit, he settled himself into the seat and belted in. Athron activated the OS and the startup screen flashed on. As Athron watched, he saw the message was slightly different than the last ZAFT designed mobile suit that he had worked with. Mobile Suit Neo Operation System. Generation. Unrestricted. Network. Drive Assault. Module. G.U.N.D.A.M. Underscore ver.2.5.3 Revelation 07 underscore. ZAFT. It took about a minute for the whole system to boot up and be ready for use. Once the system was up and running, Athrun took the time to look over the onboard systems and arsenal that the mobile suit had to work with, so he knew what he had. It had phase shift armor, though it was a different version than what the Justice had originally. There was a something titled as the Deuterion Beam Energy Transfer System which didn't make a great deal of sense to Athrun. The explanation of it inferred there was a system with a ship which would help with energy resupply, but little more than that. The other system of note was a power extender which was supposed to increase the suit's output and operation time. It appeared to work with the battery in some fashion to stretch out the suit's operation time. The Savior also had a mobile armor mode which more looked like a flight mode like the Federation had for their mobile suits. The arsenal the Savior had to use was made up of 3 basic categories. There was the first which was rapid-fire guns like CIWS and machine guns. The CIWS guns were in the head much as the Justice had to work with. There was a pair of machine guns, but they were only usable while the Gundam was in its armor mode. They were set into the flight array from what Athrun could tell. The second category was handheld beam weapons, like beam sabers and rifles. There was the Ma-Bar 70 high-energy beam rifle bases on the Lupi's rifle the Freedom and Justice had to use. The Savior had a pair of Vajra beam sabers, stored in the Gundam's shoulder armor. And the final category was cannons which the Savior had 4 in total to work with. They were built into the same general structure which housed the 2 heavier Amphortas plasma cannons. The other 2 cannons were mounted above the plasma cannons and were similar to the Justice's Fortis cannons. After looking over what the Savior had to use, Athrun activated the phase shift armor for the Gundam. The Savior went fuzzy and became red overall with its armor up. Athrun then told those in the docking area he was ready to head out. Supply cables were disconnected from the Savior so it could head out. Athrun glanced up and saw the personnel leaving the docking area so the airlocks could open without harming anyone. He looked upward and saw the airlocks were beginning to open to form the launching tunnel. Athrun had the Savior use the launching tunnel to leave the plant and head off toward Earth. Athrun shifted the Savior to its armor mode which had a better cruising speed. He then set course for Earth as that was where he was to go. From what the chairman had said the Minerva was going to stop over in the Republic's Shira for repair and resupply. If the ship was heading out from the Middle Eastern area of the Eurasian Federation, it should take them 2 days or so to reach Shira. Athrun could get there in half of that time if not slightly less time. He shouldn't have too much trouble with flying to Shira. Athrun could use his Federation ID to have Federation military forces at least listen to what he had to say. He could have the Savior stored in a Federation area while waiting for the Minerva. And who knows, Athrun might even get the chance to catch up with Tyler and Kira while around Shira and see what had been happening on Earth. The flight to the Earth sphere was quiet for Athrun, but it gave him time to think. ZAFT was setting themselves up in a defensive posture against any potential actions the Alliance might take. From what Athrun had heard from the gossip, ZAFT had sent reinforcements down to Gibraltar and Carpentaria. Forces would be distributed out to other bases from those 2 to strengthen ZAFT's position on Earth. Athrun didn't disagree with what ZAFT was doing in response to the Alliance's attempted nuclear strike on the plants. There was a worrisome yet ridiculous rumor that Omni had attacked a Federation base. There were too many rumors to say which base if that was true that Athrun had heard. It was having to work with the rumors that Athrun had heard which had him missing access to the Federation's information network. He may not have the same level of access that those like Tyler had, but even a citizen's access gave data which was vetted and checked before it was viewed by the general public in the Federation. It made Athrun realize how dependent he had become on the Federation's procedures which made sure to cut down seriously on potential disinformation. The Federation had a system to check all data they were disseminating to others to be true before being allowed out. It was really an advantage the Federation had which was so often underestimated. If Athrun was lucky enough to get to see Tyler, he would ask him about the Alliance potentially attack a Federation base. When Athrun reached upper orbit above Earth, he held his orbital path. He calculated the best descent vector to have Athrun ended out close to the Republic's eastern coastline. Athrun found he would have to orbit the Earth a bit before he got to where he could start his descent. He watched Earth's surface pass by down below him. The Americas passed which transitioned into the Atlantic Ocean. The Euros coalition crawled by as did the African community. As the western end of the Republic of East Asia, Athrun positioned the Savior to begin its atmospheric descent. He found doing re-entry with the Savior was about the same as it had been with the Justice. Athrun leveled out the Savior after he came out of the thermosphere to be a respectable distance above the ocean to the southeast of the Republic. He swung suit around to point toward Shira as that was his planned destination. Yet, before Athrun got into close view of the city, 3 Federation mobile suits came to be alongside and behind him. For the Federation patrol group, which was made up of 3 Dolphs classes, the unknown machine was spotted shortly after it came out of the thermosphere. Mobile suits were sent out to approach and determine the intentions of the unknown. As the suits took off, data from the information network matched the unknown machine, identifying it as ZAFT's X-23S Savior. The data stated it was one of the new ZAFT Gundams, but that it had only just been assigned and deployed. There was no standing reason for a ZAFT machine to be around the Republic at this time which could be found. That alone ZAFT Gundam had appeared around here was a tad odd and didn't make sense with the facts as they stood. The 3 mobile suits which had been sent out took up formation with one of them on each side of the Gundam and the last behind it. Unidentified craft, the group leader began, identify yourself and state your business. Athrun had expected some from the Federation's military to come up to him and ask him who he was and why he would be around the Republic. Their response was as efficient as Athrun had come to expect from the Federation. And with the time Athrun had lived in Orb, this and other things the Federation did made much more sense than before. The Federation kept close watch on the behavior of those that weren't their citizens. It was a type of preventative measure the Federation employed to stop potential issues coming up with the other factions. Athrun respected the Federation doing prevention rather than reaction to things. The stance the Federation had served them well and would likely continue to do so. Their number one focus and goal was to protect their citizens from anyone and anything that could or would threaten them. That stance was the main factor that determined how the Federation's military conducted themselves. The Earth Alliance and ZAFT were equal as potential threats and were watched because of that. What had happened with the nuclear strike against the plants had been the Federation defending their diplomats more than it was helping ZAFT. The reason that the Federation and ZAFT were on good terms was the plants currently had seemingly the same goal as the Human Federation. Athrun had prepared to be asked who he was and what he was doing around the Republic. He planned to give his Federation citizens ID to those questioning him. That should get Athrun a chance to explain what he was doing around the Republic and why. Athrun was confident he could explain properly to those from the Federation what he was doing. If they asked Athrun to do simple things, that was fine, and he would be willing to cooperate the best he could. My name is Athrun Zala, Athrun began, Federation Citizen ID OU12902934. There was a pause as Athrun waited for the reply. He knew that what information he had given was being checked. After a moment, Athrun got the reply he was waiting for, we have confirmed your ID, what is your business around the Republic with a ZAFT Gundam? Athrun was confident that he could explain what task he was working on for ZAFT given the chance. While Athrun may not know what was exactly ahead of him with the Minerva, reaching the ship was straightforward. I'm working on getting to a ZAFT ship, Athrun began, the latest information says the one I'm searching for will be stopping by Shira soon. I was hoping to stay at Shira until the ship does dock and then transferring to it. There was another pause to Athrun's reply and it was longer than the last. Permission has been granted for you to enter Shira, the Federation pilot returned. You are asked to lock down your weapons before beginning your approach. We will escort you in and guide you to the hangar you can store your mobile suit in. Athrun had no issue doing as he was being told. Locking down his weapons was expected as it was standard as far as Athrun knew with one from a non-Federation military force. It was as expected as the Federation already knowing the Savior was a mobile suit rather than an aircraft as it appeared in its armor mode. Athrun wasn't at all surprised the Federation was aware of the Savior's existence and it being a Gundam type. And there was no reason nor situation that Athrun could foresee that he would need the Savior's weapons to be unlocked before getting to the Minerva. So, he went through the process of locking down the Savior's weapons so they couldn't be used. Thank you for the permission, Athrun answered, I have locked down my machine's weapon systems per request. The 3 around the Savior took a moment to double-check that the ZAFT machine's weapons were not powered currently. All sensors confirmed the ZAFT Gundam's weapons were essentially locked and couldn't be used. We have confirmed your weapon systems are locked, the trio's leader. Stay on course and we will escort you to the hangar which your mobile suit can be stored in. Athrun did as he was told by keeping the Savior on course toward Shira. He did see the 3 Dolph's ships following them. The point wasn't exactly odd to Athrun, but something felt different than when he was in Federation territory. It made Athrun wonder if the rumors he'd been hearing around the plants about the Alliance attacking a Federation complex could be true. If the Alliance had indeed been foolish enough to attack the Federation, a war was closer than Athrun had feared and assumed. The weird thing about the rumor if true was the Alliance was not normally so foolish to turn essentially all against them. And the Alliance had already declared war on ZAFT, so it made little if any sense for them to turn the Federation against them. In the Alliance plant war, the Alliance had avoided drawing in the Federation for years. The general consensus as to the reason why the Alliance did that was to not be in the position of fighting both the other factions. It hadn't been a secret that the Alliance didn't like the Federation, but that dislike didn't have them being beyond foolish. However, with some of the things which those supposedly supported by the Alliance recently, it certainly could point to something major changing with them. If the Radicals had enough control of the Alliance to have them pushing for a war with both factions, that was certainly troubling. And if the Alliance had already drawn in the Federation into their growing conflict, a war was on the horizon for humanity. It could potentially explain the different air Athrun was feeling. The Federation was on guard about things more than they normally were. Athrun began his descent when Shira was right in front of him, but those escorting him led him to the mountains to the northwest of the actual city. Shira felt fine, there wasn't the air of worry or tension as there was with the Federation's military. He hoped that he could get in contact with Tyler while he was around Shira. Tyler would know what had happened to cause the chance with the Federation's stance. Athrun's friend always seemed to know what was going on, even what the public didn't know. And Athrun really wanted to know what was going on lately. The rumors around the plants ranged from somewhat believable and outright ridiculous. Athrun wanted facts to work with before he came to his own conclusions. Athrun followed the three with him and came to land in front of a hangar. Other Federation mobile suits came up to where Athrun was shortly after he'd landed the Savior. Those that had escorted him took off and went in the direction their ships had been in. Athrun was directed into the hangar and to a dock. Once the Savior was in a dock, Athrun came out of the cockpit. Some Federation personnel there then told him he was to explain his presence and business to an officer. Athrun didn't have an issue with giving a summary of his current assignment given to him by the chairman. So, he let himself be led off into the military complex built within the mountains. The officer which Athrun talked with was an understanding one, which Athrun appreciated. There wasn't a list of questions as Athrun might expected from several in ZAFT when probing for information from an outsider. He was allowed to give his summary without interruption. There were a couple of follow-up questions put to Athrun, but nothing that he saw as a problem. He was told that the Minerva had been around the Middle Eastern area of the Eurasian Federation a little over 24 hours ago. There was little other detail given about the Minerva beyond that, but Athrun could find out what it had been doing later. Athrun was thanked for the time he took to give his summary and was free to go. Athrun exited the complex and entered Shira, wondering what he should do next. He decided after a couple of minutes to try reaching out to Tyler and see if by chance he was around Shira. If Tyler wasn't around Shira, Athrun would take a time to talk to him and catch up and ask him about recent events. At the same time, Tyler had been at his place looking into something while he had the time. The Normandy still didn't have orders yet and it had been over a week. Not that Tyler was complaining exactly, but he didn't like just sitting around waiting for things to happen. It was why he would spend his time off duty looking into things rather than relaxing as some did. The Normandy's crew was getting shore leave, Tyler was making sure of that. But he couldn't just wait around for things to happen, not after the Alliance's assault on Asgard. There was much which could be done that Tyler had been doing, but his patience was wearing thin. Tyler had checked on Kira and asked him how the orphanage was doing after the disasters. He hadn't liked Kira's answer with the orphanage being destroyed by the high waves crashing into it. Tyler was grateful no one had gotten hurt during the destruction of the place since all were in the shelter built below the orphanage. By what Kira said, Andrew Waltfeld and his partner had gotten everyone there to the shelter in time, having seen the coming danger. Tyler respected the two former ZAFT soldiers which lived at the orphanage. He had come to trust them with keeping those around the orphanage safe. And Tyler's friend had told him a new place was almost finished being built for everyone. Tyler had told Kira to put Waltfeld on for a bit, which then Tyler had asked some detailed questions of the man. With the recent change in the alliance, Tyler wanted to make sure the new place had essential means to protect those there. The other thing which Tyler had checked in on what the girl Stella Lausier. From what Tyler had found, the girl had arrived at Shangri-La. She was already undergoing treatment and, by what those from the complex said, was responding well to it. Tyler wished the girl well, even if she wouldn't hear that from him. The treatment was the best thing which could happen to her. It would give Stella a second chance at having a life of her choosing. He felt every human should have that chance at a life of freedom. The Alliance wouldn't be able to make her do horrible things to innocent people. However, Tyler was brought out of his thoughts when his comm device began going off. He took the device out and looked at the ID to see who would be calling him at his time. Tyler was a tad surprised when the ID showed it was Athrun calling in. The last Tyler knew, Athrun had been heading out to the plants. That had been what Kira had mentioned during the call Tyler had made to him. So, Tyler hadn't expected Athrun to reach out to him anytime soon with him working with ZAFT. Thus, he was left to wonder what Athrun could be calling about. There was also the possibility that the caller may not be Athrun and just someone using his comm device. Were that the case, Tyler would be finding out who it was and how they had gotten his friend's comm device in the first place. So, Tyler opened the call to find out who it was on the other end. Hello. Athrun was relieved to hear his friend's voice even if it hadn't been all that long. Hearing the voice of a friend relieved some of the stress that Athrun had on his shoulder which he hadn't been paying attention to. However, Athrun was aware his call could be interrupting Tyler's duties as a ship captain. Hey Ty, Athrun greeted, sorry if I'm interrupting anything. Tyler's mood, which had been sluggish with the waiting instantly improved. The last Tyler had heard of Athrun was Kira saying he was heading to the plants. Tyler had assumed Athrun heading to the colonies meant he would be using his skills and talents with ZAFT. He had nothing against Athrun working with ZAFT, it was his friend's decision. Athrun, Tyler remarked, well this is a nice surprise for you to call. And I assure you, you ain't interrupting anything for me. You are more helping me out of my dull boredom. Tyler paused for a moment, so, to what do I owe the pleasure of the call my friend? I assume you have a reason, not that talking isn't a good one. Athrun couldn't help the smile that came to his face with Tyler's normal behavior which shattered any attempts at any form of formality. Tyler was the kind of individual that didn't like or want formality, and he made that clear by blasting any attempt to put it in a conversation. Talking with Chairman Durandal had been stiff, and that was putting it mildly. Athrun was glad he could relax and not worry about what he could say. Yet, Athrun also was coming to Tyler for a place to stay for at least a night. He may not be in Shira at the moment, but Tyler had told Athrun where the spare key was for his place. Well, Athrun began, I happen to be around Shira in the Republic at the moment. I'm waiting for something but need a place to crash for at least a night. I was hoping you might be able to help me with that. Tyler blinked at Athrun, telling him he was around his neck of the woods as the phrase went. He couldn't help but wonder what the odds were for Athrun to end out around Shira around the same time Tyler was. Of course, Tyler was more than willing to have Athrun stay at his place as long as he might need. He was curious what could have brought Athrun to Shira. Athrun had mentioned he was waiting for someone, but nothing about how it could be. You should know that my place is always open to you, my friend. And that's regardless if I'm around or away, I assure you, Tyler remarked. Yet, as it happens, I'm around Shira right now. The Normandy is waiting for orders for the time being, so stuck here until the ship receives some. Tyler paused, but you coming around does help fight the doldrums which has been hanging over me at least. And I'm all for such things on top of being able to help you out as a friend should. Tyler grabbed the data pad he'd been using, so, where are you so I can come and pick you up? Athrun gave the location of the hangar he had stored the savior in. After the call, Tyler got into his car and headed out from his house to pick up his friend. As Tyler was making his way toward the hangar which Athrun had mentioned, he couldn't help but wonder what his friend was doing around Shira right now once again. Athrun hadn't said or really hinted what he was doing for ZAFT if he had gone back to them, which was probable. Tyler couldn't come up with a reason ZAFT could have to send any one of their people around here that weren't some sort of political representative. As good of a peacemaker as Athrun could be, he wasn't the political representative type. Thus, Tyler hoped to have a chat with Athrun and understand what he was doing around Shira. It was a little more than 10 minutes after Athrun called Tyler that he saw his friend's car coming into view. Athrun still had a hard time figuring out how Tyler had obtained and bought a rarer model car. He knew Tyler had some odd hobbies which others wouldn't consider doing, which his vehicle could do well. But for as long as Athrun had known him, Tyler hadn't come off as an impulsive or big spender. So, buying a rare model car didn't fit, but Tyler had said he'd bought the vehicle, so Athrun took him at his word. The car came to a stop a short distance from Athrun before he picked up his suitcase and went to the passenger side and opened the vehicle door. Tyler smiled as Athrun slid into the seat beside him. Hey man, nice to see you, he greeted. Hope your journey here was uneventful. With things as they are going lately, an uneventful trip shouldn't be rejected or waved off as nothing. Athrun shut the car door, glad to hear Tyler's voice. His storm of thoughts wouldn't calm down as much as Athrun had tried to do that. However, Tyler had a gift to help make things clearer when they were confusing by Athrun's personal experience. And he hoped his friend could help him make sense of things he'd learned of recently. It was hard to know what was fact and what was rumor. Athrun had noticed that point since leaving for the plants. It had shown him the Federation's protocol and policies both helped and protected their citizens from potential disinformation. Neither of the other factions did that for their people like the Federation did. And there were a few rumors that concerned Athrun, and he wanted to know if they were true or not. The drive back to Tyler's place was a short one. Athrun said nothing, merely looking out the window as the buildings in Shira were passing by. The familiar sights of Shira were helping Athrun let an amount of his worries fade to the back of his mind. There were no signs of the coming war among the citizens. People appeared to be going about their lives happily without showing any concern what the Alliance may do. Yet, Athrun couldn't see the Federation's military just standing by and let the Alliance cause chaos where they pleased. Athrun was brought out of his thoughts when the car came to a stop in front of Tyler's place. The two exited the car and entered the house. Tyler gestured down the hallway which led to the non-master bedroom. You may choose whichever room you like to use for your stay, he remarked. All of them should be ready as I cleaned them before heading out the last time. You can drop off your suitcase then come back to the living room where we can chat. Athrun was glad that Tyler had suggested a chat happen between them. He had questions that he hoped Tyler could shed some light upon, especially with the current conflict was directing things toward another war. So, Athrun went down the hallway Tyler had directed toward and picked the first room he came to. He put his suitcase down before he headed back to the living room for the conversation Tyler had suggested. While Athrun was taking his things to a room, Tyler went to the kitchen to prepare something to drink for the two of them. It had been obvious to Tyler that Athrun had a lot on his mind, and some of that was troubling Tyler's friend. The silence and body language that Tyler had seen made that clear. A discussion should help Athrun get out what was bugging him and perhaps assist in potential solutions for said issues. Tyler brought 2 cups of water and entered the living room. He set the cups on the coffee table and took a seat for himself to wait for Athrun. Athrun returned to the living room to find Tyler waiting there for him. Tyler waved a hand at the cup on the coffee table saying it was for him. Athrun smiled gratefully and took the sofa opposite of Tyler and picked up the cup and sipped the water. While it is always nice to have you visit, Tyler began, Something tells me you aren't here for a social call, correct? Athrun knew Tyler would get straight to the heart of the matter, it was how he normally was. It was a quality that Athrun respected, as not all were like that whether it was needed or not. So, Athrun nodded, you are right, as much as I wish this was a social call, it isn't, he replied. I'm just having trouble figuring out where to begin. Tyler could understand having issues determining where to begin an explanation. It could be a hard thing to explain a situation if one had too many facts and little way to properly organize them. Well, Tyler started, how about what happened to you around the plants, as that's where Kira said you were heading last time I talked to him. You can move on from there and we'll see what may need to be answered in more detail. Athrun was once again grateful that Tyler had the analytical mindset he did. It made figuring out things that were confusing much easier than just trying to go through piece by piece. I took your advice and decided to see if I could go work with ZAFT, Athrun stated. I had to wait after arriving at Aprilis 1 for a meeting with Chairman Durndal. Athrun sighed at the thoughts which had come to him when he was told about the Alliance's attempted nuclear strike against the colonies. Then the Alliance shot nuclear weapons at the colonies. Tyler shook his head at the remark of the Alliance using nuclear weapons on the plants. The Alliance should have known better than to pull that stunt, or that it would not have consequences they would be forced to face. And then they had the gall to use the event as an excuse to try and force the Federation into doing what they wanted. If the Alliance heeded wisdom much, they would have admitted their mistake and tried to ask for forgiveness. However, instead, the Alliance had doubled down and made their position worse, tactically speaking. Yet, I heard about the Alliance's stunt, which was the attempted nuclear strike, Tyler grumbled. It isn't a surprise with the radicals in charge of the Alliance as they clearly are now. But one would think there would be some which would argue what foolishness it was. Yet, those likely were ignored or silenced, so wisdom isn't something that the Alliance uses regularly if you ask me. Tyler waved a hand, but forgive me for grumbling about the Alliance's stupidity at work, do continue. Athrun wouldn't blame his friend for grumbling, as he put it. He didn't disagree with Tyler's assessment of the Alliance's attempted nuclear strike. With radicals in control of the Alliance, it wasn't shocking that they would employ nuclear weapons against their enemies. Nor did Athrun doubt what Tyler said about those who would stand against the foolishness the Alliance was up to had been ignored or silenced. But while Athrun would like Tyler's opinion of Durndal's offer, the encounter with Mir was something Athrun couldn't figure out properly. He hoped Tyler could come up with reasons why some would insist someone would stand in or Lakis. It didn't make much sense to him. During the wait, something did come up which was confusing, Athrun said before pausing. Tyler waiting for a moment, but Athrun didn't say anything, so he circled his hand in a motion to keep going. Well, do tell. Don't leave me hanging in suspense about what occurred, man. I don't know if you would believe this, but I met another who looked pretty much like Lakis, Athrun remarked. Tyler blinked as he processed Athrun saying he'd seen someone that looked a lot like Lakis. It couldn't be Lakis herself, the girl was in orb territory, and she wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Tyler knew the girl was sticking around his clueless friend as she had serious feelings for him. Tyler shook his head, how similar looking are we talking, Athrun? I mean, I wouldn't doubt there are some that like dressing up like her, but fans can do odd things, I've found. Athrun recalled Mir had mentioned she was a fan of Lakis in the first meeting with Chairman Durndal. But the similarity between Mir and Lakis was beyond what fans would do that Athrun had seen. Thus, he shook his head in response, this wasn't just dressing up, the girl looked exactly like Lakis. She would fool any that don't know Lakis very personally. Tyler wasn't the fondest of what Athrun was describing about this Lakis girl that wasn't his friend. He knew Lakis had a reputation with her singing career, but she didn't abuse it that Tyler was ever aware of. The girl loved those who were her fans, much like she cared about the citizens of the plants. Tyler didn't like there being another which appeared as Lakis and potentially using her image for other purposes. So, you're saying a girl we've never met is posing as Lakis? Tyler asked evenly. Athrun nodded in answer, to which Tyler sighed, I don't like that point. It makes me suspicious some or a group are attempting to use Lakis's reputation and image for their own purposes. Lakis has the ability to influence the masses, she just doesn't do that often since she loves those around the plants. Athrun was in agreement with Tyler. Mir's appearance and standing in for Lakis didn't add up for him any more than it did for Tyler. And Athrun had thought of the possibility of what Tyler had mentioned of others trying to use Lakis's image being true. It was a horrible idea to have someone abuse Lakis's image and reputation. She had become famous through her singing career, but she truly did love the citizens of the plants and made that point clear to them. But it wasn't just that Mir looked like Lakis, it was that she didn't act like Lakis much if at all, which had thrown him for a loop. While the girl looks like Lakis, she doesn't act like the girl we know much if at all. Tyler stared at his friend for a long moment, wondering what he meant with the one sentence. Someone looking like Lakis and likely sounding like her was bad enough to be concerning. Tyler didn't want to think about what this mystery girl could do to Lakis's reputation with acting unlike Lakis. And yet, his curiosity got the better of him. I feel I could regret asking for more detail, but I will anyway, Tyler said in a tired tone. What kind of behavior is this girl doing which Lakis wouldn't? Athrun frowned slightly, she is much more clingy than Lakis has ever been. Tyler scoffed, you have seen her with Kira, right? The girl is certainly clingy around him, Tyler mused, but nodded putting a hand to his chin, but I get the point you're getting at. Lakis wasn't that way with you as she had eyes for our clueless naive friend. Tyler paused after referencing Kira and Lakis's behavior. He had a thought which he couldn't confirm with what he knew. Say Athrun, Tyler began, I know the monster who wore your father's face cancelled your engagement, but was that ever made public knowledge? Athrun blinked at the question not understanding what Tyler was getting at. But as he took the time to think about the answer, Athrun gained an expression of realization. No, he never got around to making any sort of public announcement because of what was going on in the war. Tyler nodded seeing his friend was getting to what Tyler was hinting at, which means that this stand-in doesn't have facts which we who know Lakis do. Nor those that have made her what she is right now do not have the truth as we do. That is an advantage which we can use in the future to prove whoever is behind this are likely trying to use you and Lakis's reputation for themselves. Tyler waggled a finger, but be careful when you use it, for it will show we know the girl is a fake. I want to say she is likely unknowingly being used to have a connection of some sort to you for ZAFT. Athrun considered what Tyler was saying and his reasoning was sound and airtight. I would say you're right about this stand-in Lakis, so I will keep an eye on this. Athrun moved on from talking about Mir to meeting his former teammates. Tyler listened to Athrun as he spoke of visiting the markers of those they had worked with during the war. Tyler could sympathize with what Athrun experienced visiting the gravels of friends. He had similar feelings going to places where he'd been those he'd fought alongside with. It was the memories of the people you knew which weren't around anymore which reminded people what war took. I completely understand what you are trying to portray, my friend, Tyler remarked. Then he frowned slightly before he continued, I've had the same set of feelings myself from time to time, visiting certain places, usually graves of those I've known. You wonder why they were the ones that are gone rather than you or someone else. The condition known as survivor's guilt is documented and it is a real thing, I assure you. Athrun continued with the first meeting he had with Chairman Durndal. Tyler would admit the man who led the plants and ZAFT currently would be attempting one for most. To have someone offer to wipe the black marks off one's record and be able to do that to just get you back in the organization was impressive. And Gilbert Durndal had seemed like a good honest man when Tyler had met him on the Minerva. Thus, Tyler was inclined to think Durndal was trying to help Athrun with the offer of wiping the bad stuff off his record. However, for Athrun to be offered more than a fresh start also made him suspicious of others trying to butter his friend up for something. Then again, Tyler had an amount of paranoia about the actions of others which had developed over the years of his military service. Yet, that paranoia had saved him many times, which was why he listened to it rather than dismissing the notions it gave. The other thing which caught Tyler's attention with Athrun's first meeting with Durndal was the mention of some searching for Lakis. It wasn't a surprise exactly, especially not with the revelation of the stand in which Athrun had met. Athrun assured Tyler he hadn't said anything to Durndal about knowing where Lakis actually was. Not that Tyler had doubted his friend would do so, as he'd promised to not reveal such things to others. But that Gilbert Durndal was searching was a tad concerning. Durndal may have told Athrun he would be willing to help Lakis have a peaceful life after she helped him, but Tyler wasn't inclined to believe it. And it wasn't just Durndal which was the point of concern, but those who reported to him too. The man was the head of the plant's Supreme Council currently, which position had a lot of power at its disposal. The man could order ZAFT to search and retrieve a person if he had a reason to do so. Yet, Lakis had done several steps to make finding her much more difficult. The Federation had helped with that process, which should make it less likely ZAFT would find out where she was for now. Tyler said nothing as Athrun kept going about what he'd been going through while around the plants. He had been smart and didn't accept the offer right off the bat without really taking the time to consider the implications. Tyler was proud and glad Athrun had come to the point where he did think about what others may offer him. That seemed to be one good lesson that had come out of the Alliance plant war for his friend. He had also, according to Athrun, met with some of his old comrades while on Aprilias 1. Tyler felt that had been arranged to convince Athrun to go back to ZAFT. He wouldn't blame Nicole or the other two for wanting Athrun to return to ZAFT and be willing to help him do so. The three clearly cared about Athrun, and Tyler respected that. It was someone had gone through the work to arrange the three to meet with Athrun, which had Tyler suspicious. Some had been going through more trouble to get Athrun to rejoin ZAFT than most soldiers were seen to be worth. It fed Tyler's paranoia that something was off about the offer Durndal had extended to Athrun. Athrun said he had taken time to consider the offer he was being given to rejoin ZAFT. And after a few days, he had made his decision and had met with the chairman a second time. Tyler blinked at the mention the Lakis stand-in was in Durndal's office when Athrun came to see him. It made Tyler sure the girl would possibly be used to chain Athrun to ZAFT in some way or fashion. He made a mental note to look into the point further at a later time, so see if there were other signs which would agree with Tyler's assumption. Tyler gained a smile when Athrun said he used Tyler's mother's words to support his decision. However, he was somewhat surprised that Durandal seemed to know the speech better than average. It wasn't a bad thing for the man to have watched the speech multiple times. Tyler would applaud that some in seats of influence were listening and learning from powerful words. It could change things for the better if they were really doing what they claimed. A throne shifted to him being made a member of ZAFT's faith. Tyler would have been proud that his friend was being recognized for his talents and convictions normally. However, as with the offer when stated, something in the back of Tyler's mind was saying something was off. ZAFT's faith was a position that was usually earned, not just handed out. And while Athran had done a great deal to earn such a position, he had been dishonorably discharged instead. For that to be suddenly reversed raised some red flags to Tyler. The privileges would undoubtedly be nice to work with as they would give more freedom for Athran to get things done. But Athran was rather young to be considered for faith, much in the same way some said Tyler was to be in Salas. It added to the suspicion that Tyler was having about the deal Athran had gotten for rejoining ZAFT. Tyler's friend did state he had his own suspicions about the offer he had been given. Tyler agreed that Durandal's sell sounded good, great even when he had pitched it. However, memories had come to Athran as they should to warn him not to be too quick to accept. ZAFT had started with the idea they would defend the plants, but the war had morphed them slowly but surely into a horrible monster as bad as the alliance had become. Tyler nodded strongly. "I'm glad you hesitated with the offer being made, man," Tyler remarked. "It is good that you haven't forgotten the monster sounded reasonable at first before he led ZAFT down to hell. I would hope you asked the chairman in some form what his goals are then." Athran appreciated Tyler's reassurance that his reaction had been the right one. His friend always seemed to know the general right thing to do when pressed. So, Athran nodded to the comment and kept going on with what he'd asked Chairman Durandal. Tyler listened as Athran recounted his question of Durandal and the man's goals for ZAFT and the plants. Athran had laid out the claim of fighting for what's right had been used by several in the Alliance plant war and rightly so. Tyler could see Athran still was haunted by what the monster chairman Zayla had done. Athran shouldn't blame himself for what the monster had done. Tyler knew there was nothing his friend could have done to prevent the monster from destroying his father and taking his place. Patrick Zayla's death had been slow since the Bloody Valentine. What was kind of surprising was the answer which Athran had received from Durandal. The man hadn't dodged the question like some in seats of power did when pressed. In fact, according to Athran, he applauded it and said seeking the truth was an essential quality of humanity which had helped in its survival. Tyler didn't disagree with the idea of seeking truth being an important aspect of humanity. Tyler was further puzzled and surprised by what Athran said had followed that. Some of the lines Durandal had given were like what Tyler expected his father would give to similar questions. It made him curious if there was the chance Gilbert Durandal could be one of Tyler's father's students. Tyler had found them in all sorts of places, so it wasn't impossible that Durandal could be one of them. The man was certainly educated enough to have been around the crowds that Tyler's dad would be. And Durandal had stated his principles which closely aligned with the Federation's own. Tyler was still suspicious of the man which led the plants right now. But he would watch for Durandal's actions before he made any kind of judgment upon his character. Athran then moved on to the assignment he was given which had brought him to Shira. He'd been given a Gundam type which according to Athran was a part of the series which the 3 Phantom Pain had stolen from Armory 1 belonged to. Athran being given a Gundam made sense with his experience with such to Tyler. But him being sent to help the Minerva made Tyler wonder some things. The Minerva was a heck of a ship, Tyler would be one of those to admit that point. It had proven itself against the Alliance already since it had sent out from Armory 1. The ship had been making a name and reputation for itself from what Tyler had heard, much as the Archangel had. Perhaps, that was what had Tyler concerned and suspicious with ZAFT's insistence of sending the Minerva on the missions it did. The Minerva had become ZAFT's current symbol of power and strength, which had made it a focus of Omni. The reason that Tyler had begun taking an interest in the ship as of late was because of Shin being on it. The kid was a rare kind of individual that humanity only saw once in a generation if that. Shin was one of those that could and Tyler didn't doubt would change the world and the course humanity was on currently. That was why Tyler had been so insistent that Shin be a Gundam pilot. The kid would need to be one for whatever he would do to change things. With all that in mind, Tyler would be scratching his head why Athran would be assigned to the Minerva. Sure, Athran had amazing skills as a mobile suit pilot, but that couldn't be the only reason he was being sent to work with the ship. And that Athran was a member of Faith made the assignment all the stranger. Those in Faith weren't normally assigned to a specific ship, more to places that need serious help by what Tyler understood. Athran had finished with him coming to Shira by the time Tyler had ordered his thoughts about the situation that Athran was in. While being sent to Earth is all well and good, Tyler started, you being with the Minerva is kind of odd to me. Athran blinked at Tyler's comment as he couldn't figure out why he would see working with the Minerva being odd. What do you mean? The Minerva is quite the ship, I'll admit it, Tyler said. And I say that after seeing its performance more since the Alliance's attack on ZAFT's Armory 1. It is making a reputation for itself much as the Archangel did during the Alliance plant war. That's what is kind of worrying me, that kind of popularity isn't easy to deal with for extended periods. And the Minerva seems to be used not just on the front lines, but also as a symbol for ZAFT's power. I'm just concerned that the Minerva will be put in a harsh if not untenable position in the near future. Tyler paused for a moment as memories of Shin came to his mind. And there is one other point which I would mention to you before you get to the ship. Athrun was curious as to what Tyler could want to tell him. It was clear that Tyler had seen and heard a great deal about the Minerva. His own research of the ship while traveling toward Earth had lined up with Tyler's view. What Tyler had said about the ship being forced into a harsh position was very possible with the conflict driving toward another war. But for Tyler to have a specific point about the ship was odd. Tyler didn't call out things unless he felt there was a valid reason. And what point is that, Ty? Tyler didn't answer right away as he was trying to figure out how to deliver his view of Shin properly. The kid deserved a real chance to make a difference, which ZAFT hadn't been giving him. He didn't doubt Athrun would see the same potential and talent that Tyler had seen with Shin after they met. Tyler was still tempted to have Shin transferred to the Federation's military, even after Talia Gladys had promised to make him a Gundam pilot. The woman had kept her word, Tyler had checked in on that to make sure. Yet, with Athrun around the kid, Tyler felt Shin would have more of a chance to prove he had serious potential. There is a pilot on the Minerva by the name of Shin Asuka, Tyler began. I happened to get to know the kid when he was separated from the Minerva after the ruins falling were dealt with. Tyler paused for a moment, I'll just straight out say it, the kid has amazing potential, Athrun. He can and likely will change the world if he's given the chance to do so. He's like Kira, you, and me, those who have the power to change and influence others on the battlefield. I don't doubt you will see this after you meet him, but I wanted to mention it so you might help the kid. ZAFT didn't give the kid a chance until recently, and that's after I made the Minerva's captain do so. I also went the distance and made arrangements to get ZAFT's National Defense Committee to keep their mouths shut and not interfere. Athrun was somewhat shocked about this Shin Tyler was talking about. Tyler had a good eye for talent, he always had as long as Athrun had known him. But for Tyler to compare this kid to Kira, Tyler and himself said a lot. That Tyler would force the Minerva's captain to promote this Shin was something. Yet, for Tyler to then make sure the National Defense Committee wouldn't reverse it somehow was mind-boggling. It had Athrun wonder if Tyler really didn't have some sort of point that this Shin was unique. You really think this Shin has that much talent and potential? Athrun questioned. You normally don't go out of your way that much other than for friends and family. Tyler nodded, the kid is special, I could see that plain as day. I was seriously tempted to have him transferred to the Federation's military if that is anything to go by, since ZAFT was wasting his potential. Tyler sighed, but anyways, you mentioned the Minerva is supposed to be heading toward Shira, correct? By the information Athrun had received, the Minerva was heading from where it had been working in the Middle Eastern part of the Eurasian Federation. Athrun would assume the ship was heading for Carpentaria but was stopping in Shira for repair and resupply. Shira was a logical port to swing by on the way to Carpentaria. ZAFT ships would often do so and give their crews shore leave while there. That is what I was told, Athrun replied. I assume it will resupply and do any needed repairs before heading to Carpentaria from here. Tyler nodded in agreement, that sounds logical. Athrun was glad Tyler had been willing to listen to what had been happening to him. Having a friend listen made things easier to handle. And yet, there were still the rumors which Athrun had heard which he would like confirmed or denied. Tyler, Athrun started, I heard some rumors while I was on Aprilius 1 which I hope you can either confirm or dismiss for me. Tyler wondered what rumors Athrun could have heard which had him asking. Athrun wasn't one to put much stock into random rumors going around. Tyler knew Athrun tended to check information before accepting it if things sounded odd. Sure, what kind of rumors are we talking about? Tyler inquired. You're not normally one to put stock into rumors that I recall. Tyler was correct that Athrun didn't usually put much interest or belief into rumors he couldn't check. But after the Alliance's attempted nuclear strike against the plants had thrown many things into question. Well, Athrun started, the biggest rumor which concerns me is the Alliance attacking a Federation complex. There has been a lot of talk about that, ranging from fairly believable to ridiculous. So, I was hoping you could help shed some light upon that. Has the Alliance really done something as foolish and stupid as strike a Federation complex recently? Tyler had wondered more in passing what ZAFT would say about the Alliance's assault on Asgard when they became aware of it. There was no way they would miss some of the signs of the battle going on around Asgard. And Tyler would imagine those on the Minerva would say a few things about what they had done around the base. Now, what would be believed from those on the Minerva about Asgard or the Alliance's assault was an entirely different story. Thus, Tyler hesitated for a moment at Athrun's question, trying to think of how to answer it and have Athrun ask several more questions. Tyler's hesitation and lack of an immediate answer concerned Athrun. It suggested that the rumors of the Alliance striking a Federation complex could actually be true. It was difficult to see the Alliance being that stupid already in Athrun's mind. Ty, please tell me that the Alliance hasn't actually been stupid enough to attack a Federation complex, Athrun inquired evenly. Them making an attempted nuclear strike is bad enough without them doing something even more foolish. Tyler exhaled heavily, knowing he shouldn't lie to Athrun, and he wouldn't. However, there was the point of how much information to give Athrun about what the Alliance had done and the response. As Athrun was with ZAFT, Tyler couldn't tell his friend things as freely as he did while Athrun was not with the organization. Well, as much as I would love to say the Alliance isn't so stupid to do such crap, I would be lying if I did that, and I won't do that with you, Tyler replied. An Omni force did strike a Federation base recently, thus the rumor you heard is true to an extent. Athrun had hoped the rumors of the Alliance being so foolish as to attack the Federation after declaring war on ZAFT were untrue. The Alliance essentially fighting both factions at the same time would accelerate the conflict heading to a full-blown war. Athrun knew the Federation wouldn't stand by and take an attack without a response. The Federation weren't ones to do that even if they didn't inform others why they did what they did. The Alliance striking at a Federation complex would have been bad enough. That they had struck at a base by Tyler's words made it potentially far worse than any of the rumors had suggested. It would depend on which Federation base the Alliance had gone against, which would determine how serious things would be. That wasn't what I was hoping to hear, Athrun admitted soberly. Which Federation base did the Alliance attack then? Tyler didn't answer right away, ordering his thoughts as he knew what was coming would be unpleasant. Athrun would understand far better than most in ZAFT the problems with the Alliance assaulting Asgard. Then there was the revelations which came with what was used to oust Omni, which ZAFT would be concerned about. After a long minute Tyler spoke up. I know you will not like hearing this, Tyler began, and I ask you keep calm and let me finish before peppering me with the many questions you will have. Athrun was getting more worried with how Tyler was prefacing his answer. It implied the base the Alliance had struck wasn't just any base but an important one. Athrun nodded slowly in agreement that he would contain himself the best he could. Tyler continued, the Alliance assaulted Asgard over a week ago. Athrun's eyes widened at Tyler saying the Alliance had attacked the Federation Asgard base. It was the Federation's military headquarters on Earth, their unassailable fortress which none had ever gotten close to taking from them. Of all the bases the Alliance could have chosen to attack, they had gone with the strongest enemy base that even ZAFT wouldn't assault anytime in the near future. If Tyler wasn't the one telling Athrun this, he would be questioning the validity of the point as the Alliance assaulting Asgard was crazy. But Athrun said nothing as Tyler kept going, I know it sounds crazy. And had the Normandy not been there and alongside the defense forces, I would be having a double take myself. However, the Alliance put together a massive fleet and threw that at Asgard. The assault lasted for over 8 hours before the Omni fleet finally made their retreat. Tyler paused as he took in Athrun's expression of worry and slight horror of what he'd been telling him. Tyler ended out shrugging, it is the truth, and that is the official record which may be admitted to some who insist on an explanation. Tyler stopped as he wanted to give Athrun more information, but he had to make sure his friend understood that what he could tell him was not to get to ZAFT or their National Defense Committee. It was the thing that Athrun being with ZAFT created a potential complication. Now, I can give you more details, but that would be with the understanding you don't relay it to ZAFT or their National Defense Committee. Having lived around the Federation, you know that we don't share data just because we could. Are you okay with that? I don't want to put you in an awkward or harsh situation if you aren't willing, man. Athrun comprehended and appreciated that Tyler was trying to not make his position with ZAFT harder unnecessarily. And Athrun didn't see a reason to say anything Tyler would say to other from ZAFT. The Federation didn't hold back information without a good reason, Athrun believed that with his own personal experience. So, he nodded, I'm alright with that, he returned. Unlike many in ZAFT, I know the Federation regulates what information is released to the public for very good reason. So, please, continued and given what details you can. Tyler was sure Athrun would understand why Tyler was hesitant to give details about the Alliance's assault. With his friend having lived around the Federation, he had come to understand why the Federation regulated information as they did. So, Tyler nodded, I figured you would understand, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to refuse with your current position. He then picked up where he had left off, with the size of Omni's fleet, it was clear they were serious about attacking Asgard and would be drawing out the battle for a while. Asgard's defenses held firm and kept enemy forces from making landfall, though the Alliance did try hard to push the fighting into a land battle. Tyler paused for a moment before going on about the ground-to-orbit cannons. The Alliance did attempt to drop landing forces in from orbit. They seemed to have developed their own version of entry capsules like ZAFT uses. However, the new anti-orbital cannons Asgard has were able to counter those attempts overall. Athrun said nothing as Tyler kept going about the Alliance's assault on the Federation's Asgard base. What Tyler was iterating was beyond concerning in Athrun's mind. That the Alliance had put together a fleet the size Tyler was implying without it being noticed was worrisome. And for them to have developed working entry capsules of their own to use nullified the advantage ZAFT had in the area. For there to be cannons which could counter orbital drops was kind of surprising to Athrun. The idea had been under research by all three factions as far as Athrun would guess. The Alliance had wanted such to use against ZAFT for a while now. But Athrun was grateful the Federation had been the ones to make the idea practical first, as they would use such responsibly where the Alliance wouldn't. Athrun kept listening, keeping his questions to himself as Tyler kept going. He did mention that Shin Asuka had volunteered to help Asgard's defending forces as the assault began. Athrun had to applaud the kid for doing that, likely knowing the job would be anything but easy. That Asuka had held his own until the Minerva had arrived was to be commended. And for the Minerva to have gone to Asgard to retrieve Asuka and the Gundam he hadn't been mentioned to Athrun. He assumed the ship had been off the books while they had gone to Asgard. Athrun couldn't see a reason any officer would allow a ZAFT vessel go to the Federation's Asgard base for official business. Tyler also mentioned the stolen ZAFT Gundams had popped up with the Alliance's assault. Athrun's friend had danced with all three at some point and even captured one of them. Athrun was left to be impressed once again at Tyler's skills as a mobile suit pilot. The conversation between the two went on for a solid hour before Tyler said they should see to dinner. Athrun had a lot to think about with what Tyler had told him by the time he laid down in bed for the night. The Alliance's actions had shifted its position to be a bad one by most metrics that would measure things. They had declared war against ZAFT before trying to strike the plants. After that, they had attacked the Federation's strongest base on Earth. The Alliance had failed at both of the attempts but were still pushing the conflict. By what Tyler had said, the Alliance had attempted to do a political stunt with putting forth a treaty of some sort to unite the world. Tyler hadn't gone into a great amount of detail about the treaty, but Athrun didn't doubt it had been horrible but made to look nice. It just showed a war was coming very soon and things wouldn't be much if any better than what it had been during the Alliance plant war. Meanwhile, night had fallen around the town at the eastern end of the Gulnahan ravine. The Minerva had loaded up its mobile suits and bid farewell to the locals they had helped liberate from the Alliance's oppression. The Federation had assisted with helping the town, which Talia would openly admit. However, what the Federation had used to do so did concern Talia somewhat. The suits they used were unknown to ZAFT as far as Talia was aware. The stories she'd overheard from some of the locals were frightening honestly. They were made to sound like it made the wearer superhuman to an extent. Were that true, that would make such problematic for ZAFT should it ever become necessary for it to go against the Federation's military. The other new technology which the Federation had employed was their new transport aircraft. The mobility they seemed to have made them hard to go against or stop by what Talia were to guess. Nevertheless, the Minerva had received communications that it would receive new orders once it arrived at Carpinteria. That made clear what the Minerva would be doing going forward for the immediate future. However, with the battle against the Alliance in the ravine, the Minerva had taken damage and needed work to be at its best again. The chances of avoiding encounters with the Alliance between the Middle Eastern area of the Eurasian Federation and Carpinteria were low. Thus, Talia was of the opinion it would be best for the Minerva to find a port to resupply and repair along the way. And with the part of the world the Minerva was in, there were few ZAFT-controlled ports to choose from. So, a Federation port was the best option to go with for repair and resupply. Of the Federation ports that Talia had looked at which a ship like the Minerva could use effectively, there were really three main ports of call. The closest port to the Minerva's current position was in the capital of the Equatorial Union. The next in line was the Republic's capital Shira. And lastly, the Orb Union's Onogora Island was the other port which could handle a ship like the Minerva. The Equatorial Union's Delia's port still left a sizable distance between it and Carpinteria. The issue was similar with Orb's Onogora as it would be more a detour than something along the way. Thus, out of the three, the Republic's Shira port was the most logical as it was along the way and a reasonable distance from Carpinteria. That was the reason Talia had the Minerva set its course toward the Republic of East Asia's capital Shira. The bonus with Shira was the crew could get some deserved shore leave while the ship was docked there. Talia wasn't against giving the Minerva's crew time to unwind with the stress they had been under lately. And Shira was a well-known vacation spot which many raved about, so had a lot to provide for visitors. Talia could only hope that the Minerva's time in Shira would finally be quiet. It was something that the Minerva hadn't been able to get much since it had been forced early into active service. And with Shira being a Federation port, the Alliance would unlikely do anything against the Minerva while it was in dock. Talia felt that when the Minerva arrived at Carpinteria, whatever orders were waiting would not give much quiet time to her crew. The Supreme Council and the National Defense Committee hadn't really let the Minerva get much time between missions. Only enough to repair and resupply for the most part, which was rare for ZAFT vessels. And there was little sign such would change in the near future for the Minerva as much as Talia would like it to. At the same time, down in the Minerva's hangar, Shin had just brought the Impulse in. He hadn't even reached the deck before he was swarmed by his friends. They were all saying how amazing he had been getting to and taking out the enemy positron battery. Shin didn't like being in the direct spotlight of attention for long if he didn't have to. All he did was do his best to help. Shin didn't think what he did was as impossible as some said it was. It did remind Shin of some of the things which Commander McGregor had told Shin during his time on the Normandy. The commander had told Shin he had not just good potential, but incredible potential by his own words. Shin had wanted to believe Commander McGregor, but him being special didn't fit in his mind. And yet, after what Shin had pulled off, he couldn't help but wonder if Commander McGregor had a point with him having incredible potential in some way. Nevertheless, Shin was brought out of his thoughts when he noticed Ayla and Matt approaching where he was. Those around Shin began falling silent as the two older Minerva pilots came up to the group. Shin still fully intended to get Ayla to pay him back in some form for flying the cave system blind and not telling him straight out. That hadn't been a pleasant experience for him, and he was still somewhat ticked at the point. Ayla could have told him the data would be all he would have to work with to get through the caves in some form. Shin would have taken that seriously if she'd said that. But all she had done is told him to study the data and nothing more. He still felt to an extent that she had given him the task so she didn't have to do the flight herself. Ayla approached Shin, who was surrounded by much of the crew in the hangar. She had been sure Shin could manage to accomplish the needed task of taking out the enemy positron battery. And he had proven the point during the operation even to a degree that had impressed Ayla. Matt was slightly behind her, likely wanting to congratulate Shin as she did. His efforts had made the operation a success and saved the town in the process. Ayla waited for Shin to focus on her before she spoke. I knew you could accomplish the job, Shin, I never had a doubt. Ayla smiled a bit, and you did an impressive job with the task you had. While Shin appreciated being praised and congratulated for his efforts, that wasn't enough for what he'd gone through. Memories of the flight through the caves were coming back to Shin's mind, and with them came the feelings of irritation and frustration that had come to him back then. Those memories made sure Shin would get Ayla to promise some sort of reward beyond just words. The Minerva would have to stop at some port, whether a ZAFT-1 or Federation, before reaching its next destination. And wherever the port, it would have some restaurants around it which Shin could get Ayla to pay for a meal with. While the praise and compliment are nice, Shin started. I can't say I appreciate you didn't tell me I would be essentially flying blind. Luna Maria had been near Shin, waiting her turn to congratulate him for his success when Ayla had approached. She had been generally aware that the task Shin would have going through the cave system to strike the enemy battery wouldn't be easy. However, there had been no mention of Shin having to fly through the caves blind that Luna could recall. True, there had been the period when Ayla had spoken privately with Shin. Yet, according to what Shin had said, there hadn't been anything said to the effect of him having to fly blind through the caves. To leave a person to do something so dangerous was not just mean, but rather irresponsible. Ayla wasn't the type to do that to another that Luna had seen, so something didn't fit. Ayla didn't blame Shin for being miffed about having to fly through the cave system as he had. However, she did tell him to study the data on the disk, which was the map and flight path he'd be using. That had been his responsibility, even if Ayla hadn't stated the point bluntly as she could have. While I can understand and sympathize with your response, I recall telling you the data on the disk was important and you would be using it, Ayla countered. In fact, I believe I said something to the effect of you regretting not going over the data while you had the chance. Perhaps I could have said you would be flying by the data alone directly, but I would ask if that would have made much of a difference before you entered the cave system. Shin didn't want to admit that Ayla had a point, but she did have a valid point. He had been curious when looking at the simulation view the data on the disk he'd been given. It hadn't made sense when Shin had first glanced at it. Not until entering the cave system did the data in its form had made complete sense. Sure, Shin would have liked Ayla to tell him the data would be all he had to use to get through the caves directly. However, Shin couldn't say if he would have believed her fully before flying into the darkness of the caves. The chiding from Chief Avies wouldn't been fun for the scrapes and dents the core Splendor had received during the journey. Yet, Shin would take that as there was little he could do to get around it. I suppose it likely wouldn't have made a difference back at the time, Shin admitted. Although, it won't make the lecture I'll get from Chief Avies about the scrapes and dents with the core Splendor any nicer. But then Shin glared at Ayla. Still, you owe me, and I plan to collect in the near future, Ayla. Ayla could understand having to look ahead to a lecture one didn't want to listen to nor really deserve. She had her own experiences with chief mechanics reprimanding her for bringing back mobile suits back damaged. But Ayla felt that Avies would go easy on Shin with the success of the operation. As for the reward Shin was saying he should get, Ayla didn't see much of an issue with that. Granted, the kinds and types of rewards that Ayla could give did have some limitations. However, Ayla doubted the teen would ask for things which she couldn't or wouldn't give him. Fair enough, I suppose a reward wouldn't be an issue for the effort you put in, Ayla stated. But there will be some things which I can't really give. Ayla glanced back at Matt with a slight smile, such as be your girlfriend for example. I very much doubt Matt would appreciate or allow such an idea for a reward. Matt wasn't going to let another date Ayla while he was around. Yet, Matt doubted Shin would ask for that type of thing. The kid was young and hadn't shown interest in girls enough yet to want to have a date from what Matt had seen. However, Matt wouldn't be against having a date with Ayla in the next port the Minerva docked at. They hadn't had much of a chance to spend a great deal of time with one another. So, Matt snickered. No, I ain't going to be letting another swipe you from me Ayla, he agreed. But I can't see Shin asking you on a date in the way he is asking for a reward. If he is, he has a lot of work to impress the ladies and get himself a girlfriend, I assure you. Shin felt a blush come to his cheeks when Ayla suggested him asking her to be his girlfriend. He hadn't been in any way implying he had some sort of romantic interest in Ayla. And Matt saying he was with Ayla was the first that Shin had ever heard of the two dating. What Shin had in mind for a reward was nothing like what Ayla was joking about. He didn't want some like Luna Maria to think Shin had an interest in older women. While Shin wasn't at the point he was interested in dating girls, that didn't mean he didn't notice some of them weren't pretty. Yes, Shin thought Luna Maria was pretty, though he wouldn't be telling her that in the near future. Shin instead, focused back on stating what he intended to have Ayla do as a reward. Don't joke about that, Ayla, Shin replied. I don't want a date or anything like that. No, what I want is when the Minerva gets to the next port, you take Ray, Luna Maria, and myself to dinner, to a place I will choose. And that meal would be paid by you in full for what you put me through. There was silence after Shin stated what he wanted for a reward for the job he'd done. Luna couldn't quite believe that Shin had asked or rather demanded a meal from Ayla. That he had pulled Ray and her into the point took Luna by surprise. Why Shin had thought to rope in Ray and her into whatever reward he wanted, Luna couldn't begin to guess. Not that she was against a meal she wouldn't have to pay for. But she didn't want to take advantage of Ayla even if through Shin. Also, there was no word as of yet where the Minerva was heading for now it was about to get underway. So, there was no way right now for Shin to select a place to eat at without knowing where the Minerva was going. Ayla on the other hand, blinked at what Shin stated he wanted as a reward. A full paid meal wasn't the kind of reward she had expected Shin to ask for. That in itself would unlikely be a horrendous issue, but that was dependent upon where Shin would choose for that said meal to come from. Ayla wasn't aware as of yet where the Minerva would stop over for repair and resupply. Its eventual destination was Carpinteria, but the ship would need work and a stopover before that. Sure, there weren't a great number of ports which could handle the Minerva, so there would be limited places they would end out. However, Shin could do research and find an expensive restaurant to have Ayla pay for. And yet, with the job he'd done, he did deserve something to say it was appreciated. Ayla sighed and nodded, very well Shin, she returned, when we dock for repair and resupply wherever it will be, I will pay for a meal. Once we find out which port it will be, do what research you feel is needed to choose the place and the four of us can go while Matt stays with the Minerva. The Minerva lifted off from the desert sand, leaving the town at the eastern end of the Gulnahan ravine. Talia had already given their farewells to their allies who would head back to the Malamul base. She did see that many from the town were waving and cheering as the Minerva lifted off from the sands. Talia had Malik set the Minerva's course for the coast to the south of the current position. Talia knew the ship traveled better through the water than over land. And over the ocean there should be less chance of encountering Omni forces since it would be Federation territory. The Minerva would cruise once reaching the ocean and from there, the ship would head for the Republic's capital Shira. Talia didn't see a reason the Minerva couldn't get repaired and resupply at Shira before it would head to Carpinteria. And the journey from Shira to Carpinteria should be a straight shot which should be uneventful. The span between the town and the coastline to the south took hours to reach. Traveling the span was quiet as the Minerva met nothing along the way as the desert sands were racing by below. Once the Minerva reached the ocean, it lowered down into the water before moving up to cruising speed heading east. When the ship was cruising at a good pace, Talia and Arthur discussed duty shifts during the trip to Shira. Talia wanted to give the crew some downtime to relax as she could. And since the journey to Shira should be quiet, that was as good a time as any to give what downtime she could. A skeleton crew was put on duty while the rest was allowed time to relax. During the journey, Talia was given a report from Ayla about what happened on the field during the operation. Talia would applaud Shin's performance in the operation, for it was impressive. The other pilots from the Minerva also performed well in the operation, which Talia was proud of. Yet, Ayla's observations about the Federation had caught Talia's attention. She'd seen the new equipment which the Federation had been employing. Ayla's report confirmed what Talia had seen and fed her concerns. The Federation clearly still hung onto its technological advantage as they had during the Alliance plant war. Talia had hoped that ZAFT had closed that gap somewhat with what had been developed both at Armory 1 and by others for ZAFT mobile suits and ships. But clearly, ZAFT's efforts hadn't closed the difference and divide between them and the Federation. If anything, the divide was wider than it had been before, which ZAFT was only getting hints of now. It was more than a day before the Minerva came into communication range of Shira. Talia laid out the Minerva's situation and the request she had to the Federation's port control center. The Minerva was asked a couple of questions, such as where they came from and where they were heading for. Those were normal questions which the Federation asked of those who docked at their ports. There were a few conditions put forth by the port control center, which Talia did expect to come. The Minerva's offensive options were to be locked down before and while in port. The ship's engines were to be shut down while in dock unless they were being worked upon for repairs. And lastly, all mobile suits were to be secured and remain in their docking cages upon approach to the dock and while the ship was in dock. The conditions were very reasonable to Talia and made logical sense. It cut down on potential surprise attacks and other issues which could come up while in dock. So, Talia agreed to the conditions given by Shira's port control center. Permission was received to dock at Shira shortly after Talia agreed to the conditions given. Shortly after the communication to get permission was finished, 2 Federation Dolph's Class C cruisers came into detection range of the Minerva. They came to be along both sides of the Minerva, saying they would be escorting the ship to the final approach to the dry dock the Minerva would use. The sun was rising as the Minerva came into view of Shira's docking facilities and the city beyond them. Talia couldn't stop the relieved sigh which came out of her at seeing the docking facilities and the city beyond them. Shira was deep within Federation territory, so the chances of Omni attacking were slim to none. The crew of the Minerva could get some well-deserved shore leave while the ship was in dock here. Repairs and resupply should take 2 days, or so should the Federation be as efficient as they normally were. That was enough time for all on the Minerva to get some time to do what they wished in the city if they chose to enter it. The 2 cruisers broke off as the Minerva continued forward toward the dock which had opened its gates. Talia had Marin route the line with Shira's port control center to the bridge speaker so Malik could follow instructions being given without having to get them from Marin. The Minerva slowly moved into the dock, Malik making the fine adjustments Shira's port control center were giving. From what Talia was hearing, Shira's port control center was instructing Malik to position the Minerva come onto the pylons in the dry dock when it drained the water. Talia would applaud Malik's piloting of the Minerva and his quick response to the instructions he was being given. Once the Minerva came to a stop, the dock gates closed and locked before the water began draining. The Minerva began lowering with the water level until there was a soft bump of the ship settling onto the dock pylons. The water level kept going down as Talia observed equipment began sliding and swinging over the Minerva. Talia focused forward on what needed to happen before any disembarked from the ship. She told Arthur to announce to the ship as a whole none were to leave just yet. For those who planned to leave were to have their ZAFT ID ready to show the dock authorities. Arthur was announcing what Talia had told him when Marin told her a Federation team was waiting to be allowed on board. Talia told her to let the Federation team on the Minerva so they could get to the needed work. Marin did what she was told and opened the portside airlock to allow the Federation personnel onto the ship. The Federation inspection team entered the airlock when it opened, not wanting to waste time. Half the team headed toward the ship's hangar to check on the engines and the mobile weapons the ship carried. The other half of the inspection team began making their way to the ship's navigation bridge. The routes were already known as information on the Minerva had been pulled when it had asked for permission to dock at Shira. Chief Aves blinked when some in Federation uniforms entered the Minerva's hangar. Aves had appreciated those from Asgard who had helped repair the Minerva. It had shown him that the Federation didn't waste time nor words for what they did, which he could respect. So, he went up to the group and asked them what they needed down in the Minerva's hangar. Aves was told the Federation personnel were there to check that the Minerva's mobile suits were secured, and the engines were being shut down. Aves guided the visitors to a console and showed them all the Minerva's machines were secured in their docking cages and couldn't be moved without his say-so. He also said the large engines were shut down and the others were in the process of doing so. At the same time, on the Minerva's bridge, Talia was getting Marin to tell her what Shira's port control center was telling her. However, her attention was shifted when the door to the bridge slid open, and through the door came Federation personnel. "Hello, welcome onto the Minerva," Talia greeted. "What can we do for you?" The leader of the inspection team focused on Talia. "You are the captain of this vessel, correct?" Talia nodded in response, to which the leader continued, "Please have your crew step away from their consoles. We are checking to make sure offensive systems are locked down." Talia nodded and ordered all the bridge crew to step away from their consoles so they could be looked over. The Federation personnel moved forward and checked over the bridge consoles for a minute while the leader watched. After the inspection was done, the Federation personnel pulled back. The leader turned back to Talia. "We have confirmed your ship is locked down as per conditions for docking here. It is asked that any who disembark from the ship while it is dock are to have their ZAFT ID ready to show. Work crews will begin repairs as quickly as possible, and resupply will be seen to after that." Talia nodded to the point and assured them that all on the ship had just been told to have IDs ready. She also thanked the team leader for being polite and professional, for she appreciated the manner. The Federation inspection team exited the bridge after that. Talia turned to Arthur. "Arthur, if you would announce Group 1 is free to disembark from the Minerva and they have the next 8 hours to do with what they will before being back on the ship. They are to remember they represent the Minerva and ZAFT while going around Shira." Arthur acknowledged Talia's request and relayed it to the ship as a whole. Marin left her station as she was a part of Group 1 which was being allowed to leave the Minerva and go into Shira first. She and Luna had discussed what they could do while in Shira when the port the Minerva was heading for. There were some personal supplies which both Luna and Marin needed to search for. Shira should not just have what they were looking for, but a better variety than what ZAFT bases would stock. And it had been a while since Marin had got to go shopping with her sister, so she was looking forward to it. Luna had told her that she was meeting up with Shin and Ray later in the day, but they could go shopping first. Thus, Marin rushed to the quarters she shared with her sister so she could change out of her uniform and into more comfortable clothes. Luna Maria had headed back to her quarters when it was announced Group 1 could disembark. The plan Marin and she had made would have them going shopping in Shira once they were allowed to leave the ship. As Luna thought back, it had been a while since she and Marin had gotten to spend time together outside of their quarters or in the Minerva's mess. So, the shopping trip, even if it was for simple supplies, would be a nice change in Luna's mind. And with Shira being a city rather than a ZAFT base, the selection which Marin and she would get to browse through would be better than ZAFT-issued supplies. Luna was looking forward to the time she would get with her sister and the activity they hadn't really gotten to do since Armory 1 weeks before the Minerva had gone into service. She would be meeting up with Ray and Shin later, but that was hours away. Luna wanted to have time with Marin without others being around for the shopping trip. Luna entered her quarters and found Marin waiting for her. Her little sister was in the civilian clothes she had already and appeared eager to head out on their shopping trip. Luna snickered at seeing her sister ready to go as she was. That eager for our shopping trip, Marin? Luna questioned. Marin had missed time she used to get with Luna before the military service they had decided to do together. The little time together they did get was in the quarters they shared, and that hadn't allowed much time for fun. This is the first time in a while that we've been able to do something fun together in a while, Marin replied. So of course, I'm excited. I'm more surprised that you aren't. We used to do most things together, but we haven't been able to while doing military service with ZAFT. Luna smiled. Sorry, with what the Minerva has been doing lately, I guess there hasn't been a lot of time to do things together. Give me a moment to change and we can head out. And make sure you have your ZAFT ID with you. The dock authority will likely want to see it. Meanwhile, it had been weeks since Stella had come to be around Shangri-La. Her treatment had been going well according to those that were checking on her progress regularly. Stella had been feeling much better than she used to. She didn't need the pod maintenance anymore, only regular sleep to not feel unwell. Stella had also gotten to know her roommates better in the weeks which had gone by. This place, Shangri-La, was different than any other that she knew or had heard about. It had taken some time to become accustomed to, but everyone here was nice and that seemed genuine. That included the doctors doing the treatment, which was close to foreign to Stella. Those on the project weren't nice, not even a little bit to candidates. They had been strict and firm at best, mean at worst. That was only one of many things which had Stella confused at first with Shangri-La. The routines which were set were unlike anything Stella had seen or participated in. Instead of training sessions and practice for missions and combat, there were short treatment appointments and what the doctors called relaxation and meditation time. The progress in treatments were somewhat results-driven, but nowhere near what candidates' performance had been for the project. Stella had used the time she wasn't undergoing treatment to explore Shangri-La among other things. She had also gotten to know her roommates during her short time at Shangri-La. John was very nice and thoughtful, seeming to go out of his way to do nice things for Stella and Cassie. Cassie had been shy, but after a few days, Stella had managed to talk to her without her running away. From those conversations, Stella had learned that Tanya had been busy while at the Tartarus lab. Her sister and her trio had quickly moved into the position of protecting candidates from the Alliance personnel as they could after arriving. Cassie was one of those who had benefited from those efforts since Tanya had stopped the abuse she had been facing. And finally, Stella's puppy, who she had named Max, had been growing and was energetic. The love which Max showed Stella had warmed her heart. The other thing which had come because of that was Stella thinking about revisiting her earliest memories. She hadn't decided to do such yet, but it was something she was still considering. All in all, Stella felt the happiest that she had been that she could remember clearly. There was just one thing missing to Stella for Shangri-La to be about perfect. If her older sister were here along with the other two from her trio, Shangri-La would be the perfect place. From what Stella was told, Tanya, Vali, and Alleluia had been here earlier. They had already gone through treatment and the recovery process. They had left Shangri-La afterward, as most of the candidates did. However, there was no word as to where they had gone or what they were doing right now. For the current morning, Max had just laid down for a nap. Stella had gone in for her daily treatment after Max had gone down for a nap. The treatment routine took around 30 minutes before Stella was told she could go. It was just after Stella exited the medical building when any plans she could have changed. That came in the form of Laughter Galliena approaching her. Stella, Laughter called before hugging her. Stella hadn't gotten used to how Laughter Galliena acted during her time around Shangri-La. The girl was not like any of the stories which Stella had heard about the Galliena girls. Laughter was bubbly and open to others, which was the opposite of what had been said about the Star girls. It had been odd to see so many of the stories about Laughter and her sisters were completely wrong. Some of the things which Laughter did had begun feeling nice, mostly since they were similar to what Tanya would do for her. Laughter had also been the one who had told Stella about Tanya and the other two having been at Shangri-La. However, Stella noticed that Laughter wasn't alone this time, as her two sisters were with her. Stella had spoken with both Ross Weiss and Deborah Galliena, but she normally interacted with Laughter more than her sisters. Laughter, questioned Stella, what are you doing here? Laughter was so excited at what was planned for today. Deborah had told her last night that she, Ross Weiss and Laughter would be taking someone into the city. Laughter had instantly wanted to take Stella to Shira. The girl was far enough along with her treatment that she should be okay to be around people and have no issues with control. And going around cities like Shira was so much fun that Laughter wanted to share that fun with Stella. Tanya hadn't given anywhere near as good of reactions as Stella had been. Tanya didn't show expressions like her little sister did, which Laughter liked to see. Thus, Laughter couldn't hold in the giggles. "Oh Stella, I was hoping I would find you. Today will be such a fun-filled day," she exclaimed. "We are going out and we're told to take another with us. And you instantly came to my mind on the one who we could take with us." Little of what Laughter had just said made logical sense to Stella. There were pieces that Stella had picked out, but it had been confusing. Laughter had said something about fun, but nothing more about that. The other thing which Stella had taken out of the iteration which Laughter had said fairly fast was she and her sisters were going somewhere. Beyond those two things, the rest had sounded like gibberish to Stella. Honestly, Laughter was a fast talker and rambled a lot which made understanding her difficult. That wasn't to say being around Laughter Galliana was an unpleasant experience. Laughter did and said things which got Stella to laugh, which was not something just anyone could do. Deborah could see the signs of Stella being confused at what Laughter had said. It certainly wasn't the first time which Laughter had confused another. No, that was a normal thing for Laughter even if she didn't think what she said should confuse others. Deborah, Ross Weiss, and their mother had been attempting to help Laughter improve her delivery of subjects. However, their efforts hadn't had the desired effect as of yet. So, instead of informing Stella she could accompany them into Shira, Laughter had confused Stella. Thus, Deborah sighed. "Laughter, once again, you're leaving out key details and confusing others," she remarked. Laughter glanced at her older sister and gave her a pouting expression. "Did not." Deborah shook her head before focusing back on Stella. "Sorry about Laughter confusing you Stella, she gets that way when she's excited." Deborah smiled at Stella. "Please don't hold it against her." Stella nodded slowly at what Deborah was telling her. She still didn't understand what Laughter had been saying exactly, and she hoped that someone would explain it better. Laughter was trying to tell Stella about something that much had been obvious, but Stella couldn't figure out what. Stella hoped that one of Laughter's sisters would, so she looked between Deborah and Ross Weiss for an answer. Deborah could see that Stella was looking to her and Ross Weiss for further explanation of what Laughter was trying to say. "What my youngest sister was trying to say," Deborah continued, "is ask if you would like to join us with our visit to Shira for part of the day today." Stella blinked in confusion, being taken aback at what Deborah Galliana was telling her. It did explain what Laughter had been trying to say, but the subject itself didn't make sense to her. She had heard from others around Shangri-La there were the opportunity to go outside which came up. John had mentioned he had gone outside to a city, though she couldn't recall the name at the moment. The name Shira was one that Stella had heard from some around Shangri-La. From what she could recall, it was one of the larger cities in the country and was supposedly important in some way. Stella hadn't been outside of Shangri-La since arriving, so didn't know much about the Republic other than what others had said about it. Deborah went into giving a short summary of what the plans were for the trip the three were going on and wanted her to come with them. The trip into the city didn't sound like a horrible idea to Stella. It wouldn't be without potential issue as Stella still wasn't the best around lots of people. She had improved with crowds around Shangri-La, but that was around fellow candidates, which was different. Yet, the doctors at Shangri-La did encourage the candidates to try new things as best they could. And Stella was curious as to if what others said about this Shira was as neat and fun as they said. Thus, in the end, Stella agreed to go with the Galliana sisters to Shira. She was still apprehensive about the trip, but Stella wanted to try new things with her experiences at Shangri-La. Stella went to get ready to go with the Galliana sisters, telling John she would be going out for a portion of the day. She met the three sisters at Shangri-La's transit station at the appointed time which Stella was given. The four got onto the train which came into the station around 5 minutes after descending into the station. The ride into Shira's central station took a little under 30 minutes. Once there, they boarded another train which Deborah said they would be taking to Shira's Seeing Mall station. The mall was where Deborah said they would be spending a good portion of the day in Shira. The second train ride was about 10 minutes, which Ross Weiss mentioned was because the trains inside the city traveled slower than those that came from other places outside of Shira. Stella got off the train following the Gallianas but came to a halt shortly after she exited the train. Her surroundings were the reason that she had come to a halt. The sights combined with the lights and the noise from all around were unlike anything Stella had seen. She had heard of malls as places where there were a lot of stores in one central area. But there had been nothing said about all the lights, sounds from every direction, or that there would be so many people going around it. Stella did have a slight feeling of apprehension and fear with so many people. Yet, that was overridden by the amazement she was experiencing with the new experience of the place. It was kind of similar to what Stella had felt when she had entered Shangri-La for the first time. Laughter came up to be in Stella's right and saw she was in awe of the mall. Laughter always liked coming to Shira's Seeing Mall, for there was so much fun stuff to do there. She had no doubt that Stella would have the same kind of fun as Laughter did around the mall. So, Laughter smiled at the expression of awe Stella had. Neat, isn't it? Laughter asked. I was sure you would be surprised when you came here. Stella glanced at Laughter, not quite understanding what she was referring to. Stella didn't know where to start on taking in this place, there was just so much to take in. What do you mean? Stella questioned. What is this place? There is so much here. Deborah could see Stella's confusion with what Laughter was saying to her along with the environment she was now in. As normal, Laughter was getting ahead and not doing the proper explanation she should before she said something. And Stella was clearly having trouble taking in a completely new environment that she'd never been in, something similar enough to give her a taste of a mall. Deborah ended out shaking her head. Laughter, once again, you are getting ahead of yourself, thereby confusing another, she remarked. Laughter glanced over at her older sister, not understanding what she was talking about. Laughter felt she hadn't said anything confusing to Stella, at least not that she could think of. What are you talking about, Debbie? Laughter inquired. The mall is neat, what else needs to be said about that for others to understand? Deborah loved her youngest sister, she really did. But there were days that Laughter's view of things really did frustrate Deborah a great deal, and this was definitely one of those times. It wasn't Laughter trying to seem ignorant but wasn't at heart. That potential possibility had been dismissed long ago as not the reason Laughter acted the way she did. Her excitement just seemed to get the better of her and had her miss what most would see. Yes, you see it that way, I'm well aware, Deborah replied. But not all see the world as you do, Laughter. I know Ross Weiss and I have told you that countless times. But this is likely Stella's first experience with a place like a mall which you unlikely considered. Laughter blinked at Deborah, saying Stella not ever being around a place like the Seeing Mall. She couldn't see how that would be possible. Stella would have gone to all sorts of places on missions, so surely, she had been around a mall or shopping district. Granted, Stella hadn't known what a dog was, but that could have been from the nasty work those in the labs did to candidates. Thus, Debbie had to be the one missing something, not Laughter. So, Laughter shook her head. That can't be right, Debbie, Laughter reasoned. Stella had to have been to a place like this while on missions. Deborah shook her head firmly, her confusion and awe says that isn't the case, Laughter, Deborah returned tiredly. But instead of arguing about this point, we can show her what places like the mall are like and why going to them can be fun. Stella was led around the mall by the Galliana sisters. She was taken to all sorts of shops, some were filled with clothes while others had different items. In the clothing stores, the Galliana sisters looked through and tried on clothing. They also encouraged Stella to do the same thing they were. Stella didn't see the point of trying on clothes as the Galliana sisters were doing, but she did what they suggested. And yet, as Stella began putting on clothes and looking at herself in a mirror, she had an unfamiliar feeling. Stella hadn't really taken much pride or interest in her appearance before now. However, now that she gazed at herself in the mirror, the urge to make herself look nice or better began filling her. That transitioned into the enjoyment of seeing herself in different clothes. The other strange thing which Stella noticed while she and the Galliana sisters went about the mall was people. There had always been an air of fear around the lab, and it latched onto all there, so there was no feel of fun. No one had smiled around the lab, not the candidates or the lab workers. Yet, around the mall, all the people seemed to be happy, which was very odd to Stella. The only times she felt happy before this in Shangri-La was when she was with her sister Tanya. It made Stella wonder if life not being a candidate could be like this more. Those at Shangri-La had stated that once the treatment was done, they would have a normal life that non-candidates lived. If what Stella was experiencing today was a part of a normal life, she wanted to have it. She could see herself and Tanya doing things like Stella was with the Galliana sisters. The four girls spent close to 2 hours browsing the shops in Shira's Seeing Mall. It was Deborah that suggested they break from shopping and find a place to eat lunch. The four traveled to the mall's food court to find a place to eat. As Stella sat down to eat, she was coming to the conclusion that the things she had gotten to do today was something she wanted to do it more. She hoped the next time she could do shopping with her sister Tanya. The thought of that had Stella smiling softly as she felt shopping would be more fun with her sister. Stella was glad she had agreed to Laughter's invitation for this trip. It had opened her eyes to what being around people could be a happy experience. Nevertheless, something else was coming to Stella's mind during this trip that she hadn't expected. Feelings and sensations were coming to Stella along with flashes of what she believed were memories. From some of the images that were coming to Stella made her feel the memories were from times long ago in her life. The memories seemed vague and didn't make sense as normal memories would. One of the few facts that Stella could determine with the images were they came from times before she and Tanya had gone to Lodania. Memories from times before Lodania had been scary things to Stella. She had avoided and buried those memories, so she didn't have to deal with panic or let fear overwhelm her. However, the images she was recalling weren't ones she had seen before, and they were unlike any which had come of the time before the lab. To the contrary, the memories brought warm feelings with the people that were in them. Laughter was the first to notice that Stella was distracted from the food by something. Stella had appeared to have been having fun while they had been shopping and trying on clothes before lunch. Laughter couldn't think of anything which should have distracted Stella from the fun they had been having. The distraction was getting Laughter to worry that Stella was starting to not have fun at seeing Mall. Laughter didn't want that at all, as there was still more that she wanted to show Stella. "Hey Stella, you doing okay?" she asked, sounding a bit worried. "Haven't you been having fun here at the mall? You look to like trying on clothes and the other stores that we went to before this." Stella came out of her thoughts at hearing Laughter talking in her direction. She found all three Galliana sisters gazing at her with varying worried expressions on their faces. Stella hadn't meant to worry those she was with. It was just the memories she was seeing hadn't ever come to her before now. And that they weren't scary memories from before the lab had made Stella curious, as such hadn't come up before this. Plus, something about the memories coming to her mind felt different than any of the other memories from the past. They felt more natural than others, along with not being scary. She didn't know how to explain that to the Galliana sisters. "Sorry, Stella hesitated for a moment, remembering things that I never have before." That one line explained what was going on to the three Galliana sisters. It referred to an event which every candidate that came to Shangri-La and underwent treatment experienced. Mina and Dr. Call had told the three Gallianas about some of the specifics of what was done to candidates when they go to any of the labs. Memory modification was something that those at the labs did to individuals that were deemed candidate material. According to their mother, it was done to most candidates to motivate them to comply and be obedient. False memories, or at least fragments, were inserted to existing memories to incite fear and pain. Deborah and her sisters had been no exception to that point. Their early memories had returned to them to find they technically were not sisters by blood. However, they had been friends before being caught by Alliance soldiers in the town they'd lived in before the lab. That hadn't changed the relationship they had with one another, but each of them looking different from the other two now made more sense. Laughter was the first to move, which she rushed over to Stella's side and hugged her. Stella was caught slightly off guard, as she hadn't expected Laughter embracing her with what she'd said. Oh, it wasn't a strange event for Laughter Galliana to embrace others around Shangri-La, she did it often enough. But there was normally some sort of warning or hint that preceded Laughter hugging another, even if it was missed. Stella couldn't think of any reason that Laughter would want to hug her with saying unknown memories were coming to her. Laughter," Stella started, "why are you hugging me?" Deborah shook her head as Laughter went off, saying that she, Ross Weiss, and Deborah felt for Stella. It wasn't that Deborah felt Laughter was saying things she shouldn't or didn't need to. Deborah and her sisters did feel sympathy for what other candidates went through during the treatment. Deborah and her sisters were among the first candidates that had received treatment at Shangri-La. And they had watched others experience what effects came with the treatment working on them. Thus, they knew what Stella was going through at the moment, yet Laughter's reaction wasn't helping. Stella was likely confused with her memories, which had been buried or altered, coming back to her. Deborah watched as Ross Weiss rise and move forward toward their sister. She then began trying to get Laughter to stop hugging Stella and back off a bit to give the girl some space. It was needed. Laughter hugging Stella would make explaining what was happening harder. It took a few minutes for Ross Weiss to pry Laughter off of Stella. Deborah waited for Ross Weiss to get their youngest sister off before focusing on Stella. Once Ross Weiss pulled Laughter off of her, Stella was still confused at what was going on. Her gaze shifted over to Deborah Galliana, hoping for an explanation. The oldest Galliana had always given understandable explanations when she answered Stella's questions. "Why did Laughter hug me?" Stella questioned. "I didn't understand what she was saying while she was hugging me." Deborah hoped one day that Laughter would improve her behavior, but it would be either a while or not happen. But Deborah loved her sister Laughter, even with her bubbly personality when it caused difficulties. Deborah sighed, "Please forgive Laughter for her enthusiasm, she has trouble controlling it at times." Deborah paused for a moment, trying to think how to explain to Stella was going through. "First, don't be afraid of the memories you are starting to see, Stella." Deborah smiled slightly. "Every candidate that comes to Shangri-La and undergoes treatment experiences what you are. It is a sign that the treatments are working, and it is a good one." Stella blinked at what Deborah just said to her, processing what Deborah was trying to tell her. Memories that she'd never seen were coming back to her. How did that say the treatment was working? "What do you mean these memories I'm seeing that I've never recalled before are related to the treatments?" Stella questioned. "The treatments are supposed to help me not need maintenance regularly and not have the violent tendencies." It was a sad thing to Deborah to see Stella and others not understand before they would come to the realization of what had been done to the candidates and why. Every candidate reacted differently when they realized they had been changed and important things taken from them. And that realization normally came at the point Stella was at, when their original memories started coming back. Deborah hadn't been happy when she had realized the point, but she had quickly understood her mother had her reasons for what her project did. Ross Weiss had a meltdown and had messed up her room and destroyed furniture through her venting at her realization. Laughter had cried for one of the longest periods she had ever done that Deborah had remembered when she realized the point. So, Deborah could only frown sadly in empathy, after those who become candidates are brought to one of the labs and determined to be good enough to be a candidate, they undergo adjustments. You are aware of that, correct Stella? Stella was even more confused at what Deborah was saying as it didn't appear to relate to what Stella had asked. All candidates of the Enhanced Human Project had adjustments done before they began regiments they would be expected to do. But Stella couldn't figure out what that would have to do with the memories she was seeing. Still, she nodded to Deborah. Of course, all candidates have adjustments done to get them ready to do the regiments they will be assigned. Stella tilted her head. Why do you bring that up? It was the expected and classic response any candidate would give to such a question. It was part of the adjustment process Deborah knew. Make it clear to candidates questioning what you were told from those that mattered was something you didn't do if you wanted to survive. Getting candidates out of that mentality was part of Shangri-La's treatments, and it was normally one of the parts which took a while to be successful for the vast majority. Deborah's mother really had created an amazingly successful system to control candidates as much as she didn't want to admit it. Deborah believed there was good in her mother Mina, even if others would deny such a thing. So, Deborah exhaled heavily. Your response is what is expected from a candidate. Deborah took a deep breath. I ask you keep calm with what I'm about to tell you. Stella nodded and waited for Deborah to go on, not understanding why she would say to keep calm. Deborah continued, part of the adjustments to candidates is memory alteration. Those who do it do one of two things to a candidate's memories before they're brought to the labs. They either bury the happy and good memories you have or alter them to make your memories either scary or seem like miserable ones. Deborah paused as she recalled her own experience with her memories returning. Her altered memories had Deborah believing she and her sisters had been abandoned and left to die by those who had lived in town they had been found in. The truth was the Alliance had bombed the town and then gone in slaughtering the majority of survivors. Friends and family had hid Deborah and her sisters before they had been killed, trying to save them. It was unfortunately a common theme with most candidates when they got their memories back. But Deborah hoped Stella was seeing happy memories for the moment before she may see her parents giving their lives for her and Tanya. So, Deborah smiled warmly, you seeing memories that you haven't seen before is a good thing. It means the treatments are undoing that work done during the adjustments you were given in the lab. The memories are your own and are of your past which were taken from you. Stella didn't know how to take what Deborah had just told her. Being told that the adjustments candidates were given had taken things from her both hurt and made her angry. Stella didn't like the idea of others messing with her memories without her permission which she wouldn't have given. The images that kept coming back to Stella's mind had a blonde girl in them which certainly looked like a younger version of Tanya. The girl in Stella's memories before looked much the same but hadn't smiled at all like the one she'd been seeing. Tanya had told Stella before that they had been abandoned before those from the lab had brought them in. Now, Stella wondered if that was true at all with the images she was seeing. And with the memories Stella was seeing had two other people in them which she couldn't identify. The point bugged her as there was something familiar about the two adults Stella had been seeing. One of the adults had been a woman with blonde hair who had looked similar to Tanya and Stella. That woman was smiling and laughing in the memories, and the smile brought warmth to Stella's heart in a way she couldn't explain. There had also been a brown-haired man who was in the memories too. Staring at him and hearing him laughing caused much the same type of feeling as the woman's smile and actions had. So then, Stella started, Tanya had memories come back to her too. Deborah didn't answer Stella right away, recalling how Tanya had reacted when her memories started coming back. She hoped Stella would not be extremely angry as Tanya had been at first. Alleluia and Vala had been forced to hold Tanya back while she had cursed and swore vengeance upon those who had changed her memories. Tanya had said or rather screeched while Alleluia and Vala restrained her that Stella and her parents had died trying to defend them from Alliance soldiers there to take them. She had also promised to go and find Stella to rescue her, likely leaving a trail of blood to do that. Tanya had calmed down given some time, and some sedation from the Shangri-La staff. Deborah didn't think Stella would blow up like her sister Tanya did, she had a better demeanor. Thus, Deborah nodded, yes, her memories came back. She hesitated for a moment. To say her reaction was bad is putting it mildly. Your sister was extremely unhappy realizing her memories had been altered. I can still clearly recall the meltdown she had, screeching and yelling about how she would go and find you, rescuing you from those who were using you. Alleluia and Vala had to restrain her during that meltdown. It was also them who convinced her to not go running off searching for you. Deborah shrugged. The sedations were done to her, assured that Tanya didn't sneak off to go to find you and bring you to Shangri-La. Stella blinked at hearing Tanya had a meltdown when her memories came back to her. Tanya wasn't one to melt down or throw a tantrum about things she didn't like. No, Tanya was calm and collected through almost anything that Stella had seen. So, to hear Deborah say Tanya took getting her memories back badly, made her wonder what Tanya had seen. It was also extremely comforting to know Tanya had been thinking of her while they had been separated. Tears came to the corners of Stella's eyes as the realization Tanya had wanted to help her so much that others had to hold her back. She was thinking of me even around Shangri-La, Stella said to herself as her shoulders began shaking. She was even willing to come and get me after being around Shangri-La. The tears began flowing without Stella being able to stop them. I wanted to see my sister so badly, just because of the warmth I feel around her. She was held back by Alleluia and Volley as well as being sedated to keep her safe. She was thinking about what was best for me and was desperate to get me away from those at the lab. It shows how much she loves me. The sound of sobbing drew the attention of Laughter. She looked over and saw Stella crying facing her sister Deborah. Laughter wasn't happy to see Stella sobbing, and most likely the cause of it is something Deborah had said or did. Stella was supposed to be having fun on the trip into Shira, not sobbing. So, Laughter left Ross Weiss and stomped over to her oldest sister, Debbie. What did you do to make Stella cry? She demanded. This trip is supposed to be fun for her. Laughter puffed out her cheeks in frustration before she continued, and yet you make her cry. How could you do that, Debbie? Deborah held in the tired sigh which tried to escape her at Laughter's behavior. Her youngest sister had once again misunderstood what was going on that she was now complaining about. Stella was sobbing not out of sadness, but understanding her sister cared about her. Laughter was missing that point which changed the whole situation. You aren't reading the situation completely as you should, Laughter, Deborah stated. Stella is working on coming to terms with her memories coming back. That can come with heavy emotional reactions as it does with some from Shangri-La. At the same time, Shin, Ray, and Vino had headed out from the Minerva to meet up with Luna Maria and Marin. The plan was for Ray and Shin to take Luna Maria and go to other places while Vino would take Marin back to the Minerva. The trio was going to scope out potential places to have the dinner that Ayla would be paying for tomorrow. Shin had narrowed the places that had looked good down, but he wanted a closer look before making a decision. Ray had agreed to help Shin out with narrowing down the choices of places to eat tomorrow. Shin was grateful for Ray helping him, he really was a great friend to have. Shin hoped with Ray and Luna's help, they could agree upon a place for dinner tomorrow which Ayla would come with them to. The three traveled into Shira and went to the general shopping district the city had. Luna Maria had said she and Marin would be going there for supplies as she put it. There hadn't been mention of what the supplies were, but Shin had felt it was better he not ask her. Meeting up with Luna Maria and Marin was simple enough. Ray, Vino, and he found them in the shopping district looking at clothes. The two girls joined the boys, but Marin wanted to see the nearby park before she and Vino headed back to the Minerva. None in the group had an issue walking through the part in the shopping district, so the group headed in that direction. When they arrived at the park, they began walking through it. There weren't many in the park at the time the group was there. With that being the case, Shin's group wasn't paying much attention to those around them. Meanwhile, the Galliana sisters along with Stella had finished their lunch and headed to the park in the shopping district. Laughter had suggested the destination as she always liked the park and insisted going there whenever she got around the shopping district. Stella knew what parks were supposed to be, there had been mention of them in the education for candidates. But she hadn't really been to one that she was aware of, not even on missions. So this would be the first park which Stella had been to. She was curious what could be so different about these parks that made them stand out. When they arrived at the park, Stella blinked at the sight that met her eyes. There were many trees all around with paths that wound through them. Families were sporadically around the park walking and playing there. The whole scene was strange to Stella as she didn't have anything to compare it to within her memory. The group was distracted by their surroundings that they didn't notice another group of teens were on the same path they were. The two groups collided with Laughter going down with a female teen in the other group, while Stella fell over on top of a guy. Deborah and Ross Weiss managed to not hit some from those from the other group. Ray had managed to prevent Vino and Marin from crashing into the women in the group that Shin and Luna Maria had already gone to the ground with. Luna had been talking and holding the attention of those in the group so they hadn't seen the other group coming. Ray just hoped that Luna showed better control of her emotions than she had been lately. Stella had fallen to the ground after colliding with something which she'd not seen coming. It was a tad embarrassing as training candidates received was supposed to make it clear that knowing what was going on around you was important. Failure in that could mean horrible punishment or other harmful consequences. But Stella was still working on not reacting in the ingrained ways candidates would. It was part of the treatments from Shangri-La to change the expected behavior of candidates. But Laughter had been distracting her with what she'd been saying before Stella had bumped into whatever she had. Laughter had been saying something about how the park was the neatest place or something like that. Stella raised her head slowly taking in her surroundings and tried to figure out what she had crashed into. The only thing that seemed to have changed was there was a person was under her. That implied the guy under Stella was the one she had crashed into before falling to the ground. The guy had black hair and red chestnut-colored eyes from what Stella could see. His face didn't look that out of place from those Stella had seen around Shira. However, the longer Stella stared at the guy, the more the feeling of familiarity came to her. She felt that she'd seen the guy somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where that could have happened. But the nagging feeling would leave Stella's mind. Shin had hit the ground hard after crashing into something or someone. His head was throbbing a bit, but he didn't think he had done serious harm to himself. Shin couldn't help but rub his head to get the throbbing to fade from his head. He opened his eyes to try and figure out who he had run into. What met his eyes had him pause and blink a bit as the sight was one he didn't think he would see. Shin found himself looking at a admittedly pretty face above him. Said face was framed with golden blonde hair and had violet eyes within the pretty face. A moment later, Shin realized that he was looking at a girl around his own age. The girl was laying on top of him with her head raised and glancing around. Shin realized the position he was in with the girl and was embarrassed. The girl also was now staring at his face as Shin looked away from her. "I'm sorry, are you okay, miss?" Stella still couldn't figure out why the guy seemed familiar. He wasn't a candidate she'd seen before that she could recall. Heck, there were none of the signs that he was a candidate of the project at all. That implied should Stella have met the guy, then it would have been on a mission since there was no other logical explanation. Yet, Stella and her trio hadn't had many missions thus far officially. They had been sent to places within Alliance territory to train themselves to blend in and not stick out around crowds. But again, the guy didn't look like someone that would be around Alliance territory. His appearance suggested he was more likely a person born in Federation territory if Stella were to guess. There was really only one place that a mission had took her where there were people around that wasn't Alliance territory. Stella tilted her head at his statement. "I'm fine," she replied, "but you look familiar." At the girl saying he looked familiar, Shin glanced back at the girl. The girl was pretty, Shin wouldn't deny that, but the longer he looked at her, the more he had to admit there was a familiarity. The weird thing for Shin was he would normally remember a girl like the one in front of him. Yet, he couldn't figure out where he could have met the girl before now. Her appearance was normal enough to say she could easily be a natural. There was the chance he'd met her before his family moved to the plants, but he doubted it. And Shin hadn't been doing service with ZAFT for long enough to have been many places yet with the Minerva. So, if he had met the girl, there weren't many places they could have crossed paths. While the two were trying to figure out where they could have met one another, Laughter was dazed from hitting the ground. The event had occurred so quickly that Laughter hadn't been able to see what she had hit to fall. "Ow ow ow, oh jeez, that fall hurt," Laughter uttered in response to the pain in her head. Laughter had never hit anyone walking through the park when she and come her before. And Laughter had been acting like she normally did, so the crash made no sense to her as to why it happened. The people that tended to frequent the park watched where they were going enough so that Laughter didn't have to worry about her behavior to a great degree. So, Laughter rose up, shaking her head to clear it so she could see what she had hit to have her fall to the ground. Luna Maria was shaking off the daze of smacking into something. She had been asking Shin about what places he wanted to look into dinner for tomorrow when Luna had hit something and gone down. The collision had hurt, not just the initial hit, but the crash Luna had then experienced upon hitting the ground. Sure, she hadn't been paying attention to where she had been going as she should have to avoid a collision. Her first reaction was to snap at whoever had crashed into her. However, the conversation with Ayla came back to Luna's mind and she knew she should apologize rather than snap. And as Luna was trying to improve herself, she would do the apology as Ayla would expect of her. "What or who did I hit?" questioned Luna Maria as she sat up. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Laughter gazed forward and found a red violet-haired girl right in front of her on the ground. The girl wasn't one of those that Laughter had seen before when she had come to the park previously. While that was odd, that didn't change the fact that they had crashed into Laughter. They should have been watching where they were going. Laughter was doing what she normally did so she wasn't at fault for this event. Thus, Laughter wasn't going to let the other side pin the blame on her for the crash. "Hey stupid, why did you crash into me?" Laughter demanded. "You should have been watching where you were going. This is your fault, dummy." Luna had apologized for her not paying attention and playing a part of the altercation. She had done that to be nice and behave properly as ZAFT expected from their personnel. However, the girl which Luna Maria had bumped into was shoving all the blame on Luna. The urge to snap at the girl and set her straight on what had happened. But Luna stopped herself from heeding that urge right away, exercising emotional control. "As I said," Luna said evenly, biting her tongue to not snarl back at the girl, "I apologize for not paying attention. But you weren't watching where you were going either, so I'm not completely at fault." Laughter wasn't going to let the redhead get away from taking responsibility for the crash. She would make sure the girl admitted she caused the issue they were in. "I've been here before and haven't crashed into anyone," Laughter stated. "So, since you are not a normie in the park, you should pay extra attention and not crash into others like me." Laughter stuck out her tongue at Luna, "So you are at fault for this, stupid." Luna had been trying to not blow up and rip into this girl, and her response was making that even harder. But this lady was acting like a child, using logic that didn't make any sense. And the lady was older than Luna Maria, so should be more mature than Luna was. Luna tried to keep calm, yet her control slipped a bit. "I was walking like you," she stated firmly. "You should have been watching where you were going to. There is no reason to expect all those around you to watch their surroundings while you don't." Luna would have kept going, but Laughter cut over her. "You're dumb, I've gone around her before and never ran into anyone. It's your fault." Luna lost her temper, and the two girls quickly began to argue about who was at fault for the crashing into one another. Deborah had been watching her youngest sister as she had been going back and forth with the girl she'd crashed into. Stella had also bumped into another and gone to the ground, but she looked okay. From what Deborah had heard, the guy had apologized, and Stella had seemed to accept that from him. Honestly, Deborah was kind of embarrassed with Laughter's behavior. Her sister was supposed to be improving, and she was in some ways. But Laughter still could be childish when met with confrontation from another. Laughter should know better than to be childish with another. Their mother had been lecturing Laughter about that, but apparently, Laughter hadn't been listening as she should have. And as it normally ended out, it felt to Deborah to remind Laughter she needed to behave better than she was. Thus, Deborah moved forward and brought her hand down in a chop to Laughter's head. Ray had been watching Luna Maria exchanging with the woman she had run into. Luna had been in control of her emotions at the start, which Ray applauded. Luna had been having a hard time controlling her emotions lately and it was nice to see she was working on improving that. However, that hadn't lasted long as the woman acted childishly, which set off Luna. Ray couldn't help the tired sigh that escaped him at Luna's response to the childish behavior from the other side. As a member of ZAFT, Luna Maria shouldn't let herself to snap at another for poor behavior. It was expected that members of ZAFT to hold themselves to a higher standard and not lose their temper just because another drew a rise out of them. Ray strode forward, grabbing Luna's collar and pulling her back and away from the woman. Laughter had been arguing with the stupid girl and winning the said argument when something came down on her head hard. She clutched her head as pain shot through it with the hit she'd just taken. She twisted around and saw it had been Deborah that had hit her. Deborah's hand was in the form when she chopped another's head. But Laughter hadn't been doing anything to deserve a chop to the head. Laughter was sure she was in the right when it came to the girl that had crashed into her. "Ow, Deborah, that hurt," Laughter exclaimed, still holding her head. "Why did you chop my head? I did nothing wrong to deserve a chop to my head." Deborah glared sternly at her youngest sister with the response she gave to the reminder that she had given her. She should know her behavior was poor and needed to be called out so it could be corrected. "You have earned the chop to your head, Laughter," Deborah stated firmly. Laughter shut her mouth at the serious tone that her sister was using. It was a tone Laughter knew meant she was in trouble and arguing would only make her situation worse. "You were misbehaving by being childish." Laughter flinched as Deborah kept going, "Mother has taught us manners, and given you lessons on this specifically as this is a hard subject for you. And in this, you are being childish, which you are supposed to be working on changing, remember." While Deborah was chiding her younger sister, Ray was chastising Luna Maria for her actions. Luna Maria had tried to speak in her defense for a moment, but Ray didn't let her say much as he lectured her. Ray's lecture was one that as it went on, Luna couldn't effectively argue against. He was right with her reaction in the end being improper, Luna wouldn't deny that. Luna's shoulders began slumping as Ray kept going as his lecture kept pounding her response to the woman that crashed into her. Luna knew Ray may be a quiet one, but he knew more about ZAFT protocol and expectations than most ZAFT personnel would recall that weren't in ZAFT administration. And Ray seemed to know just the right way to quote ZAFT protocol to have the greatest impact. Luna couldn't come up with a defense to counter Ray's lecture and stopped trying not too long after it started. Both Stella and Shin had glanced over in the direction of Laughter and Luna when the two had begun their exchange. Shin had seen Luna had been trying to control her emotions dealing with the woman that had bumped into her. The attempt was better than any Shin had seen from Luna as of late. Granted, she had still lost her temper in the end, but at least she tried to control herself before that. Ray was dressing down Luna as Shin watched, and from what he could tell, Ray was chewing out Luna with her shoulders slumping. On the other hand, Stella observed Laughter getting chided by the eldest Galliena. She had seen the eldest Galliena was the leader of the three. Stella couldn't stop the giggle that escaped her at the scene. The sound of Stella giggling drew Shin's attention back to her. He was still trying to figure out where he could have met her before. Something about her was familiar, like he'd seen it recently somewhere. Shin kept staring at her face and slowly he began to realize he had seen this girl before. The memory came back to Shin's mind slowly, but as it did, he realized they had crossed paths around Armory 1. It had been on the day the Gundams were stolen, but around an hour before that. Shin had been with Vino and Yolan out doing some shopping for things at the time. The girl had been with a group that had 2 adults and 2 teens around her age as Shin recalled. Shin had bumped into the girl as their paths had crossed before her group had moved on shortly after the altercation. "You're the girl that I bumped into at Armory 1 Colony," Shin stated. "You were with a group of 2 adults and 2 teens around your age." Stella blinked at the statement, but it did help her recall where she'd see the guy. She did remember that she had bumped into someone around the colony as her group had been working their way toward their target. After their arrival at the colony, it was to take about an hour to get to the hangar where the Gundams had been stored. The time was figured and planned so they wouldn't draw bad attention before getting to the Gundams. She had gotten slightly ahead of her group when she had bumped into the guy. He had caught her before she fell to the ground, as Stella recalled. His grip, which had stopped her from hitting the ground, had been on one of her breasts. Any that had done so before that had gotten Stella to lash out at them as it felt horrid. But the guy's grip had felt different than any of the staff at the labs, or even Owl who touched her like that once. It hadn't felt horrible, which would translate into her attacking whoever tried to touch her that way. Stella then noted that she was sitting on top of the guy and that was rude, so she moved off of him. As soon as the girl had moved off, Shin scooted back a bit and sat up. He'd never had such a pretty girl that close to him before and it made him nervous and self-conscious. He then looked at the girl again, seeing that it wasn't just her face that was pretty, her whole appearance was pretty. Now, Shin wasn't exactly a stranger to pretty girls. Luna and Marin were pretty, but they were comrades. Not that Shin was looking for that kind of relationship, he was still a teenager after all. So, he focused back on the first encounter they had at Armory 1 to get his brain off of how pretty she was. With the mess that was the theft of the Gundams, there hadn't been the time to think about the safety of the citizens back at the time. Shin had thought about those who had been in danger because of the theft after the event. He'd been told that most of the colony's citizens had made it to shelters, but that hadn't stopped Shin being concerned for what the theft had done. To see one of the colony's citizens was okay warmed Shin's heart. It brought back to Shin's mind something that Commander McGregor had said during one of their conversations. Commander McGregor had been trying to help Shin see there was still hope for humanity. Shin couldn't remember the exact words the commander said, but it had going along the lines of small mercies keeping the flames of hope alive. Shin was starting to understand what the commander meant about small mercies being as important for an individual as the large events. Knowing that some lives had been saved during the theft of the Gundams was a mercy. It didn't change the lives lost, but it at least was a good thing to have happened and Shin would hold on to that. So, Shin gained a small smile. I'm glad to see you got away safely from what befell Armory 1, Shin admitted. By the way, my name is Shin Asuka, what's yours? The guy being concerned about her safety during the mission she had been on was odd. Candidates didn't get worried about, they were expected to get acceptable results or better by those on the project. It was another new thing which Stella was experiencing since coming to Shangri-La and undergoing treatments. However, this was an opportunity for Stella to put into practice the skills which she'd been learning during the treatments. My name, Stella uttered in response to the question. It was rare for her to give out her name as it wasn't important for candidates to do that. Those that were in the trio or the staff knew her name, so she didn't need to give it to them. But lessons at Shangri-La had been saying it was good manners to introduce herself to another that asked. My name is Stella, Stella Lao Seer. Her name was a pretty one to Shin. Sure, it was one he hadn't heard before, sounded a little like something that could be used around the Atlantic Federation's territory. Shin smiled a bit more. Stella, that's a pretty name, it's nice to meet you, he returned. At hearing that, Stella felt a warm flutter in her chest that she had never felt before and it was odd to her, but it wasn't an unpleasant sensation. Yet, the sensation mystified her nonetheless and she was still wondering about it as Ross Weiss came over and helped her to stand. Nevertheless, Stella couldn't explain why the sensation had come or what it was implying to her. The feeling was foreign to her since she had never felt anything quite like it before. Shin got to his feet while Marin and Vino came over asking if he was all right. He assured them he was fine before he glanced over to where the argument had gone on. The sight of Ray apologizing for Luna's actions to the older woman got Shin to blink. The older woman was doing much the same as Ray for her sister. The two groups turned and began going different directions from there. Stella and the Galliena sisters continued on their journey for their day in Shira while those from the Minerva went the opposite direction. Yet, before the two groups were out of sight of each other, Shin and Stella gazed at one another once more. After Shin's group got to the shopping mall in Shira's commercial district, they began looking around. Vino would take Marin back to the Minerva after getting one more item according to Marin. As Marin was looking in a shop with Ray keeping an eye on her, Vino came up to be alongside Shin. The two had been friends since their academy days. And Vino hadn't missed Shin had crashed into a good-looking girl and that said girl had landed on top of him. Vino couldn't say how jealous he was that Shin seemed to get the good luck. It wasn't the first time that Shin had gotten lucky when it came to being in the right place at the right time. Vino had asked Shin how he did it, but his friend didn't understand what Vino had been talking about. But this recent instance of luck for Shin had really been something to see. So, Vino put a hand on Shin's shoulder. Hey Shin, Vino started, with this recent instance of luck you seem to have, how did she feel? Shin stared at his friend Vino for a long moment at the question. Vino had brought up the subject of luck in relation to Shin before now. The events that Vino brought up saying Shin was lucky hadn't made sense to Shin himself. Vino said that Shin always seemed to be able to get good thing to happen. Shin didn't necessarily agree with Vino's view, Shin just did what he could, that was all. However, his question about how she felt didn't make sense to Shin, there was missing context. What are you talking about? Shin questioned, what do you mean how did she feel? Shin could miss some things, Vino had seen that and didn't hold it against his friend. But he had got a feel of the girl who had fallen on top of him. Guys their age rarely if ever got to do something like that without a willing girlfriend. And the girl hadn't even slapped Shin which Vino felt his friend was among the few who could come out of a situation like that. So, Vino smirked a bit and softly jabbed an elbow into Shin's side. Come on man, we're friends, aren't we? So, you know you can tell me the truth. That blonde girl fell on top of you man, you got a feel for her figure for a short period, what did it feel like? Shin realized what Vino was referring to and his cheeks began getting red at the thought. He hadn't been thinking about what Stella felt like until Vino brought it up. Shin had more been worried about if Stella was okay rather than how her body felt. That wasn't to say he had noticed how Stella's body felt. Sure, her skin had felt smooth, and her chest had been really soft, Shin hadn't been able to fully ignore that. However, Shin couldn't say that out loud to Vino with what his friend had said. In fact, Shin couldn't think of anything he could say to Vino which couldn't be taken the wrong way. But the expression on Vino's face said that Shin's friend wouldn't let him not answer the question. Luna had been close enough to her Vino talking to Shin. She didn't plan to get into the conversation, that is until Vino asked his first question. It was clear to Luna that Vino was referring to when the blonde girl had fallen on top of Shin. Shin hadn't done anything to the girl, nor would Luna expect him to do such things. Shin had good manners and respected women unlike some, such as Vino to an extent. Luna was holding herself back from smacking Vino for asking the question he did of Shin. Thankfully, Shin didn't seem to understand what Vino was asking about. But then Vino pushed forward and went into detail about his question. That was the last straw for Luna. She had been lectured by Ray and dealt with the woman that acted like a child. She wasn't going to allow Vino to express his dirty mind. Don't ask Shin that kind of question, Luna snapped before she slapped Vino on the backside of his head. Get that mind of yours out of the gutter Vino. Vino twisted around to see Luna glaring at him. The girl did have a habit of ruining conversations between guys. He hadn't done anything that deserved Vino's head getting smacked by Luna Maria, especially with the force she used. So, Vino glared back at Luna. Dang it Luna, you did not need to hit me in the back of my head, he snapped. That really hurt. Did you punch me with everything you got or something? Luna didn't let Vino's complaint faze her. Then maybe you need to keep the thoughts in that dirty mind of yours to yourself. If you do that, then I won't have to smack sense into you so hard. Did you ever consider that, Vino? A/N. Okay, I'll leave off there for this phase and pick up in the next one from there. So, much to talk about which will make this phase over what I generally try to keep below on word count. I apologize for the length of this phase, I do try to keep them under 30,000 words the best I can, but even I can't do it every time. Sometimes getting from point A to point B just takes time and planning which ends out with this kind of thing. Anyways, let's get to the highlights and expanding of what happened in this phase shall we? Let me start with the first scene with Athrun and Gilbert Durandal. So, for those who have watched Seed Destiny or Canon, you will recall Athrun wants to help with things as they are. That has come with a conflict somewhat which Athrun will be dealing with off and on for a time, but that's all I will say about that. Now, the offer he is being given by Durandal. I feel the need to explain it a bit as Canon doesn't do a really good job at it in my opinion. Athrun was a pilot before the discharge, a Gundam pilot true, but a pilot nonetheless. I state that to say Athrun didn't have special rank or station during the Alliance plant war. Yes, the monster, father look-alike, was the chairman, but that didn't mean Athrun had a special position technically. He was just a ZAFT Red, that was the only notoriety he had back then before leaving ZAFT. Should he come back, not only will he be given a clear record, but other privileges. Any in the military can correct me, but as I understand it, getting one's record cleaned and wiped isn't a simple nor easy task. If that wasn't enough, he was to be made part of Faith, the best of the best in ZAFT, who can do whatever they see fit on the battlefield. It sounds too good to be true if you ask me without some sort of strings attached. And Athrun is suspicious of the point because it sounds too good to be true. This will not be the last time he questions Durandal's view sounding too good to be true, I assure you. The exchange of Athrun taking the offer as was stated that working with those like Tyler and Kira will be more difficult. Athrun hasn't forgotten what losing touch with friends did during the seed part of this story. No, he doesn't want that to come up again and will try to prevent it. So, I would think most will understand the difficulty that Athrun is while he considers this offer. The other thing I wanted to show in this scene which often gets glossed over in Destiny is about Gilbert Durandal. I know there will be those who will disagree with me on this, but I think that Durandal didn't start as the guy he ends out being by the end of Canon. Perhaps it is me trying to see the good in others or something else, I can't say. But I want to believe Durandal wanted to help the human race as a whole with the best of intentions in the start. Unlike Canon, Durandal was a student of Tyler's dad, which does make a difference. Gilbert respected Professor Blass and took away a lot of things away from his time as a student from the man. Thus, Gilbert has hope that humanity can still save itself at this point. He takes Tyler's mother's speech to heart, which shows he still hopes humanity can and will choose a different path. I also want to point out that Durandal sees that humanity has serious issues that need to be addressed that others ignore or don't see as they are. That will come into play off and on in this story, so this is the first introduction to it. Moving on to the next scene and section, which Athrun goes to Earth. Upon coming down to Earth, the Federation confronted a Thrun. Remember, he is with ZAFT now, so isn't technically a Federation citizen at the moment, though he can be seen as one. Federation IDs are kept by those who are assigned to, normally just deactivated. A Thrun's hasn't been shut off. Yes, Tyler had a hand in that, so is still acceptable. And it is the citizen ID which at least gets the Federation to listen in this, with the Alliance's actions and all. If he didn't have it, he would have gotten the same type of reception that he did in canon around Orb. Of course, Tyler lets a Thrun stay at his place, why wouldn't he, I would ask. The two do have a catch-up session, which a Thrun needs to clear up things. I know it is a summary of the battle around Asgard, but I feel the summary and a Thrun's views of it are valuable. Shifting on to the next scene with the Minerva around the Gulnahan ravine. Let me start with Talia's views. Remember, the Federation haven't shown their pelicans and exosuits to the world at large. The Alliance may be becoming aware of such, but they have a hard time proving they exist before this. I would point back to the raid on the Tartarus lab in Siberia as examples to what the exosuits can do. Those are the kind of stories that Talia had heard from some of the townsfolk. I would state once again, the Federation has a technological advantage over the other two factions. It has kept that even after the last war, and they will maintain that going forward until further notice. It may be expected of the Federation, but that doesn't mean the other two factions appreciate or like they have that advantage. So, I mentioned 3 ports that the Minerva could go to, and I considered all 3 when writing this. Shiram made the most sense in the end for a few reasons. First, a Thrun went there to meet up with the Minerva. I could have changed that, but I felt that a Thrun needed to see Tyler more than Kagalai at this point. Second, a later scene which I will get to soon enough does hold significance for the story. And third, an event which comes later will be too much fun and hilarity to not put in this story. Also, remember, Shira is seen as a vacation spot that many around the world go to for time off. That's my reasoning, and I'm sticking to that if anyone else asks why I wrote this the way I did. Moving on to the scene with Stella, as this one has changed somewhat from the original. As came earlier, Stella has roommates while around Shangri-La who are extended like her. Her treatment is undoing the work that the E project had done to her, like her not needing to go into the pods anymore. The biggest thing which stands out is the change in what Stella is experiencing. Those in the project, be it candidates or staff, are not kind, nor do they show anything like that to any of the candidates. So for Stella, being shown genuine kindness and other good things is something she hasn't experienced in literal years except by few specific individuals like her sister. Shangri-La is such a stark difference, it is beyond night and day for her if I haven't made that clear. Let me touch on Stella seeing memories she didn't know before this phase. I state for the record, candidates of the project normally have memories blocked or altered when they arrive at the labs, it's part of the process. That sets the scene up for parts that come up in it, so I wanted to state the point. Each candidate experiences their real memories coming back and reacts differently to the whole experience. Those reactions can range from anger and fury to crying and sadness, as Deborah gives examples of. This is a turning point for candidates like Stella, one for them to get out of the prison they were thrust into. I just wanted to show just how horrible it has been for candidates and what was done to them. It is a darker side of humanity that I wanted to show exists for this story. The last scene with the meeting of Stella's group and Shin's does not need embellishment, I would say. In conclusion, I'm sorry this phase is so long, it happens, but I hoped you enjoyed it. As I said, this update is not to be seen as normal necessarily, as much as I would love that to be the case. I can't be sure I can keep up this pace for the moment, we will have to see. As always, I ask some of you to take the time and write a review. Tell me what you think of the phase and the story thus far, or just ask questions as you wish. Peace out until the next phase.